Book 4, 1806. Chapter 1, Nicholas Home on Leave. Let's begin with Chapter 1. Early in the year 1806, Nicholas Rostov returned home on leave. His friend Denisov was also going home to Voronezh, so Rostov persuaded him to travel with him to Moscow and stay for a while. At the last post station before Moscow, Denisov drank 3 bottles of wine with a comrade. He slept soundly for the rest of the journey, lying at the bottom of the sleigh beside Rostov. Despite the jolting ruts on the snow-covered road, he never once woke up. Rostov, on the other hand, grew more and more impatient the closer they got to the city. How much longer? How much longer? Rostov thought to himself. Oh, these insufferable streets, shops, bakers' signboards, street lamps, and sleighs. His frustration grew after their leave permits were checked at the town gate and they finally entered Moscow. "Denisov, we're here! He's asleep," he said, leaning his whole body forward as if that might make the sleigh go faster. Denisov did not answer. "There's the corner at the crossroads where Zakhar the cabman has his stand," Rostov mused. "And there's Zakhar himself, and still the same horse. And here's the little shop where we used to buy gingerbread. Can't you hurry up? Now then." The driver asked, "Which house is it?" "Why, that one, right at the end, the big one. Don't you see? That's our house," said Rostov. "Of course it's our house. Denisov, Denisov, we're almost there." Denisov lifted his head, coughed, but still said nothing. Rostov turned to his valet on the box. "Dmitri," he said, "those lights are in our house, aren't they?" "Yes, sir, and there's a light in your father's study," the valet replied. "Then they've not gone to bed yet? What do you think?" Rostov asked. "Mine now. Don't forget to put out my new coat." He fingered his new mustache as he spoke. "Now then, get on," he shouted to the driver. He turned to Denisov, whose head was nodding again. "Do wake up, Vaska," he urged. "Come, get on. You shall have 3 rubles for vodka. Get on!" Rostov shouted when the sleigh was only 3 houses from his door. To him, it felt as if the horses were not moving at all. At last, the sleigh turned to the right and drew up at an entrance. Rostov saw the old familiar cornice above, with a bit of plaster broken off. He saw the porch and the post by the pavement. He sprang out before the sleigh even stopped and ran into the hall. The house stood cold and silent, as if it didn't care who had arrived. There was no one in the hall. "Oh God, is everyone all right?" he thought. His heart sank for a moment. Then he immediately started running along the hall and up the warped steps of the familiar staircase. The old door handle, which always angered the Countess when it wasn't properly cleaned, turned as loosely as ever. A single tallow candle burned in the anteroom. Old Michael was asleep on a chest. Prokofy, a footman so strong he could lift the back of a carriage, sat plaiting slippers from cloth scraps. He looked up at the opening door, his expression of sleepy indifference suddenly changing to one of delighted amazement. "Gracious heavens, the young Count!" he cried, recognizing his young master. "Can it be, my treasure?" Prokofy, trembling with excitement, rushed toward the drawing-room door. He likely intended to announce him, but he changed his mind, came back, and stooped to kiss the young man's shoulder. "All well?" asked Rostov, drawing away his arm. "Yes, God be thanked. Yes, they've just finished supper. Let me have a look at you, Your Excellency." "Is everything quite all right?" Rostov asked again. "The Lord be thanked, yes." Rostov had completely forgotten about Denisov. Not wanting anyone to see him first, he threw off his fur coat and ran on tiptoe through the large dark ballroom. Everything was the same old card tables, the same chandelier with its cover. But someone had already seen him. Before he reached the drawing room, something flew out from a side door like a tornado, hugging and kissing him. Another figure, and then another, sprang from a second and third door. There was more hugging, more kissing, more cries and tears of joy. He couldn't tell who was Papa, who was Natasha, or who was Petya. Everyone shouted, talked, and kissed him all at once. Only his mother wasn't there. He noticed that right away. "And I did not know. Nicholas, my darling," someone cried. "Here he is, our own. Kolya, dear fellow. How he has changed. Where are the candles? Tea." "And me, kiss me. Dearest, and me." Sonia, Natasha, Petya, Anna Mikhailovna, Vera, and the old Count were all hugging him. The serfs, both men and maids, flocked into the room, exclaiming and gasping. Petya clung to his legs, shouting, "And me too!" Natasha, after pulling him down to her and covering his face with kisses, held him tight by the skirt of his coat. Then she sprang away, prancing up and down in one spot like a goat, and shrieked piercingly. All around him were loving eyes glistening with tears of joy and lips seeking a kiss. Sonia, all rosy red, clung to his arm. Radiant with bliss, she looked eagerly into his eyes, waiting for the look she longed for. Sonia was now 16 and very pretty, especially in this moment of happy, rapturous excitement. She gazed at him, never taking her eyes off him, smiling and holding her breath. He gave her a grateful look, but was still looking for someone else. The old countess had not yet come. But then he heard steps at the door, so rapid they could hardly be his mother's. Yet it was she, dressed in a new gown he had never seen before. Everyone else let him go, and he ran to her. When they met, she fell on his breast, sobbing. She couldn't lift her face, only pressing it to the cold braiding of his hussar's jacket. Denisov, who had come into the room unnoticed, stood there and wiped his eyes at the sight. "Vasily Denisov, your son's friend," he said, introducing himself to the count, who was looking at him with curiosity. "You are most welcome. I know," said the count, kissing and embracing Denisov. "Nicholas wrote to us. Natasha, Vera, look, here's Denisov!" The same happy, rapturous faces turned to the shaggy figure of Denisov. "Darling Denisov!" screamed Natasha, beside herself with joy. She sprang to him, put her arms around him, and kissed him. This sudden action made everyone feel a little confused. Denisov blushed, but he smiled and, taking Natasha's hand, kissed it. Denisov was shown to his room, and the Rostovs all gathered around Nicholas in the sitting room. The old countess sat beside him, holding his hand and kissing it every moment. The rest crowded around, watching his every movement, word, and look, their eyes filled with blissful adoration. His brother and sisters fought for the places nearest to him and argued over who should bring him his tea, handkerchief, and pipe. Rostov was very happy in the love they showed him. But the first moment of their meeting had been so blissful that his present joy felt insufficient. He kept expecting something more and still more. The next morning the travelers slept until 10 o'clock, tired from their journey. In the room next to their bedroom, sabers, satchels, and open bags were scattered about, along with dirty boots. 2 freshly cleaned pairs of boots with spurs stood by the wall. Servants brought in jugs, basins, hot water for shaving, and well-brushed clothes. The room had a masculine odor and a smell of tobacco. "Hello, Gwiska, my pipe," came Vasily Denisov's husky voice. "Wostov, get up." Rostov, rubbing his eyes, raised his disheveled head from the hot pillow. "Why is it late?" "Late? It's nearly 10 o'clock," answered Natasha's voice from the adjoining room. He could hear the rustle of starched petticoats and the whispering and laughter of girls. The door opened a crack, and he caught a glimpse of blue ribbons, black hair, and merry faces. It was Natasha, Sonia, and Petya, who had come to see if they were getting up. "Nicholas, get up!" Natasha's voice called again at the door. "Directly," he answered. Meanwhile, Petya had found the sabers in the outer room. Filled with the delight boys feel at the sight of an older military brother, he forgot that it was improper for girls to see men undressed and opened the bedroom door. "Is this your saber?" he shouted. The girls sprang aside. Denisov, with a scared look on his face, hid his hairy legs under the blanket and glanced at his comrade for help. The door, after letting Petya in, closed again. Laughter could be heard from behind it. "Nicholas, come out in your dressing gown," said Natasha's voice. "Is this your saber?" Petya asked again. "Or is it yours?" he said, addressing the black-mustached Denisov with servile deference. Rostov hurriedly put on some slippers, drew on his dressing gown, and went out. Natasha had one spurred boot on and was just getting her foot into the other. When he came in, Sonia was twirling around, about to expand her dress into a balloon and sit down. They were dressed alike in new pale blue frocks, and both were fresh, rosy, and bright. Sonia ran away, but Natasha took her brother's arm and led him into the sitting room, where they began to talk. They hardly gave one another time to ask and answer questions about 1,000 little matters that could only interest themselves. Natasha laughed at every word he said, and at every word she said, not because anything was particularly amusing, but because she was so happy and couldn't control her joy. "Oh, how nice, how splendid," she said to everything. Rostov felt that under the warm rays of love, the childlike smile that hadn't appeared on his face since he left home now brightened his soul and face for the first time in 18 months. "No, but listen," she said. "Now you are quite a man, aren't you? I'm awfully glad you're my brother." She touched his mustache. "I want to know what you men are like. Are you the same as we are? No?" "Why did Sonia run away?" asked Rostov. "Ah, yes, that's a whole long story. How are you going to speak to her? Thou or you?" she asked. "As may happen," said Rostov. "No, call her you, please. I'll tell you all about it some other time. No, I'll tell you now. You know Sonia's my dearest friend, such a friend that I burned my arm for her sake. Look here." She pulled up her muslin sleeve and showed him a red scar on her long, slender arm, high above the elbow, on a part that would be covered even by a ball dress. "I burned this to prove my love for her. I just heated a ruler in the fire and pressed it there." Sitting on the sofa in what used to be his old schoolroom, looking into Natasha's wildly bright eyes, Rostov re-entered that world of home and childhood. It was a world that had no meaning for anyone else, but it gave him some of the best joys of his life. The idea of burning an arm with a ruler as a proof of love didn't seem senseless to him. He understood it and was not surprised. "Well, and is that all?" he asked. "We are such friends, such friends. All that ruler business was just nonsense, but we are friends forever. She, if she loves anyone, does it for life, but I don't understand that. I forget quickly." "Well, what then?" "Well, she loves me and you like that." Natasha suddenly flushed. "Why, you remember before you went away? Well, she says you are to forget all that. She says, 'I shall love him always, but let him be free.' Isn't that lovely and noble? Yes, very noble, isn't it?" Natasha asked, so seriously and excitedly that it was clear she had discussed this before, with tears. Rostov became thoughtful. "I never go back on my word," he said. "Besides, Sonia is so charming that only a fool would renounce such happiness." "No, no," cried Natasha. "She and I have already talked it over. We knew you'd say so. But it won't do, because you see, if you say that, if you consider yourself bound by your promise, it will seem as if she had not meant it seriously. It makes it as if you were marrying her because you must, and that wouldn't do at all." Rostov saw that they had considered it well. Sonia had already struck him with her beauty the day before. Today, when he caught a glimpse of her, she seemed even more lovely. She was a charming girl of 16, evidently passionately in love with him. He did not doubt that for an instant. Why shouldn't he love her now and even marry her? But he thought, just now there were so many other pleasures and interests before him. Yes, they have taken a wise decision. He thought to himself, I must remain free. "Well then, that's excellent," he said. "We'll talk it over later on. Oh, how glad I am to have you." "Well, and are you still true to Boris?" he continued. "Oh, what nonsense!" cried Natasha, laughing. "I don't think about him or anyone else, and I don't want anything of the kind." "Dear me, then what are you up to now?" "Now?" repeated Natasha, and a happy smile lit up her face. "Have you seen Duport?" "No, not seen Duport, the famous dancer. Well then, you won't understand, that's what I'm up to." Curving her arms, Natasha held out her skirts as dancers do, ran back a few steps, turned, cut a caper, brought her little feet sharply together, and made some steps on the very tips of her toes. "See, I'm standing, see," she said, but could not hold the pose any longer. "So that's what I'm up to. I'll never marry anyone, but will be a dancer. Only don't tell anyone." Rostov laughed so loud and merrily that Denisov in his bedroom felt envious, and Natasha could not help joining in. "No, but don't you think it's nice?" she kept repeating. "Nice, and so you no longer wish to marry Boris?" Natasha flared up. "I don't want to marry anyone, and I'll tell him so when I see him." "Dear me," said Rostov. "But that's all rubbish," Natasha chattered on. "And is Denisov nice?" she asked. "Yes, indeed." "Oh, well then, goodbye, go and dress. Is he very terrible, Denisov?" "Why terrible?" asked Nicholas. "No, Vaska is a splendid fellow." "You call him Vaska? That's funny. And is he very nice? Very. Well then, be quick. We'll all have breakfast together. And Natasha rose and went out of the room on tiptoe, like a ballet dancer, but smiling as only happy girls of 15 can smile. When Rostov met Sonia in the drawing room, he reddened. He did not know how to behave with her. The evening before, in the first happy moment of meeting, they had kissed. But today they felt it could not be done. He felt that everyone, including his mother and sisters, was watching to see how he would behave with her. He kissed her hand and addressed her formally as you, Sonia, not the familiar thou. But their eyes met and said thou, and exchanged tender kisses. Her look asked him to forgive her for having dared to remind him of his promise through Natasha, and then thanked him for his love. His look thanked her for offering him his freedom and told her that, one way or another, he would never cease to love her. That would be impossible. How strange it is, said Vera, selecting a moment when all were silent, that Sonia and Nicholas now say you to one another and meet like strangers. Vera's remark was correct, as her remarks always were. But, like most of her observations, it made everyone feel uncomfortable. Not only Sonia, Nicholas, and Natasha, but even the old countess. She was dreading this love affair, which might prevent Nicholas from making a brilliant match, and she blushed like a girl. Denisov, to Rostov's surprise, appeared in the drawing room with pomaded hair, perfumed, and in a new uniform. He looked just as smart as he did when going into battle, and he was more amiable to the ladies and gentlemen than Rostov had ever expected to see him. Now we move on to Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Preparations for Club Dinner. On his return to Moscow from the army, Nicholas Rostov was welcomed by his family as the best of sons, a hero, and their darling Nikolenka. His relations saw him as a charming, attractive, and polite young man. His acquaintances knew him as a handsome lieutenant of hussars, a good dancer, and one of the best matches in the city. The Rostovs knew everybody in Moscow. The old count had enough money that year as all his estates had been remortgaged. So Nicholas acquired his own trotter, very stylish riding breeches of the latest cut, and boots of the latest fashion with extremely pointed toes and small silver spurs. He passed his time very gaily. After a short time adapting to his old life, Nicholas found it very pleasant to be home again. He felt he had grown up and matured a great deal. He now recalled his despair at failing a scripture exam, his borrowing money from Gavril to pay a sleigh driver, and his kissing Sonia on the sly as childish things he had left far behind. Now he was a lieutenant of hussars, in a jacket laced with silver, wearing the Cross of St. George awarded for bravery. He was training his own trotter for a race, in the company of well-known, respected racing men. He knew a lady on one of the boulevards whom he visited in the evenings. He led the mazurka at the Arkarovs' ball, talked about the war with Field Marshal Kamensky, and was on intimate terms with a 40-year-old colonel to whom Denisov had introduced him. His passion for the emperor had cooled somewhat in Moscow, but since he didn't see him, he often spoke about him and his love for him. He let it be understood that he hadn't told all, that there was something in his feelings for the emperor that not everyone could understand. He wholeheartedly shared the adoration then common in Moscow for the emperor, who was spoken of as the angel incarnate. During his short stay in Moscow, before rejoining the army, Rostov did not draw closer to Sonia, but rather drifted away from her. She was very pretty and sweet, and evidently deeply in love with him. But he was at that period of youth when there seems so much to do that there is no time for that sort of thing. A young man fears to bind himself and prizes his freedom, which he needs for so many other things. When he thought of Sonia during this stay in Moscow, he said to himself, "Ah, there will be, and there are, many more such girls somewhere whom I do not yet know. There will be time enough to think about love when I want to, but now I have no time." Besides, it seemed to him that the society of women was rather beneath his manhood. He went to balls and into ladies' society with an air of doing so against his will. The races, the English club, sprees with Denisov, and visits to a certain house. That was another matter and quite the thing for a dashing young hussar. At the beginning of March, old Count Ilya Rostov was very busy arranging a dinner at the English club in honor of Prince Bagration. The Count walked up and down the hall in his dressing gown, giving orders to the club steward and to the famous Feoktist, the club's head cook. He discussed asparagus, fresh cucumbers, strawberries, veal, and fish for the dinner. The Count had been a member and on the committee of the club from the day it was founded. The club entrusted him with arranging the festival for Bagration because few men knew so well how to arrange a feast on an open-handed, hospitable scale. Even fewer men would be so able and willing to use their own money to ensure the event's success. The club cook and the steward listened to the Count's orders with pleased faces, for they knew that under his management they could easily make a good profit from a dinner costing several thousand rubles. "Well then," said the Count, "mind and have cock's comb in the turtle soup, you know." "Shall we have 3 cold dishes then?" asked the cook. The Count considered. "We can't have less." "Yes, 3. The mayonnaise, that's 1, he said, bending down a finger. "Then am I to order those large sterlets?" asked the steward. "Yes, it can't be helped if they won't take less." "Ah, dear me, I was forgetting. We must have another entree. Ah, goodness gracious." He clutched at his head. "Who is going to get me the flowers? Dmitri. Hey, Dmitri, gallop off to our Moscow estate," he said to the servant who appeared at his call. "Hurry off and tell Maxim, the gardener, to set the serfs to work. Say that everything out of the hothouses must be brought here well wrapped up in felt. I must have 200 pots here on Friday." After giving several more orders, he was about to go to his little countess to rest. But he remembered something else important, returned, called back the cook and the steward, and began giving orders again. Just then, a light footstep and the clinking of spurs were heard at the door. The young Count, handsome, rosy, with a dark little mustache, entered the room, clearly rested and made sleeker by his easy life in Moscow. "Ah, my boy, my head's in a whirl," said the old man with a smile, as if feeling a little confused before his son. "Now, if you would only help a bit. I must have singers, too. I shall have my own orchestra, but shouldn't we get the gypsy singers as well? You military men like that sort of thing." "Really, Papa, I believe Prince Bagration worried himself less before the Battle of Schön-Grabern than you do now," said his son with a smile. The old Count pretended to be angry. "Yes, you talk, but try it yourself." And the Count turned to the cook, who, with a shrewd and respectful expression, looked observantly and sympathetically at the father and son. "What have the young people come to nowadays, eh, Feoktist?" he said. "Laughing at us, old fellows." "That's so, Your Excellency," replied the cook. "All they have to do is to eat a good dinner, but providing it and serving it all up, that's not their business." That's it, exclaimed the Count. He gaily seized his son by both hands and cried, "Now I've got you, so take the sleigh and pair at once, and go to Bezukov's. Tell him Count Ilya has sent you to ask for strawberries and fresh pineapples. We can't get them from anyone else. He's not there himself, so you'll have to go in and ask the princesses. And from there go on to the Rasgulyai, the coachman Apatka knows, and look up the gypsy Ilyushka, the one who danced at Count Orlov's, you remember, in a white Cossack coat, and bring him along to me." "And am I to bring the gypsy girls along with him?" asked Nicholas, laughing. "Dear, dear." At that moment, Anna Mikhailovna entered the hall with noiseless footsteps and a businesslike, preoccupied, yet meekly Christian look that never left her face. Though she saw the Count in his dressing gown every day, he always became confused and begged her to excuse his costume. "No matter at all, my dear Count," she said, meekly closing her eyes. "But I'll go to Bezukov's myself. Pierre has arrived, and now we shall get anything we want from his hothouses. I have to see him in any case. He has forwarded me a letter from Boris. Thank God Boris is now on the staff." The Count was delighted that Anna Mikhailovna was taking on one of his errands and ordered the small closed carriage for her. "Tell Bezukov to come. I'll put his name down. Is his wife with him?" he asked. Anna Mikhailovna turned up her eyes, and profound sadness appeared on her face. "Ah, my dear friend, he is very unfortunate," she said. "If what we hear is true, it is dreadful. How little we dreamed of such a thing when we were rejoicing at his happiness, and such a lofty, angelic soul as young Bezukov. Yes, I pity him from my heart, and shall try to give him what consolation I can." "What is the matter?" asked both the young and old Rostov. Anna Mikhailovna sighed deeply. Dolokhov, Mary Ivanovna's son, she said in a mysterious whisper, has compromised her completely, they say. Pierre took him up, invited him to his house in Petersburg, and now she has come here and that daredevil after her. Anna Mikhailovna wished to show her sympathy for Pierre, but by involuntary tones and a half-smile, she betrayed her sympathy for the daredevil, as she called Dolokhov. They say Pierre is quite broken by his misfortune. Dear, but still tell him to come to the club. It will all blow over. It will be a tremendous banquet. The next day, the 3rd of March, soon after 1 o'clock, 250 members of the English club and 50 guests awaited the guest of honor, Prince Bagration, hero of the Austrian campaign. When news of the Battle of Austerlitz first arrived, Moscow was bewildered. At that time, Russians were so used to victories that some simply wouldn't believe the news of a defeat, while others sought some extraordinary explanation for such a strange event. In the English club, where all the distinguished, important, and well-informed people gathered, nothing was said about the war and the last battle when the news began to arrive in December. It was as though everyone was in a conspiracy of silence. The men who set the tone in conversation, men like Count Rostopchin, Prince Yuri Dolgorukov, and Count Markov, did not show themselves at the club. They met in private houses, in intimate circles. The Muscovites who took their opinions from others, including Ilya Rostov, remained for a while without any definite opinion on the war and without leaders. The people of Moscow felt that something was wrong and that discussing the bad news was difficult, so it was best to be silent. But after a while, just as a jury comes out of its room, the important men who guided the club's opinion reappeared. Everybody began speaking clearly and definitely. Reasons were found for the incredible, unheard of, and impossible event of a Russian defeat. Everything became clear, and in all corners of Moscow, the same things began to be said. These reasons included the treachery of the Austrians, a defective supply system, the treachery of the Pole Przebysheski and the Frenchman Langeron, and Kutuzov's incompetence. It was also whispered that the youth and inexperience of the sovereign, who had trusted worthless and insignificant people, was to blame. But the army, the Russian army, everyone declared, was extraordinary and had achieved miracles of valor. The soldiers, officers, and generals were heroes. But the hero of heroes was Prince Bagration, distinguished by his actions at Schöngrabern and by the retreat from Austerlitz. There he alone had withdrawn his column unbroken and had all day beaten back an enemy force twice as numerous as his own. What also helped Bagration become Moscow's hero was the fact that he had no connections in the city and was a stranger there. In him, honor was shown to a simple fighting Russian soldier, without connections and intrigues, and one who was associated with the name of Suvorov from the Italian campaign. Moreover, paying such honor to Bagration was the best way of expressing disapproval and dislike of Kutuzov. Had there been no Bagration, it would have been necessary to invent him, said the wit Shinshin, parodying the words of Voltaire. No one spoke of Kutuzov, except some who abused him in whispers, calling him a court weathercock and an old satyr. All Moscow repeated Prince Dolgorukov's saying, "If you go on modeling and modeling, you must get smeared with clay." This suggested consolation for the defeat by remembering former victories. They also quoted Rostopchin, who said that French soldiers have to be incited to battle by high-flown words, and Germans by logical arguments to show them it is more dangerous to run away than to advance, but that Russian soldiers only need to be restrained and held back. On all sides, new and fresh anecdotes were heard of individual acts of heroism by our officers and men at Austerlitz. One had saved a standard, another had killed 5 Frenchmen, a third had loaded 5 cannons single-handed. Berg was mentioned by those who did not know him as having, when wounded in the right hand, taken his sword in the left and gone forward. Of Bolkonsky nothing was said. Only those who knew him intimately regretted that he had died so young, leaving a pregnant wife with his eccentric father. In Chapter 3, the long-awaited dinner takes place. Chapter 3, the dinner, Bagration as guest of honor. On that 3rd of March, all the rooms in the English club were filled with a hum of conversation. like bees swarming in springtime. The members and guests wandered about, sat, stood, met, and separated. Some were in uniform, some in evening dress, and a few here and there with powdered hair and in Russian kaftans. Powdered footmen in livery stood at every door, anxiously noting visitors' every movement in order to offer their services. Most of those present were elderly, respected men with broad, self-confident faces, fat fingers, and resolute gestures and voices. This class of guests and members sat in certain habitual places and met in certain habitual groups. A minority of those present were casual guests, chiefly young men. Among them were Denisov, Rostov, and Dolokhov, who was now an officer again in the Semenov regiment. The faces of these young men, especially the military ones, bore an expression of condescending respect for their elders, which seemed to say, "We are prepared to respect and honor you, but remember that the future belongs to us." Nesvitsky was there as an old member of the club. Pierre, who at his wife's command had let his hair grow and abandoned his spectacles, went about the rooms fashionably dressed, but looking sad and dull. Here, as elsewhere, he was surrounded by an atmosphere of subservience to his wealth. Being in the habit of lording it over these people, he treated them with absent-minded contempt. By his age, he should have belonged to the younger men, but by his wealth and connections, he belonged to the groups of old and honored guests, so he went from one group to another. Some of the most important old men were the center of groups that even strangers approached respectfully to hear them speak. The largest circles formed round Count Rostopchin, Valuev, and Narishkin. Rostopchin was describing how the Russians had been overwhelmed by flying Austrians and had had to force their way through them with bayonets. Valuev was confidentially telling that Uvarov had been sent from Petersburg to find out what Moscow was thinking about Austerlitz. In the third circle, Narishkin was speaking of the meeting of the Austrian Council of War, at which Suvorov crowed like a cock in reply to the nonsense talked by the Austrian generals. Shinshin, standing nearby, tried to make a joke, saying that Kutuzov had evidently failed to learn from Suvorov even so simple a thing as crowing like a cock. But the elder members glanced severely at the wit, making him feel that in that place and on that day, it was improper to speak so of Kutuzov. Count Ilya Rostov, hurried and preoccupied, went about in his soft boots between the dining and drawing rooms. He hastily greeted everyone, important and unimportant, all of whom he knew, as if they were all equals. His eyes occasionally sought out his fine, well-set-up young son, resting on him and winking joyfully. Young Rostov stood at a window with Dolokhov, whose acquaintance he had lately made and highly valued. The old count came up to them and pressed Dolokhov's hand. "Please come and visit us. You know my brave boy. Been together out there, both playing the hero. Ah, Vasily Ignatovich, how do you do, old fellow?" he said, turning to an old man who was passing. But before he had finished his greeting, there was a general stir. A footman who had run in announced with a frightened face, "He's arrived!" Bells rang, the stewards rushed forward, and the guests, who had been scattered about, came together and crowded in the large drawing room by the door of the ballroom. Bagration appeared in the doorway of the anteroom without his hat or sword, which he had given up to the hall porter, according to club custom. He was not wearing a lambskin cap or carrying a loaded whip over his shoulder, as when Rostov had seen him before the Battle of Austerlitz. Instead, he wore a tight new uniform with Russian and foreign orders, and the Star of St. George on his left breast. It was clear that just before coming to the dinner, he had had his hair and whiskers trimmed, which changed his appearance for the worse. There was something naively festive in his air, which combined with his firm and virile features, gave him a rather comical expression. Bekleshev and Theodore Uvarov, who had arrived with him, paused at the doorway to allow him, as the guest of honor, to enter first. Bagration was embarrassed and did not want to accept their courtesy, which caused some delay at the doors. But in the end, he did enter first. He walked shyly and awkwardly over the parquet floor, not knowing what to do with his hands. He was more accustomed to walking over a plowed field under fire, as he had done at the head of the Kursk regiment at Schön-Grabern, and he would have found that easier. The committee men met him at the first door. Expressing their delight at seeing such a highly honored guest, they took possession of him without waiting for his reply, surrounded him, and led him to the drawing room. It was at first impossible to enter the drawing room door because of the crowd of members and guests jostling one another, trying to get a good look at Bagration over each other's shoulders, as if he were some rare animal. Count Ilya Rostov, laughing and repeating the words, "Make way, dear boy! Make way, make way!" pushed through the crowd more energetically than anyone. He led the guests into the drawing room and seated them on the center sofa. The most respected members of the club surrounded the new arrivals. Count Ilya, again thrusting his way through the crowd, went out of the drawing room and reappeared a minute later with another committee man, carrying a large silver salver which he presented to Prince Bagration. On the salver lay some verses composed and printed in the hero's honor. Bagration, on seeing the salver, glanced around in dismay, as though seeking help, but all eyes demanded that he should submit. Feeling himself in their power, he resolutely took the salver with both hands and looked sternly and reproachfully at the count who had presented it to him. Someone obligingly took the dish from Bagration and drew his attention to the verses. It seemed he would have held it till evening and gone in to dinner with it otherwise. "Well, I will read them then," Bagration seemed to say. Fixing his weary eyes on the paper, he began to read them with a fixed and serious expression. But the author himself took the verses and began reading them aloud. Bagration bowed his head and listened. "Bring glory then to Alexander's reign, and on the throne our Titus shield. A dreaded foe be thou, kind-hearted as a man, a refuse at home, a Caesar in the field. E'en fortunate Napoleon knows by experience now Bagration, and dare not Herculean Russians trouble." But before he had finished reading, a loud major domo announced that dinner was ready. The door opened, and from the dining room came the resounding strains of the Polonaise. "Conquest joyful thunder waken, triumph valiant Russians now." Count Rostov, glancing angrily at the author who went on reading his verses, bowed to Bagration. Everyone rose, feeling that dinner was more important than verses. Bagration, again preceding all the rest, went in to dinner. He was seated in the place of honor between two Alexanders, Beklashev and Narishkin, a significant allusion to the name of the sovereign. 300 people took their seats in the dining room, according to their rank and importance. The more important sat nearer to the honored guest, as naturally as water flows deepest where the land lies lowest. Just before dinner, Count Ilya Rostov presented his son to Bagration, who recognized him and said a few awkward words to him, as were all the words he spoke that day. Count Ilya looked joyfully and proudly around while Bagration spoke to his son. Nicholas Rostov, with Denisov and his new acquaintance Dolokhov, sat almost at the middle of the table. Facing them sat Pierre beside Prince Nesvitsky. Count Ilya Rostov, with the other members of the committee, sat facing Bagration and, as the very personification of Moscow hospitality, did the honors to the prince. His efforts had not been in vain. The dinner, both the Lenten and the other fare, was splendid, yet he could not feel quite at ease until the end of the meal. He winked at the butler, whispered directions to the footman, and awaited each expected dish with some anxiety. Everything was excellent. With the second course, a gigantic sterlet, the footman began popping corks and filling the champagne glasses. At the sight of the fish, Ilya Rostov blushed with self-conscious pleasure. After the fish, which made a certain sensation, the count exchanged glances with the other committee men. "There will be many toasts. It's time to begin," he whispered. Taking up his glass, he rose. All were silent, waiting for what he would say. "To the health of our sovereign, the emperor," he cried. At the same moment, his kindly eyes grew moist with tears of joy and enthusiasm. The band immediately struck up, "Conquest's joyful thunder waken." All rose and cried, "Hurrah!" Bagration also rose and shouted, "Hurrah!" in exactly the same voice in which he had shouted it on the field at Schön-Grabern. Young Rostov's ecstatic voice could be heard above the 300 others. He nearly wept. "To the health of our sovereign, the emperor!" he roared. "Hurrah!" He emptied his glass at one gulp and dashed it to the floor. Many followed his example, and the loud shouting continued for a long time. When the voices subsided, the footmen cleared away the broken glass, and everybody sat down again, smiling at the noise they had made and exchanging remarks. The old count rose once more, glanced at a note lying beside his plate, and proposed a toast. "To the health of the hero of our last campaign, Prince Peter Ivanovich Bagration." Again his blue eyes grew moist. "Hurrah!" cried the 300 voices again. But instead of the band, a choir began singing a cantata composed by Paul Ivanovich Kutuzov. Russians, o'er all barriers on. Courage conquest guarantees. Have we not Bagration? He brings foemen to their knees. As soon as the singing was over, another and another toast was proposed. Count Ilya Rostov became more and more moved. More glass was smashed, and the shouting grew louder. They drank to Beklishev, Narishkin, Uvarov, Dolgorukov, Apraksin, Valuev, to the committee, to all the club members and to all the club guests, and finally to Count Ilya Rostov separately as the organizer of the banquet. At that toast, the Count took out his handkerchief and, covering his face, wept outright. Chapter 4 brings a dramatic turn of events. Chapter 4, Pierre challenges Dolokhov. Pierre sat opposite Dolokhov and Nicholas Rostov. As usual, he ate and drank much and eagerly, but those who knew him well noticed that a great change had come over him that day. He was silent all through dinner and looked about, blinking and scowling. Or, with fixed eyes and a look of complete absent-mindedness, he kept rubbing the bridge of his nose. His face was depressed and gloomy. He seemed to see and hear nothing of what was going on around him, and to be absorbed by some depressing and unsolved problem. The problem that tormented him was caused by hints from his cousin, the princess, in Moscow, concerning Dolokhov's intimacy with his wife. It was also fueled by an anonymous letter he had received that morning. The letter, in a mean and jocular way, said that he saw badly through his spectacles, but that his wife's connection with Dolokhov was a secret to no one but himself. Pierre absolutely disbelieved both the hints and the letter, but he now feared to look at Dolokhov, who was sitting opposite him. Every time he happened to meet Dolokhov's handsome, insolent eyes, Pierre felt something terrible and monstrous rising in his soul and turned quickly away. He involuntarily recalled his wife's past and her relations with Dolokhov. He saw clearly that what was said in the letter might be true, or at least might seem to be true, if it hadn't referred to his wife. He remembered how Dolokhov, who had fully recovered his former position after the campaign, had returned to Petersburg and come to him. Using his friendly relations with Pierre as a boon companion, Dolokhov had come straight to his house. Pierre had put him up and lent him money. Pierre recalled how Helene had smilingly disapproved of Dolokhov living at their house, and how cynically Dolokhov had praised his wife's beauty to him. From that time until they came to Moscow, Dolokhov had not left them for a day. "Yes, he is very handsome," thought Pierre, "and I know him. It would be particularly pleasant for him to dishonor my name and ridicule me, just because I have exerted myself on his behalf, befriended him, and helped him. I know and understand what a spice that would add to the pleasure of deceiving me, if it really were true. Yes, if it were true, but I do not believe it. I have no right to, and can't, believe it." He remembered the expression on Dolokhov's face in his moments of cruelty. He recalled when Dolokhov tied the policemen to the bear and dropped them into the water, or when he challenged a man to a duel for no reason, or shot a postboy's horse with a pistol. That expression was often on Dolokhov's face when he looked at him. Yes, he is a bully, thought Pierre. To kill a man means nothing to him. It must seem to him that everyone is afraid of him, and that must please him. He must think that I too am afraid of him, and in fact I am afraid of him, he thought. Again he felt something terrible and monstrous rising in his soul. Dolokhov, Denisov, and Rostov were now sitting opposite Pierre and seemed very gay. Rostov was talking merrily to his two friends, one a dashing hussar and the other a notorious duelist and rake. Every now and then he glanced ironically at Pierre, whose preoccupied, absent-minded, and massive figure was very noticeable at the dinner. Rostov looked at Pierre with hostility. First, because Pierre appeared to his hussar eyes as a rich civilian, the husband of a beauty, and in a word, an old woman. Secondly, because Pierre in his preoccupation had not recognized Rostov and had not responded to his greeting. When the emperor's health was drunk, Pierre, lost in thought, did not rise or lift his glass. "What are you about?" shouted Rostov, looking at him in an ecstasy of exasperation. "Don't you hear it's His Majesty the Emperor's health?" Pierre sighed, rose submissively, emptied his glass, and waiting until all were seated again, turned with his kindly smile to Rostov. "Why, I didn't recognize you," he said. But Rostov was otherwise engaged. He was shouting, "Hurrah!" "Why don't you renew the acquaintance?" said Dolokhov to Rostov. "Confound him, he's a fool," said Rostov. "One should make up to the husbands of pretty women," said Denisov. Pierre did not catch what they were saying, but he knew they were talking about him. He reddened and turned away. "Well, now to the health of handsome women," said Dolokhov. With a serious expression, but with a smile lurking at the corners of his mouth, he turned with his glass to Pierre. "Here's to the health of lovely women, Peterkin, and their lovers," he added. Pierre, with downcast eyes, drank from his glass without looking at Dolokhov or answering him. The footman, who was distributing leaflets with Kutuzov's cantata, laid one before Pierre as one of the principal guests. He was just about to take it when Dolokhov, leaning across, snatched it from his hand and began reading it. Pierre looked at Dolokhov and his eyes dropped. The something terrible and monstrous that had tormented him all dinner time rose and took possession of him. He leaned his whole massive body across the table. "How dare you take it?" he shouted. Hearing that cry and seeing to whom it was addressed, Nesvitsky and the neighbor on his right quickly turned in alarm to Bezukov. Don't! What are you about?" whispered their frightened voices. Dolokhov looked at Pierre with clear, mirthful, cruel eyes, and that smile of his which seemed to say, "Ah, this is what I like!" "You shan't have it," he said distinctly. Pale, with quivering lips, Pierre snatched the copy. You scoundrel, I challenge you!" he ejaculated, and pushing back his chair, he rose from the table. At the very instant he did this and uttered those words, Pierre felt that the question of his wife's guilt, which had been tormenting him the whole day, was finally and indubitably answered in the affirmative. He hated her and was forever sundered from her. Despite Denisov's request that he take no part in the matter, Rostov agreed to be Dolokhov's second. After dinner, he discussed the arrangements for the duel with Nesvitsky, Bezukhov's second. Pierre went home, but Rostov, with Dolokhov and Denisov, stayed on at the club till late, listening to the gypsies and other singers. "Well then, till tomorrow at Sokolniki," said Dolokhov as he took leave of Rostov in the club porch. "And do you feel quite calm?" Rostov asked. Dolokhov paused. "Well, you see, I'll tell you the whole secret of dueling in 2 words. If you are going to fight a duel, and you make a will and write affectionate letters to your parents, and if you think you may be killed, you are a fool and are lost for certain. But go with the firm intention of killing your man as quickly and surely as possible, and then all will be right, as our bear huntsman at Kostroma used to tell me. Everyone fears a bear, he says, but when you see one your fear's all gone, and your only thought is not to let him get away. And that's how it is with me. A demand, mon cher." The next day, at 8 in the morning, Pierre and Nesvitsky drove to the Sokolniki forest and found Dolokhov, Denisov, and Rostov already there. Pierre had the air of a man preoccupied with thoughts that had no connection with the matter at hand. His haggard face was yellow. He had clearly not slept that night. He looked about distractedly and screwed up his eyes as if dazzled by the sun. He was entirely absorbed by 2 considerations: his wife's guilt, of which he had not the slightest doubt after his sleepless night, and the guiltlessness of Dolokhov, who had no reason to preserve the honor of a man who was nothing to him. "I should perhaps have done the same thing in his place," thought Pierre. "It's even certain that I should have done the same. Then why this duel, this murder? Either I shall kill him, or he will hit me in the head, or elbow, or knee. Can't I go away from here, run away, bury myself somewhere?" These thoughts passed through his mind. But just at moments when such thoughts occurred to him, he would ask in a particularly calm and absent-minded way, which inspired the respect of the onlookers, "Will it be long? Are things ready?" When all was ready, the sabers stuck in the snow to mark the barriers, and the pistols loaded, Nesvitsky went up to Pierre. "I should not be doing my duty, Count," he said in timid tones, "if at this grave, this very grave moment I did not tell you the whole truth. I think there is no sufficient ground for this affair, or for blood to be shed over it. You were not right, not quite in the right. You were impetuous." "Oh yes, it is horribly stupid," said Pierre. "Then allow me to express your regrets, and I am sure your opponent will accept them," said Nesvitsky. Like the others involved, he did not yet believe that the affair would come to an actual duel. "You know, Count, it is much more honorable to admit one's mistake than to let matters become irreparable. There was no insult on either side. Allow me to convey—" "No, what is there to talk about?" said Pierre. "It's all the same. Is everything ready?" he added. "Only tell me where to go and where to shoot." He said this with an unnaturally gentle smile. He took the pistol in his hand and began asking about how the trigger worked, as he had never held a pistol before, a fact he did not wish to confess. "Oh yes, like that, I know, I only forgot," said he. "No apologies, none whatever," said Dolokhov to Denisov, who had been attempting a reconciliation. He also went up to the appointed place. The spot chosen for the duel was some 80 paces from the road, where the sleighs had been left. It was a small clearing in the pine forest, covered with melting snow, as the frost had begun to break up during the last few days. The antagonists stood 40 paces apart at the farther edge of the clearing. The seconds, measuring the paces, left tracks in the deep, wet snow between where they had been standing and the sabers, which were stuck into the ground 10 paces apart to mark the barrier. It was thawing and misty. At 40 paces distance, nothing could be seen. For 3 minutes all had been ready, but they still delayed, and all were silent. Now in Chapter 5 we witness the duel itself. Chapter 5, the duel. "Well, begin," said Dolokhov. "All right," said Pierre, still smiling in the same way. A feeling of dread was in the air. It was evident that the affair, so lightly begun, could no longer be averted, but was taking its own course, independent of men's will. Denisov first went to the barrier and announced, "As the adversaries have we fused a weak conciliation, please proceed. Take your pistols and at the word three begin to advance." "On est two, three!" he shouted angrily and stepped aside. The combatants advanced along the trodden tracks, getting nearer and nearer to one another, beginning to see each other through the mist. They had the right to fire when they liked as they approached the barrier. Dolokhov walked slowly without raising his pistol, looking intently with his bright, sparkling blue eyes into his antagonist's face. His mouth wore its usual semblance of a smile. "So I can fire when I like," said Pierre. At the word three, he went quickly forward, missing the trodden path and stepping into the deep snow. He held the pistol in his right hand at arm's length, apparently afraid of shooting himself with it. His left hand he held carefully back because he wished to support his right hand with it and knew he must not do so. Having advanced 6 paces and strayed off the track into the snow, Pierre looked down at his feet, then quickly glanced at Dolokhov. Bending his finger as he had been shown, he fired. Not expecting so loud a report, Pierre shuddered at the sound. Then, smiling at his own sensations, he stood still. The smoke, made denser by the mist, prevented him from seeing anything for an instant, but there was no second report as he had expected. He only heard Dolokhov's hurried steps, and his figure came into view through the smoke. He was pressing one hand to his left side, while the other clutched his drooping pistol. His face was pale. Rostov ran toward him and said something. "No, oh," muttered Dolokhov through his teeth. "No, it's not over." And after stumbling a few staggering steps right up to the saber, he sank on the snow beside it. His left hand was bloody. He wiped it on his coat and supported himself with it. His frowning face was pallid and quivered. "Play," began Dolokhov, but could not at first pronounce the word. "Please," he uttered with an effort. Pierre, hardly restraining his sobs, began running toward Dolokhov and was about to cross the space between the barriers when Dolokhov cried, "To your barrier!" Pierre, grasping what was meant, stopped by his saber. Only 10 paces divided them. Dolokhov lowered his head to the snow, greedily bit at it, then raised his head again, adjusted himself, drew in his legs and sat up, seeking a firm center of gravity. He sucked and swallowed the cold snow. His lips quivered, but his eyes, still smiling, glittered with effort and exasperation as he mustered his remaining strength. He raised his pistol and aimed. "Sideways! Cover yourself with your pistol!" ejaculated Nesvitsky. "Cover yourself!" even Denisov cried to his adversary. Pierre, with a gentle smile of pity and remorse, his arms and legs helplessly spread out, stood with his broad chest directly facing Dolokhov and looked sorrowfully at him. Denisov, Rostov, and Nesvitsky closed their eyes. At the same instant, they heard a report and Dolokhov's angry cry. "Missed!" shouted Dolokhov, and he lay helplessly face downwards on the snow. Pierre clutched his temples. Turning round, he went into the forest, trampling through the deep snow and muttering incoherent words. "Folly! Folly! Death! Lies!" he repeated, puckering his face. Nesvitsky stopped him and took him home. Rostov and Denisov drove away with the wounded Dolokhov. The latter lay silent in the sleigh with closed eyes and did not answer a word to the questions addressed to him. But on entering Moscow, he suddenly came to. Lifting his head with an effort, he took Rostov, who was sitting beside him, by the hand. Rostov was struck by the totally altered and unexpectedly rapturous and tender expression on Dolokhov's face. "Well, how do you feel?" he asked. "Bad, but it's not that, my friend," said Dolokhov with a gasping voice. "Where are we? In Moscow, I know. I don't matter, but I have killed her. Killed. She won't get over it. She won't survive." "Who?" asked Rostov. My mother, my angel, my adored angel mother," Dolokhov said. He pressed Rostov's hand and burst into tears. When he had become a little quieter, he explained to Rostov that he was living with his mother, who, if she saw him dying, would not survive it. He implored Rostov to go on and prepare her. Rostov went on ahead to do what was asked. To his great surprise, he learned that Dolokhov the brawler, Dolokhov the bully, lived in Moscow with an old mother and a hunchback sister, and was the most affectionate of sons and brothers. Let's turn to Chapter 6, which deals with the aftermath of the duel for Pierre. Chapter 6. Pierre's separation from Helene. Pierre had rarely seen his wife alone lately. Both in Petersburg and in Moscow, their house was always full of visitors. The night after the duel, he did not go to his bedroom. Instead, as he often did, he remained in his father's room, that huge room in which Count Bezukov had died. He lay down on the sofa, meaning to fall asleep and forget all that had happened, but he could not. Such a storm of feelings, thoughts, and memories suddenly arose within him that he could not fall asleep nor even remain in one place. He had to jump up and pace the room with rapid steps. Now he seemed to see her in the early days of their marriage, with bare shoulders and a languid, passionate look on her face. Then immediately he saw beside her Dolokhov's handsome, insolent, hard and mocking face as he had seen it at the banquet, and then that same face, pale, quivering, and suffering, as it had been when he reeled and sank on the snow. "What has happened?" he asked himself. "I have killed her lover. Yes, killed my wife's lover. Yes, that was it. And why? How did I come to do it?" An inner voice answered, "Because you married her." "But in what was I to blame?" he asked. "In marrying her without loving her, in deceiving yourself and her." And he vividly recalled that moment after supper at Prince Vasili's, when he spoke those words he had found so difficult to utter, "I love you." "It all comes from that. Even then I felt it," he thought. "I felt then that it was not so, that I had no right to do it, and so it turns out." He remembered his honeymoon and blushed at the recollection. Particularly vivid, humiliating, and shameful was the memory of how one day soon after his marriage, he came out of the bedroom into his study a little before noon in his silk dressing gown. He found his head steward there, who, bowing respectfully, looked into his face and at his dressing gown and smiled slightly, as if expressing respectful understanding of his employer's happiness. "But how often I have felt proud of her majestic beauty and social tact," he thought. "I have been proud of my house, in which she received all Petersburg, proud of her unapproachability and beauty. So this is what I was proud of. I then thought that I did not understand her. How often, when considering her character, I have told myself that I was to blame for not understanding her, for not understanding that constant composure and complacency and lack of all interests or desires, and the whole secret lies in the terrible truth that she is a depraved woman. Now I have spoken that terrible word to myself. All has become clear. Anatole used to come to borrow money from her and used to kiss her naked shoulders. She did not give him the money, but let herself be kissed. Her father in jest tried to rouse her jealousy, and she replied with a calm smile that she was not so stupid as to be jealous. Let him do what he pleases, she used to say of me. One day I asked her if she felt any symptoms of pregnancy. She laughed contemptuously and said she was not a fool to want to have children, and that she was not going to have any children by me. Then he recalled the coarseness and bluntness of her thoughts and the vulgarity of the expressions that were natural to her, though she had been brought up in the most aristocratic circles. I'm not such a fool. Just you try it on. Allez-vous promener, she used to say. Often, seeing the success she had with young and old men and women, Pierre could not understand why he did not love her. Yes, I never loved her, he said to himself. I knew she was a depraved woman, he repeated, but dared not admit it to myself. And now there's Dolokhov sitting in the snow with a forced smile and perhaps dying, while meeting my remorse with some forced bravado. Pierre was one of those people who, despite an appearance of what is called weak character, do not seek a confidant in their troubles. He digested his sufferings alone. It is all her fault, he said to himself. But what of that? Why did I bind myself to her? Why did I say, je vous aime to her, which was a lie and worse than a lie? I am guilty and must endure. What? A slur on my name? A misfortune for life? Oh, that's nonsense, he thought. The slur on my name and honor, that's all apart from myself. Louis XVI was executed because they said he was dishonorable and a criminal, came into Pierre's head. And from their point of view they were right, as were those two who canonized him and died a martyr's death for his sake. Then Robespierre was beheaded for being a despot. Who is right and who is wrong? No one. But if you are alive, live. Tomorrow you'll die as I might have died an hour ago. And is it worth tormenting oneself when one has only a moment of life in comparison with eternity? But at the moment when he imagined himself calmed by such reflections, she suddenly came into his mind as she was, at the moments when he had most strongly expressed his insincere love for her. He felt the blood rush to his heart and had to get up and move about and break and tear whatever came to his hand. Why did I tell her that je vous aime? He kept repeating to himself. And when he had said it for the 10th time, Molière's words occurred to him. Mais que diable allait-il faire dans cette galère? And he began to laugh at himself. In the night, he called his valet and told him to pack up to go to Petersburg. He could not imagine how he could speak to her now. He resolved to go away the next day and leave a letter informing her of his intention to part from her forever. The next morning, when the valet came into the room with his coffee, Pierre was lying asleep on the ottoman with an open book in his hand. He woke up and looked round for a while with a startled expression, unable to realize where he was. The Countess told me to inquire whether your Excellency was at home, said the valet. But before Pierre could decide what answer he would send, the Countess herself entered the room. She was wearing a white satin dressing gown embroidered with silver, and her hair was simply dressed in 2 immense plaits wound round her lovely head like a coronet. She was calm and majestic, except for a wrathful wrinkle on her rather prominent marble brow. With her imperturbable calm, she did not begin to speak in front of the valet. She knew of the duel and had come to speak about it. She waited till the valet had set down the coffee things and left the room. Pierre looked at her timidly over his spectacles. Like a hare surrounded by hounds who lays back her ears and crouches motionless before her enemies, he tried to continue reading. But feeling this to be senseless and impossible, he again glanced timidly at her. She did not sit down but looked at him with a contemptuous smile, waiting for the valet to go. Well, what's this now? What have you been up to now, I should like to know, she asked sternly. What have I? Stammered Pierre. So it seems you're a hero, eh? Come now, what was this duel about? What is it meant to prove? What, I ask you? Pierre turned over heavily on the ottoman and opened his mouth, but could not reply. If you won't answer, I'll tell you, Helene went on. You believe everything you're told. You were told, Helene laughed, that Dolokhov was my lover. She said this in French with her coarse plainness of speech, uttering the word amant as casually as any other word. And you believed it. Well, what have you proved? What does this duel prove? That you're a fool, que vous êtes un sot, but everybody knew that. What will be the result? That I shall be the laughingstock of all Moscow. That everyone will say that you, drunk and not knowing what you were about, challenged a man you are jealous of without cause. Helene raised her voice and became more and more excited. A man who's a better man than you in every way. Growled Pierre, frowning without looking at her and not moving a muscle. And how could you believe he was my lover? Why? Because I like his company? If you were cleverer and more agreeable, I should prefer yours. Don't speak to me, I beg you, muttered Pierre hoarsely. Why shouldn't I speak? I can speak as I like, and I tell you plainly that there are not many wives with husbands such as you who would not have taken lovers, but I have not done so, said she. Pierre wished to say something, looked at her with eyes whose strange expression she did not understand, and lay down again. He was suffering physically at that moment. There was a weight on his chest and he could not breathe. He knew that he must do something to put an end to this suffering, but what he wanted to do was too terrible. We had better separate, he muttered in a broken voice. Separate, very well, but only if you give me a fortune, said Helene. Separate, that's a thing to frighten me with. Pierre leaped up from the sofa and rushed staggering toward her. I'll kill you, he shouted. Seizing the marble top of a table with a strength he had never before felt, he made a step toward her, brandishing the slab. Helene's face became terrible. She shrieked and sprang aside. His father's nature showed itself in Pierre. He felt the fascination and delight of frenzy. He flung down the slab, broke it, and swooping down on her, with outstretched hands shouted, "Get out!" in such a terrible voice that the whole house heard it with horror. God knows what he would have done at that moment, had Helene not fled from the room. A week later, Pierre gave his wife full power to control all his estates in Great Russia, which formed the larger part of his property, and left for Petersburg alone. Chapter 7 shifts our focus back to Bald Hills. Chapter 7, Andrew considered dead. 2 months had passed since the news of the Battle of Austerlitz, and the loss of Prince Andrew had reached Bald Hills. In spite of letters sent through the embassy and all the searches made, his body had not been found, nor was he on the list of prisoners. What was worst of all for his family was the possibility that he might have been picked up on the battlefield by local people. He could be lying somewhere, recovering or dying, alone among strangers, and unable to send news of himself. The gazettes, from which the old prince first heard of the defeat at Austerlitz, stated very briefly and vaguely that after brilliant engagements, the Russians had had to retreat but had made their withdrawal in perfect order. From this official report, the old prince understood that our army had been defeated. A week after the Gazette report, a letter came from Kutuzov, informing the prince of the fate that had befallen his son. Your son, wrote Kutuzov, fell before my eyes, a standard in his hand and at the head of a regiment. He fell as a hero, worthy of his father and his fatherland. To the great regret of myself and of the whole army, it is still uncertain whether he is alive or not. I comfort myself and you with the hope that your son is alive, for otherwise he would have been mentioned among the officers found on the field of battle, a list of whom has been sent to me under a flag of truce. After receiving this news late in the evening, when he was alone in his study, the old prince went for his walk as usual the next morning. But he was silent with his steward, the gardener, and the architect. Though he looked very grim, he said nothing to anyone. When Princess Mary went to him at the usual hour, he was working at his lathe, and as usual, did not look round at her. "Ah, Princess Mary!" he said suddenly in an unnatural voice, throwing down his chisel. The wheel of the lathe continued to revolve by its own momentum, and Princess Mary long remembered the dying creak of that wheel, which merged in her memory with what followed. She approached him, saw his face, and something gave way within her. Her eyes grew dim. By the expression on her father's face, not sad, not crushed, but angry and working unnaturally, she saw that a terrible misfortune was hanging over her, about to crush her. It was the worst kind of misfortune, one she had not yet experienced, irreparable and incomprehensible, the death of someone she loved. "Father, Andrew," said the ungraceful, awkward princess, with such an indescribable charm of sorrow and self-forgetfulness that her father could not bear her look. He turned away with a sob. "Bad news. He's not among the prisoners, nor among the killed. Kutuzov writes," he said, and then he screamed as piercingly as if he wished to drive her away with that scream. "Killed!" The princess did not fall down or faint. She was already pale, but on hearing these words, her face changed and something brightened in her beautiful, radiant eyes. It was as if joy, a supreme joy apart from the joys and sorrows of this world, overflowed the great grief within her. She forgot all fear of her father, went up to him, took his hand and drawing him down, put her arm round his thin, scraggy neck. "Father," she said, "do not turn away from me. Let us weep together." "Scoundrels! Blackguards!" shrieked the old man, turning his face away from her. "Destroying the army, destroying the men, and why? Go and tell Lise." The princess sank helplessly into an armchair beside her father and wept. She saw her brother now as he had been when he took leave of her and of Lise, his look tender yet proud. She saw him tender and amused as he was when he put on the little icon. Did he believe? Had he repented of his unbelief? Was he now there? There in the realms of eternal peace and blessedness? She thought. "Father, tell me how it happened," she asked through her tears. Go, killed in battle where the best of Russian men and Russia's glory were led to destruction. Go, Princess Mary, go and tell Lise. I will follow." When Princess Mary returned from her father, the little princess, Lise, sat working. She looked up with that curious expression of inner, happy calm peculiar to pregnant women. It was clear that her eyes did not see Princess Mary, but were looking within herself, at something joyful and mysterious taking place. "Mary," she said, moving away from the embroidery frame and lying back, "give me your hand." She took her sister-in-law's hand and held it below her waist. Her eyes were smiling expectantly. Her downy lip rose and remained lifted in childlike happiness. Princess Mary knelt down before her and hid her face in the folds of her sister-in-law's dress. There, do you feel it? I feel so strange. And do you know, Mary, I am going to love him very much," said Lise, looking with bright and happy eyes at her sister-in-law. Princess Mary could not lift her head. She was weeping. "What is the matter, Mary?" Lise asked. "Nothing, only I feel sad about Andrew," she said, wiping away her tears on her sister-in-law's knee. Several times that morning, Princess Mary tried to prepare her sister-in-law, and every time she began to cry. Unobservant as the little princess was, these tears agitated her. She didn't understand their cause. She said nothing but looked about uneasily, as if in search of something. Before dinner, the old prince, of whom she was always afraid, came into her room with a peculiarly restless and malign expression and went out again without a word. She looked at Princess Mary, then sat thinking for a while with that expression of attention to something within her, and suddenly began to cry. "Has anything come from Andrew?" she asked. "No, you know it's too soon for news, but my father is anxious and I feel afraid." "So there's nothing?" "Nothing," answered Princess Mary, looking firmly with her radiant eyes at her sister-in-law. She had decided not to tell her, and had persuaded her father to hide the terrible news from her until after her confinement, which was expected within a few days. Princess Mary and the old prince each bore and hid their grief in their own way. The old prince would not cherish any hope. He made up his mind that Prince Andrew had been killed. Though he sent an official to Austria to search for traces of his son, he ordered a monument from Moscow, which he intended to erect in his own garden to his memory. He told everybody that his son had been killed. He tried not to change his former way of life, but his strength failed him. He walked less, ate less, slept less, and became weaker every day. Princess Mary hoped. She prayed for her brother as if he were living and was always awaiting news of his return. In Chapter 8, a moment of crisis and unexpected return. Chapter 8, Lisa's confinement. Andrew arrives. "Dearest," said the little princess after breakfast on the morning of the 19th of March. Her downy little lip rose from old habit. But ever since the terrible news had come, sorrow was manifest in every smile, every word, and even every footstep in that house. So now the smile of the little princess, influenced by the general mood, though without knowing its cause, only reminded one more of the general sorrow. "Dearest, I'm afraid this morning's breakfast has disagreed with me." "What is the matter with you, my darling? You look pale. Oh, you are very pale," said Princess Mary in alarm, running with her soft, ponderous steps up to her sister-in-law. "Your Excellency, should not Mary Bogdanovna be sent for?" said one of the maids who was present. Mary Bogdanovna was a midwife from the neighboring town, who had been at Bald Hills for the last 2 weeks. "Oh yes," assented Princess Mary. "Perhaps that's it. I'll go. Courage, my angel." She kissed Lise and was about to leave the room. "Oh, no, no." And besides the pallor and the physical suffering on the little princess' face, an expression of childish fear of inevitable pain showed itself. "No, it's only indigestion. Say it's only indigestion. Say so, Mary, say." And the little princess began to cry capriciously like a suffering child and to wring her little hands, even with some affectation. Princess Mary ran out of the room to fetch Mary Bogdanovna. "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu! Oh!" she heard as she left the room. The midwife was already on her way to meet her, rubbing her small, plump white hands with an air of calm importance. "Mary Bogdanovna, I think it's beginning," said Princess Mary, looking at the midwife with wide-open eyes of alarm. "Well, the Lord be thanked, Princess," said Mary Bogdanovna, not hastening her steps. "You young ladies should not know anything about it." "But how is it the doctor from Moscow is not here yet?" said the princess. In accordance with Lisa's and Prince Andrew's wishes, they had sent to Moscow for a doctor in good time and were expecting him at any moment. "No matter, Princess, don't be alarmed," said Mary Bogdanovna. "We'll manage very well without a doctor." 5 minutes later, Princess Mary from her room heard something heavy being carried by. She looked out. The men servants were carrying the large leather sofa from Prince Andrew's study into the bedroom. On their faces was a quiet and solemn look. Princess Mary sat alone in her room, listening to the sounds in the house. Now and then she opened her door when someone passed and watched what was going on in the passage. Some women passing with quiet steps in and out of the bedroom glanced at the princess and turned away. She did not dare to ask any questions and shut the door again. She now sat down in her easy chair, now took her prayer book, now knelt before the icon stand. To her surprise and distress, she found that her prayers did not calm her excitement. Suddenly her door opened softly, and her old nurse, Praskovya Savishna, appeared on the threshold with a shawl round her head. The old prince had forbidden her from coming to that room, so she hardly ever did. "I've come to sit with you a bit, Masha," said the nurse. "And here I've brought the prince's wedding candles to light before his saint, my angel," she said with a sigh. "Oh, nurse, I'm so glad. God is merciful, Bertie." The nurse lit the gilt candles before the icons and sat down by the door with her knitting. Princess Mary took a book and began reading. Only when footsteps or voices were heard did they look at one another, the princess anxious and inquiring, the nurse encouraging. Everyone in the house was dominated by the same feeling that Princess Mary experienced. But owing to the superstition that the fewer people who know of it, the less a woman in labor suffers, everyone tried to pretend not to know. No one spoke of it. Apart from the ordinary staid and respectful manners habitual in the prince's household, a common anxiety, a softening of the heart, and a consciousness that something great and mysterious was being accomplished at that moment made itself felt. There was no laughter in the maids' large hall. In the men servants' hall, all sat waiting, silently and alert. In the outlying serfs' quarters, torches and candles were burning, and no one slept. The old prince, stepping on his heels, paced up and down his study and sent his servant Tikhon to ask Mary Bogdanovna for news. "Say only that the prince told me to ask, and come and tell me her answer." "Inform the prince that labor has begun," said Mary Bogdanovna, giving the messenger a significant look. Tikhon went and told the prince. "Very good," said the prince, closing the door behind him. Tikhon did not hear the slightest sound from the study after that. After a while, he re-entered it as if to snuff the candles. Seeing the prince was lying on the sofa, he looked at him, noticed his perturbed face, shook his head, and going up to him silently kissed him on the shoulder and left the room. The most solemn mystery in the world continued its course. Evening passed, night came, and the feeling of suspense and softening of heart in the presence of the unfathomable did not lessen but increased. No one slept. It was one of those March nights when winter seems to wish to resume its sway and scatters its last snows and storms with desperate fury. A relay of horses had been sent up the high road to meet the German doctor from Moscow, and men on horseback with lanterns were sent to the crossroads to guide him. Princess Mary had long since put aside her book. She sat silent, her luminous eyes fixed on her nurse's wrinkled face, on the lock of gray hair that escaped from under her kerchief, and the loose skin that hung under her chin. Nurse Savishna, knitting in hand, was telling in low tones what she had told hundreds of times before, how the late princess had given birth to Princess Mary in Kishinev, with only a Moldavian peasant woman to help. God is merciful. Doctors are never needed, she said. Suddenly, a gust of wind beat violently against the window. It forced open a loosely closed latch, set the damask curtain flapping, and blew out the candle with its chill, snowy draught. Princess Mary shuddered. Her nurse put down her knitting, went to the window, and leaning out, tried to catch the open casement. The cold wind flapped the ends of her kerchief and her loose locks of gray hair. "Princess, my dear, there's someone driving up the avenue," she said, holding the casement. "With lanterns. Most likely the doctor." "Oh my God, thank God," said Princess Mary. "I must go and meet him. He does not know Russian." Princess Mary threw a shawl over her head and ran to meet the newcomer. As she was crossing the anteroom, she saw through the window a carriage with lanterns standing at the entrance. She went out on the stairs. On a banister post stood a tallow candle, which guttered in the draught. On the landing below, Philip, the footman, stood looking scared and holding another candle. Still lower, one could hear the footstep of someone in thick felt boots, and a familiar voice was saying something. "Thank God," said the voice. "And father?" "Gone to bed," replied the voice of Demian, the house steward. Then the voice said something more. Demian replied, and the steps in the felt boots approached the bend of the staircase more rapidly. "It's Andrew," thought Princess Mary. "No, it can't be. That would be too extraordinary." And at the very moment she thought this, the face and figure of Prince Andrew appeared on the landing. He was in a fur cloak, its deep collar covered with snow. Yes, it was he, pale, thin, with a changed and strangely softened but agitated expression on his face. He came up the stairs and embraced his sister. "You did not get my letter?" he asked. Not waiting for a reply, which he would not have received, for the princess was unable to speak, he turned back. He rapidly mounted the stairs again with the doctor who had entered the hall after him. They had met at the last post station. He embraced his sister again. "What a strange fate, Masha, darling." And having taken off his cloak and felt boots, he went to the little princess's apartment. Chapter 9 is a somber one, detailing the birth and the death that follows. Chapter 9, Death of Lise. The little princess lay supported by pillows, with a white cap on her head. The pains had just left her. Strands of her black hair lay round her inflamed and perspiring cheeks. Her charming rosy mouth with its downy lip was open, and she was smiling joyfully. Prince Andrew entered and paused facing her at the foot of the sofa on which she was lying. Her glittering eyes, filled with childlike fear and excitement, rested on him without changing their expression. "I love you all and have done no harm to anyone. Why must I suffer so? Help me," her look seemed to say. She saw her husband, but did not realize the significance of his appearance before her now. Prince Andrew went round the sofa and kissed her forehead. "My darling," he said, a word he had never used to her before, "God is merciful." She looked at him inquiringly and with childlike reproach. "I expected help from you, and I get none from you either," her eyes seemed to say. She was not surprised at his having come. She did not realize that he had come. His coming had nothing to do with her sufferings or with their relief. The pangs began again, and Mary Bogdanovna advised Prince Andrew to leave the room. The doctor entered. Prince Andrew went out, and meeting Princess Mary again joined her. They began talking in whispers, but their talk broke off at every moment. They waited and listened. "Go, dear," said Princess Mary. Prince Andrew went again to his wife and sat waiting in the room next to hers. A woman came from the bedroom with a frightened face and became confused when she saw Prince Andrew. He covered his face with his hands and remained so for some minutes. Piteous, helpless, animal moans came through the door. Prince Andrew got up, went to the door, and tried to open it. Someone was holding it shut. "You can't come in! You can't!" said a terrified voice from within. He began pacing the room. The screaming ceased, and a few more seconds went by. Then suddenly a terrible shriek came from the bedroom. It could not be hers. She could not scream like that. Prince Andrew ran to the door. The scream ceased, and he heard the wail of an infant. "What have they taken a baby in there for?" thought Prince Andrew in the first second. A baby? What baby? Why is there a baby there? Or is the baby born? Then suddenly he realized the joyful significance of that wail. Tears choked him, and leaning his elbows on the windowsill, he began to cry, sobbing like a child. The door opened. The doctor, with his shirt sleeves tucked up, without a coat, pale and with a trembling jaw, came out of the room. Prince Andrew turned to him, but the doctor gave him a bewildered look and passed by without a word. A woman rushed out and, seeing Prince Andrew, stopped, hesitating on the threshold. He went into his wife's room. She was lying dead, in the same position he had seen her in 5 minutes before. Despite the fixed eyes and the pallor of the cheeks, the same expression was on her charming childlike face, with its upper lip covered with tiny black hair. "I love you all and have done no harm to anyone. And what have you done to me?" said her charming, pathetic, dead face. In a corner of the room, something red and tiny gave a grunt and squealed in Mary Bogdanovna's trembling white hands. 2 hours later, Prince Andrew, stepping softly, went into his father's room. The old man already knew everything. He was standing close to the door, and as soon as it opened, his rough old arms closed like a vice round his son's neck, and without a word he began to sob like a child. 3 days later, the little princess was buried. Prince Andrew went up the steps to where the coffin stood to give her the farewell kiss, and there in the coffin was the same face, though with closed eyes. "Ah, what have you done to me?" it still seemed to say. Prince Andrew felt that something gave way in his soul, and that he was guilty of a sin he could neither remedy nor forget. He could not weep. The old man too came up and kissed the waxen little hands that lay quietly crossed one on the other on her breast. To him too her face seemed to say, "Ah, what have you done to me, and why?" And at the sight the old man turned angrily away. Another 5 days passed, and then the young Prince Nicholas Andreevich was baptized. The wet nurse supported the coverlet with her chin, while the priest with a goose feather anointed the boy's little red and wrinkled soles and palms. His grandfather, who was his godfather, trembling and afraid of dropping him, carried the infant round the battered tin font and handed him over to the godmother, Princess Mary. Prince Andrew sat in another room, faint with fear lest the baby should be drowned in the font, and awaited the end of the ceremony. He looked up joyfully at the baby when the nurse brought it to him, and nodded approval when she told him that the wax with the baby's hair had not sunk in the font but had floated. Let's return to the Rostovs in Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Denisov and Dolokhov at the Rostovs. Rostov's part in Dolokhov's duel with Bezukhov was hushed up by the efforts of the old count. Instead of being demoted to the ranks as he expected, he was appointed an adjutant to the Governor-General of Moscow. As a result, he could not go to the country with the rest of the family but was kept all summer in Moscow by his new duties. Dolokhov recovered, and Rostov became very friendly with him during his convalescence. Dolokhov lay ill at his mother's home. She loved him passionately and tenderly. Old Mary Ivanovna, who had grown fond of Rostov for his friendship to her Fedya, often talked to him about her son. "Yes, Count," she would say, "he is too noble and pure-souled for our present depraved world. No one now loves virtue. It seems like a reproach to everyone. Now tell me, Count, was it right, was it honorable of Bezikov? And Fedya, with his noble spirit, loved him and even now never says a word against him. Those pranks in Petersburg when they played some tricks on a policeman, didn't they do it together? And there, Bezikov got off scot-free, while Fedya had to bear the whole burden on his shoulders. Fancy what he had to go through. It's true he has been reinstated, but how could they fail to do that? I think there were not many such gallant sons of the fatherland out there as he. And now, this duel, have these people no feeling or honor? Knowing him to be an only son, to challenge him and shoot so straight. It's well God had mercy on us. And what was it for? Who doesn't have intrigues nowadays? Why, if he was so jealous, as I see things, he should have shown it sooner, but he lets it go on for months. And then to call him out, reckoning on Fedya not fighting because he owed him money. What baseness, what meanness. I know you understand Fedya, my dear Count. That, believe me, is why I am so fond of you. Few people do understand him. He is such a lofty, heavenly soul. Dólokhov himself, during his convalescence, spoke to Rostov in a way no one would have expected of him. I know people consider me a bad man, he said. Let them. I don't care a straw about anyone but those I love. But those I love so that I would give my life for them, and the others I'd throttle if they stood in my way. I have an adored, a priceless mother, and 2 or 3 friends, you among them. And as for the rest, I only care about them in so far as they are harmful or useful. And most of them are harmful, especially the women. He continued, Yes, dear boy, I have met loving, noble, high-minded men, but I have not yet met any women, countesses or cooks, who were not venal. I have not yet met that divine purity and devotion I look for in women. If I found such a one, I'd give my life for her. But those, and he made a gesture of contempt. And believe me, if I still value my life, it is only because I still hope to meet such a divine creature who will regenerate, purify, and elevate me. But you don't understand it. Oh, yes, I quite understand, answered Rostov, who was under his new friend's influence. In the autumn, the Rostovs returned to Moscow. Early in the winter, Denisov also came back and stayed with them. The first half of the winter of 1806, which Nicholas Rostov spent in Moscow, was one of the happiest, merriest times for him and the whole family. Nicholas brought many young men to his parents' house. Vera was a handsome girl of 20, Sonia a girl of 16 with all the charm of an opening flower, Natasha, half grown up and half child, was now childishly amusing, now girlishly enchanting. At that time in the Rostovs' house, there prevailed an amorous atmosphere characteristic of homes where there are very young and very charming girls. Every young man who came to the house experienced the same feeling. Seeing those impressionable, smiling young faces, feeling the eager bustle around him, and hearing the fitful bursts of song and music and the friendly prattle of young girls full of hope, he shared with the young Rostovs a readiness to fall in love and an expectation of happiness. Among the young men introduced by Rostov, one of the first was Dólokhov, whom everyone in the house liked except Natasha. She almost quarreled with her brother about him. She insisted that he was a bad man, and that in the duel with Bezikov, Pierre was right and Dólokhov wrong. Furthermore, she found him disagreeable and unnatural. There's nothing for me to understand, she cried out with resolute self-will. He is wicked and heartless. There now, I like your Denisov, though he is a rake and all that, still I like him. So you see, I do understand. I don't know how to put it. With this one, everything is calculated, and I don't like that. But Denisov... Oh, Denisov is quite different, replied Nicholas, implying that even Denisov was nothing compared to Dólokhov. You must understand what a soul there is in Dólokhov. You should see him with his mother. What a heart! Well, I don't know about that, but I am uncomfortable with him. And do you know he has fallen in love with Sonia? What nonsense, said Nicholas. I'm certain of it, you'll see. Natasha's prediction proved true. Dólokhov, who did not usually care for the society of ladies, began to come often to the house. The question of for whose sake he came was soon settled, though no one spoke of it. He came because of Sonia. And Sonia, though she would never have dared to say so, knew it and blushed scarlet every time Dólokhov appeared. Dolokhov often dined at the Rostovs, never missed a performance at which they were present, and went to Yogzhel's balls for young people, which the Rostovs always attended. He was pointedly attentive to Sonia and looked at her in such a way that not only could she not bear his glances without coloring, but even the old countess and Natasha blushed when they saw his looks. It was evident that this strange, strong man was under the irresistible influence of the dark, graceful girl who loved another. Rostov noticed something new in Dolokhov's relations with Sonia, but he did not explain to himself what these new relations were. They're always in love with someone, he thought of Sonia and Natasha, but he was not as much at ease with Sonia and Dolokhov as before, and was less frequently at home. In the autumn of 1806, everybody had again begun talking of the war with Napoleon with even greater warmth than the year before. Orders were given to raise recruits, 10 men in every 1,000 for the regular army, and 9 men in every 1,000 for the militia. Everywhere Bonaparte was condemned, and in Moscow nothing but the coming war was talked of. For the Rostov family, the whole interest of these preparations lay in the fact that Nicholas would not hear of remaining in Moscow. He only awaited the end of Denisov's furlough after Christmas to return with him to their regiment. His approaching departure did not prevent him from amusing himself, but rather gave zest to his pleasures. He spent the greater part of his time away from home, at dinners, parties, and balls. Now for Chapter 11, where a proposal is made and rejected. Chapter 11. Sonia declines Dolokhov's proposal. On the 3rd day after Christmas, Nicholas dined at home, a thing he had rarely done of late. It was a grand farewell dinner, as he and Denisov were leaving to join their regiment after Epiphany. About 20 people were present, including Dolokhov and Denisov. Never had love been so much in the air, and never had the amorous atmosphere made itself so strongly felt in the Rostovs' house as at this holiday time. Seize the moments of happiness, love, and be loved. That is the only reality in the world. All else is folly, said the spirit of the place. Nicholas, having as usual exhausted 2 pairs of horses without visiting all the places he meant to go, returned home just before dinner. As soon as he entered, he felt the tension of the amorous air in the house and noticed a curious embarrassment among some of those present. Sonia, Dolokhov, and the old countess were especially disturbed, and to a lesser degree Natasha. Nicholas understood that something must have happened between Sonia and Dolokhov before dinner. With his natural sensitivity, he was very gentle and wary with them both during the meal. On that same evening, there was to be one of the balls that the dancing master, Iogel, gave for his pupils during the holidays. "Nicholas, will you come to Iogel's? Please do," said Natasha. "He asked you, and Vasily Dmitritch is also going." "Where would I not go at the Countess' command?" said Denisov, who had jocularly assumed the role of Natasha's knight at the Rostovs. "I'm even weedy to dance the pas de chaleur." "If I have time," answered Nicholas, "but I promised the Arkarovs they have a party." "And you?" he asked Dolokhov, but as soon as he had asked the question, he noticed that it should not have been put. "Perhaps," coldly and angrily replied Dolokhov, glancing at Sonia. Scowling, he gave Nicholas a look just like the one he had given Pierre at the club dinner. "There is something up," thought Nicholas. He was further confirmed in this when Dolokhov left immediately after dinner. He called Natasha and asked her what was the matter. "And I was looking for you," said Natasha, running out to him. "I told you, but you would not believe it," she said triumphantly. "He has proposed to Sonia." Little as Nicholas had occupied himself with Sonia of late, something seemed to give way within him at this news. Dolokhov was a suitable and in some respects a brilliant match for the dowerless orphan girl. From the point of view of the old countess and of society, it was out of the question for her to refuse him. And therefore, Nicholas's first feeling on hearing the news was one of anger with Sonia. He tried to say, "That's capital. Of course she'll forget her childish promises and accept the offer." But before he had time to say it, Natasha began again. "And fancy, she refused him quite definitely," she said, adding after a pause, "She told him she loved another." "Yes, my Sonia could not have done otherwise," thought Nicholas. Much as Mama pressed her, she refused, and I know she won't change once she has said, Natasha continued. And Mama pressed her, said Nicholas reproachfully. Yes, said Natasha. Do you know, Nicholas, don't be angry, but I know you will not marry her. I know, heaven knows how, but I know for certain that you won't marry her. Now you don't know that at all, said Nicholas. But I must talk to her. What a darling Sonia is, he added with a smile. Ah, she is indeed a darling. I'll send her to you. And Natasha kissed her brother and ran away. A minute later, Sonia came in with a frightened, guilty, and scared look. Nicholas went up to her and kissed her hand. This was the first time since his return that they had talked alone and about their love. Sophie, he began, timidly at first and then more and more boldly, if you wish to refuse one who is not only a brilliant and advantageous match but a splendid, noble fellow, he is my friend. Sonia interrupted him. I have already refused, she said hurriedly. If you are refusing for my sake, I am afraid that I... Sonia again interrupted, giving him an imploring, frightened look. Nicholas, don't tell me that, she said. No, but I must. It may be arrogant of me, but still it is best to say it. If you refuse him on my account, I must tell you the whole truth. I love you, and I think I love you more than anyone else. That is enough for me, said Sonia, blushing. No, but I have been in love 1,000 times and shall fall in love again, though for no one have I such a feeling of friendship, confidence, and love as I have for you. Then I am young. Mamma does not wish it. In a word, I make no promise. And I beg you to consider Dólokhov's offer, he said, articulating his friend's name with difficulty. Don't say that to me. I want nothing. I love you as a brother and always shall, and I want nothing more. You are an angel. I am not worthy of you, but I am afraid of misleading you. And Nicholas again kissed her hand. Chapter 12 takes us to a lively ball. Chapter 12, Iogel's ball, Denisov's mazurka. Iogel's balls were the most enjoyable in Moscow. That's what the mothers said as they watched their young people executing their newly learned steps. And that's what the youths and maidens themselves said as they danced until they were ready to drop. Even the grown-up young men and women who came to these balls with an air of condescension found them most enjoyable. That year, 2 marriages had come from these balls. The 2 pretty young princesses Gorchakov met suitors there and were married, further increasing the fame of the dances. What distinguished these balls from others was the absence of a host or hostess. Instead, there was the good-natured Iogel, flying about like a feather and bowing according to the rules of his art as he collected tickets from all his visitors. Another distinction was that only those came who wished to dance and amuse themselves, like girls of 13 and 14 wearing long dresses for the first time. With scarcely any exceptions, they all were, or seemed to be, pretty, so rapturous were their smiles and so sparkling their eyes. Sometimes the best of the pupils, of whom the exceptionally graceful Natasha was first, even danced the pas de châle. But at this last ball, only the écossaise, the anglaise, and the mazurka, which was just coming into fashion, were danced. Iogel had taken a ballroom in Bezukov's house, and the ball, as everyone said, was a great success. There were many pretty girls, and the Rostov girls were among the prettiest. They were both particularly happy and gay. That evening, Sonia was proud of Dólokhov's proposal, her refusal, and her explanation with Nicholas. She twirled about before she left home so that the maid could hardly get her hair plaited, and she was transparently radiant with impulsive joy. Natasha was no less proud of her first long dress and of being at a real ball. She was even happier. They were both dressed in white muslin with pink ribbons. Natasha fell in love the very moment she entered the ballroom. She was not in love with anyone in particular, but with everyone. Whatever person she happened to look at, she was in love with for that moment. "Oh, how delightful it is," she kept saying, running up to Sonia. Nicholas and Denisov were walking up and down, looking with kindly patronage at the dancers. "How sweet she is. She will be a real beauty," said Denisov. "Who?" asked Nicholas. "Countess Natasha," answered Denisov. "And how she dances, what grace," he said again after a pause. "Who are you talking about?" "About your sister," ejaculated Denisov testily. Ross smiled. Little Iogel came up to Nicholas. "My dear Count, you were one of my best pupils. You must dance," he said. "Look how many charming young ladies." He turned with the same request to Denisov, who was also a former pupil of his. "No, my dear fellow, I'll be a wallflower," said Denisov. "Don't you recollect what bad use I made of your lessons?" "Oh no," said Iogel, hastening to reassure him. "You were only inattentive, but you had talent. Oh yes, you had talent." The band struck up the newly introduced mazurka. Nicholas could not refuse Iogel and asked Sonia to dance. Denisov sat down by the old ladies. Leaning on his saber and beating time with his foot, he told them something funny and kept them amused while he watched the young people dancing. Iogel with Natasha, his pride and his best pupil, were the first couple. Noiselessly, skillfully stepping with his little feet in low shoes, Iogel flew first across the hall with Natasha. Though shy, she went on carefully executing her steps. Denisov did not take his eyes off her and beat time with his saber in a way that clearly indicated that if he was not dancing, it was because he would not because he could not. In the middle of a figure, he beckoned to Rostov, who was passing. "This is not at all the thing," he said. "What sort of Polish mazurka is this? But she does dance splendidly." Knowing that Denisov had a reputation even in Poland for the masterly way in which he danced the mazurka, Nicholas ran up to Natasha. "Go and choose Denisov. He is a real dancer, a wonder," he said. When it came to Natasha's turn to choose a partner, she rose. Tripping rapidly across in her little shoes trimmed with bows, she ran timidly to the corner where Denisov sat. She saw that everybody was looking at her and waiting. Nicholas saw that Denisov was refusing, though he smiled delightedly. He ran up to them. "Please, Vasily Dmitrich," Natasha was saying, "do come." "Oh no, let me off, Countess," Denisov replied. "Now then, Vaska," said Nicholas. "They coax me as if I were Vaska the cat," said Denisov jokingly. "I'll sing for you a whole evening," said Natasha. "Oh, the Faiwi! She can do anything with me," said Denisov, and he unhooked his saber. He came out from behind the chairs, clasped his partner's hand firmly, threw back his head, and advanced his foot, waiting for the beat. Only on horseback and in the mazurka was Denisov's short stature not noticeable, and he looked the fine fellow he felt himself to be. At the right beat of the music, he looked sideways at his partner with a merry and triumphant air. Suddenly, he stamped with one foot, bounded from the floor like a ball, and flew round the room, taking his partner with him. He glided silently on one foot half across the room. Seeming not to notice the chairs, he was dashing straight at them, when suddenly, clinking his spurs and spreading out his legs, he stopped short on his heels. He stood so for a second, stamped on the spot clanking his spurs, whirled rapidly round, and striking his left heel against his right, flew round again in a circle. Natasha guessed what he meant to do, and abandoning herself to him, followed his lead, hardly knowing how. First, he spun her round, holding her now with his left, now with his right hand. Then, falling on one knee, he twirled her round him. Again jumping up, he dashed so impetuously forward that it seemed as if he would rush through the whole suite of rooms without drawing breath. Then he suddenly stopped and performed some new and unexpected steps. When at last, smartly whirling his partner round in front of her chair, he drew up with a click of his spurs and bowed to her, Natasha did not even make him a curtsy. She fixed her eyes on him in amazement, smiling as if she did not recognize him. "What does this mean?" she brought out. Although Iogel did not acknowledge this to be the real mazurka, everyone was delighted with Denisov's skill. He was asked again and again as a partner, and the old men began smilingly to talk about Poland and the good old days. Denisov, flushed after the mazurka and mopping himself with his handkerchief, sat down by Natasha and did not leave her for the rest of the evening. In Chapter 13, the mood shifts dramatically. Chapter 13, Nicholas loses 43,000 rubles to Dolokhov. For 2 days after that, Rostov did not see Dolokhov at his own or at Dolokhov's home. On the third day, he received a note from him. "As I do not intend to be at your house again for reasons you know of, and am going to rejoin my regiment, I am giving a farewell supper tonight to my friends. Come to the English Hotel." About 10 o'clock, Rostov went to the English hotel straight from the theater, where he had been with his family and Denisov. He was at once shown to the best room, which Dolokhov had taken for that evening. Some 20 men were gathered round a table at which Dolokhov sat between two candles. On the table was a pile of gold and paper money, and he was keeping the bank. Rostov had not seen him since his proposal and Sonia's refusal, and felt uncomfortable at the thought of how they would meet. Dolokhov's clear, cold glance met Rostov as soon as he entered the door, as though he had long expected him. "It's a long time since we met," he said. "Thanks for coming. I'll just finish dealing, and then Ilyushka will come with his chorus." "I called once or twice at your house," said Rostov, reddening. Dolokhov made no reply. "You may punt," he said. Rostov recalled at that moment a strange conversation he had once had with Dolokhov. "None but fools trust to luck in play," Dolokhov had then said. "Or are you afraid to play with me?" Dolokhov now asked, as if guessing Rostov's thought. Beneath his smile, Rostov saw in him the mood he had shown at the club dinner and at other times, when, as if tired of everyday life, he had felt a need to escape from it by some strange and usually cruel action. Rostov felt ill at ease. He tried, but failed, to find some joke with which to reply to Dolokhov's words. But before he had thought of anything, Dolokhov, looking straight in his face, said slowly and deliberately so that everyone could hear, "Do you remember we had a talk about cards? He's a fool who trusts to luck, one should make certain, and I want to try." To try his luck or the certainty? Rostov asked himself. "Well, you'd better not play," Dolokhov added, and springing a new pack of cards said, "Bank, gentlemen!" Moving the money forward, he prepared to deal. Rostov sat down by his side and at first did not play. Dolokhov kept glancing at him. "Why don't you play?" he asked. And strange to say, Nicholas felt that he could not help taking up a card, putting a small stake on it and beginning to play. "I have no money with me," he said. "I'll trust you." Rostov staked 5 rubles on a card and lost, staked again and again lost. Dolokhov beat 10 of Rostov's cards in a row. "Gentlemen," said Dolokhov after he had dealt for some time, "please place your money on the cards, or I may get muddled in the reckoning." One of the players said he hoped he might be trusted. "Yes, you might, but I am afraid of getting the accounts mixed. So I ask you to put the money on your cards," replied Dolokhov. "Don't stint yourself, we'll settle afterwards," he added, turning to Rostov. The game continued. A waiter kept handing round champagne. All of Rostov's cards were beaten, and he had 800 rubles scored up against him. He wrote 800 rubles on a card, but while the waiter filled his glass, he changed his mind and altered it to his usual stake of 20 rubles. "Leave it," said Dolokhov, though he did not seem to be even looking at Rostov. "You'll win it back all the sooner. I lose to the others, but win from you. Or are you afraid of me?" he asked again. Rostov submitted. He let the 800 remain and laid down a 7 of hearts with a torn corner, which he had picked up from the floor. He well remembered that 7 afterwards. He laid down the 7 of hearts, on which he had written 800 rubles in clear figures with a broken bit of chalk. He emptied the glass of warm champagne that was handed him, smiled at Dolokhov's words, and with a sinking heart, waited for a 7 to turn up. He gazed at Dolokhov's hands which held the pack. Much depended on Rostov's winning or losing on that 7 of hearts. The previous Sunday, the old count had given his son 2,000 rubles. Though he always disliked speaking of money difficulties, he had told Nicholas that this was all he could let him have till May, and asked him to be more economical. Nicholas had replied that it would be more than enough for him, and that he gave his word of honor not to take anything more till the spring. Now only 1,200 rubles was left of that money. This 7 of hearts meant for him not only the loss of 1,600 rubles, but the necessity of going back on his word. With a sinking heart, he watched Dolokhov's hands and thought, "Now then, make haste and let me have this card, and I'll take my cap and drive home to supper with Denisov, Natasha, and Sonia, and will certainly never touch a card again." At that moment his home life rose before him with such vividness. Jokes with Petya, talks with Sonia, duets with Natasha, piquet with his father, and even his comfortable bed. It seemed as if it were all a lost and unappreciated bliss, long past. He could not conceive that a stupid chance, letting the 7 be dealt to the right rather than to the left, might deprive him of all this happiness and plunge him into misery. That could not be, yet he waited with a sinking heart for the movement of Dólokhov's hands. Those broad, reddish hands, with hairy wrists visible from under the shirt cuffs, laid down the pack and took up a glass and a pipe that were handed to him. "So you are not afraid to play with me?" repeated Dólokhov. As if about to tell a good story, he put down the cards, leaned back in his chair, and began deliberately with a smile. "Yes, gentlemen, I've been told there's a rumor going about Moscow that I'm a sharper, so I advise you to be careful." "Come now, deal!" exclaimed Rostov. "Oh, those Moscow gossips!" said Dólokhov, and he took up the cards with a smile. "Ah!" Rostov almost screamed, lifting both hands to his head. The 7 he needed was lying uppermost, the first card in the pack. He had lost more than he could pay. "Still, don't ruin yourself," said Dólokhov with a side glance at Rostov as he continued to deal. An hour and a half later, most of the players were but little interested in their own play. The whole interest was concentrated on Rostov. Instead of 1,600 rubles, he had a long column of figures scored against him. He had reckoned it up to 10,000, but now, as he vaguely supposed, it must have risen to 15,000. In reality, it already exceeded 20,000 rubles. Dólokhov was no longer listening to stories or telling them. He followed every movement of Rostov's hands and occasionally ran his eyes over the score against him. He had decided to play until that score reached 43,000. He had fixed on that number because 43 was the sum of his and Sonia's joint ages. Rostov, leaning his head on both hands, sat at the table, which was scrawled over with figures, wet with spilled wine and littered with cards. One tormenting impression did not leave him, that those broad-boned, reddish hands with hairy wrists, those hands which he loved and hated, held him in their power. 600 rubles, ace, a corner, a 9. Winning it back's impossible. Oh, how pleasant it was at home. The knave, double or quits, it can't be. And why is he doing this to me? Rostov pondered. Sometimes he staked a large sum, but Dólokhov refused to accept it and fixed the stake himself. Nicholas submitted to him. At one moment, he prayed to God as he had done on the battlefield at the bridge over the Enns. Then he guessed that the card that came first to hand from the crumpled heap under the table would save him. He counted the cords on his coat and tried staking the total of his losses on a card with that number. Then he looked round for aid from the other players, or peered at the now cold face of Dólokhov and tried to read what was passing in his mind. He knows, of course, what this loss means to me. He can't want my ruin. Wasn't he my friend? Wasn't I fond of him? But it's not his fault. What's he to do if he has such luck? And it's not my fault either, he thought to himself. I have done nothing wrong. Have I killed anyone, or insulted, or wished harm to anyone? Why such a terrible misfortune? And when did it begin? Such a little while ago I came to this table with the thought of winning 100 rubles to buy that casket for Mama's name day and then going home. I was so happy, so free, so light-hearted, and I did not realize how happy I was. When did that end, and when did this new, terrible state of things begin? He was flushed and bathed in perspiration, though the room was not hot. His face was terrible and piteous to see, especially from its helpless efforts to seem calm. The score against him reached the fateful sum of 43,000. Rostov had just prepared a card, by bending the corner of which he meant to double the 3,000 just put down to his score. Just then, Dólokhov slammed down the pack of cards, put it aside, and began rapidly adding up the total of Rostov's debt, breaking the chalk as he marked the figures in his clear, bold hand. "Supper, it's time for supper, and here are the gypsies." Some swarthy men and women were really entering from the cold outside, saying something in their gypsy accents. Nicholas understood that it was all over, but he said in an indifferent tone, "Well, won't you go on? I had a splendid card already," as if it were the fun of the game which interested him most. "It's all up, I'm lost," he thought. "Now a bullet through my brain, that's all that's left me." And at the same time he said in a cheerful voice, "Come now, Just this one more little card." "All right," said Dolokhov, having finished the addition. "All right, 21 rubles," he said, pointing to the figure 21 by which the total exceeded the round sum of 43,000. Taking up a pack, he prepared to deal. Rostov submissively unbent the corner of his card and instead of the 6,000 he had intended, carefully wrote 21. "It's all the same to me," he said. "I only want to see whether you will let me win this 10 or beat it." Dolokhov began to deal seriously. Oh, how Rostov detested at that moment those hands with their short, reddish fingers and hairy wrists, which held him in their power. The 10 fell to him. "You owe 43,000, Count," said Dolokhov, and stretching himself he rose from the table. "One does get tired sitting so long," he added. "Yes, I'm tired too," said Rostov. Dolokhov cut him short, as if to remind him that it was not for him to jest. "When am I to receive the money, Count?" Rostov, flushing, drew Dolokhov into the next room. "I cannot pay it all immediately. Will you take an IOU?" he said. "I say, Rostov," said Dolokhov clearly, smiling and looking Nicholas straight in the eyes, "you know the saying, lucky in love, unlucky at cards. Your cousin is in love with you, I know." "Oh, it's terrible to feel oneself so in this man's power," thought Rostov. He knew what a shock he would inflict on his father and mother by the news of this loss. He knew what a relief it would be to escape it all. He felt that Dolokhov knew that he could save him from all this shame and sorrow, but wanted now to play with him as a cat does with a mouse. "Your cousin," Dolokhov started to say, but Nicholas interrupted him. "My cousin has nothing to do with this, and it's not necessary to mention her," he exclaimed fiercely. "Then when am I to have it?" "Tomorrow," replied Rostov and left the room. Let's follow Nicholas home in Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Nicholas at home. Natasha sings. To say tomorrow and keep up a dignified tone was not difficult. But to go home alone, see his sisters, brother, mother, and father, confess and ask for money he had no right to after giving his word of honor, that was terrible. At home, they had not yet gone to bed. The young people, after returning from the theater, had had supper and were grouped round the clavichord. As soon as Nicholas entered, he was enfolded in that poetic atmosphere of love which pervaded the Rostov household that winter. After Dolokhov's proposal and Iogel's ball, it seemed to have grown thicker round Sonia and Natasha, like the air before a thunderstorm. Sonia and Natasha, in the light blue dresses they had worn at the theater, looking pretty and conscious of it, were standing by the clavichord, happy and smiling. Vera was playing chess with Shinshin in the drawing room. The old countess, waiting for her husband and son, sat playing patience with the old gentlewoman who lived in their house. Denisov, with sparkling eyes and ruffled hair, sat at the clavichord striking chords with his short fingers. His legs were thrown back, and his eyes were rolling as he sang some verses called Enchantress, which he had composed. He was trying to fit music to the words. Enchantress, say to my forsaken lyre, what magic power is this, recalls me still? What spark has set my inmost soul on fire? What is this bliss that makes my fingers thrill? He was singing in passionate tones, gazing with his sparkling black agate eyes at the frightened and happy Natasha. Splendid, excellent, exclaimed Natasha. Another verse, she said, without noticing Nicholas. Everything's still the same with them, thought Nicholas, glancing into the drawing room, where he saw Vera and his mother with the old lady. Ah, and here's Nicholas, cried Natasha, running up to him. Is Papa at home? He asked. I'm so glad you've come, said Natasha, without answering him. We are enjoying ourselves. Vasily Dmitrich is staying a day longer for my sake. Did you know? No, Papa is not back yet, said Sonia. Nicholas, have you come? Come here, dear, called the old countess from the drawing room. Nicholas went to her, kissed her hand, and sitting down silently at her table, began to watch her hands arranging the cards. From the dancing room, they still heard laughter and merry voices trying to persuade Natasha to sing. All white, shouted Denisov. It's no good making excuses now. It's your turn to sing the Bakawala. I entreat you. The countess glanced at her silent son. What is the matter? She asked. Oh, nothing, said he, as if weary of being continually asked the same question. Will Papa be back soon? Everything's the same with them. They know nothing about it. Where am I to go? Thought Nicholas. He went again into the dancing room where the clavichord stood. Sonia was sitting at the clavichord, playing the prelude to Denisov's favorite barcarolle. Natasha was preparing to sing. Denisov was looking at her with enraptured eyes. Nicholas began pacing up and down the room. Why do they want to make her sing? How can she sing? There's nothing to be happy about, he thought. Sonia struck the first chord of the prelude. My God, I'm a ruined and dishonored man. A bullet through my brain is the only thing left me, not singing, his thoughts ran on. Go away? But where to? It's all one. Let them sing. He continued to pace the room, looking gloomily at Denisov and the girls, and avoiding their eyes. Nikolenka, what is the matter? Sonia's eyes fixed on him seemed to ask. She noticed at once that something had happened to him. Nicholas turned away from her. Natasha, too, with her quick instinct, had instantly noticed her brother's condition. But, though she noticed it, she was herself in such high spirits at that moment, so far from sorrow or self-reproach, that she purposely deceived herself, as young people often do. No, I am too happy now to spoil my enjoyment by sympathy with anyone's sorrow, she felt. She said to herself, no, I must be mistaken. He must be feeling happy, just as I am. Now, Sonia, she said, going to the very middle of the room, where she considered the resonance was best. Having lifted her head and let her arms droop lifelessly, as ballet dancers do, Natasha stepped to the middle of the room and stood still. Yes, that's me, she seemed to say, answering the rapt gaze with which Denisov followed her. And what is she so pleased about? Thought Nicholas, looking at his sister. Why isn't she dull and ashamed? Natasha took the first note. Her throat swelled, her chest rose, her eyes became serious. At that moment she was oblivious of her surroundings. From her smiling lips flowed sounds which anyone may produce at the same intervals and hold for the same time, but which leave you cold 1,000 times, and the 1,001st time thrill you and make you weep. Natasha, that winter, had for the first time begun to sing seriously, mainly because Denisov so delighted in her singing. She no longer sang as a child. There was no longer in her singing that comical, childish, painstaking effect that had been in it before. But she did not yet sing well, as all the connoisseurs who heard her said. It is not trained, but it is a beautiful voice that must be trained, they would say. But they generally said this some time after she had finished singing. While that untrained voice, with its incorrect breathing and labored transitions, was sounding, even the connoisseurs said nothing, but only delighted in it and wished to hear it again. In her voice there was a virginal freshness, an unconsciousness of her own powers, and an as yet untrained velvety softness, which so mingled with her lack of art in singing that it seemed as if nothing in that voice could be altered without spoiling it. What is this? Thought Nicholas, listening to her with widely opened eyes. What has happened to her? How she is singing today? And suddenly the whole world centered for him on anticipation of the next note, the next phrase. Everything in the world was divided into 3 beats. O mio crudele affetto. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. O mio crudele affetto. 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh, this senseless life of ours, thought Nicholas. All this misery and money and Dolokhov and anger and honor, it's all nonsense. But this is real. Now then, Natasha, now then, dearest, now then, darling, how will she take that C? She's taken it, thank God. And without noticing that he was singing, to strengthen the C, he sung a second, a third below the high note. Ah, God, how fine! Did I really take it? How fortunate, he thought. Oh, how that chord vibrated, and how moved was something that was finest in Rostov's soul. And this something was apart from everything else in the world and above everything in the world. What were losses, and Dolokhov, and words of honor? All nonsense. One might kill and rob and yet be happy. We conclude Book 4 with Chapter 15, which sees 2 difficult conversations. Chapter 15, Nicholas tells his father of his losses. Denisov proposes to Natasha. It was long since Rostov had felt such enjoyment from music as he did that day. But no sooner had Natasha finished her barcarolle than reality again presented itself. He got up without saying a word and went downstairs to his own room. A quarter of an hour later, the old count came in from his club, cheerful and contented. Nicholas, hearing him drive up, went to meet him. "Well, had a good time," said the old count, smiling gaily and proudly at his son. Nicholas tried to say yes, but could not. He nearly burst into sobs. The count was lighting his pipe and did not notice his son's condition. "Ah, it can't be avoided," thought Nicholas for the first and last time. And suddenly, in the most casual tone, which made him feel ashamed of himself, he said, as if merely asking his father to let him have the carriage, "Papa, I have come on a matter of business. I was nearly forgetting. I need some money." "Dear me," said his father, who was in especially good humor, "I told you it would not be enough. How much?" "Very much," said Nicholas, flushing. With a stupid, careless smile for which he was long unable to forgive himself, he said, "I have lost a little, I mean a good deal, a great deal. 43,000. "What? To whom? Nonsense!" cried the count, suddenly reddening with an apoplectic flush over his neck and nape, as old people do. "I promised to pay tomorrow," said Nicholas. "Well," said the old count, spreading out his arms and sinking helplessly on the sofa. "It can't be helped. It happens to everyone," said the son, with a bold, free, and easy tone. In his soul, he regarded himself as a worthless scoundrel whose whole life could not atone for his crime. He longed to kiss his father's hands and kneel to beg his forgiveness, but he said in a careless and even rude voice that it happens to everyone. The old count cast down his eyes on hearing his son's words and began bustlingly searching for something. Yes, he muttered. "It will be difficult, I fear. Difficult to raise. Happens to everybody. Yes, who has not done it?" And with a furtive glance at his son's face, the count went out of the room. Nicholas had been prepared for resistance, but had not at all expected this. "Papa, papa!" he called after him, sobbing. "Forgive me!" And seizing his father's hand, he pressed it to his lips and burst into tears. While father and son were having their explanation, the mother and daughter were having one not less important. Natasha came running to her mother, quite excited. "Mama, Mama, he has made me!" "Made what?" Made me an offer, Mama, Mama," she exclaimed. The countess did not believe her ears. Denisov had proposed. To whom? To this chit of a girl, Natasha, who not so long ago was playing with dolls and who was still having lessons. "Don't, Natasha, what nonsense," she said, hoping it was a joke. "Nonsense indeed. I am telling you the fact," said Natasha indignantly. "I come to ask you what to do, and you call it nonsense." The countess shrugged her shoulders. "If it is true that Monsieur Denisov has made you a proposal, tell him he is a fool, that's all." "No, he's not a fool," replied Natasha indignantly and seriously. "Well then, what do you want? You're all in love nowadays. Well, if you are in love, marry him," said the countess, with a laugh of annoyance. "Good luck to you." "No, Mama, I'm not in love with him. I suppose I'm not in love with him." "Well then, tell him so." "Mama, are you cross? Don't be cross, dear. Is it my fault?" "No, but what is it, my dear? Do you want me to go and tell him?" said the countess, smiling. "No, I will do it myself. Only tell me what to say." "It's all very well for you," said Natasha with a responsive smile. "You should have seen how he said it. I know he did not mean to say it, but it came out accidentally." "Well, all the same, you must refuse him." "No, I mustn't. I am so sorry for him. He's so nice." "Well then, accept his offer. It's high time for you to be married," answered the countess sharply and sarcastically. "No, Mama, but I'm so sorry for him. I don't know how I'm to say it." "And there's nothing for you to say. I shall speak to him myself," said the countess, indignant that they should have dared to treat this little Natasha as grown up. "No, not on any account. I will tell him myself, and you'll listen at the door." And Natasha ran across the drawing room to the dancing hall, where Denisov was sitting on the same chair by the clavichord with his face in his hands. He jumped up at the sound of her light step. "Natalie," he said, moving with rapid steps toward her, "decide my fate. It is in your hands." "Vasily Dmitrich," she said, "I'm so sorry for you. No, but you are so nice, but it won't do. Not that, but as a friend I shall always love you." Denisov bent over her hand, and she heard strange sounds she did not understand. She kissed his rough, curly black head. At this instant they heard the quick rustle of the Countess's dress. She came up to them. "Vasily Dmitritch, I thank you for the honor," she said with an embarrassed voice, though it sounded severe to Denisov. "But my daughter is so young, and I thought that, as my son's friend, you would have addressed yourself first to me. In that case, you would not have obliged me to give this refusal." "Countess," said Denisov with downcast eyes and a guilty face. He tried to say more, but faltered. Natasha could not remain calm, seeing him in such a plight. She began to sob aloud. "Countess, I have done wrong," Denisov went on in an unsteady voice. "But believe me, I so adore your daughter and all your family that I would give my life twice over." He looked at the Countess, and seeing her severe face, said, "Well, goodbye, Countess." Kissing her hand, he left the room with quick, resolute strides, without looking at Natasha. The next day, Rostov saw Denisov off. He did not wish to stay another day in Moscow. All Denisov's Moscow friends gave him a farewell entertainment at the Gypsies, with the result that he had no recollection of how he was put in the sleigh or of the first 3 stages of his journey. After Denisov's departure, Rostov spent another fortnight in Moscow, without going out of the house. He waited for the money his father could not at once raise, and he spent most of his time in the girls' room. Sonia was more tender and devoted to him than ever. It was as if she wanted to show him that his losses were an achievement that made her love him all the more. But Nicholas now considered himself unworthy of her. He filled the girls' albums with verses and music. Having at last sent Dolokhov the whole 43,000 rubles and received his receipt, he left at the end of November. He did not take leave of any of his acquaintances, setting off to overtake his regiment, which was already in Poland. Book 5. Chapter 1. Pierre meets Bazdiv. Now we begin Book 5. After his interview with his wife, Pierre left for Petersburg. He found himself delayed at the Torshak post station. Either there were no horses or the postmaster refused to provide them. With no other choice, Pierre had to wait. Without even taking off his clothes, he lay down on a leather sofa in front of a round table. He propped his large feet, still in their overboots, on the table and began to think. His valet asked, "Will you have the portmanteaus brought in, and a bed got ready, and tea?" Pierre didn't answer. He hadn't heard a thing. His mind was still at the last station, wrestling with a question so important that he was oblivious to his surroundings. It made no difference to him whether he got to Petersburg sooner or later, or if he found a room at this station. Compared to the thoughts consuming him, it wouldn't matter if he stayed here for a few hours or for the rest of his life. The postmaster, his wife, the valet, and a peasant woman selling local embroidery all came into the room, offering their services. Pierre, without changing his posture, looked at them over his spectacles. He couldn't understand what they wanted or how they could possibly go on living without having solved the problems that so absorbed him. These same thoughts had haunted him since the day he returned from the duel at Sokolniki and spent that first agonizing sleepless night. But now, in the solitude of his journey, they gripped him with a new intensity. Whatever he tried to think about, he always came back to the same questions. He couldn't solve them, but he couldn't stop asking them either. It felt as if the main screw holding his life together was stripped, turning uselessly in place, unable to tighten or come loose. The postmaster entered again, bowing obsequiously. He begged His Excellency to wait just 2 hours, promising that he would then have the courier horses, come what may. It was obvious he was lying, just trying to get more money from the traveler. "Is this good or is this bad?" Pierre asked himself. "It's good for me, but bad for the next traveler. For the postmaster, it's unavoidable, because he needs the money to eat. He told me an officer once thrashed him for giving the courier horses to a private traveler, but the officer thrashed him because he needed to travel quickly." Pierre continued his line of thought. "And I shot Dolokhov because I felt injured. Louis XVI was executed because they considered him a criminal. A year later, they executed the men who executed him, also for some reason. What is bad? What is good? What should a person love, and what should they hate? What is the purpose of life? And what am I? What is life, and what is death? What power governs everything?" There was no answer to any of these questions, except one. It wasn't a logical answer, and it didn't really address the questions at all. The answer was simply, you'll die and it will all be over. You'll die and you'll either know everything or you will stop asking. But the thought of dying was also dreadful. The peddler woman from Torzhok kept whining, offering her wares, especially a pair of goatskin slippers. I have hundreds of rubles I don't know what to do with, Pierre thought. And she stands there in her tattered cloak, looking at me so timidly. What does she even want the money for? As if money could add a single hair's breadth to her happiness or peace of mind. Can anything in this world make her or me less vulnerable to evil and death? Death ends everything, and it must come today or tomorrow, an instant, really, when compared with eternity. And again he twisted that useless screw with the stripped thread, and it spun in the same place. His servant handed him a half-finished novel by Madame de Souza, written in the form of letters. He began to read about the sufferings and virtuous struggles of a woman named Emilie de Mansfeld. Why did she resist her seducer when she loved him, he wondered. God could not have put an impulse in her heart that was against his will. My wife, my former wife, she didn't struggle, and perhaps she was right. Nothing has been figured out, nothing discovered. Pierre said to himself again, all we can know is that we know nothing, and that is the very height of human wisdom. Everything inside him and around him seemed confused, senseless, and repellent. Yet, in this very revulsion to his circumstances, Pierre found a strange, tantalizing sort of satisfaction. I make bold to ask your excellency to move a little for this gentleman, the postmaster said, entering the room. He was followed by another traveler, also stranded for lack of horses. The newcomer was a short, large-boned old man. His face was yellow and wrinkled, with gray, bushy eyebrows that overhung bright, grayish eyes. Pierre took his feet off the table, stood up, and lay down on a bed that had been prepared for him. He glanced occasionally at the newcomer, who, with a tired and gloomy expression, was wearily taking off his wraps with his servant's help, not looking at Pierre at all. The traveler wore felt boots on his thin, bony legs, and kept on a worn sheepskin coat covered in nankeen cloth. He sat down on the sofa, leaned his large, close-cropped head back, and looked at Bezikov. The stern, shrewd, and penetrating look in the old man's eyes struck Pierre. He felt a sudden desire to speak to the stranger. But by the time he had decided to ask a question about the roads, the traveler had closed his eyes. His shriveled old hands were folded, and on one finger, Pierre noticed a large cast-iron ring with a seal of a death's head. The stranger sat perfectly still, either resting or, as it seemed to Pierre, lost in deep, calm meditation. His servant was also an old man, yellow and wrinkled, with no beard or mustache, not because he was shaven, but because they had likely never grown. This servant was actively unpacking the traveler's canteen and preparing tea. He brought in a boiling samovar. When everything was ready, the stranger opened his eyes. He moved to the table, poured a glass of tea for himself, and another for the beardless old servant, which he passed to him. Pierre began to feel an uneasy sense that he must, start a conversation with this man. The servant brought back his own glass, turned upside down, with a small piece of nibbled sugar next to it, and asked if anything else was wanted. "No, give me the book," said the stranger. The servant handed him a book that Pierre assumed was a devotional work, and the traveler became absorbed in it. Pierre watched him. All at once, the stranger closed the book, placed a marker in it, and leaned back on the sofa in his former position, with his eyes shut. Pierre looked at him and didn't have time to turn away before the old man opened his eyes and fixed his steady, severe gaze directly on Pierre's face. Pierre felt confused and wanted to look away, but the old man's bright eyes held him irresistibly. "I have the pleasure of addressing Count Bezukov, if I am not mistaken," the stranger said in a deliberate, loud voice. Pierre looked at him silently and inquiringly over his spectacles. "I have heard of you, my dear sir," the stranger continued, "and of your misfortune." He seemed to emphasize the word misfortune, as if to say, "Yes, misfortune. Call it what you please. I know that what happened to you in Moscow was a misfortune." He added, "I regret it very much, my dear sir." Pierre flushed. He hurriedly swung his legs down from the bed and leaned forward toward the old man with a forced, timid smile. I have not referred to this out of curiosity, my dear sir, but for greater reasons. He paused, his gaze still fixed on Pierre, and shifted on the sofa as if inviting Pierre to sit beside him. Pierre was reluctant to get into a conversation with this old man, but he felt an involuntary pull. He came over and sat down. You are unhappy, my dear sir, the stranger continued. You are young, and I am old. I should like to help you as far as it is in my power. Oh yes, said Pierre with another forced smile. I am very grateful to you. Where are you traveling from? The stranger's face was not friendly, it was even cold and severe. Despite this, both his expression and his words were irresistibly attractive to Pierre. But if for some reason you don't feel inclined to talk to me, said the old man, then say so, my dear sir. And then he suddenly smiled, an unexpected and tenderly paternal smile. Oh no, not at all. On the contrary, I am very glad to make your acquaintance, said Pierre. He glanced again at the stranger's hands and looked more closely at the ring with the skull, a Masonic sign. Allow me to ask, he said, are you a Mason? Yes, I belong to the Brotherhood of the Freemasons, the stranger replied, his gaze seeming to penetrate deeper and deeper into Pierre's eyes. And in their name and my own, I hold out a brotherly hand to you. I am afraid, said Pierre, smiling. He felt torn between the confidence the Freemason inspired in him and his own habit of mocking Masonic beliefs. I am afraid I am very far from understanding. How can I put it? I am afraid my way of looking at the world is so opposed to yours that we shall not understand one another. I know your outlook, said the Mason, and the view of life you mention, which you think is the result of your own mental efforts, is the one held by most people. It is the invariable fruit of pride, laziness, and ignorance. Forgive me, my dear sir, but if I had not known it, I would not have addressed you. Your view of life is a regrettable delusion. Just as I may suppose you to be deluded, said Pierre with a faint smile. I should never dare to say that I know the truth, said the Mason, and his words struck Pierre with their precision and firmness. No one can attain truth by himself. Only by laying stone on stone with the cooperation of all, through millions of generations from our forefather Adam to our own times, is that temple built which is to be a worthy dwelling place of the great God. After saying this, he closed his eyes. I ought to tell you that I do not believe in God, said Pierre. He said it with regret and effort, feeling it was essential to speak the whole truth. The Mason looked intently at Pierre and smiled. It was the smile of a rich man, holding millions, looking at a poor fellow who has just told him that he lacks the 5 rubles that would make him happy. Yes, you do not know him, my dear sir, said the Mason. You cannot know him, you do not know him, and that is why you are unhappy. Yes, I am unhappy, Pierre agreed, but what am I to do? You do not know him, my dear sir, and so you are very unhappy. You do not know him, but he is here. He is in me. He is in my words. He is in you, and even in those blasphemous words you have just uttered, the Mason declared in a stern, trembling voice. He paused and sighed, clearly trying to calm himself. If he were not, he said quietly, you and I would not be speaking of him, my dear sir. Of what, of whom are we speaking? Whom have you denied? He suddenly asked, his voice filled with an exulting authority. Who invented him, if he did not exist? Where did your conception of the existence of such an incomprehensible being come from? Why did you, and why did the whole world, conceive the idea of such an incomprehensible being, a being all-powerful, eternal, and infinite in all his attributes? He stopped and remained silent for a long time. Pierre could not, and did not wish to, break the silence. He exists, but to understand him is hard, the Mason began again. He looked not at Pierre, but straight ahead, turning the pages of his book with old hands that trembled with excitement. If it were a man whose existence you doubted, I could bring him to you, take him by the hand and show him to you. But how can I, an insignificant mortal, show his omnipotence, his infinity, and all his mercy to one who is blind, or who shuts his eyes so that he may not see or understand him, and may not see or understand his own vileness and sinfulness? He paused again. Who are you? You dream that you are wise because you could utter those blasphemous words, he went on with a somber, scornful smile. And you are more foolish and unreasonable than a little child who, playing with the parts of a skillfully made watch, dares to say that because he does not understand its use, he does not believe in the master who made it. To know him is hard. For ages, from our forefather Adam to our own day, we labor to attain that knowledge and are still infinitely far from our aim. But in our lack of understanding, we see only our weakness and his greatness. Pierre listened with a swelling heart. He gazed into the mason's face with shining eyes, not interrupting or questioning him, but believing with his whole soul what the stranger said. Whether it was the wise reasoning in the mason's words, or the childlike faith he felt in the speaker's tone of conviction, or the tremor in his voice that sometimes almost broke, or those brilliant, aged eyes, or the calm firmness that radiated from his entire being, a quality that struck Pierre particularly in contrast to his own dejection and hopelessness. Whatever the reason, Pierre longed with his whole soul to believe. And he did believe, and felt a joyful sense of comfort, regeneration, and a return to life. "He is not to be apprehended by reason, but by life," said the mason. "I do not understand," said Pierre, feeling with dismay that his doubts were returning. He was afraid of any lack of clarity, any weakness in the mason's arguments. He dreaded not being able to believe in him. "I don't understand," he repeated, "how the mind of man cannot attain the knowledge of which you speak." The mason smiled his gentle, fatherly smile. "The highest wisdom and truth are like the purest liquid we may wish to drink," he said. "Can I receive that pure liquid into an impure vessel and judge its purity? Only by the inner purification of myself can I retain, in some degree of purity, the liquid I receive." "Yes, yes, that is so," said Pierre joyfully. "The highest wisdom is not founded on reason alone, not on worldly sciences like physics, history, or chemistry, into which intellectual knowledge is divided. The highest wisdom is one. The highest wisdom has but one science, the science of the whole, the science that explains the whole of creation and man's place in it. To receive that science, it is necessary to purify and renew one's inner self. So before one can know, it is necessary to believe and to perfect oneself. And to attain this end, God has implanted in our souls the light called conscience." "Yes, yes," Pierre assented. "Look then at your inner self with the eyes of the Spirit and ask yourself whether you are content with yourself. What have you attained by relying on reason alone? What are you? You are young, you are rich, you are clever, you are well educated. And what have you done with all these good gifts? Are you content with yourself and with your life?" "No, I hate my life," Pierre muttered, wincing. "You hate it, then change it. Purify yourself. And as you are purified, you will gain wisdom. Look at your life, my dear sir. How have you spent it? In riotous orgies and debauchery, receiving everything from society and giving nothing in return. You have become the possessor of wealth. How have you used it? What have you done for your neighbor? Have you ever thought of your tens of thousands of slaves? Have you helped them physically and morally? No. You have profited by their toil to lead a profligate life. That is what you have done. Have you chosen a post in which you might be of service to your neighbor? No. You have spent your life in idleness. Then you married, my dear sir. You took on the responsibility for the guidance of a young woman. And what have you done? You have not helped her to find the way of truth, my dear sir, but have thrust her into an abyss of deceit and misery. A man offended you and you shot him, and you say you do not know God and you hate your life. There is nothing strange in that, my dear sir." After these words, the mason, as if tired by his long speech, leaned his arms on the back of the sofa and closed his eyes again. Pierre looked at that aged, stern, motionless, almost lifeless face, and moved his lips without making a sound. He wanted to say, yes, a vile, idle, vicious life, but he dared not break the silence. The mason cleared his throat huskily, as old men do, and called his servant. "How about the horses?" he asked, without looking at Pierre. "The exchange horses have just come," answered the servant. "Will you not rest here?" "No, tell them to harness." Can he really be going away, leaving me alone without having told me everything, and without promising to help me? Thought Pierre. He rose with his head downcast and began to pace the room, glancing occasionally at the mason. Yes, I never thought of it, but I have led a contemptible and profligate life, though I did not like it and did not want to, Pierre thought. But this man knows the truth, and if he wished, he could reveal it to me. Pierre wanted to say this to the mason, but he did not dare. The traveler, having packed his things with practiced hands, began to fasten his coat. When he had finished, he turned to Bezikov and said in a tone of indifferent politeness, "Where are you going now, my dear sir?" I'm going to Petersburg," answered Pierre in a childlike, hesitant voice. "I thank you, I agree with all you have said, but do not suppose me to be so bad. With my whole soul I wish to be what you would have me be, but I have never had help from anyone. But it is I, above all, who am to blame for everything. Help me, teach me, and perhaps I may—" Pierre could not continue. He gulped and turned away. The mason remained silent for a long time, evidently considering. "Help comes from God alone," he said, "but such measure of help as our order can bestow, it will render you, my dear sir. You are going to Petersburg. Hand this to Count Wilarski." He took out his notebook and wrote a few words on a large sheet of paper, folded in four. "Allow me to give you a piece of advice. When you reach the capital, first of all devote some time to solitude and self-examination, and do not resume your former way of life. And now I wish you a good journey. My dear sir," he added, seeing his servant enter, "and success." The traveler was Joseph Alexeyevich Bazdiv, as Pierre later saw from the postmaster's book. Bazdiv had been one of the most well-known Freemasons and Martinists of his time. For a long while after he had gone, Pierre did not go to bed or order horses. Instead, he paced up and down the room, pondering his vicious past. With a rapturous sense of a new beginning, he pictured to himself a blissful, irreproachable, and virtuous future that now seemed so easy to achieve. It seemed to him that he had been vicious only because he had somehow forgotten how good it is to be virtuous. Not a trace of his former doubts remained in his soul. He firmly believed in the possibility of a brotherhood of men, united in the aim of supporting one another on the path of virtue. And that is how Freemasonry now presented itself to him. Chapter 2, Pierre becomes a Freemason. Let's continue with Chapter 2. When he reached Petersburg, Pierre didn't let anyone know he had arrived. He went nowhere and spent his days reading Thomas à Kempis, a book sent to him by someone unknown. As he read, one thing became continually clear to him: the joy, which he had never known before, of believing in the possibility of achieving perfection and in the possibility of active brotherly love among men, ideas that Joseph Alexeyevich had revealed to him. About a week after his arrival, a young Polish count named Wilarski, whom Pierre knew slightly from Petersburg society, came into his room one evening. He entered with the same official and ceremonious manner that Dólokhov's second had used, closed the door behind him, and made sure no one else was in the room before addressing Pierre. "I have come to you with a message and an offer, Count," he said, remaining standing. "A person of very high standing in our brotherhood has applied for you to be received into our order before the usual term and has proposed that I be your sponsor. I consider it a sacred duty to fulfill that person's wishes. Do you wish to enter the Brotherhood of Freemasons under my sponsorship?" The cold, austere tone of this man, whom Pierre had almost always met at balls smiling amiably among the most brilliant women, took him by surprise. "Yes, I do wish it," said Pierre. Wilarski bowed his head. "One more question, Count," he said, "which I beg you to answer with all sincerity, not as a future Mason but as an honest man. Have you renounced your former convictions? Do you believe in God?" Pierre considered for a moment. Yes, I believe in God," he said. "In that case," Wilarski began, but Pierre interrupted him. "Yes, I do believe in God," he repeated. "In that case we can go," said Wilarski. "My carriage is at your service." Wilarski was silent for the entire drive. When Pierre asked what he must do and how he should answer, Wilarski only replied that brothers more worthy than he would test him, and that Pierre had only to tell the truth. They entered the courtyard of a large house where the lodge had its headquarters. After climbing a dark staircase, they entered a small, well-lit anteroom where they took off their cloaks without a servant's help. From there, they passed into another room. A man in strange clothing appeared at the door. Wilarski stepped toward him, said something in a low voice in French, and then went to a small wardrobe. In it, Pierre noticed garments unlike any he had ever seen before. Wilarski took a kerchief from the cupboard, bound Pierre's eyes with it, and tied it in a knot behind his head, painfully catching some of his hair. Then he drew Pierre's face down, kissed him, and taking him by the hand, led him forward. The hairs caught in the knot hurt Pierre, and his face showed lines of pain, along with a shamefaced smile. His huge figure, with his arms hanging down and his face puckered but smiling, followed Wilarski with uncertain, timid steps. After leading him about 10 paces, Wilarski stopped. "Whatever happens to you," he said, "you must bear it all manfully if you have firmly resolved to join our brotherhood." Pierre nodded in agreement. "When you hear a knock at the door, you will uncover your eyes," Wilarski added. "I wish you courage and success." And with a press of Pierre's hand, he left. Left alone, Pierre continued to smile in the same way. Once or twice he shrugged his shoulders and raised his hand to the kerchief as if to take it off, but then let it drop again. The 5 minutes he spent with his eyes bandaged felt like an hour. His arms grew numb, his legs almost gave way, and he felt exhausted. A variety of complex sensations washed over him. He was afraid of what would happen to him, and even more afraid of showing his fear. He was curious to know what was coming and what would be revealed to him. But most of all, he felt joyful that the moment had finally come, the moment he would start on the path of regeneration and the actively virtuous life he had dreamed of since meeting Joseph Alexeyevich. Loud knocks sounded at the door. Pierre took the bandage off his eyes and looked around. The room was pitch black, except for a small lamp burning inside something white. Pierre moved closer and saw that the lamp stood on a black table, on which lay an open book. The book was the Gospel, and the white thing holding the lamp was a human skull, complete with its cavities and teeth. After reading the first words of the Gospel, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," Pierre went around the table and saw a large open box filled with something. It was a coffin with bones inside. He was not at all surprised by what he saw. Hoping to begin an entirely new life, so different from his old one, he expected everything to be unusual, even more unusual than this. A skull, a coffin, the gospel. It seemed he had expected all this, and even more. Trying to stir his emotions, he looked around. God, death, love, the brotherhood of man, he said to himself, connecting these words with vague but joyful ideas. The door opened, and someone came in. By the dim light, which Pierre's eyes had now adjusted to, he saw a rather short man. The man had clearly come from a bright space into the darkness, for he paused, then moved with cautious steps toward the table and placed his small, leather-gloved hands on it. This short man wore a white leather apron that covered his chest and part of his legs. He had a kind of necklace, and above it rose a high white ruffle, outlining his rather long face, which was lit from below. "For what have you come here?" asked the newcomer, turning toward Pierre at a slight rustle he made. "Why have you, who do not believe in the truth of the light and who have not seen the light, come here? What do you seek from us? Wisdom, virtue, enlightenment?" The moment the door opened and the stranger came in, Pierre felt a sense of awe and veneration, like he had experienced in his boyhood during confession. He felt he was in the presence of someone who was a complete social stranger, yet closer to him through the brotherhood of man. With bated breath and a beating heart, he moved toward the man, who was known as the Rhetor, the brother who prepared a seeker for entrance into the brotherhood. As he drew nearer, he recognized the Rhetor as a man he knew, Smolyaninoff. It mortified him to think that the newcomer was an acquaintance. He had wished for simply a brother and a virtuous instructor. For a long time he couldn't say a word, so the Rhetor had to repeat his question. "Yes, I desire regeneration," Pierre managed to say with difficulty. "Very well," said Smolyaninoff, and continued at once. "Have you any idea of the means by which our holy order will help you to reach your aim?" he said, quietly and quickly. I hope for guidance, help in regeneration, said Pierre, his voice trembling and his speech faltering due to his excitement and his lack of practice in speaking of abstract matters in Russian. What is your conception of Freemasonry? I imagine that Freemasonry is the fraternity and equality of men who have virtuous aims, said Pierre, feeling ashamed that his words were inadequate for the solemnity of the moment. I imagine— Good, said the rhetor quickly, apparently satisfied with the answer. Have you sought for means of attaining your aim in religion? No, I considered it erroneous and did not follow it, said Pierre, so softly that the rhetor didn't hear him and asked what he had said. I have been an atheist, answered Pierre. You are seeking for truth in order to follow its laws in your life, therefore you seek wisdom and virtue. Is that not so? After a brief pause. Yes, yes, assented Pierre. The rhetor cleared his throat, crossed his gloved hands on his breast, and began to speak. Now I must disclose to you the chief aim of our order, he said. And if this aim coincides with yours, you may enter our brotherhood with profit. The first and chief object of our order, the foundation on which it rests, and which no human power can destroy, is the preservation and handing on to posterity of a certain important mystery. This mystery has come down to us from the remotest ages, even from the first man, a mystery on which perhaps the fate of mankind depends. But since this mystery is of such a nature that nobody can know or use it unless he is prepared by long and diligent self-purification, not everyone can hope to attain it quickly. Hence, we have a secondary aim, that of preparing our members as much as possible to reform their hearts, to purify and enlighten their minds, by means handed down to us by tradition from those who have striven to attain this mystery, and thereby to render them capable of receiving it. He paused, then continued. By purifying and regenerating our members, we try, thirdly, to improve the whole human race, offering it in our members an example of piety and virtue, and thereby try with all our might to combat the evil which sways the world. Think this over, and I will come to you again. To combat the evil which sways the world, Pierre repeated, and a mental image of his future activity rose in his mind. He imagined men as he himself had been just a fortnight ago, and he pictured himself addressing them with an edifying speech. He imagined vicious and unfortunate people whom he would help with words and deeds, and oppressors whose victims he would rescue. Of the three objects mentioned by the rhetor, this last one, improving mankind, especially appealed to Pierre. The important mystery, though it aroused his curiosity, did not seem essential to him. And the second aim, that of purifying and regenerating himself, did not interest him much because, at that moment, he felt with delight that he was already perfectly cured of his former faults and was ready for all that was good. Half an hour later, the rhetor returned to inform the seeker of the 7 virtues which corresponded to the 7 steps of Solomon's temple, that every Freemason should cultivate in himself. These virtues were, first, discretion, the keeping of the secrets of the order; second, obedience to those of higher ranks in the order; third, morality; fourth, love of mankind; fifth, courage; sixth, generosity; and seventh, the love of death. In the 7th place, the rhetor said, try, by the frequent thought of death, to bring yourself to regard it not as a dreaded foe, but as a friend that frees the soul, grown weary in the labors of virtue, from this distressful life, and leads it to its place of recompense and peace. Yes, that must be so, thought Pierre when the rhetor left him to his solitary meditation. It must be so, but I am still so weak that I love my life, the meaning of which is only now gradually opening before me. But he felt that 5 of the other virtues were already in his soul. He counted them on his fingers: courage, generosity, morality, love of mankind, and especially obedience, which did not even seem to him a virtue, but a joy. He felt so glad to be free from his own lawlessness and to submit his will to those who knew the indubitable truth. He forgot what the 7th virtue was and couldn't recall it. The 3rd time, the rhetor came back more quickly and asked Pierre if he was still firm in his intention and determined to submit to all that would be required of him. I am ready for everything, said Pierre. I must also inform you, said the rhetor, that our order delivers its teaching not in words only, but also by other means. which may perhaps have a stronger effect on the sincere seeker after wisdom and virtue than mere words. This chamber, with what you see in it, should already have suggested more to your heart, if it is sincere, than words could do. You will perhaps also see in your further initiation a similar method of enlightenment. Our order imitates the ancient societies that explain their teaching by hieroglyphics. A hieroglyph, said the Rhetor, is an emblem of something not knowable by the senses, but which possesses qualities resembling those of the symbol. Pierre knew very well what a hieroglyph was, but he dared not speak. He listened to the Rhetor in silence, feeling from all he said that his ordeal was about to begin. "If you are resolved, I must begin your initiation," said the Rhetor, coming closer to Pierre. "In token of generosity, I ask you to give me all your valuables." "But I have nothing here," replied Pierre, thinking he was being asked to give up all he possessed. "What you have with you, your watch, money, rings." Pierre quickly took out his purse and watch, but for some time he couldn't get his wedding ring off his fat finger. When that was done, the Rhetor said, "In token of obedience, I ask you to undress." Pierre took off his coat, waistcoat, and left boot, as the Rhetor instructed. The Mason drew the shirt back from Pierre's left breast and, stooping down, pulled up the left leg of his trousers to above the knee. Pierre hurriedly started taking off his right boot as well, intending to tuck up the other trouser leg to save the stranger the trouble, but the Mason told him that was not necessary and gave him a slipper for his left foot. With a childlike smile of embarrassment, doubt, and self-derision that appeared on his face against his will, Pierre stood with his arms hanging down and his legs apart, facing his brother Rhetor and awaiting further commands. "And now, in token of candor, I ask you to reveal to me your chief passion," said the Rhetor. "My passion, I have had so many," replied Pierre. "That passion which more than all others caused you to waver on the path of virtue," said the Mason. Pierre paused, searching for an answer. Wine, gluttony, idleness, laziness, irritability, anger, women. He went over his vices in his mind, not knowing which to name as the greatest. "Women," he said in a low, barely audible voice. The Mason did not move and said nothing for a long time after this answer. At last, he moved up to Pierre, took the kerchief that lay on the table, and once again bound his eyes. "For the last time I say to you, turn all your attention upon yourself. Put a bridle on your senses and seek blessedness, not in passion, but in your own heart. The source of blessedness is not without us, but within." Pierre had already been feeling that refreshing source of blessedness within himself for some time, and now it flooded his heart with glad emotion. Soon after this, it was not the Rhetor who came into the dark chamber to fetch Pierre, but his sponsor, Wilarski, whom he recognized by his voice. When asked again about the firmness of his resolution, Pierre replied, "Yes, yes, I agree." With a beaming, childlike smile, his fat chest uncovered, he stepped unevenly and timidly in one slippered and one booted foot. He advanced while Wilarski held a sword to his bare chest. He was led from that room along winding passages and was finally brought to the doors of the lodge. Wilarski coughed. The cough was answered by the Masonic knock with mallets, and the doors opened before them. A bass voice, while Pierre was still blindfolded, questioned him about who he was, when and where he was born, and so on. Then he was led somewhere else, still blindfolded, and as they walked, he was told allegories of the toils of his pilgrimage, of holy friendship, of the eternal architect of the universe, and of the courage with which he should endure hardships and dangers. During these wanderings, Pierre noticed that he was referred to sometimes as the seeker, sometimes as the sufferer, and sometimes as the postulant, all accompanied by various knockings with mallets and swords. As he was being led up to some object, he noticed a hesitation and uncertainty among his conductors. He heard them disputing in whispers, and one of them insisted that he should be led along a certain carpet. After that, they took his right hand, placed it on something, and told him to hold a pair of compasses to his left breast with his other hand, and to repeat an oath of fidelity to the laws of the order, read aloud by someone else. The candles were then extinguished, and some spirit was lit, which Pierre knew by the smell. He was told that he would now see the lesser light. The bandage was taken off his eyes. By the faint light of the burning spirit, Pierre, as if in a dream, saw several men standing before him. They wore aprons like the Redors and held swords in their hands, all pointed at his breast. Among them stood a man whose white shirt was stained with blood. On seeing this, Pierre moved forward, offering his breast to the swords, as if inviting them to pierce it. But the swords were drawn back from him, and he was at once blindfolded again. "Now you have seen the lesser light," a voice said. Then the candles were relit, and he was told that he would see the full light. The bandage was removed again, and more than 10 voices said together, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Pierre gradually began to recover his senses and looked around the room and at the people in it. Around a long table covered with black cloth sat about 12 men in garments like those he had already seen. He recognized some of them from Petersburg society. In the president's chair sat a young man he did not know, with a peculiar cross hanging from his neck. On his right sat the Italian abbé whom Pierre had met at Anna Pavlovna's 2 years before. A very distinguished dignitary and a Swiss man who had formerly been a tutor at the Kuragins were also present. All maintained a solemn silence, listening to the words of the president, who held a mallet in his hand. Let into the wall was a star-shaped light. At one side of the table was a small carpet with various figures worked on it. At the other was something resembling an altar, on which lay a testament and a skull. Around it stood 7 large candlesticks, like those used in churches. 2 of the brothers led Pierre to the altar, placed his feet at right angles, and told him to lie down, saying that he must prostrate himself at the gates of the temple. "He must first receive the trowel," whispered one of the brothers. "Oh, hush, please," said another. Pierre, perplexed, looked around with his short-sighted eyes without obeying. Suddenly, doubts arose in his mind. "Where am I? What am I doing? Aren't they laughing at me? Shan't I be ashamed to remember this?" But these doubts only lasted a moment. Pierre glanced at the serious faces of those around him, remembered all he had already been through, and realized he could not stop halfway. He was aghast at his hesitation, and trying to arouse his former devotional feeling, prostrated himself before the gates of the temple. And indeed, the feeling of devotion returned to him even more strongly than before. After he had lain there for some time, he was told to get up. A white leather apron, like the others wore, was put on him. He was given a trowel and 3 pairs of gloves, and then the Grand Master addressed him. He told him that he should try to do nothing to stain the whiteness of the apron, which symbolized strength and purity. Then, speaking of the unexplained trowel, he told him to work with it to cleanse his own heart from vice, and to gently smooth with it the heart of his neighbor. As for the first pair of gloves, a man's, he said that Pierre could not know their meaning but must keep them. The second pair of man's gloves he was to wear at the meetings. Finally, of the third pair, which were women's gloves, he said, "Dear brother, these woman's gloves are intended for you too. Give them to the woman whom you shall honor most of all. This gift will be a pledge of your purity of heart to her whom you select to be your worthy helpmeet in masonry." After a pause he added, "But beware, dear brother, that these gloves do not deck hands that are unclean." While the Grand Master said these last words, it seemed to Pierre that he grew embarrassed. Pierre himself became even more confused. He blushed like a child until tears came to his eyes, began looking about him uneasily, and an awkward pause followed. This silence was broken by one of the brethren, who led Pierre to the rug and began reading to him from a manuscript book, explaining all the figures on it: the sun, the moon, a hammer, a plumb line, a trowel, a rough stone and a squared stone, a pillar, 3 windows, and so on. Then a place was assigned to Pierre. He was shown the signs of the lodge, told the password, and at last was permitted to sit down. The Grand Master began reading the statutes. They were very long, and Pierre, from joy, agitation, and embarrassment, was not in a state to understand what was being read. He only managed to follow the last words of the statutes, and these remained in his mind. "In our temples we recognize no other distinctions," read the Grand Master, "but those between virtue and vice. Beware of making any distinctions which may infringe equality. Fly to a brother's aid, whoever he may be, Exhort him who goes astray, raise him that falls, and never bear malice or enmity toward your brother. Be kindly and courteous. Kindle in all hearts the flame of virtue. Share your happiness with your neighbor, and may envy never dim the purity of that bliss. Forgive your enemy, do not avenge yourself, except by doing him good. Thus fulfilling the highest law, you shall regain traces of the ancient dignity which you have lost. He finished and, getting up, embraced and kissed Pierre. With tears of joy in his eyes, Pierre looked around, not knowing how to answer the congratulations and greetings from acquaintances that met him on all sides. He acknowledged no acquaintances, but saw in all these men only brothers, and he burned with impatience to set to work with them. The Grand Master rapped with his mallet. All the masons sat down in their places, and one of them read an exhortation on the necessity of humility. The Grand Master proposed that the last duty should be performed, and the distinguished dignitary who bore the title of Collector of Alms went around to all the brothers. Pierre would have liked to subscribe all he had, but fearing that it might look like pride, he subscribed the same amount as the others. The meeting was at an end. On reaching home, Pierre felt as if he had returned from a long journey on which he had spent dozens of years, had become completely changed, and had left behind his former habits and way of life entirely. Chapter 3. Pierre repulses Prince Vasily. We now begin Chapter 3. The day after he was received into the lodge, Pierre was sitting at home reading a book. He was trying to understand the significance of the square, one side of which symbolized God, another moral things, a third physical things, and the fourth a combination of these. Now and then his attention wandered from the book and the square, and he began to imagine a new plan for his life. The previous evening at the lodge, he had heard a rumor that his duel had reached the emperor, and that it would be wise for him to leave Petersburg. Pierre decided he would go to his estates in the south and focus on the welfare of his serfs. He was joyfully planning this new life when Prince Vasily suddenly entered the room. "My dear fellow, what have you been up to in Moscow? Why have you quarreled with Helene, my dear? You are under a delusion," said Prince Vasily as he entered. "I know all about it, and I can tell you positively that Helene is as innocent before you as Christ was before the Jews." Pierre was about to reply, but Prince Vasily interrupted him. "And why didn't you simply come straight to me as a friend? I know all about it and understand it all," he said. "You behaved as a man who values his honor should, perhaps too hastily, but we won't go into that. But consider the position you are placing her and me in the eyes of society, and even of the court," he added, lowering his voice. "She is living in Moscow, and you are here. Remember, dear boy," and he drew Pierre's arm downwards, "it is simply a misunderstanding. I expect you feel it so yourself. Let us write her a letter at once, and she'll come here and all will be explained. Or else, my dear boy, let me tell you it's quite likely you'll have to suffer for it." Prince Vasily gave Pierre a significant look. "I know from reliable sources that the Dowager Empress is taking a keen interest in the whole affair. You know she is very gracious to Helene." Pierre tried several times to speak, but Prince Vasily kept cutting him off. Besides, Pierre himself was afraid to speak in the tone of decided refusal that he had resolved to use with his father-in-law. The words of the Masonic statutes, "Be kindly and courteous," kept coming to his mind. He blinked, flushed, stood up, and sat down again, struggling with himself to do what was for him the most difficult thing in life, to say something unpleasant to a man's face, to say what the other person did not expect. He was so used to submitting to Prince Vasily's careless self-assurance that he felt he couldn't withstand it now. But he also knew that his entire future depended on what he said next, whether he would follow the same old road or the new path so attractively shown to him by the Masons, on which he firmly believed he would be reborn to a new life. "Now, dear boy," said Prince Vasily playfully, "say yes, and I'll write to her myself, and we will kill the fatted calf." But before Prince Vasily had finished his playful speech, Pierre, without looking at him, and with a kind of fury that made him resemble his father, muttered in a whisper, "Prince, I did not ask you here. Go, please go." He jumped up and opened the door for him. Go, he repeated, amazed at himself and glad to see the look of confusion and fear on Prince Vasily's face. What's the matter with you? Are you ill? Go, the quivering voice repeated, and Prince Vasily had to leave without any explanation. A week later, Pierre took leave of his new friends, the Masons. He left large sums of money with them for charity and then departed for his estates. His new brethren gave him letters to the Masons in Kiev and Odessa and promised to write to him and guide him in his new life. Chapter 4. A Soiree at Anna Pavlovna's. Helene takes up Boris. Let's continue with the story in Chapter 4. The duel between Pierre and Dolokhov was hushed up. Despite the emperor's severity regarding duels at that time, neither the principals nor their seconds suffered any consequences. But the story of the duel, confirmed by Pierre's separation from his wife, became the talk of society. Pierre, who had been treated with condescending patronage when he was an illegitimate son, and then petted and praised when he became the best match in Russia, had fallen greatly in society's esteem after his marriage. The marriageable daughters and their mothers had nothing more to hope from him, and he didn't know how, nor did he wish, to court society's favor. Now, he alone was blamed for what had happened. He was said to be insanely jealous and prone to bloodthirsty rages, just like his father. When Helene returned to Petersburg after Pierre's departure, she was received by all her acquaintances not just cordially, but with a shade of deference for her misfortune. When the conversation turned to her husband, Helene would assume a dignified expression. It was a look she had acquired with her characteristic tact, though she didn't fully understand its meaning. This expression suggested that she had resolved to endure her troubles without complaint, and that her husband was a cross laid upon her by God. Prince Vasily expressed his opinion more openly. He would shrug his shoulders when Pierre was mentioned, point to his forehead and remark, "A bit touched, I always said so." "I said from the first," declared Anna Pavlovna, referring to Pierre. "I said it at the time and before anyone else." She always insisted on her priority. "I said that senseless young man was spoiled by the depraved ideas of these days. I said so even when everyone was in raptures about him, right after he returned from abroad, when, if you remember, he posed as a sort of Marat at one of my soirees. And how has it ended? I was against this marriage even then and foretold everything that has happened." Anna Pavlovna continued to host her usual soirees on her free evenings, the kind that she alone had a gift for arranging. There one could find the cream of really good society, the bloom of the intellectual essence of Petersburg, as she herself put it. Besides this refined selection of guests, Anna Pavlovna's receptions were also distinguished by the fact that she always presented some new and interesting person to the visitors. And nowhere else was the state of the political thermometer of legitimate Petersburg court society so clearly and distinctly indicated. Toward the end of 1806, sad news was arriving daily. Napoleon had destroyed the Prussian army at Jena and Auerstadt, and most of the Prussian fortresses had surrendered. Our troops had already entered Prussia, and our second war with Napoleon was beginning. It was at this time that Anna Pavlovna gave one of her soirees. The cream of really good society consisted of the fascinating Helene, forsaken by her husband, Mortemart, the delightful Prince Hippolyte, who had just returned from Vienna, two diplomatists, the old aunt, a young man referred to in that drawing room as a man of great merit, a newly appointed maid of honor and her mother, and several other less noteworthy persons. The novelty Anna Pavlovna was presenting to her guests that evening was Boris Drubetskoy. He had just arrived as a special messenger from the Prussian army and was an aide-de-camp to a very important personage. The temperature shown by the political thermometer to the company that evening was this: whatever the European sovereigns and commanders may do to support Bonaparte and to cause me, and us in general, annoyance and mortification, our opinion of Bonaparte cannot change. We shall not cease to express our sincere views on that subject, and can only say to the King of Prussia and others, so much the worse for you. You would have it so. That's all we have to say about it. When Boris, the evening's main attraction, entered the drawing room, almost all the company had assembled. The conversation, guided by Anna Pavlovna, was about our diplomatic relations with Austria and the hope of an alliance with her. Boris, now more manly and looking fresh, rosy, and self-possessed, entered the drawing room elegantly dressed in the uniform of an aide-de-camp. He was duly led to pay his respects to the aunt, and then brought back to the general circle. Anna Pavlovna gave him her shriveled hand to kiss, and introduced him to several people he did not know, giving him a whispered description of each. Prince Hippolyte Kuragin, Monsieur Krug, the charge d'affaires from Copenhagen, a profound intellect, she said, and then simply, Mr. Shitov, a man of great merit, referring to the man usually described that way. Thanks to his mother Anna Mikhailovna's efforts, his own tastes, and his reserved nature, Boris had managed to position himself very advantageously in his service. He was aide-de-camp to a very important person, had been sent on a very important mission to Prussia, and had just returned as a special messenger. He had become thoroughly familiar with that unwritten code he had admired at Olmütz, the one according to which an ensign might rank far higher than a general. He understood that success in the service required not effort, work, courage, or perseverance, but only the knowledge of how to get on with those who can grant rewards. He was often surprised himself at the speed of his success and at the inability of others to grasp these things. As a result of this discovery, his entire way of life, all his relations with old friends, and all his plans for the future were completely altered. He was not rich, but he would spend his last coin to be better dressed than others. He would rather deprive himself of many pleasures than be seen in a shabby carriage or appear in the streets of Petersburg in an old uniform. He only made friends with and sought the acquaintance of those above him in position, who could therefore be useful to him. He liked Petersburg and despised Moscow. The memory of the Rostovs' house and his childish love for Natasha was unpleasant to him, and he had not once visited the Rostovs since he left for the army. He considered being in Anna Pavlovna's drawing room an important step up in the service. He at once understood his role, letting his hostess make use of whatever interest he had to offer. He himself carefully scanned each face, appraising the possibilities of establishing intimacy with each person present and the advantages that might follow. He took the seat indicated to him beside the fair Helene and listened to the general conversation. Vienna considers the bases of the proposed treaty so unattainable that not even a continuity of most brilliant successes would secure them, and she doubts the means we have of gaining them. That is the actual phrase used by the Vienna cabinet, said the Danish charge d'affaires. The doubt is flattering, said the man of profound intellect with a subtle smile. We must distinguish between the Vienna cabinet and the Emperor of Austria, said Mortemart. The Emperor of Austria can never have thought of such a thing. It is only the cabinet that says it. Ah, my dear Vicomte, put in Anna Pavlovna, Europe will never be our sincere ally. For some reason, she pronounced it Europe, as if it were a specially refined French pronunciation. After that, Anna Pavlovna brought up the courage and firmness of the King of Prussia in order to draw Boris into the conversation. Boris listened attentively to each speaker, awaiting his turn. Meanwhile, he managed to look around repeatedly at his neighbor, the beautiful Helene, whose eyes met those of the handsome young aide-de-camp several times with a smile. Speaking of the position of Prussia, Anna Pavlovna very naturally asked Boris to tell them about his journey to Glogau and the state of the Prussian army. Boris, speaking with deliberation, told them in pure, correct French many interesting details about the armies and the court. He carefully avoided expressing his own opinion on the facts he was recounting. For some time, he held the general attention, and Anna Pavlovna felt that the novelty she had served up was received with pleasure by all her guests. The greatest attention to Boris's narrative was shown by Helene. She asked him several questions about his journey and seemed greatly interested in the state of the Prussian army. As soon as he had finished, she turned to him with her usual smile. "You absolutely must come and see me," she said, in a tone that implied that, for certain reasons he couldn't know, this was absolutely necessary. "On Tuesday, between 8 and 9. It will give me great pleasure." Boris promised to fulfill her wish, and was about to start a conversation with her when Anna Pavlovna called him away on the pretext that her aunt wished to hear him. "You know her husband, of course," said Anna Pavlovna, closing her eyes and indicating Helene with a sorrowful gesture. "Ah, she is such an unfortunate and charming woman. Don't mention him before her. Please don't. It is too painful for her." Chapter 5. Hippolyte at Anna Pavlovna's. Now for Chapter 5. When Boris and Anna Pavlovna returned to the group, Prince Hippolyte had everyone's attention. Bending forward in his armchair, he said, "Le roi de Prusse!" and then laughed. Everyone turned to look at him. "Le roi de Prusse?" Hippolyte repeated interrogatively, laughing again. Then he calmly and seriously sat back in his chair. Anna Pavlovna waited for him to continue, but since he seemed quite determined to say no more, she began to tell the story of how the impious Bonaparte had stolen the sword of Frederick the Great at Potsdam. "It is the sword of Frederick the Great which she began, but Hippolyte interrupted her with the words, "Le roi de Prusse," and again, as soon as everyone turned to him, he excused himself and fell silent. Anna Pavlovna frowned. Mortemart, Hippolyte's friend, addressed him firmly. "Come now, what about your roi de Prusse?" Hippolyte laughed, as if ashamed of laughing. "Oh, it's nothing. I only wished to say—" He was trying to repeat a joke he had heard in Vienna and had been trying to work into the conversation all evening. "I only wished to say that we are wrong to fight pour le roi de Prusse." In French, this phrase means for the King of Prussia, but it's also an expression that means for a trifle of no value. Boris smiled circumspectly, so his smile could be taken as either ironical or appreciative, depending on how the joke was received. Everybody laughed. "Your joke is too bad. It's witty but unjust," said Anna Pavlovna, shaking her little shriveled finger at him. "We are not fighting for the King of Prussia, but for right principles. Oh, that wicked Prince Hippolyte," she said. The conversation did not flag all evening and turned chiefly on political news. It became particularly animated toward the end of the evening when the rewards bestowed by the emperor were mentioned. "You know NN received a snuff box with the portrait last year," said the man of profound intellect. "Why shouldn't SS get the same distinction?" "Pardon me, a snuff box with the emperor's portrait is a reward but not a distinction," said the diplomatist. "A gift, rather." "There are precedents. I may mention Schwarzenberg." "It's impossible," replied another. "Will you bet? The ribbon of the order is a different matter." When everyone rose to go, Helene, who had spoken very little all evening, turned to Boris again. She asked him, in a tone of caressing yet significant command, to come to her on Tuesday. "It is of great importance to me," she said, turning with a smile toward Anna Pavlovna. And Anna Pavlovna, with the same sad smile she used when speaking of her exalted patroness, supported Helene's wish. It seemed as if, from some words Boris had spoken that evening about the Prussian army, Helene had suddenly found it necessary to see him. She seemed to promise to explain that necessity when he came on Tuesday. But on Tuesday evening, when he arrived at Helene's splendid salon, Boris received no clear explanation of why his visit was so necessary. There were other guests, and the Countess talked little to him. Only as he was taking his leave and kissing her hand did she say unexpectedly and in a whisper, with a strangely unsmiling face, "Come to dinner tomorrow, in the evening. You must come. Come." During that stay in Petersburg, Boris became a close intimate in the Countess's house. Chapter 6. Old Bolkonsky as Commander-in-Chief of the Conscription. Andrew's Anxiety, a Letter from His Father. Now we turn to Chapter 6. The war was flaring up and drawing closer to the Russian frontier. Everywhere one heard curses against Bonaparte, the enemy of mankind. Militiamen and recruits were being enrolled in the villages, and from the front came contradictory news, false as usual and therefore interpreted in various ways. The life of old Prince Bolkonsky, Prince Andrew, and Princess Mary had changed greatly since 1805. In 1806, the old prince was made one of the 8 commanders-in-chief, appointed to supervise the military enrollment throughout Russia. Despite the weakness of his age, which had become particularly noticeable since he thought his son had been killed, he did not feel it was right to refuse a duty given to him by the emperor himself. This new opportunity for action gave him renewed energy and strength. He was constantly traveling through the 3 provinces entrusted to him, pedantic in his duties, severe to the point of cruelty with his subordinates, and he personally attended to every detail. Princess Mary had stopped taking mathematics lessons from her father. When the old prince was at home, she would go to his study with the wet nurse and little Prince Nicholas, as his grandfather called him. The baby, Prince Nicholas, lived with his wet nurse and Nurse Savishna in the rooms of the late princess. Princess Mary spent most of her day in the nursery, taking a mother's place to her little nephew as best she could. Mademoiselle Bourienne, too, seemed passionately fond of the boy. Princess Mary often deprived herself to give her friend the pleasure of dandling the little angel, as she called her nephew, and playing with him. Near the altar of the church at Bald Hills, there was a chapel over the tomb of the little princess. In this chapel was a marble monument brought from Italy, representing an angel with outspread wings, ready to fly upwards. The angel's upper lip was slightly raised, as if about to smile. Once coming out of the chapel, Prince Andrew and Princess Mary admitted to each other that the angel's face strangely reminded them of the little princess. But what was even stranger, though Prince Andrew never mentioned it to his sister, was that in the angel's expression he read the same mild reproach he had seen on the face of his dead wife. "Ah, why have you done this to me?" Soon after Prince Andrew's return, the old prince gave him a large estate, Bogucharovo, about 25 miles from Bald Hills. Partly because of the depressing memories associated with Bald Hills, partly because Prince Andrew didn't always feel up to bearing his father's peculiarities, and partly because he needed solitude, Prince Andrew made use of Bogucharovo. He began building there and spent most of his time at the new estate. After the Austerlitz campaign, Prince Andrew had firmly resolved not to continue his military service. When the war began again, and everyone had to serve, he took a post under his father in the recruitment office to avoid active duty. The old prince and his son seemed to have switched roles since the campaign of 1805. The old man, roused by activity, expected the best results from the new campaign. Prince Andrew, on the contrary, taking no part in the war and secretly regretting it, saw only the dark side. On February 26, 1807, the old prince set off on one of his circuits. Prince Andrew remained at Bald Hills, as he usually did during his father's absence. Little Nicholas had been unwell for 4 days. The coachman who had driven the old prince to town returned with papers and letters for Prince Andrew. The valet couldn't find the young prince in his study, so he went to Princess Mary's apartments, but he wasn't there either. He was told that the prince had gone to the nursery. "If you please, Your Excellency, Petrushia has brought some papers," said one of the nursemaids to Prince Andrew. He was sitting on a small child's chair, frowning and with trembling hands, pouring drops from a medicine bottle into a wineglass half full of water. "What is it?" he said crossly. His hand shook unintentionally, and he poured too many drops into the glass. He threw the mixture onto the floor and asked for more water. The maid brought it. In the room were a child's cot, 2 boxes, 2 armchairs, a table, a child's table, and the little chair on which Prince Andrew was sitting. The curtains were drawn, and a single candle burned on the table, screened by a bound music book so that the light did not fall on the cot. "My dear," said Princess Mary, addressing her brother from beside the cot where she was standing, "better wait a bit, later." "Oh, leave off. You always talk nonsense and keep putting things off, and this is what comes of it," said Prince Andrew in an exasperated whisper, evidently meaning to wound his sister. "My dear, really, it's better not to wake him. He's asleep," said the princess in a pleading tone. Prince Andrew got up and tiptoed to the little bed, wineglass in hand. "Perhaps we'd really better not wake him," he said, hesitating. "As you please, really. I think so. But as you please," said Princess Mary. She was clearly intimidated and confused that her opinion had prevailed. She drew her brother's attention to the maid who was calling him in a whisper. It was the second night that neither of them had slept. They were watching the boy, who was in a high fever. For the last few days, mistrusting their household doctor and waiting for another, they had sent for from town, they had been trying one remedy after another. Worn out by sleeplessness and anxiety, they threw their sorrow onto each other, reproaching and arguing. "Petrucia has come with papers from your father," whispered the maid. Prince Andrew went out. "Devil take them," he muttered. After listening to the verbal instructions his father had sent and taking the correspondence and his father's letter, he returned to the nursery. "Well," he asked, "still the same? Wait, for heaven's sake. Karl Ivanitch always says that sleep is more important than anything," whispered Princess Mary with a sigh. Prince Andrew went up to the child and felt him. He was burning hot. "Confound you and your Karl Ivanitch!" He took the glass with the drops and went back to the cot. "Andrew, don't!" said Princess Mary, but he scowled at her angrily, though there was also suffering in his eyes, and he stooped over the infant, glass in hand. "But I wish it," he said. "I beg you give it to him." Princess Mary shrugged her shoulders, but submissively took the glass. She called the nurse and began to give the medicine. The child screamed hoarsely. Prince Andrew winced and, clutching his head, went out and sat down on a sofa in the next room. He still had all the letters in his hand. Opening them mechanically, he began to read. The old prince, sometimes using abbreviations, wrote in his large, elongated handwriting on blue paper. The letter read as follows: "Have just this moment received by special messenger very joyful news, if it's not false. Bennigsen seems to have obtained a complete victory over Bonaparte at Eylau. In Petersburg everyone is rejoicing, and the rewards sent to the army are innumerable. Though he is a German, I congratulate him. I can't make out what the commander at Korchevo, a certain Kondrakov, is up to. Till now the additional men and provisions have not arrived. Gallop off to him at once and say I'll have his head off if everything is not here in a week. Have received another letter about the Preußisch Eylau battle from Petenka. He took part in it, and it's all true. When mischief makers don't meddle, even a German beats Bonaparte. He is said to be fleeing in great disorder. Mind you gallop off to Korchevo without delay and carry out instructions." Prince Andrew sighed and broke the seal of another envelope. It was a closely written 2-sheet letter from Bilibin. He folded it up without reading it and reread his father's letter, which ended with the words, "Gallop off to Korchevo and carry out instructions." "No, pardon me, I won't go now until the child is better," he thought. He went to the door and looked into the nursery. Princess Mary was still standing by the cot, gently rocking the baby. "Ah, yes, and what else did he say that's unpleasant?" thought Prince Andrew, recalling his father's letter. "Yes, we have gained a victory over Bonaparte just when I'm not serving. Yes, he's always poking fun at me. Ah, well, let him." And he began reading Bilibin's letter, which was written in French. He read without understanding half of it, reading only to forget, if but for a moment, what he had been thinking of so painfully, to the exclusion of all else. Chapter 7. Bilibin's letter about the campaign. The baby convalescent. Chapter 7 continues the story. Bilibin was now at army headquarters in a diplomatic capacity. Though he wrote in French and used French jests and idioms, he described the whole campaign with a fearless and genuinely Russian self-censor and self-derision. Bilibin wrote that the obligation of diplomatic discretion tormented him, and he was happy to have a reliable correspondent in Prince Andrew to whom he could pour out the bile he had accumulated at the sight of all that was being done in the army. The letter was old, having been written before the battle at Preußisch Eylau. "Since the day of our brilliant success at Austerlitz," wrote Bilibin, "as you know, my dear prince, I never leave headquarters. I have certainly acquired a taste for war, and it is just as well for me. What I have seen during these last 3 months is incredible." He continued, "I begin from the start. The enemy of the human race, as you know, attacks the Prussians. The Prussians are our faithful allies, who have only betrayed us 3 times in 3 years. We take up their cause, but it turns out that the enemy of the human race pays no heed to our fine speeches. In his rude and savage way, he throws himself on the Prussians without giving them time to finish their parade, and in 2 twists of the hand, he breaks them to smithereens and installs himself in the palace at Potsdam. The letter went on. I most ardently desire, writes the King of Prussia to Bonaparte, that your majesty should be received and treated in my palace in a manner agreeable to yourself, and in so far as circumstances allowed, I have hastened to take all steps to that end. May I have succeeded. The Prussian generals pride themselves on being polite to the French and lay down their arms at the first demand. The head of the garrison at Glogau, with 10,000 men, asks the King of Prussia what he is to do if he is summoned to surrender. All this is absolutely true. In short, hoping to settle matters by taking up a warlike attitude, it turns out that we have landed ourselves in war, and what is more, in war on our own frontiers, with and for the King of Prussia. We have everything in perfect order, only one little thing is lacking, namely a commander-in-chief. As it was considered that the Austerlitz success might have been more decisive had the commander-in-chief not been so young, all our octogenarians were reviewed, and of Prozorovsky and Kamensky, the latter was preferred. The general comes to us, Suvorov-like, in a wooden cart, and is received with acclamations of joy and triumph. Bilibin's letter continued its sarcastic tale. On the 4th, the first courier arrives from Petersburg. The mail is taken to the field marshal's room, for he likes to do everything himself. I am called in to help sort the letters and take those meant for us. The field marshal looks on and waits for letters addressed to him. We search, but none are to be found. The field marshal grows impatient, sets to work himself, and finds letters from the Emperor to Count T, Prince Fives, and others. Then he bursts into one of his wild furies and rages at everyone and everything, seizes the letters, opens them, and reads those from the Emperor addressed to others. Ah, so that's the way they treat me. No confidence in me. Ah, ordered to keep an eye on me. Very well then, get along with you. So he writes the famous order of the day to General Bennigsen. The order read, I am wounded and cannot ride and consequently cannot command the army. You have brought your army corps to Pultusk, routed, here it is exposed, and without fuel or forage, so something must be done, and as you yourself reported to Count Buxhowden yesterday, you must think of retreating to our frontier, which you must do today. Bilibin went on to quote the field marshal's letter to the Emperor. From all my riding, I have got a saddle sore which, coming after all my previous journeys, quite prevents my riding and commanding so vast an army. So I have passed on the command to the general next in seniority, Count Buxhowden, having sent him my whole staff and all that belongs to it, advising him if there is a lack of bread, to move farther into the interior of Prussia, for only 1 day's ration of bread remains, and in some regiments none at all. I myself will remain in hospital at Ostrolenka till I recover. In regard to which I humbly submit my report, with the information that if the army remains in its present bivouac another fortnight, there will not be a healthy man left in it by spring. The field marshal's letter concluded, grant leave to retire to his country seat to an old man who is already dishonored by being unable to fulfill the great and glorious task for which he was chosen. I shall await your most gracious permission here in hospital, that I may not have to play the part of a secretary rather than commander in the army. My removal from the army does not produce the slightest stir. A blind man has left it. There are thousands such as I in Russia. Bilibin then added his own comment. The field marshal is angry with the emperor, and he punishes us all. Isn't it logical? This is the first act. Those that follow are naturally increasingly interesting and entertaining. After the field marshal's departure, it appears that we are within sight of the enemy and must give battle. Buxhowden is commander-in-chief by seniority, but General Bennigsen does not quite see it. More particularly, as it is he and his corps who are within sight of the enemy, and he wishes to profit by the opportunity to fight a battle on his own hand, as the Germans say. He does so. This is the Battle of Pultusk, which is considered a great victory, but in my opinion was nothing of the kind. He continued, we civilians, as you know, have a very bad way of deciding whether a battle was won or lost. Those who retreat after a battle have lost it, is what we say, and according to that, it is we who lost the Battle of Pultusk. In short, we retreat after the battle, but send a courier to Petersburg with news of a victory. General Bennigsen, hoping to receive the post of Commander-in-Chief from Petersburg as a reward, does not give up command of the army to General Buxhowden. During this interregnum, we begin a very original and interesting series of maneuvers. Our aim is no longer, as it should be, to avoid or attack the enemy, but solely to avoid General Buxhowden, who by right of seniority should be our chief. So energetically do we pursue this aim that after crossing an unfordable river, we burn the bridges to separate ourselves from our enemy, who at the moment is not Bonaparte but Buxhowden. General Buxhowden was all but attacked and captured by a superior enemy force as a result of one of these maneuvers that enabled us to escape him. Buxhowden pursues us. We scuttle. He hardly crosses the river to our side before we recross to the other. At last, our enemy, Buxhowden, catches us and attacks. Both generals are angry, resulting in a challenge on Buxhowden's part and an epileptic fit on Bennigsen's. But at the critical moment, the courier who carried the news of our victory at Pultusk to Petersburg returns, bringing our appointment as Commander-in-Chief. Our first foe, Buxhowden, is vanquished. We can now turn our thoughts to the second, Bonaparte. But as it turns out, just at that moment, a third enemy rises before us, namely the Orthodox Russian soldiers, loudly demanding bread, meat, biscuits, fodder, and whatnot. The stores are empty, the roads impassable. The Orthodox begin looting, in a way of which our last campaign can give you no idea. Half the regiments form bands and scour the countryside, putting everything to fire and sword. The inhabitants are totally ruined, the hospitals overflow with sick, and famine is everywhere. Twice the marauders even attack our headquarters, and the commander-in-chief has to ask for a battalion to disperse them. During one of these attacks, they carried off my empty portmanteau and my dressing gown. The emperor proposes to give all commanders of divisions the right to shoot marauders, but I much fear this will oblige one half of the army to shoot the other. At first, Prince Andrew read with his eyes only, but after a while, in spite of himself, and although he knew how far he could trust Bilibin, what he had read began to interest him more and more. When he had read this far, he crumpled the letter up and threw it away. It wasn't what he had read that vexed him, but the fact that the life out there, in which he now had no part, could still disturb him. He shut his eyes and rubbed his forehead, as if to rid himself of all interest in what he had read, and listened to what was happening in the nursery. Suddenly, he thought he heard a strange noise through the door. He was seized with alarm, worried that something might have happened to the child while he was reading the letter. He went on tiptoe to the nursery door and opened it. Just as he went in, he saw the nurse hiding something from him with a scared look, and that Princess Mary was no longer by the cot. "My dear," he heard what sounded like her despairing whisper behind him. As often happens after long sleeplessness and anxiety, he was seized by an unreasoning panic. It occurred to him that the child was dead. All that he saw and heard seemed to confirm this terror. "All is over," he thought, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He went to the cot in confusion, sure that he would find it empty and that the nurse had been hiding the dead baby. He drew the curtain aside, and for some time his frightened, restless eyes could not find the baby. At last he saw him. The rosy boy had tossed about until he lay across the bed, his head lower than the pillow. He was smacking his lips in his sleep and breathing evenly. Prince Andrew was as glad to find the boy like that as if he had already lost him. He bent over him and, as his sister had taught him, used his lips to check if the child was still feverish. The soft forehead was moist. Prince Andrew touched the head with his hand. Even the hair was wet, so profusely had the child perspired. He was not dead. Evidently, the crisis was over and he was getting better. Prince Andrew longed to snatch up this helpless little creature, to squeeze him, to hold him to his heart, but he dared not. He stood over him, gazing at his head and at the little arms and legs that showed under the blanket. He heard a rustle behind him, and a shadow appeared under the curtain of the cot. He didn't look round, but continued gazing at the infant's face, listening to his regular breathing. The dark shadow was Princess Mary. She had come up to the cot with noiseless steps, lifted the curtain, and dropped it again behind her. Prince Andrew recognized her without looking and held out his hand to her. She pressed it. "He has perspired," said Prince Andrew. "I was coming to tell you so." The child moved slightly in his sleep, smiled, and rubbed his forehead against the pillow. Prince Andrew looked at his sister. In the dim shadow of the curtain, her luminous eyes shone more brightly than usual from the tears of joy that were in them. She leaned over to her brother and kissed him, slightly catching the curtain of the cot. They each made a warning gesture to the other and stood still in the dim light beneath the curtain, as if not wishing to leave that secluded space where the three of them were shut off from all the world. Prince Andrew was the first to move away, ruffling his hair against the muslin of the curtain. "Yes," he said with a sigh, "this is the one thing left me now." Chapter 8. Pierre goes to Kiev and visits his estates. Obstacles to the emancipation of his serfs. Now we begin Chapter 8. Soon after his admission to the Masonic Brotherhood, Pierre traveled to the Kiev province, where he had the greatest number of serfs. He took with him full directions that he had written down for his own guidance on how to manage his estates. When he reached Kiev, he sent for all his stewards to the head office and explained his intentions and wishes. He told them that steps would be taken immediately to free his serfs. Until then, they were not to be overburdened with labor. Women with nursing babies were not to be sent to work, and assistance was to be given to the serfs. Punishments were to be admonitory, not corporal, and hospitals, asylums, and schools were to be established on all the estates. Some of the stewards, who were semi-literate foremen, listened with alarm. They supposed these words meant that the young count was displeased with their management and embezzlement of money. Some, after their initial fright, were amused by Pierre's lisp and the new words they had never heard before. Others simply enjoyed hearing the master talk. But the cleverest among them, including the chief steward, understood from this speech how they could best handle the master for their own ends. The chief steward expressed great sympathy with Pierre's intentions, but he remarked that, besides these changes, it would be necessary to look into the general state of affairs, which was far from satisfactory. Despite Count Bezukov's enormous wealth, an income said to be 500,000 rubles a year, Pierre felt himself far poorer than when his father had given him an allowance of 10,000. He had a dim understanding of his budget. About 80,000 rubles went to payments on all the estates to the land bank. About 30,000 went for the upkeep of the estate near Moscow, the town house, and the allowance to the three princesses. About 15,000 was given in pensions, and the same amount for asylums. 150,000 was sent as alimony to the countess. About 70,000 went for interest on debts. The building of a new church, which had been started previously, had cost about 10,000 in each of the last 2 years. He had no idea how the rest, about 100,000 rubles, was spent, and almost every year he was forced to borrow. Besides this, the chief steward wrote every year about fires, bad harvests, or the need to rebuild factories and workshops. So the first task Pierre faced was one for which he had very little aptitude or inclination: practical business. He discussed the state affairs every day with his chief steward, but he felt that this didn't move matters forward at all. He felt that these consultations were detached from real affairs and did not connect with them or make them progress. On one hand, the chief steward presented the situation in the worst possible light, pointing out the necessity of paying off debts and starting new projects with serf labor, which Pierre did not agree to. On the other hand, Pierre demanded that steps be taken to liberate the serfs. The steward countered this by showing the necessity of first paying off the loans from the land bank, making a speedy emancipation impossible. The steward did not say it was completely impossible. Instead, he suggested selling the forests in the province of Kostroma, the land further down the river, and the Crimean estate in order to make it possible. According to him, all of these operations involved such complicated measures, removing injunctions, petitions, permits, and so on, that Pierre became quite bewildered and only replied, "Yes, yes, do so." Pierre had none of the practical persistence that would have enabled him to attend to the business himself. So he disliked it and only tried to pretend to the steward that he was attending to it. The steward, for his part, tried to pretend to the count that he considered these consultations very valuable for the proprietor and troublesome to himself. In Kiev, Pierre found some people he knew, and strangers hurried to make his acquaintance. They joyfully welcomed the rich newcomer, the largest landowner of the province. The temptations to Pierre's greatest weakness, the one he had confessed when he was admitted to the lodge, were so strong that he could not resist them. Once again, whole days, weeks, and months of his life passed in a great rush, as occupied with evening parties, dinners, and balls as in Petersburg, leaving him no time for reflection. Instead of the new life he had hoped to lead, he was still living the old life, only in new surroundings. Of the 3 precepts of Freemasonry, Pierre realized he did not fulfill the one that enjoined every Mason to set an example of a moral life. And of the 7 virtues, he lacked 2, morality and the love of death. He consoled himself with the thought that he did fulfill another precept, that of reforming the human race, and possessed other virtues such as love of his neighbor and especially generosity. In the spring of 1807, he decided to return to Petersburg. On the way, he intended to visit all his estates and see for himself how far his orders had been carried out and what state the serfs were in, the people whom God had entrusted to his care and whom he intended to benefit. The chief steward, who considered the young count's attempts almost insane, unprofitable to himself, to the count, and to the serfs, made some concessions. While continuing to represent the liberation of the serfs as impracticable, he arranged for large buildings, schools, hospitals, and asylums to be erected on all the estates before the master arrived. Everywhere, preparations were made not for ceremonious welcomes, which he knew Pierre would not like, but for the kind of gratefully religious ones, with offerings of icons and bread and salt, that he believed would touch and delude his master. The southern spring, the comfortable, rapid travel in a Vienna carriage, and the solitude of the road all had a gladdening effect on Pierre. The estates he had not visited before were each more picturesque than the last. The serfs everywhere seemed to be thriving and were touchingly grateful for the benefits conferred on them. Everywhere there were receptions, which embarrassed Pierre, but also awakened a joyful feeling deep in his heart. In one place, the peasants presented him with bread and salt and an icon of St. Peter and St. Paul. They asked for permission, as a mark of their gratitude for his benefits, to build a new chantry to the church at their own expense in honor of Peter and Paul, his patron saints. In another place, the women with infants in their arms met him to thank him for releasing them from hard work. On a third estate, a priest, bearing a cross, came to meet him surrounded by children whom, by the count's generosity, he was instructing in reading, writing, and religion. On all his estates, Pierre saw with his own eyes brick buildings being erected, all on one plan, for hospitals, schools, and almshouses, which were soon to be opened. Everywhere he saw the steward's accounts, which showed that the serfs' manorial labor had been diminished, and he heard the touching thanks of deputations of serfs in their full-skirted blue coats. What Pierre did not know was that the place where they presented him with bread and salt and wished to build a chantry was a market village where a fair was held on St. Peter's Day. The richest peasants, who formed the deputation, had started the chantry long before, but 9/10 of the peasants in that village lived in extreme poverty. He did not know that although the nursing mothers were no longer sent to work on his land, they now did even harder work on their own land. He did not know that the priest who met him with the cross oppressed the peasants with his demands, and that the pupils' parents wept at having to let him take their children and paid heavily to get them back. He did not know that the brick buildings were being built by serfs whose manorial labor was thus increased, even though it was lessened on paper. He did not know that where the steward had shown in the accounts that the serfs' payments had been diminished by 1/3, their obligatory manorial work had been increased by 1/2. And so Pierre was delighted with his visit to his estates. He fully recovered the philanthropic mood in which he had left Petersburg and wrote enthusiastic letters to his brother instructor, as he called the Grand Master. How easy it is, how little effort it needs to do so much good, thought Pierre, and how little attention we pay to it. He was pleased with the gratitude he received, but he also felt abashed at receiving it. This gratitude reminded him of how much more he could be doing for these simple, kindly people. The chief steward, a very stupid but cunning man, saw perfectly through the naive and intelligent count and played with him as if he were a toy. Seeing the effect these prearranged receptions had on Pierre, he pressed him even harder with proofs of the impossibility and above all the uselessness of freeing the serfs, who he claimed were quite happy as they were. In his secret soul, Pierre agreed with the steward that it would be difficult to imagine happier people, and that God only knew what would happen to them when they were free. But he insisted, though reluctantly, on what he thought was right. The steward promised to do all in his power to carry out the count's wishes. He saw clearly that not only would the count never be able to find out whether all measures had been taken for the sale of the land and forests and to release them from the land bank, but he would probably never even inquire. He would never know that the newly erected buildings were standing empty, and that the serfs continued to give in money and work all that other people's serfs gave. That is to say, all that could be got out of them. Chapter 9. Pierre visits Prince Andrew. We now come to Chapter 9. Returning from his journey through South Russia in the happiest state of mind, Pierre carried out an intention he had long had of visiting his friend Bolkonsky, whom he had not seen for 2 years. Bogucharovo, Prince Andrew's estate, was located in a flat, uninteresting part of the country, surrounded by fields and forests of fir and birch, which were partly cut down. The house lay behind a newly dug pond, filled with water to the brink, its banks still bare of grass. It was at the end of a village that stretched along the high road, in the midst of a young copse with a few fir trees. The homestead consisted of a threshing floor, outhouses, stables, a bathhouse, a lodge, and a large brick house with a semicircular facade that was still under construction. Around the house was a newly laid-out garden. The fences and gates were new and solid. 2 fire pumps and a water cart, painted green, stood in a shed. The paths were straight, the bridges were strong and had handrails. Everything bore an impress of tidiness and good management. Some domestic serfs Pierre met pointed out a small, newly built lodge close to the pond as the place where the prince lived. Anton, a man who had looked after Prince Andrew in his boyhood, helped Pierre out of his carriage, said that the prince was at home, and showed him into a clean little anteroom. Pierre was struck by the modesty of the small, clean house, especially after the brilliant surroundings in which he had last met his friend in Petersburg. He quickly entered the small reception room, with its unplastered wooden walls that smelled of pine, and would have gone farther, but Anton ran ahead on tiptoe and knocked at a door. "Well, what is it?" came a sharp, unpleasant voice. "A visitor," answered Anton. "Ask him to wait," came the reply, and the sound of a chair being pushed back was heard. Pierre walked rapidly to the door and suddenly came face to face with Prince Andrew, who came out frowning and looking old. Pierre embraced him and, lifting his spectacles, kissed his friend on the cheek and looked at him closely. "Well, I did not expect you. I am very glad," said Prince Andrew. Pierre said nothing. He looked fixedly at his friend with surprise. He was struck by the change in him. His words were kindly, and there was a smile on his lips and face, but his eyes were dull and lifeless. In spite of his evident wish to do so, he could not give them a joyous and glad sparkle. Prince Andrew had grown thinner, paler, and more manly-looking, but what amazed and estranged Pierre until he got used to it were his inertia and a wrinkle on his brow, indicating prolonged concentration on some single thought. As is usually the case when people meet after a long separation, it was a long time before their conversation could settle on anything. They asked questions and gave brief replies about things they knew ought to be discussed at length. At last, the conversation gradually settled on some of the topics they had at first lightly touched on: their past life, plans for the future, Pierre's journeys and occupations, the war, and so on. The preoccupation and despondency that Pierre had noticed in his friend's look was now even more clearly expressed in the smile with which he listened to Pierre, especially when he spoke with joyful animation of the past or the future. It was as if Prince Andrew would have liked to sympathize with what Pierre was saying, but could not. The latter began to feel that it was in bad taste to speak of his enthusiasms, dreams, and hopes of happiness or goodness in Prince Andrew's presence. He was ashamed to express his new Masonic views, which had been particularly revived and strengthened by his recent tour. He checked himself, fearing he might seem naive, yet he felt an irresistible desire to show his friend as soon as possible that he was now a quite different and better Pierre than he had been in Petersburg. "I can't tell you how much I have lived through since then. I hardly know myself again." "Yes, we have altered much, very much since then," said Prince Andrew. "Well, and you, what are your plans?" "Plans," repeated Prince Andrew ironically. "My plans," he said, as if astonished at the word. "Well, you see, I'm building. I mean to settle here altogether next year." Pierre looked silently and searchingly into Prince Andrew's face, which had grown much older. "No, I meant to ask," Pierre began, but Prince Andrew interrupted him. "But why talk of me? Talk to me. Yes, tell me about your travels and all you have been doing on your estates." Pierre began describing what he had done on his estates, trying as far as possible to conceal his own part in the improvements. Prince Andrew several times prompted Pierre's story, as if it were all an old-time tale, and he listened not only without interest, but even as if ashamed of what Pierre was telling him. Pierre felt uncomfortable and even depressed in his friend's company, and at last became silent. "I'll tell you what, my dear fellow," said Prince Andrew, who evidently also felt depressed and constrained with his visitor. "I am only bivouacking here and have just come to look round. I am going back to my sister today. I will introduce you to her. But of course you know her already," he said, clearly trying to entertain a visitor with whom he now found nothing in common. "We will go after dinner, and would you now like to look round my place?" They went out and walked about until dinner time, talking of political news and common acquaintances, like people who do not know each other intimately. Prince Andrew spoke with some animation and interest only of the new homestead he was building. But even here, while on the scaffolding, in the midst of explaining the future arrangements of the house, he interrupted himself. "However, this is not at all interesting. Let us have dinner, and then we'll set off." At dinner, the conversation turned to Pierre's marriage. "I was very much surprised when I heard of it," said Prince Andrew. Pierre blushed, as he always did when it was mentioned, and said hurriedly, "I will tell you some time how it all happened, but you know it is all over and forever." "Forever," said Prince Andrew. "Nothing's forever." "But you know how it all ended, don't you? You heard of the duel? And so you had to go through that too." "One thing I thank God for is that I did not kill that man," said Pierre. "Why so?" asked Prince Andrew. "To kill a vicious dog is a very good thing, really." "No, to kill a man is bad, wrong." "Why is it wrong?" urged Prince Andrew. "It is not given to man to know what is right and what is wrong. Men always did and always will err, and in nothing more than in what they consider right and wrong." "What does harm to another is wrong," said Pierre, feeling with pleasure that for the first time since his arrival, Prince Andrew was roused, had begun to talk, and wanted to express what had brought him to his present state. "And who has told you what is bad for another man?" he asked. "Bad, bad!" exclaimed Pierre. "We all know what is bad for ourselves." "Yes, we know that, but the harm I am conscious of in myself is something I cannot inflict on others," said Prince Andrew, growing more animated and evidently wishing to express his new outlook to Pierre. He spoke in French. "I only know two very real evils in life, remorse and illness. The only good is the absence of those evils. To live for myself, avoiding those two evils, is my whole philosophy now." "And love of one's neighbor and self-sacrifice," began Pierre. "No, I can't agree with you. To live only so as not to do evil and not to have to repent is not enough. I lived like that. I lived for myself and ruined my life. And only now when I am living, or at least trying," Pierre's modesty made him correct himself, "to live for others, only now have I understood all the happiness of life. No, I shall not agree with you, and you do not really believe what you are saying. Prince Andrew looked silently at Pierre with an ironic smile. When you see my sister, Princess Mary, you'll get on with her, he said. Perhaps you are right for yourself, he added after a short pause, but everyone lives in his own way. You lived for yourself and say you nearly ruined your life and only found happiness when you began living for others. I experienced just the reverse. I lived for glory. And after all, what is glory? The same love of others, a desire to do something for them, a desire for their approval. So I lived for others, and not almost, but quite ruined my life, and I have become calmer since I began to live only for myself. But what do you mean by living only for yourself? Asked Pierre, growing excited. What about your son, your sister, and your father? But that's just the same as myself. They are not others, explained Prince Andrew. The others, one's neighbors, as you and Princess Mary call it, are the chief source of all error and evil. Your Kiev peasants, to whom you want to do good. And he looked at Pierre with a mocking, challenging expression. He evidently wished to draw him on. You are joking, replied Pierre, growing more and more excited. What error or evil can there be in my wishing to do good, and even doing a little, though I did very little and did it very badly? What evil can there be in it if unfortunate people, our serfs, people like ourselves, were growing up and dying with no idea of God and truth beyond ceremonies and meaningless prayers, and are now instructed in a comforting belief in a future life, retribution, and consolation? What evil and error are there in it if people were dying of disease without help while material assistance could so easily be rendered, and I supplied them with a doctor, a hospital, and an asylum for the aged? And is it not a palpable, unquestionable good if a peasant or a woman with a baby has no rest day or night, and I give them rest and leisure? Said Pierre, hurrying and lisping. And I have done that, though badly and to a small extent. But I have done something toward it, and you cannot persuade me that it was not a good action. And more than that, you can't make me believe that you do not think so yourself. And the main thing is, he continued, that I know and know for certain that the enjoyment of doing this good is the only sure happiness in life. Yes, if you put it like that, it's quite a different matter, said Prince Andrew. I build a house and lay out a garden, and you build hospitals. The one and the other may serve as a pastime, but what's right and what's good must be judged by one who knows all, but not by us. Well, you want an argument, he added. Come on then. They rose from the table and sat down in the entrance porch, which served as a veranda. Come, let's argue then, said Prince Andrew. You talk of schools, he went on, crooking a finger, education and so forth. That is, you want to raise him, pointing to a peasant who passed by them, taking off his cap, from his animal condition and awaken in him spiritual needs. While it seems to me that animal happiness is the only happiness possible, and that is just what you want to deprive him of. I envy him, but you want to make him what I am, without giving him my means. Then you say, lighten his toil. But as I see it, physical labor is as essential to him, as much a condition of his existence, as mental activity is to you or me. You can't help thinking. I go to bed after 2 a.m, thoughts come and I can't sleep but toss about till dawn because I think and can't help thinking, just as he can't help plowing and mowing. If he didn't, he would go to the drink shop or fall ill. Just as I could not stand his terrible physical labor, but should die of it in a week, so he could not stand my physical idleness, but would grow fat and die. He continued, crooking a third finger. The third thing, what else was it you talked about? Ah, yes, hospitals, medicine. He has a fit, he is dying, and you come and bleed him and patch him up. He will drag about as a cripple, a burden to everybody for another 10 years. It would be far easier and simpler for him to die. Others are being born, and there are plenty of them as it is. It would be different if you grudged losing a laborer, that's how I regard him. But you want to cure him from love of him, and he does not want that. And besides, what a notion that medicine ever cured anyone. Killed them, yes, he said, frowning angrily and turning away from Pierre. Prince Andrew expressed his ideas so clearly and distinctly that it was evident he had reflected on this subject more than once. He spoke readily and rapidly, like a man who has not talked for a long time. His glance became more animated as his conclusions became more hopeless. "Oh, that is dreadful, dreadful," said Pierre. "I don't understand how one can live with such ideas. I had such moments myself not long ago, in Moscow and when traveling, but at such times I collapsed so that I don't live at all. Everything seems hateful to me, myself most of all. Then I don't eat, don't wash. And how is it with you?" "Why not wash? That is not cleanly," said Prince Andrew. "On the contrary, one must try to make one's life as pleasant as possible. I'm alive. That is not my fault, so I must live out my life as best I can without hurting others." "But with such ideas, what motive have you for living? One would just sit without moving, undertaking nothing. Life as it is leaves one no peace. I should be thankful to do nothing. But here, on the one hand, the local nobility have done me the honor to choose me to be their marshal. It was all I could do to get out of it. They could not understand that I do not have the necessary qualifications for it, the kind of good-natured, fussy shallowness necessary for the position. Then there's this house, which must be built in order to have a nook of one's own in which to be quiet. And now there's this recruiting. Why aren't you serving in the army?" "After Austerlitz," said Prince Andrew gloomily. "No, thank you very much. I have promised myself not to serve again in the active Russian army. And I won't, not even if Bonaparte were here at Smolensk, threatening Bald Hills. Even then, I wouldn't serve in the Russian army. Well, as I was saying," he continued, recovering his composure, "now there's this recruiting. My father is chief in command of the 3rd District, and my only way of avoiding active service is to serve under him." "Then you are serving?" "I am." He paused for a little while. "And why do you serve?" "Why? For this reason. My father is one of the most remarkable men of his time. But he is growing old, and though not exactly cruel, he has too energetic a character. He is so accustomed to unlimited power that he is terrible, and now he has this authority of a commander-in-chief of the recruiting, granted by the emperor. If I had been 2 hours late a fortnight ago, he would have had a paymaster's clerk at Yuknovna hanged," said Prince Andrew with a smile. "So I am serving because I alone have any influence with my father, and now and then can save him from actions which would torment him afterwards." "Well, there you see." "Yes, but it is not as you imagine," Prince Andrew continued. "I did not, and do not, in the least care about that scoundrel of a clerk who had stolen some boots from the recruits. I should even have been very glad to see him hanged. But I was sorry for my father. That again is for myself." Prince Andrew grew more and more animated. His eyes glittered feverishly while he tried to prove to Pierre that in his actions there was no desire to do good to his neighbor. "There now, you wish to liberate your serfs," he continued. "That is a very good thing, but not for you. I don't suppose you ever had anyone flogged or sent to Siberia, and still less for your serfs. If they are beaten, flogged, or sent to Siberia, I don't suppose they are any the worse off. In Siberia they lead the same animal life, and the stripes on their bodies heal, and they are as happy as before. But it is a good thing for proprietors who perish morally, bring remorse upon themselves, stifle this remorse, and grow callous as a result of being able to inflict punishments justly and unjustly. It is those people I pity, and for their sake I should like to liberate the serfs. You may not have seen it, but I have seen how good men, brought up in those traditions of unlimited power, in time, when they grow more irritable, become cruel and harsh, are conscious of it, but cannot restrain themselves and grow more and more miserable." Prince Andrew spoke so earnestly that Pierre could not help thinking that these thoughts had been suggested to Prince Andrew by his father's case. He did not reply. "So that's what I'm sorry for. Human dignity, peace of mind, purity, and not the serfs' backs and foreheads, which beat and shave them as you may, always remain the same backs and foreheads." "No, no, 1,000 times no, I shall never agree with you," said Pierre. Chapter 10. Pierre's and Prince Andrew's talk on the ferry raft. Here is Chapter 10. In the evening, Andrew and Pierre got into the open carriage and drove to Bald Hills. As they drove, Prince Andrew, glancing at Pierre, would now and then break the silence with remarks that showed he was in a good temper. Pointing to the fields, he spoke of the improvements he was making in his husbandry. Pierre remained gloomily silent, answering in single words, apparently lost in his own thoughts. He was thinking that Prince Andrew was unhappy, that he had gone astray and did not see the true light. He felt that he, Pierre, ought to aid, enlighten, and raise him. But as soon as he thought of what he should say, he felt that Prince Andrew, with a single word or argument, would upset all his teaching. He shrank from beginning, afraid of exposing to possible ridicule what was so precious and sacred to him. "No, but why do you think so?" Pierre suddenly began, lowering his head and looking like a bull about to charge. "Why do you think so? You should not think so." "Think? What about?" asked Prince Andrew with surprise. "About life, about man's destiny. It can't be so. I myself thought like that, and do you know what saved me? Freemasonry. No, don't smile. Freemasonry is not a religious ceremonial sect, as I thought it was. Freemasonry is the best expression of the best, the eternal aspects of humanity." And he began to explain Freemasonry as he understood it to Prince Andrew. He said that Freemasonry is the teaching of Christianity, freed from the bonds of state and church, a teaching of equality, brotherhood, and love. "Only our holy brotherhood has the real meaning of life, all the rest is a dream," said Pierre. "Understand, my dear fellow, that outside this union, all is filled with deceit and falsehood, and I agree with you that nothing is left for an intelligent and good man but to live out his life, like you, merely trying not to harm others. But make our fundamental convictions your own. Join our brotherhood. Give yourself up to us. Let yourself be guided, and you will at once feel yourself, as I have felt myself, a part of that vast, invisible chain, the beginning of which is hidden in heaven," said Pierre. Prince Andrew, looking straight in front of him, listened in silence to Pierre's words. More than once, when the noise of the wheels prevented him from catching what Pierre said, he asked him to repeat it. And by the peculiar glow that came into Prince Andrew's eyes, and by his silence, Pierre saw that his words were not in vain, and that Prince Andrew would not interrupt him or laugh at what he said. They reached a river that had overflowed its banks, and which they had to cross by ferry. While the carriage and horses were being placed on it, they also stepped onto the raft. Prince Andrew, leaning his arms on the raft railing, gazed silently at the flooding waters glittering in the setting sun. "Well, what do you think about it?" Pierre asked. "Why are you silent?" "What do I think about it? I am listening to you. It's all very well. You say, 'Join our brotherhood and we will show you the aim of life, the destiny of man, and the laws which govern the world.' But who are we, men? How is it you know everything? Why do I alone not see what you see? You see a reign of goodness and truth on earth, but I don't see it." Pierre interrupted him. "Do you believe in a future life?" he asked. "A future life?" Prince Andrew repeated. But Pierre, giving him no time to reply, took the repetition for a denial, especially as he knew Prince Andrew's former atheistic convictions. "You say you can't see a reign of goodness and truth on earth, nor could I, and it cannot be seen if one looks on our life here as the end of everything. On earth, here on this earth," Pierre pointed to the fields, "there is no truth. All is false and evil. But in the universe, in the whole universe, there is a kingdom of truth, and we who are now the children of earth are, eternally, children of the whole universe. Don't I feel in my soul that I am part of this vast, harmonious whole? Don't I feel that I form one link, one step between the lower and higher beings, in this vast, harmonious multitude of beings in whom the deity, the supreme power, if you prefer the term, is manifest? If I clearly see, that ladder leading from plant to man, why should I suppose it breaks off at me and does not go farther and farther? I feel that I cannot vanish, since nothing vanishes in this world, but that I shall always exist and always have existed. I feel that beyond me and above me there are spirits, and that in this world there is truth." "Yes, that is Herder's theory," said Prince Andrew, "but it is not that which can convince me, dear friend. Life and death are what convince. What convinces is when one sees a being dear to one, bound up with one's own life, before whom one was to blame and had hoped to make it right." Prince Andrew's voice trembled, and he turned away. "And suddenly that being is seized with pain, suffers, and ceases to exist. Why? It cannot be that there is no answer, and I believe there is. That's what convinces, that is what has convinced me, said Prince Andrew. Yes, yes, of course, said Pierre. Isn't that what I'm saying? No. All I say is that it is not argument that convinces me of the necessity of a future life, but this. When you go hand in hand with someone and all at once that person vanishes there into nowhere, and you yourself are left facing that abyss and you look in. And I have looked in. Well, that's it then. You know that there is a there and there is a someone. There is the future life. The someone is God. Prince Andrew did not reply. The carriage and horses had long since been taken off onto the farther bank and reharnessed. The sun had sunk half below the horizon, and an evening frost was starring the puddles near the ferry. But Pierre and Andrew, to the astonishment of the footmen, coachmen, and ferrymen, still stood on the raft and talked. If there is a God and a future life, there is truth and good, and man's highest happiness consists in striving to attain them. We must live, we must love, and we must believe that we live not only today on this scrap of earth, but have lived and shall live forever there in the whole, said Pierre, and he pointed to the sky. Prince Andrew stood leaning on the railing of the raft, listening to Pierre. He gazed with his eyes fixed on the red reflection of the sun gleaming on the blue waters. There was perfect stillness. Pierre became silent. The raft had long since stopped, and only the waves of the current beat softly against it below. Prince Andrew felt as if the sound of the waves kept up a refrain to Pierre's words, whispering, "It is true, believe it." He sighed and glanced with a radiant, childlike, tender look at Pierre's face, which was flushed and rapturous, but still shy before his superior friend. "Yes, if it only were so," said Prince Andrew. "However, it is time to get on," he added. And, stepping off the raft, he looked up at the sky to which Pierre had pointed. For the first time since Austerlitz, he saw that high, everlasting sky he had seen while lying on that battlefield, and something that had long been slumbering, something that was best within him, suddenly awoke, joyful and youthful, in his soul. It vanished as soon as he returned to the customary conditions of his life, but he knew that this feeling, which he did not know how to develop, existed within him. His meeting with Pierre formed an epoch in Prince Andrew's life. Though outwardly he continued to live in the same old way, inwardly he began a new life. Chapter 11. God's Folk at Bald Hills. Now for Chapter 11. It was getting dark when Prince Andrew and Pierre drove up to the front entrance of the house at Bald Hills. As they approached, Prince Andrew smiled and drew Pierre's attention to a commotion at the back porch. A woman, bent with age and carrying a wallet on her back, and a short, long-haired young man in a black garment had rushed back to the gate upon seeing the carriage. Two women ran out after them, and all four, looking back at the carriage, ran in dismay up the steps of the back porch. "Those are Mary's God's folk," said Prince Andrew. "They have mistaken us for my father. This is the one matter in which she disobeys him. He orders these pilgrims to be driven away, but she receives them." "But what are God's folk?" asked Pierre. Prince Andrew had no time to answer. The servants came out to meet them, and he asked where the old prince was and whether he was expected back soon. The old prince had gone to the town and was expected back any minute. Prince Andrew led Pierre to his own apartments, which were always kept in perfect order and readiness for him in his father's house. He himself went to the nursery. "Let us go and see my sister," he said to Pierre when he returned. "I have not found her yet. She is hiding now, sitting with her God's folk. It will serve her right. She will be confused, but you will see her God's folk. It's really very curious." "What are God's folk?" asked Pierre again. "Come and you'll see for yourself." Princess Mary really was disconcerted. Red patches appeared on her face when they went in. In her snug room, with lamps burning before the icon stand, a young person with a long nose and long hair, wearing a monk's cassock, sat on the sofa beside her behind a samovar. Near them, in an armchair, sat a thin, shriveled old woman with a meek expression on her childlike face. "Andrew, why didn't you warn me?" said the princess with mild reproach, as she stood before her pilgrims like a hen before her chickens. "I am delighted to see you. I am very glad to see you," she said to Pierre as he kissed her hand. She had known him as a child, and now his friendship with Andrew, his misfortune with his wife, and above all his kindly, simple face disposed her favorably toward him. She looked at him with her beautiful, radiant eyes and seemed to say, "I like you very much, but please don't laugh at my people." After exchanging the first greetings, they sat down. "Ah, and Ivanushka is here too," said Prince Andrew, glancing with a smile at the young pilgrim. "Andrew," said Princess Mary imploringly. "You must know that this is a woman," said Prince Andrew to Pierre. "Andrew, for heaven's sake," Princess Mary repeated. It was evident that Prince Andrew's ironical tone toward the pilgrims and Princess Mary's helpless attempts to protect them were their usual, long-established way of dealing with the matter. "But, my dear," said Prince Andrew, "you ought on the contrary to be grateful to me for explaining to Pierre your intimacy with this young man." "Really?" said Pierre, gazing over his spectacles with curiosity and seriousness, for which Princess Mary was specially grateful to him. He looked into Ivanushka's face, who, seeing that they were speaking about her, looked around at them all with crafty eyes. Princess Mary's embarrassment on her people's account was quite unnecessary. They were not in the least abashed. The old woman, lowering her eyes but casting side glances at the newcomers, had turned her cup upside down and placed a nibbled bit of sugar beside it. She sat quietly in her armchair, though hoping to be offered another cup of tea. Ivanushka, sipping from her saucer, looked with sly, womanish eyes from under her brows at the young men. "Where have you been? To Kiev?" Prince Andrew asked the old woman. "I have, good sir," she answered garrulously. "Just at Christmas time I was deemed worthy to partake of the holy and heavenly sacrament at the shrine of the saint. And now I'm from Kolyazin, master, where a great and wonderful blessing has been revealed." "And was Ivanushka with you?" "I go by myself, benefactor," said Ivanushka, trying to speak in a bass voice. "I only came across Pelageya in Yuknovo." Pelageya interrupted her companion. She evidently wished to tell what she had seen. "In Kolyazin, master, a wonderful blessing has been revealed." "What is it? Some new relics?" asked Prince Andrew. "Andrew, do leave off," said Princess Mary. "Don't tell him, Pelageya." "No, why not, my dear? Why shouldn't I? I like him. He is kind. He is one of God's chosen. He's a benefactor. He once gave me 10 rubles, I remember. When I was in Kiev, Crazy Cyril says to me, he's one of God's own and goes barefoot summer and winter. He says, why are you not going to the right place? Go to Kolyazin, where a wonder-working icon of the Holy Mother of God has been revealed. On hearing those words, I said goodbye to the holy folk and went. All were silent. Only the pilgrim woman went on in measured tones, drawing in her breath. "So I come, master, and the people say to me, a great blessing has been revealed. Holy oil trickles from the cheeks of our Blessed Mother, the Holy Virgin Mother of God." All right, you can tell us afterwards," said Princess Mary, flushing. "Let me ask her," said Pierre. "Did you see it yourselves?" he inquired. "Oh yes, master, I was found worthy. Such a brightness on the face like the light of heaven, and from the Blessed Mother's cheek it drops and drops." "But, dear me, that must be a fraud," said Pierre naively, who had listened attentively to the pilgrim. "Oh, master, what are you saying?" exclaimed the horrified Pelageya, turning to Princess Mary for support. "They impose on the people," he repeated. "Lord Jesus Christ!" exclaimed the pilgrim woman, crossing herself. "Oh, don't speak so, master. There was a general who did not believe and said, the monks cheat, and as soon as he'd said it, he went blind. And he dreamed that the Holy Virgin Mother of the Kiev catacombs came to him and said, 'Believe in me, and I will make you whole.' So he begged, 'Take me to her. Take me to her.' It's the real truth I'm telling you. I saw it myself. So he was brought, quite blind, straight to her, and he goes up to her and falls down and says, 'Make me whole,' says he, 'and I'll give you what the Tsar bestowed on me.' I saw it myself, master. The star is fixed into the icon. Well, and what do you think? He received his sight. It's a sin to speak so." "God will punish you," she said, turning to Pierre admonishingly. "How did the star get into the icon?" Pierre asked. "And was the Holy Mother promoted to the rank of general?" said Prince Andrew with a smile. Pelageya suddenly grew quite pale and clasped her hands. "Oh, master, master, what a sin! And you who have a son," she began, her pallor suddenly turning to a vivid red. "Master, what have you said? God forgive you!" And she crossed herself. "Lord, forgive him. My dear, what does it mean?" she asked, turning to Princess Mary. She got up and, almost crying, began to arrange her wallet. She evidently felt frightened and ashamed to have accepted charity in a house where such things could be said, and at the same time was sorry to have to forego the charity of this house now. "Now, why need you do it?" said Princess Mary. "Why did you come to me?" "Come, Pelagie, I was joking," said Pierre. "Princess, on my word, I did not wish to offend her. I did not mean anything. I was only joking," he said, smiling shyly and trying to fix his mistake. "It was all my fault, and Andrew was only joking." Pelagia stopped doubtfully, but in Pierre's face there was such a look of sincere penitence, and Prince Andrew glanced so meekly now at her and now at Pierre, that she was gradually reassured. Chapter 12, Old Bolkonsky and Pierre. Here's Chapter 12. The pilgrim woman was appeased. Being encouraged to talk, she gave a long account of a Father Amphilochus, who led such a holy life that his hands smelled of incense. She told of how, on her last visit to Kiev, some monks she knew let her have the keys to the catacombs, and how she, taking some dried bread with her, had spent 2 days in the catacombs with the saints. "I'd pray a while to one, ponder a while, then go on to another. I'd sleep a bit, and then again go and kiss the relics, and there was such peace all around, such blessedness, that one doesn't want to come out even into the light of heaven again." Pierre listened to her attentively and seriously. Prince Andrew went out of the room. Then, leaving the gods' folk to finish their tea, Princess Mary took Pierre into the drawing room. "You are very kind," she said to him. "Oh, I really did not mean to hurt her feelings. I understand them so well and have the greatest respect for them." Princess Mary looked at him silently and smiled affectionately. "I have known you a long time, you see, and am as fond of you as of a brother," she said. "How do you find Andrew?" she added hurriedly, not giving him time to reply to her affectionate words. "I am very anxious about him. His health was better in the winter, but last spring his wound reopened, and the doctor said he ought to go away for a cure. And I am also very much afraid for him spiritually. He does not have a character like us women who, when we suffer, can weep away our sorrows. He keeps it all within him. Today he is cheerful and in good spirits, but that is the effect of your visit. He is not often like that. If you could persuade him to go abroad, he needs activity, and this quiet, regular life is very bad for him. Others don't notice it, but I see it." Toward 10 o'clock, the men servants rushed to the front door, hearing the bells of the old prince's carriage approaching. Prince Andrew and Pierre also went out into the porch. "Who's that?" asked the old prince, noticing Pierre as he got out of the carriage. "Ah, very glad. Kiss me," he said, having learned who the young stranger was. The old prince was in a good temper and very gracious to Pierre. Before supper, Prince Andrew, coming back to his father's study, found him arguing hotly with his visitor. Pierre was maintaining that a time would come when there would be no more wars. The old prince disputed it jokingly, but without getting angry. "Drain the blood from men's veins and put in water instead, then there will be no more war. Old women's nonsense, old women's nonsense," he repeated, but still he patted Pierre affectionately on the shoulder. He then went up to the table where Prince Andrew, evidently not wishing to join in the conversation, was looking over the papers his father had brought from town. The old prince went up to him and began to talk business. "The marshal, a Count Rostov, hasn't sent half his contingent. He came to town and wanted to invite me to dinner. I gave him a pretty dinner, and there, look at this." "Well, my boy," the old prince went on, addressing his son and patting Pierre on the shoulder. "A fine fellow, your friend. I like him. He stirs me up. Another says clever things and one doesn't care to listen, but this one talks rubbish yet stirs an old fellow up. Well, go, get along. Perhaps I'll come and sit with you at supper. We'll have another dispute. Make friends with my little fool, Princess Mary," he shouted after Pierre through the door. Only now, on his visit to Bald Hills, did Pierre fully realize the strength and charm of his friendship with Prince Andrew. That charm was not expressed so much in his relations with him as with all his family and household. With the stern old prince and the gentle, timid Princess Mary, though he had scarcely known them, Pierre at once felt like an old friend. They were all fond of him already. Not only did Princess Mary, who had been won by his gentleness with the pilgrims, give him her most radiant looks, but even the 1-year-old Prince Nicholas, as his grandfather called him, smiled at Pierre and let himself be taken in his arms. Michael Ivanovich and Mademoiselle Bourienne also looked at him with pleasant smiles when he talked to the old prince. The old prince came in to supper. This was evidently on Pierre's account, and during the 2 days of the young man's visit, he was extremely kind to him and told him to visit them again. When Pierre had gone and the members of the household met together, they began to express their opinions of him, as people always do after a new acquaintance has left. But, as seldom happens, no one said anything but what was good of him. Chapter 13. Nicholas rejoins his regiment. Shortage of provisions. We now move to Chapter 13. When returning from his leave, Rostov felt for the first time how close the bond was that united him to Denisov and the whole regiment. On approaching it, Rostov felt as he had done when approaching his home in Moscow. When he saw the first hussar with the unbuttoned uniform of his regiment, when he recognized red-haired Dementiev and saw the picket ropes of the roan horses, when Lavrushka gleefully shouted to his master, "The Count has come!" and Denisov, who had been asleep on his bed, ran all disheveled out of the mud hut to embrace him, and the officers collected round to greet the new arrival, Rostov experienced the same feeling as when his mother, his father, and his sister had embraced him. Tears of joy choked him so that he could not speak. The regiment was also a home, and as unalterably dear and precious as his parents' house. When he had reported himself to the commander of the regiment, and had been reassigned to his former squadron, had been on duty and had gone out foraging, when he had again entered into all the little interests of the regiment and felt himself deprived of liberty and bound in one narrow, unchanging frame, he experienced the same sense of peace, of moral support, and the same sense of being at home here in his own place, as he had felt under the parental roof. But here there was none of all that turmoil of the world at large, where he did not know his right place and made mistaken decisions. Here was no Sonia with whom he ought or ought not to have an explanation. Here was no possibility of going there or not going there. Here there were not 24 hours in the day which could be spent in such a variety of ways. There was not that innumerable crowd of people of whom not one was nearer to him or farther from him than another. There were none of those uncertain and undefined money relations with his father, and nothing to recall that terrible gambling loss to Dolokhov. Here in the regiment, all was clear and simple. The whole world was divided into 2 unequal parts, one our Pavlograd regiment, the other all the rest, and the rest was no concern of his. In the regiment everything was definite: who was lieutenant, who was captain, who was a good fellow, who a bad one, and most of all, who was a comrade. The canteen keeper gave one credit, one's pay came every 4 months. There was nothing to think out or decide. You only had to do nothing that was considered bad in the Pavlograd regiment, and, when given an order, to do what was clearly, distinctly, and definitely ordered, and all would be well. Having once more entered into the definite conditions of this regimental life, Rostov felt the joy and relief a tired man feels on lying down to rest. Life in the regiment during this campaign was all the more pleasant for him because after his loss to Dolokhov, for which he could not forgive himself despite all his family's efforts to console him, he had made up his mind to atone for his fault. He resolved to serve not as he had done before, but really well, and by being a perfectly first-rate comrade and officer, in a word, a splendid man altogether, a thing which seemed so difficult out in the world, but so possible in the regiment. After his losses, he had determined to pay back his debt to his parents in 5 years. He received 10,000 rubles a year, but now resolved to take only 2,000 and leave the rest to repay the debt. Our army, after repeated retreats, advances, and battles at Pultusk and Preußisch Eylau, was concentrated near Bartenstein. It was awaiting the emperor's arrival and the beginning of a new campaign. The Pavlograd Regiment, which had served in the 1805 campaign, had been recruiting up to strength in Russia and arrived too late to take part in the first actions of the new campaign. It had been neither at Pultusk nor at Preußisch Eylau. When it joined the army in the field in the second half of the campaign, it was attached to Platov's division. Platov's division was acting independently of the main army. Several times, parts of the Pavlograd Regiment had exchanged shots with the enemy, had taken prisoners, and once had even captured Marshal Oudinot's carriages. In April, the Pavlograds were stationed immovably for some weeks near a totally ruined and deserted German village. A thaw had set in. It was muddy and cold, the ice on the river broke, and the roads became impassable. For days, neither provisions for the men nor fodder for the horses had been issued. As no transports could arrive, the men dispersed about the abandoned and deserted villages, searching for potatoes, but found few even of these. Everything had been eaten up, and the inhabitants had all fled. If any remained, they were worse than beggars, and nothing more could be taken from them. Even the soldiers, usually pitiless enough, instead of taking anything from them, often gave them the last of their rations. The Pavlograd Regiment had had only 2 men wounded in action, but had lost nearly half its men from hunger and sickness. In the hospitals, death was so certain that soldiers suffering from fever or the swelling that came from bad food preferred to remain on duty. They would hardly be able to drag their legs as they went to the front, rather than go to the hospitals. When spring came, the soldiers found a plant just showing out of the ground that looked like asparagus, which for some reason they called Mashka's sweet root. It was very bitter, but they wandered about the fields seeking it and dug it out with their sabers and ate it, though they were ordered not to do so, as it was a noxious plant. That spring, a new disease broke out among the soldiers, a swelling of the arms, legs, and face, which the doctors attributed to eating this root. But in spite of all this, the soldiers of Denisov's squadron fed chiefly on Mashka's sweet root, because it was the second week that the last of the biscuits were being doled out at the rate of half a pound a man, and the last potatoes they had received had sprouted and frozen. The horses also had been fed for a fortnight on straw from the thatched roofs and had become terribly thin, though they were still covered with tufts of felty winter hair. Despite this destitution, the soldiers and officers went on living just as usual. Despite their pale, swollen faces and tattered uniforms, the hussars formed a line for roll call, kept things in order, groomed their horses, polished their arms, brought in straw from the thatched roofs in place of fodder, and sat down to dine round the cauldrons from which they rose up hungry, joking about their nasty food and their hunger. As usual, in their spare time, they lit bonfires, steamed themselves naked before them, smoked, picked out, and baked sprouting rotten potatoes, and told and listened to stories of Potemkin's and Suvorov's campaigns, or to legends of Alesha the Sly, or the priest's laborer Mikolka. The officers, as usual, lived in 2s and 3s in the roofless, half-ruined houses. The seniors tried to collect straw and potatoes and, in general, food for the men. The younger ones occupied themselves as before, some playing cards. There was plenty of money, though there was no food, some with more innocent games, such as quoits and skittles. The general course of the campaign was rarely spoken of, partly because nothing certain was known about it, and partly because there was a vague feeling that, in the main, it was going badly. Rostov lived, as before, with Denisov, and since their furlough, they had become more friendly than ever. Denisov never spoke of Rostov's family, but by the tender friendship his commander showed him, Rostov felt that the elder hussars' luckless love for Natasha played a part in strengthening their friendship. Denisov evidently tried to expose Rostov to danger as seldom as possible, and after an action, he greeted his safe return with evident joy. On one of his foraging expeditions, in a deserted and ruined village where he had gone in search of provisions, Rostov found a family consisting of an old Pole and his daughter with an infant in arms. They were half-clad, hungry, too weak to get away on foot, and had no means of obtaining a conveyance. Rostov brought them to his quarters, placed them in his own lodging, and kept them for some weeks while the old man was recovering. One of his comrades, talking of women, began teasing Rostov, saying that he was more wily than any of them and that it would not be a bad thing if he introduced them to the pretty Polish girl he had saved. Rostov took the joke as an insult, flared up, and said such unpleasant things to the officer that it was all Denisov could do to prevent a duel. When the officer had gone away, Denisov, who did not himself know what Rostov's relations with the Polish girl might be, began to upbraid him for his quick temper. Rostov replied, "Say what you like, she is like a sister to me, and I can't tell you how it offended me because, well, for that reason." Denisov patted him on the shoulder and began rapidly pacing the room without looking at Rostov, as was his way at moments of deep feeling. "Ah, what a mad breed you Rostovs are," he muttered, and Rostov noticed tears in his eyes. Chapter 14. Denisov seizes transports of food, gets into trouble, is wounded. Let's continue with Chapter 14. In April, the troops were enlivened by news of the Emperor's arrival, but Rostov had no chance of being present at the review he held at Bartenstein, as the Pavlograds were at the outposts, far beyond that place. They were bivouacking. Denisov and Rostov were living in an earth hut, dug out for them by the soldiers and roofed with branches and turf. The hut was made in a style that had become popular. A trench was dug 3.5 feet wide, 4 feet 8 inches deep, and 8 feet long. At one end of the trench, steps were cut out, forming the entrance and vestibule. The trench itself was the room where the lucky ones, like the squadron commander, had a board lying on piles at the end opposite the entrance to serve as a table. On each side of the trench, the earth was cut out to a breadth of about 2.5 feet, and this served as bedsteads and couches. The roof was constructed so that one could stand up in the middle of the trench and even sit up on the beds if one drew close to the table. Denisov, who was living luxuriously because the soldiers of his squadron liked him, also had a board in the roof at the far end, with a piece of broken but mended glass in it for a window. When it was very cold, embers from the soldiers' campfire were placed on a bent sheet of iron on the steps in the reception room, as Denisov called that part of the hut, and it was then so warm that the officers, who were often with Denisov and Rostov, sat in their shirt sleeves. In April, Rostov was on orderly duty. One morning between 7 and 8, he returned after a sleepless night. He sent for embers, changed his rain-soaked underclothes, said his prayers, drank tea, and got warm. Then he tidied up the things on the table and in his own corner. His face glowing from exposure to the wind, and with nothing on but his shirt, he lay down on his back, putting his arms under his head. He was pleasantly considering the probability of being promoted in a few days for his last reconnoitering expedition, and was awaiting Denisov, who had gone out somewhere and with whom he wanted to talk. Suddenly, he heard Denisov shouting in a vibrating voice behind the hut, evidently much excited. Rostov moved to the window to see whom he was speaking to and saw the quartermaster, Topchenko. "I ordered you not to let them eat that mashka root stuff," Denisov was shouting, "and I saw with my own eyes how Lazarchuk brought some from the fields." "I have given the order again and again, Your Honor, but they don't obey," answered the quartermaster. Rostov lay down again on his bed and thought complacently, "Let him fuss and bustle now. My job's done and I'm lying down. Capitally." He could hear that Lavrushka, that sly, bold orderly of Denisov's, was talking as well as the quartermaster. Lavrushka was saying something about loaded wagons, biscuits, and oxen he had seen when he had gone out for provisions. Then Denisov's voice was heard shouting farther and farther away, "Saddle, second platoon!" Where are they off to now? Thought Rostov. 5 minutes later, Denisov came into the hut. He climbed with muddy boots onto the bed, lit his pipe, furiously scattered his things about, took his leaded whip, buckled on his saber, and went out again. In answer to Rostov's inquiry where he was going, he answered vaguely and crossly that he had some business. "Let God and our great monarch judge me afterwards," said Denisov as he went out, and Rostov heard the hoofs of several horses splashing through the mud. He did not even trouble to find out where Denisov had gone. Having gotten warm in his corner, he fell asleep and did not leave the hut until toward evening. Denisov had not yet returned. The weather had cleared up, and near the next hut, 2 officers and a cadet were playing a game of quoits, laughing as they threw their missiles, which buried themselves in the soft mud. Rostov joined them. In the middle of the game, the officers saw some wagons approaching with 15 hussars on their skinny horses behind them. The wagons, escorted by the hussars, drew up to the picket ropes, and a crowd of hussars surrounded them. "There now, Denisov has been worrying," said Rostov, "and here are the provisions." "So they are," said the officers. "Won't the soldiers be glad?" A little behind the hussars came Denisov, accompanied by 2 infantry officers with whom he was talking. Rostov went to meet them. "I warn you, Captain," one of the officers, a short, thin man who was evidently very angry, was saying. "Haven't I told you I won't give them up?" replied Denisov. "You will answer for it, Captain. It is mutiny, seizing the transport of one's own army. Our men have had nothing to eat for 2 days. "And mine have had nothing for 2 weeks, said Denisov. "It is robbery. You'll answer for it, sir," said the infantry officer, raising his voice. "Now what are you pestering me for?" cried Denisov, suddenly losing his temper. "I shall answer for it and not you, and you'd better not buzz about here till you get hurt. Be off! Go!" he shouted at the officers. "Very well, then," shouted the little officer, undaunted and not riding away. "If you are determined to rob, I'll—" "Go to the devil! Quick march, while you're safe and sound," and Denisov turned his horse on the officer. Very well, muttered the officer threateningly, and turning his horse, he trotted away, jolting in his saddle. "A dog astride a fence! A real dog astride a fence!" shouted Denisov after him. This was the most insulting expression a cavalryman could use to a mounted infantryman. Riding up to Rostov, he burst out laughing. "I've taken transports from the infantry by force," he said. "After all, I can't let our men starve." The wagons that had reached the hussars had been meant for an infantry regiment. But learning from Lavrushka that the transport was unescorted, Denisov and his hussars had seized it by force. The soldiers had biscuits dealt out to them freely, and they even shared them with the other squadrons. The next day, the regimental commander sent for Denisov. Holding his fingers spread out before his eyes, he said, "This is how I look at this affair. I know nothing about it and won't begin proceedings. But I advise you to ride over to the staff and settle the business there in the commissariat department and, if possible, sign a receipt for such and such stores received. If not, as the demand was booked against an infantry regiment, there will be a row and the affair may end badly." From the regimental commanders, Denisov rode straight to the staff with a sincere desire to follow this advice. In the evening, he came back to his dugout in a state such as Rostov had never seen him in before. Denisov could not speak and gasped for breath. When Rostov asked what was the matter, he only uttered some incoherent oaths and threats in a hoarse, feeble voice. Alarmed at Denisov's condition, Rostov suggested that he should undress, drink some water, and send for the doctor. "Try me for robbery. Oh, some more water. Let them try me, but I'll always thrash scoundrels, and I'll tell the Emperor, ice," he muttered. The regimental doctor, when he came, said it was absolutely necessary to bleed Denisov. A deep saucer of black blood was taken from his hairy arm, and only then was he able to relate what had happened to him. "I get there," began Denisov. "Now then, where's your chief's quarters?" They were pointed out. "Please to wait. I've ridden 20 miles and have duties to attend to and no time to wait. Announce me." Very well, so out comes their head chief, and he took it into his head to lecture me. "It's robbery. Robbery, I say, is not done by a man who seizes provisions to feed his soldiers, but by him who takes them to fill his own pockets. Will you please be silent? Very good. Then he says, 'Go and give a receipt to the commissioner, but your affair will be passed on to headquarters.' I go to the commissioner. I enter, and at the table, who do you think? No, but wait a bit. Who is it that's starving us?" shouted Denisov, hitting the table with the fist of his newly bled arm so violently that the table nearly broke down and the tumblers on it jumped about. "Telyanin! What? So it's you who's starving us to death, is it? Take this and this!" And I hit him so pat, straight on his snout. "Ah, what a! And I started thrashing him. Well, I've had a bit of fun, I can tell you, cried Denisov, gleeful and yet angry, his white teeth showing under his black mustache. I'd have killed him if they hadn't taken him away. But what are you shouting for? Calm yourself, said Rostov. You've set your arm bleeding afresh. Wait, we must tie it up again. Denisov was bandaged up again and put to bed. The next day, he woke up calm and cheerful. But at noon, the adjutant of the regiment came into Rostov's and Denisov's dugout with a grave and serious face. He regretfully showed them a paper addressed to Major Denisov from the regimental commander, in which inquiries were made about yesterday's occurrence. The adjutant told them that the affair was likely to take a very bad turn. A court-martial had been appointed, and in view of the severity with which marauding and insubordination were now regarded, being demoted to the ranks would be the best that could be hoped for. The case, as presented by the offended parties, was that after seizing the transports, Major Denisov, being drunk, went to the chief quartermaster and without any provocation called him a thief, threatened to strike him, and on being let out, had rushed into the office and given 2 officials a thrashing, dislocating the arm of one of them. In answer to Rostov's renewed questions, Denisov said, laughing, that he thought he remembered some other fellow getting mixed up in it, but that it was all nonsense and rubbish. He said he did not in the least fear any kind of trial, and that, if those scoundrels dared to attack him, he would give them an answer they would not easily forget. Denisov spoke contemptuously of the whole matter, but Rostov knew him too well not to detect that, while hiding it from others, he was at heart afraid of a court-martial and worried about the affair, which was evidently taking a bad turn. Every day, letters of inquiry and notices from the court arrived. On the 1st of May, Denisov was ordered to hand the squadron over to the next in seniority and appear before the staff of his division to explain his violence at the commissariat office. On the previous day, Platov reconnoitered with 2 Cossack regiments and 2 squadrons of hussars. Denisov, as was his custom, rode out in front of the outposts, parading his courage. A bullet fired by a French sharpshooter hit him in the fleshy part of his leg. Perhaps at another time Denisov would not have left the regiment for so slight a wound, but now he took advantage of it to excuse himself from appearing at the staff and went into a hospital. Chapter 15. Nicholas visits Denisov in hospital. Now we begin Chapter 15. In June, the Battle of Friedland was fought, in which the Pavlograds did not take part. After that, an armistice was proclaimed. Rostov, who felt his friend's absence very much, had no news of him since he left, and was very anxious about his wound and the progress of his affairs. He took advantage of the armistice to get leave to visit Denisov in the hospital. The hospital was in a small Prussian town that had been twice devastated by Russian and French troops. Because it was summer when it is so beautiful out in the fields, the little town presented a particularly dismal appearance, with its broken roofs and fences, its foul streets, tattered inhabitants, and the sick and drunken soldiers wandering about. The hospital was in a brick building with some of the window frames and panes broken, and a courtyard surrounded by the remains of a wooden fence that had been pulled to pieces. Several bandaged soldiers with pale, swollen faces were sitting or walking about in the sunshine in the yard. The moment Rostov entered the door, he was enveloped by a smell of putrefaction and hospital air. On the stairs he met a Russian army doctor smoking a cigar. The doctor was followed by a Russian assistant. "I can't tear myself to pieces," the doctor was saying. "Come to Makar Alexeyevich in the evening. I shall be there." The assistant asked some further questions. "Oh, do the best you can. Isn't it all the same?" The doctor noticed Rostov coming upstairs. "What do you want, sir?" said the doctor. "What do you want? The bullets having spared you, do you want to try typhus? This is a pest house, sir." "How so?" asked Rostov. "Typhus, sir. It's death to go in. Only we two, Makiv and I," he pointed to the assistant, "keep on here. Some 5 of us doctors have died in this place. When a new one comes, he is done for in a week," said the doctor with evident satisfaction. "Prussian doctors have been invited here, but our allies don't like it at all." Rostov explained that he wanted to see Major Denisov of the Hussars, who was wounded. "I don't know. I can't tell you, sir. Only think, I am alone in charge of 3 hospitals with more than 400 patients. It's well that the charitable Prussian ladies send us 2 pounds of coffee and some lint each month, or we should be lost." He laughed. 400, sir, and they're always sending me fresh ones." "There are 400, eh?" he asked, turning to the assistant. The assistant looked fagged out. He was evidently vexed and impatient for the talkative doctor to go. "Major Denisov," Rostov said again. "He was wounded at Moliton." "Dead, I fancy, eh, McKeeve?" queried the doctor in a tone of indifference. The assistant, however, did not confirm the doctor's words. "Is he tall and with reddish hair?" asked the doctor. Rostov described Denisov's appearance. "There was one like that," said the doctor, as if pleased. "That one is dead, I fancy. However, I'll look up our list. We had a list. Have you got it, McKeeve?" "Makar Alexievich has the list," answered the assistant. "But if you'll step into the officers' wards, you'll see for yourself," he added, turning to Rostov. "Ah, you'd better not go, sir," said the doctor, "or you may have to stay here yourself." But Rostov bowed himself away from the doctor and asked the assistant to show him the way. "Only don't blame me," the doctor shouted up after him. Rostov and the assistant went into the dark corridor. The smell was so strong there that Rostov held his nose and had to pause and collect his strength before he could go on. A door opened to the right, and an emaciated, sallow man on crutches, barefoot and in underclothing, limped out. Leaning against the doorpost, he looked with glittering, envious eyes at those who were passing. Glancing in at the door, Rostov saw that the sick and wounded were lying on the floor on straw and overcoats. "May I go in and look?" "What is there to see?" said the assistant. But just because the assistant evidently did not want him to go in, Rostov entered the soldier's ward. The foul air, which he had already begun to get used to in the corridor, was even stronger here. It was a little different, more pungent, and one felt that this was where it originated. In the long room, brightly lit by the sun through the large windows, the sick and wounded lay in 2 rows with their heads to the walls, leaving a passage in the middle. Most of them were unconscious and paid no attention to the newcomers. Those who were conscious raised themselves or lifted their thin, yellow faces, and all looked intently at Rostov with the same expression of hope, relief, reproach, and envy of another's health. Rostov went to the middle of the room and, looking through the open doors into the 2 adjoining rooms, saw the same thing there. He stood still, looking silently around. He had not at all expected such a sight. Just before him, almost across the middle of the passage on the bare floor, lay a sick man, probably a Cossack, judging by the cut of his hair. The man lay on his back, his huge arms and legs outstretched. His face was purple, his eyes were rolled back so that only the whites were seen, and on his bare legs and arms, which were still red, the veins stood out like cords. He was knocking the back of his head against the floor, hoarsely uttering some word, which he kept repeating. Rostov listened and made out the word. It was, "Drink, drink, a drink." Rostov glanced round, looking for someone who would put this man back in his place and bring him water. "Who looks after the sick here?" he asked the assistant. Just then, a commissariat soldier, a hospital orderly, came in from the next room, marching stiffly, and drew up in front of Rostov. "Good day, Your Honor," he shouted, rolling his eyes at Rostov and evidently mistaking him for one of the hospital authorities. "Get him to his place and give him some water," said Rostov, pointing to the Cossack. "Yes, Your Honor," the soldier replied complacently, and rolling his eyes more than ever, he drew himself up still straighter but did not move. "No, it's impossible to do anything here," thought Rostov, lowering his eyes. He was about to go, but became aware of an intense look fixed on him on his right, and he turned. Close to the corner, on an overcoat, sat an old, unshaven, gray-bearded soldier, as thin as a skeleton, with a stern, sallow face and eyes intently fixed on Rostov. The man's neighbor on one side whispered something to him, pointing at Rostov, who noticed that the old man wanted to speak to him. He drew nearer and saw that the old man had only one leg bent under him. The other had been amputated above the knee. His neighbor on the other side, who lay motionless some distance from him with his head thrown back, was a young soldier with a snub nose. His pale, waxen face was still freckled, and his eyes were rolled back. Rostov looked at the young soldier, and a cold chill ran down his back. "Why, this one seems," he began, turning to the assistant. "And how we've been begging, Your Honor," said the old soldier, his jaw quivering. "He's been dead since morning. After all, we're men, not dogs." "I'll send someone at once. He shall be taken away at once," said the assistant hurriedly. "Let us go, Your Honor." "Yes, yes, let us go," said Rostov hastily. Lowering his eyes and shrinking, he tried to pass unnoticed between the rows of reproachful, envious eyes that were fixed upon him, and went out of the room. Going along the corridor, the assistant led Rostov to the officers' wards, which consisted of 3 rooms with open doors. There were beds in these rooms, and the sick and wounded officers were lying or sitting on them. Some were walking about the rooms in hospital dressing gowns. The first person Rostov met in the officer's ward was a thin little man with one arm who was walking about the first room in a nightcap and hospital dressing gown, with a pipe between his teeth. Rostov looked at him, trying to remember where he had seen him before. "See where we've met again," said the little man. Tushin, don't you remember who gave you a lift at Sean Grabern? And I've had a bit cut off, you see." He went on with a smile, pointing to the empty sleeve of his dressing gown. "Looking for Vasily Dmitritch Denisov? My neighbor," he added when he heard who Rostov wanted. Here," and Tushin led him into the next room, from which came the sounds of several laughing voices. "How can they laugh, or even live at all here?" thought Rostov. He was still aware of that smell of decomposing flesh that had been so strong in the soldiers' ward, and he could still see those envious looks fixed on him, and the face of that young soldier with eyes rolled back. Denisov lay asleep on his bed with his head under the blanket, though it was nearly noon. "Ah, Rostov! How are you? How are you?" he called out, still in the same voice as in the regiment. But Rostov noticed sadly that under this habitual ease and animation, some new, sinister, hidden feeling showed itself in the expression of Denisov's face and the intonations of his voice. His wound, though a slight one, had not yet healed, even now, 6 weeks after he had been hit. His face had the same swollen pallor as the faces of the other hospital patients, but it was not this that struck Rostov. What struck him was that Denisov did not seem glad to see him and smiled at him unnaturally. He did not ask about the regiment, nor about the general state of affairs, and when Rostov spoke of these matters, he did not listen. Rostov even noticed that Denisov did not like to be reminded of the regiment, or in general of that other, free life which was going on outside the hospital. He seemed to try to forget that old life, and was only interested in the affair with the commissariat officers. When Rostov asked how the matter stood, he at once produced a paper he had received from the commission and the rough draft of his answer from under his pillow. He became animated when he began reading his paper, and especially drew Rostov's attention to the stinging rejoinders he made to his enemies. His hospital companions, who had gathered round Rostov, a fresh arrival from the world outside, gradually began to disperse as soon as Denisov began reading his answer. Rostov noticed by their faces that all those gentlemen had already heard that story more than once and were tired of it. Only the man who had the next bed, a stout Uhlan, continued to sit on his bed, gloomily frowning and smoking a pipe. Little one-armed Tushin, you will recall, also still listened, shaking his head disapprovingly. In the middle of the reading, the Uhlan interrupted Denisov. "But what I say is," he said, turning to Rostov, "it would be best simply to petition the Emperor for pardon. They say great rewards will now be distributed, and surely a pardon would be granted." "Me petition the Emperor!" exclaimed Denisov, in a voice to which he tried hard to give the old energy and fire, but which sounded like an expression of irritable impotence. "What for? If I were a robber, I would ask for mercy, but I'm being court-martialed for bringing robbers to book. Let them try me. I'm not afraid of anyone. I've served the Tsar and my country honorably, and have not stolen. And am I to be degraded? Listen, I'm writing to them straight. This is what I say. If I had robbed the treasury—" "It's certainly well written," said Tushin, "but that's not the point, Vasily Dmitritch." And he also turned to Rostov. "One has to submit, and Vasily Dmitrich doesn't want to. You know the auditor told you it was a bad business." "Well, let it be bad," said Denisov. "The auditor wrote out a petition for you," continued Tushin, "and you ought to sign it and ask this gentleman to take it. No doubt he," indicating Rostov, "has connections on the staff. You won't find a better opportunity." "Haven't I said I'm not going to grovel?" Denisov interrupted him and went on reading his paper. Rostov did not have the courage to persuade Denisov, though he instinctively felt that the way advised by Tushin and the other officers was the safest, and though he would have been glad to be of service to Denisov, he knew his stubborn will and his straightforward, hasty temper. When the reading of Denisov's virulent reply, which took more than an hour, was over, Rostov said nothing. He spent the rest of the day in a most dejected state of mind amid Denisov's hospital comrades, who had gathered round him, telling them what he knew and listening to their stories. Denisov was moodily silent all evening. Late in the evening, when Rostov was about to leave, he asked Denisov whether he had any commission for him. "Yes, wait a bit," said Denisov, glancing around at the officers. He took his papers from under his pillow, went to the window where he had an ink pot, and sat down to write. "It seems it's no use knocking one's head against a wall," he said, coming from the window and giving Rostov a large envelope. In it was the petition to the Emperor drawn up by the auditor, in which Denisov, without mentioning the offenses of the commissariat officials, simply asked for a pardon. Handed in, it seems, he did not finish but gave a painfully unnatural smile. Chapter 16, Boris at Tilsit, Nicholas's inopportune visit. Let's continue with Chapter 16. Having returned to the regiment and told the commander the state of Denisov's affairs, Rostov rode to Tilsit with the letter for the Emperor. On the 13th of June, the French and Russian emperors arrived in Tilsit. Boris Drubetskoy had asked the important personage he attended to include him in the suite appointed for the stay there. "I should like to see the great man," he said, alluding to Napoleon, whom he, like everyone else, had always called Bonaparte until now. "You are speaking of Bonaparte?" asked the general, smiling. Boris looked at his general inquiringly and immediately saw that he was being tested. "I am speaking, Prince, of the Emperor Napoleon," he replied. The general patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "You will go far," he said, and took him to Tilsit with him. Boris was among the few present at the Niemen River on the day the two emperors met. He saw the raft, decorated with monograms. He saw Napoleon pass before the French guards on the other bank of the river. He saw the pensive face of Emperor Alexander as he sat in silence in a tavern on the bank, awaiting Napoleon's arrival. He saw both emperors get into boats, and saw how Napoleon, reaching the raft first, stepped quickly forward to meet Alexander and held out his hand to him, and how they both retired into the pavilion. Since he had begun to move in the highest circles, Boris had made it his habit to watch attentively all that went on around him and to note it down. At the time of the meeting at Tilsit, he asked the names of those who had come with Napoleon and about the uniforms they wore, and he listened attentively to words spoken by important personages. At the moment the emperors went into the pavilion, he looked at his watch and did not forget to look at it again when Alexander came out. The interview had lasted an hour and 53 minutes. He noted this down that same evening, among other facts he felt to be of historic importance. As the emperor's suite was a very small one, it was a matter of great importance for a man who valued his success in the service to be at Tilsit for this interview. Having succeeded in this, Boris felt that his position was now fully assured. He had not only become known, but people had grown accustomed to him and accepted him. Twice he had executed commissions for the emperor himself, so that the latter knew his face. And all those at court, far from cold-shouldering him, as they had at first, when they considered him a newcomer, would now have been surprised if he had been absent. Boris lodged with another adjutant, the Polish Count Zielinski. Zielinski, a Pole brought up in Paris, was rich and passionately fond of the French. Almost every day during the stay at Tilsit, French officers of the guard and from French headquarters were dining and lunching with him and Boris. On the evening of the 24th of June, Count Zielinski arranged a supper for his French friends. The guest of honor was an aide-de-camp of Napoleon's. There were also several French officers of the guard and a page of Napoleon's, a young lad from an old aristocratic French family. That same day, Rostov, taking advantage of the darkness to avoid being recognized in civilian dress, came to Tilsit and went to the lodging occupied by Boris and Zielinski. Rostov, in common with the whole army from which he came, was far from having experienced the change of feeling toward Napoleon and the French that had taken place at headquarters and in Boris. The French, who had been foes, had suddenly become friends. In the army, Bonaparte and the French were still regarded with mingled feelings of anger, contempt, and fear. Only recently, talking with one of Platov's Cossack officers, Rostov had argued that if Napoleon were taken prisoner, he would be treated not as a sovereign, but as a criminal. Quite lately, happening to meet a wounded French colonel on the road, Rostov had maintained with heat that peace was impossible between a legitimate sovereign and the criminal Bonaparte. Rostov was therefore unpleasantly struck by the presence of French officers in Boris's lodging, dressed in uniforms he had been accustomed to seeing from a very different point of view, from the outposts of the flank. As soon as he noticed a French officer who thrust his head out of the door, that warlike feeling of hostility he always experienced at the sight of the enemy suddenly seized him. He stopped at the threshold and asked in Russian whether Drubetskoy lived there. Boris, hearing a strange voice in the anteroom, came out to meet him. An expression of annoyance showed itself for a moment on his face when he first recognized Rostov. "Ah, it's you? Very glad to see you," he said, however, coming toward him with a smile. But Rostov had noticed his first impulse. "I've come at a bad time, I think. I should not have come, but I have business," he said coldly. "No, I only wonder how you managed to get away from your regiment." "In a minute I shall be at your disposal," he said, answering someone who called him. "I see I'm intruding," Rostov repeated. The look of annoyance had already disappeared from Boris's face. Having evidently reflected and decided how to act, he very quietly took both of Rostov's hands and led him into the next room. His eyes, looking serenely and steadily at Rostov, seemed to be veiled by something, as if screened by blue spectacles of conventionality. So it seemed to Rostov. "Oh, come now. As if you could come at a wrong time," said Boris. He led him into the room where the supper table was laid and introduced him to his guests, explaining that he was not a civilian, but a hussar officer and an old friend of his. "Count Zielinski, the Comte NN, the Capitaine SS," said he, naming his guests. Rostov looked frowningly at the Frenchman, bowed reluctantly, and remained silent. Zielinski evidently did not receive this new Russian person very willingly into his circle and did not speak to Rostov. Boris did not appear to notice the constraint the newcomer produced. With the same pleasant composure and the same veiled look in his eyes with which he had met Rostov, he tried to liven up the conversation. One of the Frenchmen, with the politeness characteristic of his countrymen, addressed the obstinately taciturn Rostov, saying that he had probably come to Tilsit to see the emperor. "No, I came on business," replied Rostov briefly. Rostov had been out of humor from the moment he noticed the look of dissatisfaction on Boris's face. And as always happens to those in a bad humor, it seemed to him that everyone regarded him with aversion and that he was in everybody's way. He really was in their way, for he alone took no part in the conversation, which again became general. The looks the visitors cast on him seemed to say, "And what is he sitting here for?" He rose and went up to Boris. "Anyhow, I'm in your way," he said in a low tone. "Come and talk over my business, and I'll go away." "Oh no, not at all," said Boris. "But if you are tired, come and lie down in my room and have a rest." "Yes, really." They went into the little room where Boris slept. Rostov, without sitting down, began at once, irritably, as if Boris were to blame in some way. He told him about Denisov's affair, asking him whether, through his general, he could and would intercede with the emperor on Denisov's behalf and get Denisov's petition handed in. When he and Boris were alone, Rostov felt for the first time that he could not look Boris in the face without a sense of awkwardness. Boris, with one leg crossed over the other, stroking his left hand with the slender fingers of his right, listened to Rostov as a general listens to the report of a subordinate. He looked aside sometimes, and sometimes gazed straight into Rostov's eyes with the same veiled look. Each time this happened, Rostov felt uncomfortable and cast down his eyes. I have heard of such cases and know that His Majesty is very severe in such affairs. I think it would be best not to bring it before the Emperor, but to apply to the commander of the corps. But in general, I think... So you don't want to do anything? Well then, say so! Rostov almost shouted, not looking Boris in the face. Boris smiled. On the contrary, I will do what I can, only I thought... At that moment, Zhilinsky's voice was heard calling Boris. Well then, go, 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 said Rostov. He refused supper and remained alone in the little room. He walked up and down for a long time, hearing the light-hearted French conversation from the next room. Chapter 17. Nicholas tries to present Denisov's petition at the Emperor's residence, but fails. We now begin Chapter 17. Rostov had come to Tilsit on the day least suitable for a petition on Denisov's behalf. He could not himself go to the general in attendance, as he was in civilian clothes and had come to Tilsit without permission, and Boris, even if he had wished to, could not have done so on the following day. On that day, June 27th, the preliminaries of peace were signed. The emperors exchanged decorations. Alexander received the Cross of the Legion of Honor, and Napoleon received the Order of St. Andrew of the First Degree. A dinner had been arranged for the evening, given by a battalion of the French Guards to the Preobrazhensk battalion. The emperors were to be present at that banquet. Rostov felt so ill at ease and uncomfortable with Boris that when the latter looked in after supper, he pretended to be asleep. Early the next morning, he went away, avoiding Boris. In his civilian clothes and a round hat, he wandered about the town, staring at the French in their uniforms and at the streets and houses where the Russian and French emperors were staying. In a square, he saw tables being set up and preparations being made for the dinner. He saw the Russian and French colors draped from side to side of the streets, with huge monograms of A and N. In the windows of the houses, flags and bunting were also displayed. Boris doesn't want to help me, and I don't want to ask him. That's settled, thought Nicholas. All is over between us. But I won't leave here without having done all I can for Denisov, and certainly not without getting his letter to the Emperor. The Emperor, he is here, thought Rostov, who had unconsciously returned to the house where Alexander was staying. Saddled horses were standing before the house, and the suite were assembling, evidently preparing for the Emperor to come out. I may see him at any moment, thought Rostov. If only I were to hand the letter directly to him and tell him all. Could they really arrest me for my civilian clothes? Surely not. He would understand on whose side justice lies. He understands everything, knows everything. Who can be more just, more magnanimous than he? And even if they did arrest me for being here, what would it matter? He thought, looking at an officer who was entering the house the Emperor occupied. After all, people do go in. It's all nonsense. I'll go in and hand the letter to the Emperor myself. So much the worse for Drubetskoy, who drives me to it. And suddenly, with a determination he himself did not expect, Rostov felt for the letter in his pocket and went straight to the house. No, I won't miss my opportunity now, as I did after Austerlitz, he thought, expecting every moment to meet the monarch, and conscious of the blood that rushed to his heart at the thought. I will fall at his feet and beseech him. He will lift me up, will listen, and will even thank me. I am happy when I can do good, but to remedy injustice is the greatest happiness, Rostov fancied the sovereign saying, and passing people who looked after him with curiosity, he entered the porch of the Emperor's house. A broad staircase led straight up from the entry, and to the right he saw a closed door. Below, under the staircase, was a door leading to the lower floor. Whom do you want? Someone inquired. To hand in a letter, a petition to His Majesty, said Nicholas, with a tremor in his voice. A petition? This way to the officer on duty. He was shown the door leading downstairs. Only it won't be accepted. On hearing this indifferent voice, Rostov grew frightened at what he was doing. The thought of meeting the emperor at any moment was so fascinating and consequently so alarming that he was ready to run away. But the official who had questioned him opened the door, and Rostov entered. A short, stout man of about 30 stood in the room. He wore white breeches and high boots, and a batiste shirt that he had evidently only just put on. His valet was buttoning on to the back of his breeches a new pair of handsome, silk-embroidered braces that, for some reason, attracted Rostov's attention. This man was speaking to someone in the adjoining room. "A good figure and in her first bloom," he was saying, but on seeing Rostov he stopped short and frowned. "What is it, a petition?" "What is it?" asked the person in the other room. "Another petitioner," answered the man with the braces. "Tell him to come later. He'll be coming out directly. We must go." Later, tomorrow, it's too late." Rostov turned and was about to go, but the man in the braces stopped him. "Whom have you come from? Who are you?" "I come from Major Denisov," answered Rostov. "Are you an officer?" "Lieutenant Count Rostov." "What audacity! Hand it in through your commander, and go along with you. Go!" And he continued to put on the uniform the valet handed him. Rostov went back into the hall and noticed that in the porch there were many officers and generals in full parade uniform whom he had to pass. Cursing his temerity, his heart sinking at the thought of finding himself at any moment face to face with the emperor and being put to shame and arrested in his presence, fully alive now to the impropriety of his conduct and repenting of it, Rostov, with downcast eyes, was making his way out of the house through the brilliant suite when a familiar voice called him and a hand detained him. "What are you doing here, sir, in civilian dress?" asked a deep voice. It was a cavalry general who had obtained the emperor's special favor during this campaign, and who had formerly commanded the division in which Rostov was serving. Rostov, in dismay, began justifying himself, but seeing the kindly, jocular face of the general, he took him aside and in an excited voice told him the whole affair, asking him to intercede for Denisov, whom the general knew. Having heard Rostov to the end, the general shook his head gravely. "I'm sorry for that fine fellow. Give me the letter." Hardly had Rostov handed him the letter and finished explaining Denisov's case, when hasty steps and the jingling of spurs were heard on the stairs, and the general, leaving him, went to the porch. The gentlemen of the emperor's suite ran down the stairs and went to their horses. Hain, the same groom who had been at Austerlitz, led up the emperor's horse, and the faint creak of a footstep that Rostov knew at once was heard on the stairs. Forgetting the danger of being recognized, Rostov went close to the porch, together with some inquisitive civilians. And again, after 2 years, he saw those features he adored, that same face, that same look and step, and the same union of majesty and mildness. In the uniform of the Preobrazhensk regiment, white chamois leather breeches and high boots, and wearing a star, Rostov did not know it was that of the Legion of Honor. The monarch came out into the porch, putting on his gloves and carrying his hat under his arm. He stopped and looked about him, brightening everything around by his glance. He spoke a few words to some of the generals, and recognizing the former commander of Rostov's division, smiled and beckoned to him. All the suite drew back, and Rostov saw the general talking for some time to the emperor. The emperor said a few words to him and took a step toward his horse. Again, the crowd of members of the suite and street gazers, among whom was Rostov, moved nearer to the emperor. Stopping beside his horse, with his hand on the saddle, the emperor turned to the cavalry general and said in a loud voice, evidently wishing to be heard by all, "I cannot do it, General. I cannot, because the law is stronger than I." And he raised his foot to the stirrup. The general bowed his head respectfully, and the monarch mounted and rode down the street at a gallop. Beside himself with enthusiasm, Rostov ran after him with the crowd. Chapter 18. Napoleon and Alexander as allies. Perplexity of Nicholas. Another bottle. Here is the final chapter of this section, Chapter 18. The emperor rode to the square where, facing one another, a battalion of the Preobrazhensk regiment stood on the right, and a battalion of the French guards in their bearskin caps stood on the left. As the Tsar rode up to one flank of the battalions, which presented arms, another group of horsemen galloped up to the opposite flank. At the head of them, Rostov recognized Napoleon. It could be no one else. He came at a gallop, wearing a small hat, a blue uniform open over a white vest, and the St. Andrew ribbon over his shoulder. He was riding a very fine thoroughbred gray Arab horse with a crimson gold-embroidered saddlecloth. On approaching Alexander, he raised his hat, and as he did so, Rostov, with his cavalryman's eye, could not help noticing that Napoleon did not sit well or firmly in the saddle. The battalions shouted, "Hurrah!" and "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon said something to Alexander, and both emperors dismounted and took each other's hands. Napoleon's face wore an unpleasant and artificial smile. Alexander was saying something affable to him. In spite of the trampling of the French gendarmes' horses, which were pushing back the crowd, Rostov kept his eyes on every movement of Alexander and Bonaparte. It struck him as a surprise that Alexander treated Bonaparte as an equal, and that the latter was quite at ease with the Tsar, as if such relations with an emperor were an everyday matter to him. Alexander and Napoleon, with the long train of their suites, approached the right flank of the Preobrazhensk battalion and came straight up to the crowd standing there. The crowd unexpectedly found itself so close to the emperors that Rostov, standing in the front row, was afraid he might be recognized. "Sire, I ask your permission to present the Legion of Honor to the bravest of your soldiers," said a sharp, precise voice, articulating every letter. This was said by the undersized Napoleon, looking up straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander listened attentively to what was said to him, and bending his head, smiled pleasantly. "To him who has borne himself most bravely in this last war," added Napoleon, accentuating each syllable. With a composure and assurance that was exasperating to Rostov, he ran his eyes over the Russian ranks drawn up before him. The soldiers all presented arms with their eyes fixed on their emperor. "Will your Majesty allow me to consult the colonel?" said Alexander, and he took a few hasty steps toward Prince Kozlovsky, the commander of the battalion. Bonaparte, meanwhile, began taking the glove off his small white hand. He tore it in doing so and threw it away. An aide-de-camp behind him rushed forward and picked it up. "To whom shall it be given?" the Emperor Alexander asked Kozlovsky in Russian in a low voice. "To whomever your Majesty commands." The Emperor knit his brows with dissatisfaction and, glancing back, remarked, "But we must give him an answer." Kozlovsky scanned the ranks resolutely and included Rostov in his scrutiny. "Can it be me?" thought Rostov. "Lazarev," the colonel called with a frown, and Lazarev, the first soldier in the rank, stepped briskly forward. "Where are you off to? Stop here," voices whispered to Lazarev, who did not know where to go. Lazarev stopped, casting a sidelong look at his colonel in alarm. His face twitched, as often happens to soldiers called before the ranks. Napoleon slightly turned his head and put his plump little hand out behind him, as if to take something. The members of his suite, guessing at once what he wanted, moved about and whispered as they passed something from one to another. A page, the same one Rostov had seen the previous evening at Boris's, ran forward. Bowing respectfully over the outstretched hand and not keeping it waiting a moment, he laid in it an order on a red ribbon. Napoleon, without looking, pressed two fingers together, and the badge was between them. Then he approached Lazarev, who rolled his eyes and persistently gazed at his own monarch. Napoleon looked round at the Emperor Alexander, as if to imply that what he was now doing was done for the sake of his ally. The small white hand holding the order touched one of Lazarev's buttons. It was as if Napoleon knew that it was only necessary for his hand to deign to touch that soldier's breast for the soldier to be forever happy, rewarded, and distinguished from everyone else in the world. Napoleon merely laid the cross on Lazarev's breast, and dropping his hand, turned toward Alexander, as though sure that the cross would adhere there. And it really did. Officious hands, Russian and French, immediately seized the cross and fastened it to the uniform. Lazarev glanced morosely at the little man with white hands who was doing something to him. Still standing motionless, presenting arms, he looked again straight into Alexander's eyes, as if asking whether he should stand there, or go away, or do something else. But receiving no orders, he remained for some time in that rigid position. The emperors remounted and rode away. The Preobrazhensk battalion, breaking rank, mingled with the French guards and sat down at the tables prepared for them. Lazarev sat in the place of honor. Russian and French officers embraced him, congratulated him, and pressed his hands. Crowds of officers and civilians drew near merely to see him. A rumble of Russian and French voices and laughter filled the air around the tables in the square. Two officers with flushed faces, looking cheerful and happy, passed by Rostov. "What do you think of the treat? All on silver plate," one of them was saying. "Have you seen Lazarev?" "Tomorrow, I hear, the Preobrazhenskys will give them a dinner." "Yes, but what luck for Lazarev, 1,200 francs pension for life." "Here's a cap, lads," shouted a Preobrazhensk soldier, donning a shaggy French cap. "It's a fine thing, first rate." "Have you heard the password?" asked one guards officer of another. "The day before yesterday it was Napoleon, France, bravoure. Yesterday, Alexandre, Russie, grandeur. One day our emperor gives it, and the next day Napoleon. Tomorrow our emperor will send a St. George's Cross to the bravest of the French guards. It has to be done. He must respond in kind." Boris, too, with his friend Zhilinsky, came to see the Preobrazhensk banquet. On his way back, he noticed Rostov standing by the corner of a house. "Rostov, how do you do? We missed one another," he said, and could not refrain from asking what was the matter, so strangely dismal and troubled was Rostov's face. "Nothing, nothing," replied Rostov. "You'll call round?" "Yes, I will." Rostov stood at that corner for a long time, watching the feast from a distance. In his mind, a painful process was going on which he could not bring to a conclusion. Terrible doubts rose in his soul. Now he remembered Denisov with his changed expression, his submission, and the whole hospital, with its arms and legs torn off and its dirt and disease. So vividly did he recall that hospital stench of dead flesh that he looked round to see where the smell came from. Next, he thought of that self-satisfied Bonaparte, with his small white hand, who was now an emperor, liked and respected by Alexander. Then why those severed arms and legs and those dead men? Then again, he thought of Lazarev rewarded and Denisov punished and unpardoned. He caught himself harboring such strange thoughts that he was frightened. The smell of the food the Preobrazhenskys were eating and a sense of hunger recalled him from these reflections. He had to get something to eat before going away. He went to a hotel he had noticed that morning. There he found so many people, among them officers who, like himself, had come in civilian clothes, that he had difficulty in getting a dinner. 2 officers of his own division joined him. The conversation naturally turned on the peace. The officers, his comrades, like most of the army, were dissatisfied with the peace concluded after the Battle of Friedland. They said that had we held out a little longer, Napoleon would have been done for, as his troops had neither provisions nor ammunition. Nicholas ate and drank, chiefly the latter, in silence. He finished a couple of bottles of wine by himself. The process in his mind went on tormenting him without reaching a conclusion. He feared giving way to his thoughts, yet could not get rid of them. Suddenly, on one of the officers saying that it was humiliating to look at the French, Rostov began shouting with uncalled-for wrath, much to the surprise of the officers. "How can you judge what's best?" he cried, the blood suddenly rushing to his face. "How can you judge the emperor's actions? What right have we to argue? We cannot comprehend either the emperor's aims or his actions." "But I never said a word about the emperor," said the officer, justifying himself, and unable to understand Rostov's outburst, except on the supposition that he was drunk. But Rostov did not listen to him. "We are not diplomatic officials. We are soldiers and nothing more," he went on. "If we are ordered to die, we must die. If we're punished, it means that we have deserved it. It's not for us to judge. If the emperor pleases to recognize Bonaparte as emperor and to conclude an alliance with him, it means that that is the right thing to do. If once we begin judging and arguing about everything, nothing sacred will be left. That way we shall be saying there is no God, nothing," shouted Nicholas, banging the table. It seemed very little to the point to his listeners, but quite relevantly to the course of his own thoughts. Our business is to do our duty, to fight and not to think. That's all, said he. And to drink, said one of the officers, not wishing to quarrel. Yes, and to drink, assented Nicholas. Hullo there, another bottle, he shouted. Welcome to Book 6. Chapter 1, Real Life. We begin in the year 1808, when the Emperor Alexander traveled to Erfurt for another meeting with the Emperor Napoleon. In the high society of Petersburg, there was a great deal of talk about the splendor of this important event. By 1809, the bond between Napoleon and Alexander, who were called the world's two arbiters, had grown so strong that when Napoleon declared war on Austria, a Russian army corps was sent to help him. This meant Russia was fighting alongside its old enemy Bonaparte against its old ally, the Emperor of Austria. There were even whispers in court circles about a possible marriage between Napoleon and one of Alexander's sisters. Besides these matters of foreign policy, Russian society was also deeply focused on the internal changes happening in all departments of government. But through it all, real life went on as usual. Life with its essential concerns of health and sickness, work and rest. Life with its intellectual interests in thought, science, poetry, music, love, friendship, hatred, and passion. This everyday life continued, completely separate from the political friendships or enmities with Napoleon Bonaparte and all the grand schemes for reform. Prince Andrew had been living in the country for 2 years straight. All the ambitious plans that his friend Pierre had tried and failed to implement on his own estates, Prince Andrew carried out quietly and without any apparent difficulty. He had a practical determination that Pierre lacked, which allowed him to get things done without any fuss. On one of his estates, he freed 300 serfs, who then became free farm laborers. This was one of the very first examples of its kind in Russia. On his other estates, he replaced the serfs' mandatory labor with a system of rent payments. He also hired a trained midwife for his estate at Bogusharovo, and he paid a priest to teach the children of the peasants and household serfs how to read and write. Prince Andrew spent about half his time at Bald Hills with his father and his son, who was still being looked after by nurses. The other half he spent at his own estate, which his father called the Bogucharovo cloister. Despite telling Pierre he was indifferent to world affairs, he followed the news diligently. He received many books and was surprised to find that visitors from Petersburg, the very center of everything, were often less informed than he was about what was happening at home and abroad. Besides managing his estates and reading widely, Prince Andrew was also busy with a critical review of Russia's last 2 unsuccessful military campaigns. He was drafting a proposal to reform the army's rules and regulations. In the spring of 1809, he set out to visit the Ryazan estates that his son had inherited, for which he was the legal guardian. Warmed by the spring sunshine, he sat in his carriage, looking at the fresh green grass, the first leaves on the birch trees, and the first puffs of white clouds floating across the clear blue sky. He wasn't thinking about anything in particular. He just gazed around, feeling cheerful and a little absent-minded. They crossed the same ferry where he had spoken with Pierre the year before. They passed through a muddy village, past threshing floors and green fields of winter rye. They drove downhill, where snow still lingered near a bridge, and then uphill, where the clay had turned to mud in the rain. They passed fields of stubble and patches of green bushes, finally entering a birch forest that grew on both sides of the road. Inside the forest it was almost hot, and there was no wind. The birches, with their sticky green leaves, stood perfectly still. Lilac-colored flowers and the first blades of green grass were pushing up through last year's dead leaves. Only the small fir trees, scattered among the birches with their coarse evergreen color, served as an unpleasant reminder of winter. As they entered the forest, the horses began to snort, their coats glistening with sweat. Peter, the footman, said something to the coachman, who nodded in agreement. But Peter, apparently wanting more sympathy, turned to his master. "How pleasant it is, Your Excellency," he said with a respectful smile. "What?" Prince Andrew asked. "It's pleasant, Your Excellency." What is he talking about? Prince Andrew wondered. Oh, the spring, I suppose. He turned and looked around. Yes, everything is green already. How early? The birches and cherry and alders are all coming out, but the oaks show no sign yet. Ah, there is one oak. At the edge of the road stood an enormous oak tree. It was probably 10 times older than the birches in the forest, 10 times as thick, and twice as tall. It was a giant of a tree, so wide that a man could not wrap his arms around it. Long ago, some of its branches had been broken off, and its bark was scarred. With its huge, awkward limbs spreading out unevenly, and its gnarled hands and fingers, it stood like an old, stern, and scornful monster among the smiling birch trees. Only the dead-looking firs and this ancient oak refused to give in to the charm of spring. They seemed to ignore both the season and the sunshine. This oak seemed to say, "Spring, love, happiness. Are you not tired of that stupid, meaningless, endless deception? It's always the same and always a lie. There is no spring, no sun, no happiness. Look at those cramped dead firs, always the same. And look at me, with my broken and barked fingers sticking out wherever they grew, from my back or my sides. As I have grown, so I stand, and I do not believe in your hopes and your lies." As he drove through the forest, Prince Andrew turned back several times to look at the oak, as if he expected something from it. There were flowers and grass growing beneath it, but the tree itself remained scowling, rigid, and grim. Yes, the oak is right, 1,000 times right, Prince Andrew thought. Let the young give in to that deception again, but we who know life, our life is finished. A whole series of new thoughts, hopeless but sadly pleasant, rose in his mind in connection with that tree. During this journey, he felt as if he were re-examining his entire life. He came to the same old, despairing conclusion. It was not for him to start anything new. He must simply live out the rest of his days, doing no harm, not troubling himself, and desiring nothing. Prince Andrew needed to meet with the marshal of the nobility for the district regarding his son's Ryazan estate. The marshal was Count Ilya Rostov, and so in the middle of May, Prince Andrew went to visit him at his country house, Otradnoy. The weather was now hot for spring, the forest was fully green, and the air was dusty. When passing by water, one felt a strong desire to bathe. Feeling depressed and preoccupied, Prince Andrew was driving up the avenue to the Rostovs' house. He heard the sound of merry girlish cries from behind some trees to his right. He saw a group of girls running to cross the path of his carriage. Running ahead of the others was a dark-haired, remarkably slim and pretty girl in a yellow chintz dress. She wore a white handkerchief on her head, from which loose locks of hair escaped. The girl was shouting something, but when she saw a stranger, she laughed and ran back without looking at him. Suddenly, for reasons he couldn't explain, Prince Andrew felt a pang of sadness. The day was so beautiful, the sun so bright, and everything around him so cheerful. But that slim, pretty girl did not know, nor did she wish to know, that he even existed. She was content and happy in her own separate life, a life that was probably foolish, but bright and joyous all the same. What is she so happy about? What is she thinking of? He asked himself with curiosity. Not about military regulations or the Ryazan serfs' rents. What is she thinking? Why is she so happy? In 1809, Count Ilya Rostov was living at Otradnoy just as he always had, which is to say he was entertaining nearly the entire province with hunts, theatricals, dinners, and music. He was delighted to see Prince Andrew, just as he was with any new visitor, and he insisted that he stay the night. Throughout the dull day, Prince Andrew was entertained by his elderly hosts and their more important guests. The house was crowded because of an upcoming name day celebration. He found himself repeatedly glancing at Natasha, the pretty girl he had seen earlier, who was laughing and full of life among the younger guests. Each time he asked himself, "What is she thinking about? Why is she so glad?" That night, alone in a new room, he couldn't sleep. He read for a while, then put out his candle, but soon relit it. The room was hot, with the inside shutters closed. He felt irritated with the old count for making him stay, and annoyed with himself for agreeing to it. He got up and went to the window to open it. As soon as he opened the shutters, moonlight flooded into the room as if it had been waiting. The night was fresh, bright, and very still. Just outside was a row of trimmed trees, black on one side and silvery on the other. Beneath them grew thick, wet bushes with silver-lit leaves. Beyond the trees, a roof glittered with dew. To the right stood a leafy tree with a brilliantly white trunk, and above it, an almost full moon shone in a pale, nearly starless spring sky. Prince Andrew leaned his elbows on the windowsill and gazed up at that sky. His room was on the second floor. The people in the rooms above were also awake, and he could hear female voices. "Just once more," said a girlish voice that Prince Andrew recognized at once. "But when are you coming to bed?" replied another voice. "I won't. I can't sleep. What's the use? Come now for the last time." Two girlish voices sang a musical passage, the end of a song. "Oh, how lovely. Now go to sleep, and that's the end of it." "You go to sleep, but I can't," said the first voice, coming closer to the window. She was leaning right out, and he could hear the rustle of her dress and even her breathing. Everything was completely still, like the moon and its light. Prince Andrew didn't dare move, afraid of giving himself away. "Sonia, Sonia," he heard the first voice again. "Oh, how can you sleep? Just look how glorious it is. Ah, how glorious! Do wake up, Sonia," she said, her voice almost breaking with tears. There never was such a lovely night before. Sonia gave a reluctant reply. "Do just come and see what a moon. Oh, how lovely. Come here, darling sweetheart, come here. There, you see? I feel like sitting down on my heels, putting my arms round my knees like this, straining as tight as possible and flying away, like this. Take care, you'll fall out." He heard a scuffle and then Sonia's disapproving voice. "It's past 1 o'clock. Oh, you only spoil things for me. All right, go. All was silent again, but Prince Andrew knew she was still there. He could hear a soft rustle from time to time, and sometimes a sigh. Oh God, what does it mean?" she suddenly exclaimed. "To bed then, if it must be," and she slammed the window shut. For her, I might as well not exist, Prince Andrew thought as he listened to her voice. For some reason he had been both expecting and fearing that she might say something about him. There she is again, as if on purpose. In his soul, an unexpected turmoil of youthful thoughts and hopes arose, so contrary to his way of life that he couldn't explain it. He lay down and fell asleep at once. The next morning, Prince Andrew left for home. He said goodbye only to the Count, not waiting for the ladies to appear. It was now the beginning of June. On his return journey, he drove again into the birch forest where the gnarled old oak had made such a strange and memorable impression on him. The harness bells sounded even more muffled than they had 6 weeks before. The forest was now thick, shady, and dense. The young firs that were scattered about no longer seemed out of place. Instead, they blended in with the mood, their new shoots a delicate, fluffy green. The day had been hot. A storm was gathering somewhere, but only a small cloud had scattered a few raindrops, sprinkling the road and the green leaves. The left side of the forest was dark in the shade, while the right side, wet and shiny, glittered in the sunlight, barely moving in the breeze. Everything was in bloom, and nightingales were singing, their voices echoing from near and far. Yes, here in this forest was that oak with which I agreed, thought Prince Andrew. But where is it? He wondered, looking at the left side of the road. And then, without at first recognizing it, he looked with admiration at the very oak he was seeking. The old tree was completely transfigured. It spread out a canopy of lush, dark green foliage, standing still and slightly trembling in the evening sun. There was no sign of the gnarled fingers, old scars, or old doubts and sorrows. Through the hard, century-old bark, fresh leaves had sprouted, the kind of growth one could hardly believe the old veteran was capable of producing. Yes, it is the same oak, thought Prince Andrew. All at once he was seized by an irrational, springtime feeling of joy and renewal. The best moments of his life suddenly came to his memory. Austerlitz with its high heavens, his wife's dead, reproachful face, Pierre at the ferry, the young girl thrilled by the beauty of the night, and that night itself and the moon. All of it rushed back to his mind. No, life is not over at 31. Prince Andrew suddenly decided, with finality. It is not enough for me to know what is inside me. Everyone must know it. Pierre and that young girl who wanted to fly into the sky, everyone must know me. My life cannot be lived for myself alone. It must be reflected in them all. so that they and I may live in harmony." When he reached home, Prince Andrew decided to go to Petersburg that autumn. He found all sorts of reasons for this decision. A series of logical arguments, all showing why it was essential for him to go to Petersburg and even re-enter the service, kept coming to his mind. He couldn't understand how he had ever doubted the need to take an active part in life. Just a month before, he couldn't have imagined leaving the quiet countryside. Now, it seemed clear that all his life experience would be wasted unless he applied it to some kind of work. He didn't even remember how, based on similar logical arguments, it had once seemed obvious that he would be degrading himself to believe in the possibility of being useful or in the possibility of happiness or love. Now, his reason told him the exact opposite. After his journey to Ryazan, he found the country dull. His old pursuits no longer interested him. Often, when sitting alone in his study, he would get up, go to the mirror, and gaze at his own face for a long time. Then he would turn to the portrait of his dead wife, Lise. With her hair curled in the Greek style, she looked tenderly and cheerfully at him from the gilt frame. She no longer seemed to say those terrible words to him. She just looked at him with a simple, merry curiosity. And Prince Andrew, with his arms crossed behind his back, would pace the room for a long time, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, as he reflected on those irrational, secret thoughts that were changing his whole life. These thoughts were connected with Pierre, with fame, with the girl at the window, the oak tree, and a woman's beauty and love. If anyone entered his room during these moments, he would become particularly cold, stern, and unpleasantly logical. "My dear," his sister Princess Mary might say, "little Nicholas can't go out today, it's very cold." "If it were hot," Prince Andrew would reply dryly, "he could go out in his smock. But as it is cold, he must wear warm clothes, which were designed for that purpose. That is what follows from the fact that it is cold, not that a child who needs fresh air should remain at home." He would say this with extreme logic, as if punishing someone for the secret, illogical emotions stirring within him. At such moments, Princess Mary would think about how intellectual work dries men up. We now begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Speransky, Arakcheev, and Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew arrived in Petersburg in August of 1809. This was a time when the young statesman Speransky was at the peak of his fame, and his reforms were being pushed forward with great energy. That same month, the emperor was thrown from his carriage and injured his leg. He stayed at Peterhof for 3 weeks, receiving Speransky every day and no one else. During this period, 2 famous decrees were being prepared that caused a great stir in society. The first abolished court ranks, and the second introduced examinations for civil service positions. But more than just these decrees, a whole new state constitution was being planned. This constitution was intended to change the entire system of government in Russia, from the Council of State down to the district courts. The vague liberal dreams that Emperor Alexander had when he came to the throne were now taking shape. The men who had once helped the emperor with these dreams were now replaced. On the civil side, there was Speransky. On the military side, there was Arakcheev. Soon after his arrival, Prince Andrew, as a gentleman of the chamber, presented himself at court. The emperor met him twice but did not say a single word to him. Prince Andrew had always felt that the emperor disliked him, and the cold, repellent glance he now received seemed to confirm it. The courtiers suggested that the emperor's neglect was due to Bolkonsky's not having served in the army since 1805. "I know that one cannot help one's sympathies and antipathies," Prince Andrew thought, "so it won't do to present my proposal for army reform to the emperor personally, but the project will speak for itself." He mentioned his proposal to an old field marshal, a friend of his father's. The field marshal received him graciously and promised to inform the emperor. A few days later, Prince Andrew was told to go and see the Minister of War, Count Arakcheev. On the appointed day, Prince Andrew entered Count Arakcheev's waiting room at 9 in the morning. He had never met Arakcheev and knew little about him, but what he had heard did not inspire much respect. "He is the Minister of War, a man trusted by the emperor," Prince Andrew thought as he waited among a crowd of people. His personal qualities are no concern of mine. He has been asked to consider my project, so he alone can get it adopted. Prince Andrew had seen the waiting rooms of many important men during his military service. Count Arakchev's was unique. The unimportant people looked embarrassed and servile. The higher-ranking people shared a common feeling of awkwardness, which they tried to hide behind a mask of unconcern and self-ridicule. Some paced thoughtfully, while others whispered and laughed. Prince Andrew heard someone refer to Arakchev as Sila Andreevich, a nickname meaning Andrew the Forceful, and heard the words, "Uncle will give it to us hot." One general, clearly offended by the long wait, sat crossing and uncrossing his legs, smiling to himself with contempt. But the moment the minister's door opened, a single feeling appeared on every face: fear. Prince Andrew asked the adjutant on duty a second time to announce him, but he received an ironical look and was told to wait his turn. After several others had gone in and out, an officer with a humiliated and frightened expression was admitted through the terrible door. His audience lasted a long time. Then, suddenly, the harsh sound of a grating voice was heard from inside. The officer came out, pale and with trembling lips, clutching his head as he passed through the waiting room. After this, Prince Andrew was led to the door. The officer on duty whispered, "To the right, at the window." Prince Andrew entered a plain, tidy room and saw a man of 40 at a table. He had a long waist, a closely cropped head, deep wrinkles, and scowling brows over dull, greenish-hazel eyes and a red, overhanging nose. Arakchev turned his head toward him without really looking at him. "What is your petition?" asked Arakchev. "I am not petitioning, Your Excellency," Prince Andrew replied quietly. Arakchev's eyes turned toward him. "Sit down," he said. "Prince Bolkonsky, I am not petitioning about anything. His Majesty the Emperor has sent Your Excellency a project submitted by me." "You see, my dear sir, I have read your project," interrupted Arakchev. He began amiably, but his tone gradually shifted to one of grumbling contempt, and he stopped looking at Prince Andrew. "You are proposing new military laws? There are many laws, but no one to carry out the old ones. Nowadays, everybody designs laws. It is easier writing than doing. I came at His Majesty the Emperor's wish to learn from Your Excellency how you propose to deal with the memorandum I have presented," said Prince Andrew politely. "I have endorsed a resolution on your memorandum and sent it to the committee. I do not approve of it," said Arakchev, rising and taking a paper from his desk. "Here," he said, handing it to Prince Andrew. Across the paper was scrawled in pencil, without capital letters, with misspellings and no punctuation, unsoundly constructed because resembles an imitation of the French military code and from the Articles of War needlessly deviating. "To what committee has the memorandum been referred?" inquired Prince Andrew. "To the Committee on Army Regulations, and I have recommended that Your Honor should be appointed a member, but without a salary." Prince Andrew smiled. "I don't want one." "A member without salary," repeated Arakchev. "I have the honor." Call the next one. Who else is there?" he shouted, bowing to Prince Andrew. While waiting for news of his appointment to the committee, Prince Andrew sought out his old acquaintances, especially those in powerful positions who might be able to help him. Here in Petersburg, he felt the same anxious curiosity he had felt on the eve of a battle, an irresistible attraction to the circles where the future was being shaped. From the irritation of the older men, the curiosity of the outsiders, the reserve of the insiders, and the general hurry and preoccupation of everyone, he sensed that a vast civil conflict was brewing. The commander-in-chief of this conflict was a mysterious man of supposed genius, Speransky. This movement of reconstruction, and Speransky its leader, began to interest Prince Andrew so much that the question of army regulations faded into the background. Prince Andrew was in an excellent position to be well received in the highest circles of Petersburg society. The reforming party welcomed him because he was known to be clever and well-read, and because he had gained a reputation as a liberal by freeing his serfs. The party of the old and dissatisfied also turned to him, expecting his sympathy in their disapproval of the reforms, simply because he was his father's son. The women of society welcomed him gladly because he was rich, distinguished, a good match, and almost a newcomer, surrounded by a halo of romance due to his supposed death and the tragic loss of his wife. Moreover, everyone who had known him before agreed that he had greatly improved over the last 5 years. He had softened, grown more manly, and lost his former pride and irony, acquiring the serenity that comes with age. People talked about him, were interested in him, and wanted to meet him. The day after his interview with Count Arakcheev, Prince Andrew spent the evening at Count Kochube's house. He told the Count about his meeting with Arakcheev. "My dear fellow," said Kochubey, "even in this case you can't do without Michael Mikhailovich Speransky. He manages everything. I'll speak to him. He has promised to come this evening." "What has Speransky to do with the army regulations?" asked Prince Andrew. Kochubey just smiled, as if surprised at Prince Andrew's simplicity. "We were talking to him about you a few days ago," Kochubey continued, "and about your freed plowmen." "Oh, is it you, Prince, who have freed your serfs?" said an old man of Catherine the Great's era, turning to Bolkonsky with contempt. "It was a small estate that brought in no profit," replied Prince Andrew, trying to downplay his action so as not to irritate the old man. "Afraid of being late," said the old man, looking at Kochubey. "There's one thing I don't understand," he continued. "Who will plow the land if they are set free? It is easy to write laws, but difficult to rule. Just the same as now, I ask you, Count, who will be heads of the departments when everybody has to pass examinations?" "Those who pass the examinations, I suppose," replied Kochubey, crossing his legs. "Well, I have Prianichnikov serving under me, a splendid man, but he's 60. Is he to go up for examination?" "Yes, that's a difficulty, as education is not at all general, but—" Count Kochubey didn't finish. He rose, took Prince Andrew by the arm, and went to meet a tall, bald, fair-haired man of about 40 who was just entering. The newcomer had a large, open forehead and a long face of an unusual and peculiar whiteness. He wore a blue swallowtail coat with a cross around his neck and a star on his chest. It was Speransky. Prince Andrew recognized him at once and felt a throb within him. He didn't know if it was from respect, envy, or anticipation. Speransky's whole figure was distinctive. Prince Andrew had never seen anyone with such calm self-assurance combined with such awkward gestures. He had never seen so firm yet gentle an expression in those half-closed, humid eyes, or so resolute a smile that expressed nothing. He had never heard such a refined, soft voice. Above all, he had never seen such delicate whiteness of face and hands. The hands were broad, but plump, soft, and white, like those of a soldier who had spent a long time in a hospital. This was Speransky, Secretary of State, the Emperor's reporter, and his companion at Erfurt, where he had met and talked with Napoleon. Speransky did not shift his eyes from one face to another as people usually do when entering a large room. He spoke slowly, with the confidence that he would be listened to, and looked only at the person with whom he was speaking. Prince Andrew watched Speransky's every word and movement. Like many men who judge others harshly, he always hoped to find in a new acquaintance, especially a famous one like Speransky, the perfection of human qualities. Speransky told Kochubey he was sorry he couldn't come sooner, as he had been detained at the palace. He didn't say the emperor had kept him, and Prince Andrew noted this show of modesty. When Kochubey introduced Prince Andrew, Speransky slowly turned his eyes to Bolkonsky with his usual smile and looked at him in silence. "I am very glad to make your acquaintance. I had heard of you, as everyone has," he said after a pause. Kochubey mentioned the reception Arakcheev had given Bolkonsky. Speransky's smile grew more pronounced. "The chairman of the Committee on Army Regulations is my good friend Monsieur Magnitsky," he said, articulating every word clearly. "And if you like, I can put you in touch with him." He paused. "I hope you will find him sympathetic and ready to cooperate in promoting all that is reasonable." A circle soon formed around Speransky. The old man who had talked about his subordinate Prianichnikov asked him a question. Prince Andrew watched from a distance, observing every movement of this man who, not long ago, had been an insignificant divinity student. Now, Bolkonsky thought, he held the fate of Russia in his plump white hands. Prince Andrew was struck by the disdainful composure with which Speransky answered the old man. He seemed to speak down to him from an immeasurable height. When the old man began to speak too loudly, Speransky smiled and said he could not judge what pleased the sovereign. After talking for a while, Speransky rose and came over to Prince Andrew, taking him to the other end of the room. It was clear he felt it was necessary to show an interest in Bolkonsky. "I had no chance to talk with you, Prince, during the animated conversation in which that venerable gentleman involved me," he said with a mildly contemptuous smile, as if to say that he and Prince Andrew both understood the insignificance of the people he had just been talking to. This flattered Prince Andrew. "I have known of you for a long time, first from your action with your serfs, a first example of which it is very desirable that there should be more imitators, and secondly, because you are one of those gentlemen of the chamber who have not considered themselves offended by the new decree concerning court ranks." "No," said Prince Andrew, "my father did not wish me to take advantage of the privilege. I began the service from the lower grade." "Your father, a man of the last century, evidently stands above our contemporaries who so condemn this measure which merely re-establishes natural justice." "I think, however, that these condemnations have some ground," returned Prince Andrew, trying to resist Speransky's influence. He didn't want to agree with him on everything. Though he usually spoke well, he now felt a difficulty in expressing himself. He was too absorbed in observing the famous man's personality. "Grounds of personal ambition, maybe," Speransky put in quietly. "And of state interest to some extent," said Prince Andrew. "What do you mean?" asked Speransky, lowering his eyes. "I am an admirer of Montesquieu," replied Prince Andrew, "and I find his idea incontestable, that the principle of monarchies is honor. Certain rights and privileges for the aristocracy seem to me a means of maintaining that sentiment." The smile vanished from Speransky's white face. Probably, Prince Andrew's thought interested him. "If you regard the question from that point of view," he began, pronouncing French with some difficulty, and speaking even more slowly than in Russian, but quite calmly. Speransky went on to say that honor cannot be upheld by privileges that are harmful to the service. He argued that honor is either a negative concept of not doing wrong, or it is a source of competition for praise and rewards. His arguments were concise, simple, and clear. "An institution that upholds honor," he said, "is one similar to the Legion of Honor of the great Emperor Napoleon. It is not harmful, but helpful to the service, but it is not a class or court privilege." "I do not dispute that," returned Prince Andrew, "but it cannot be denied that court privileges have achieved the same end. Every courtier considers himself bound to maintain his position worthily." "Yet you do not care to avail yourself of the privilege, Prince," said Speransky, with a smile that suggested he wished to end the argument amicably. "If you will do me the honor of calling on me on Wednesday," he added, "I will, after talking with Magnitsky, let you know what may interest you. I shall also have the pleasure of a more detailed chat with you." Closing his eyes, he bowed in the French style, and without taking leave, he left the room, trying to attract as little attention as possible. During his first weeks in Petersburg, Prince Andrew felt that the entire way of thinking he had developed during his quiet life in the country was being overshadowed by the trivial cares of the city. Each evening, he would jot down in his notebook 4 or 5 necessary calls or appointments. The mechanics of life, the scheduling of his day to be on time everywhere, absorbed most of his energy. He did nothing, did not even think or find time to think. He only talked, and talked successfully about the things he had thought about while in the country. He sometimes noticed with dissatisfaction that he would repeat the same remark in different social circles on the same day, but he was so busy that he had no time to notice that he was thinking of nothing new. Speransky made a strong impression on Prince Andrew that Wednesday, when he received him for a private conversation at his own house. Bolkonsky found most people contemptible and longed to find a living ideal of perfection. He readily believed that in Speransky he had found this ideal of a perfectly rational and virtuous man. Had Speransky come from the same social class as himself, Bolkonsky would have soon discovered his human weaknesses. But Speransky's logical turn of mind inspired respect, all the more because Prince Andrew did not quite understand him. Moreover, Speransky, either because he valued Bolkonsky's abilities or because he wanted to win him over, showed off his calm reasonableness. He flattered Prince Andrew with a subtle kind of praise that comes with self-assurance. He seemed to assume that Bolkonsky was the only other man capable of understanding the foolishness of the rest of mankind and the profound wisdom of his own ideas. During their long conversation, Speransky often made remarks like, "We regard everything that is above the common level of rooted custom," or, with a smile, "But we want the wolves to be fed and the sheep to be safe, and they cannot understand this." All of it seemed to say, we, you and I, understand what they are and who we are. This first long talk with Speransky only strengthened the feeling Prince Andrew had for him. He saw him as a remarkable, clear-thinking man of vast intellect who had attained power through his own energy and was using it solely for the welfare of Russia. In Prince Andrew's eyes, Speransky was the man he wished to be, one who explained everything reasonably and applied the standard of reason to all things. Everything seemed so simple and clear in Speransky's explanations that Prince Andrew found himself agreeing with him on every point. If he did argue, it was only to maintain his independence and not completely submit to Speransky's opinions. Everything was right, except for one thing that disconcerted Prince Andrew. This was Speransky's cold, mirror-like gaze, which did not allow one to see into his soul, and his delicate white hands, which Prince Andrew found himself watching involuntarily. This gaze in those hands irritated him, though he didn't know why. He was also unpleasantly struck by Speransky's excessive contempt for others and by the variety of arguments he used to support his opinions. He would shift from being a practical man condemning dreamers, to a satirist laughing at his opponents, to a severe logician, and then suddenly rise to the realm of metaphysics. He would take a question to metaphysical heights, discuss definitions of space, time, and thought, and then, having found the refutation he needed, return to the original discussion. What struck Prince Andrew most about Speransky's mind was his absolute, unshakable belief in the power of reason. It was clear that Speransky had never had the thought that seemed so natural to Prince Andrew, that it is impossible to express all one thinks. He had never felt the doubt, "Is not all I think and believe nonsense?" It was this very peculiarity of Speransky's mind that particularly attracted Prince Andrew. During the first period of their acquaintance, Bolkonsky felt a passionate admiration for him, similar to what he had once felt for Bonaparte. The fact that Speransky was the son of a village priest, and that some people might look down on him for his humble origins, only made Prince Andrew cherish his sentiment for him more. On that first evening, after mentioning the commission for the revision of the Code of Laws, Speransky told him sarcastically that the commission had existed for 150 years, had cost millions, and had done nothing. "And that is all the state has for the millions it has spent," he said. "We want to give the Senate new juridical powers, but we have no laws. That is why it is a sin for men like you, Prince, not to serve in these times." Prince Andrew said that such work required a legal education, which he did not have. "But nobody has it, so what would you have? It is a vicious circle from which we must break out." A week later, Prince Andrew was a member of the Committee on Army Regulations, and to his surprise, he was also made chairman of a section of the committee for the revision of the laws. At Speransky's request, he took the first part of the Civil Code and began working on the section on personal rights, using the Code Napoleon and the Institutes of Justinian as his guides. Now we continue with Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Pierre and the Petersburg Freemasons. Nearly 2 years before this, in 1808, when Pierre returned to Petersburg after visiting his estates, he had found himself in a leading position among the city's Freemasons. He organized meetings, enrolled new members, and worked to unite various lodges. He gave his own money to build temples and to supplement the collection of alms, which most members were stingy about. He single-handedly supported a poorhouse that the order had founded in Petersburg. Meanwhile, his personal life continued as before, with the same infatuations and dissipations. He enjoyed dining and drinking well, and though he considered it immoral, he couldn't resist the temptations of the bachelor circles he moved in. Amid all this activity, however, Pierre began to feel that the more he tried to rely on the ground of Freemasonry, the more it gave way beneath him. It was like stepping onto the smooth surface of a bog. When he put his foot down, it sank. To test the ground, he put his other foot down and sank even deeper until he was stuck, wading knee-deep in the bog. Joseph Alexievich, his spiritual guide, was not in Petersburg. He had withdrawn from the Petersburg lodges and was living mostly in Moscow. The members of the lodges were all men Pierre knew in ordinary life, and it was hard for him to see them as just brothers in Freemasonry. Under their Masonic aprons, he saw the uniforms and decorations they sought in real life. Often, after collecting only 20 or 30 rubles in promised donations from a dozen members, half of whom were as wealthy as himself, Pierre would remember the Masonic vow to devote all one's belongings to one's neighbor. Doubts began to arise in his soul. He divided the brothers he knew into 4 categories. The first were those who were exclusively occupied with the mystical science of the order, with questions of the threefold nature of God or the meaning of Solomon's temple. Pierre respected this group, which included the older members and, he thought, Joseph Alexievich himself, but he did not share their interests. In the second category, Pierre placed himself and others like him, who were seeking and wavering, hoping to find a clear path in Freemasonry, but had not yet found one. The third category included the majority of brothers, who saw nothing in Freemasonry but its external forms and ceremonies. They valued the strict performance of these rituals without caring about their meaning. Finally, the fourth category included many of the newer members. These were men who, according to Pierre, believed in nothing and desired nothing, but joined the Freemasons simply to associate with wealthy and influential young brothers. Pierre began to feel dissatisfied. Freemasonry, as he saw it here, seemed to be based merely on externals. He didn't doubt Freemasonry itself, but he suspected that Russian Masonry had taken a wrong turn, and so, toward the end of the year, he went abroad to be initiated into the higher secrets of the order. In the summer of 1809, Pierre returned to Petersburg. The Freemasons there knew that he had gained the confidence of many highly placed persons abroad and was bringing back much that could benefit the cause in Russia. They all came to see him, trying to win his favor. It seemed to them that he was preparing something and concealing it. A solemn meeting of the lodge was held, at which Pierre promised to share what he had been given by the highest leaders of the order. After the usual ceremonies, Pierre rose and began his address. "Dear brothers," he began, blushing and stammering, with a written speech in his hand, "it is not sufficient to observe our mysteries in the seclusion of our lodge. We must act, act! We are drowsing, but we must act." He raised his notebook and began to read. "For the dissemination of pure truth and to secure the triumph of virtue," he read, "we must cleanse men from prejudice, diffuse principles in harmony with the spirit of the times, undertake the education of the young, unite ourselves with the wisest men, and form a body of those devoted to us, linked by unity of purpose and possessed of authority and power. To attain this end, we must secure a preponderance of virtue over vice. But in these great endeavors, we are hampered by the political institutions of today. What is to be done? To favor revolutions, overthrow everything? No, we are very far from that. Every violent reform deserves censure, for it fails to remedy evil while men remain what they are. The whole plan of our order should be based on preparing men of firmness and virtue, bound together by unity of conviction. Only then will our order have the power to bind the hands of the protectors of disorder and to control them. In a word, we must found a form of government that should be diffused over the whole world without destroying the bonds of citizenship. This aim was that of Christianity itself. At that time, preaching alone was sufficient, but now we need much more powerful methods. It is now necessary that man find in virtue a charm palpable to his senses. It is impossible to eradicate the passions, but we must strive to direct them to a noble aim. Our order should provide the means to that end. As soon as we have a certain number of worthy men in every state, everything will be possible for our order, which has already in secret accomplished much for the welfare of mankind. This speech created excitement in the lodge. The majority of the brothers, seeing in it the dangerous designs of Illuminism, met it with a coldness that surprised Pierre. The Grand Master began to argue with him, and Pierre defended his views with more and more warmth. It was a stormy meeting. Parties were formed, some accusing Pierre of Illuminism, others supporting him. He was struck for the first time by the endless variety of men's minds, which prevents a truth from ever presenting itself identically to two people. Even those who seemed to be on his side understood him in their own way, with limitations he could not agree to. At the end of the meeting, the Grand Master reproved Pierre for his vehemence, saying it was not love of virtue alone, but also a love of strife that had moved him. Pierre did not answer. He asked briefly if his proposal would be accepted. He was told that it would not. Without waiting for the usual formalities, he left the lodge and went home. Again, Pierre was overcome by the depression he so dreaded. For 3 days after the meeting, he lay on a sofa at home, receiving no one and going nowhere. It was then that he received a letter from his wife, Helene. She begged him to see her, telling him how she wished to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter, she informed him that she would be returning to Petersburg from abroad in a few days. Following this, one of the Masonic brothers forced his way in to see him. He turned the conversation to Pierre's marriage and advised him that his severity toward his wife was wrong, and that he was neglecting one of the first rules of Freemasonry, to forgive the penitent. At the same time, his mother-in-law, Prince Vasily's wife, sent a message imploring him to come and discuss a most important matter. Pierre saw that there was a conspiracy to reunite him with his wife. In his current mood, this was not even unpleasant to him. Nothing mattered. Under the influence of his depression, he valued neither his liberty nor his resolution to punish his wife. No one is right and no one is to blame, so she too is not to blame, he thought. If he did not immediately agree to a reunion, it was only because he did not feel able to take any step. Had his wife come to him, he would not have turned her away. Compared to what preoccupied him, was it not a matter of indifference whether he lived with his wife or not? Without replying to anyone, Pierre prepared for a journey and started for Moscow to see his spiritual guide, Joseph Alexeyevich. This is what he wrote in his diary. Moscow, November 17th. I have just returned from my benefactor. Joseph Alexeyevich is living poorly and has been suffering for 3 years from a painful disease. No one has ever heard him utter a groan. He is working at science from morning till late at night. He received me graciously. I told him everything that had happened with our Petersburg lodge. After a long silence, he told me his view of the matter, which at once lit up my whole past and the future path I should follow. He asked if I remembered the threefold aim of the order. First, the preservation and study of the mystery. Second, the purification of oneself for its reception. And third, the improvement of the human race. Which is the principal aim? Certainly, self-reformation. Only to this aim can we always strive. But this aim demands the greatest efforts. Led astray by pride, we occupy ourselves either with the mystery, which in our impurity we are unworthy to receive, or we seek to reform the human race while setting an example of baseness ourselves. Illuminism is not a pure doctrine, because it is puffed up by pride. On this ground, Joseph Alexeyevich condemned my speech, and in the depth of my soul I agreed with him. Talking of my family affairs, he said to me, "The chief duty of a true Mason lies in perfecting himself. We often think that by removing all the difficulties of our life, we shall more quickly reach our aim. But on the contrary, my dear sir, it is only in the midst of worldly cares that we can attain our 3 chief aims: self-knowledge, self-perfecting, and the attainment of the chief virtue, love of death." My benefactor then explained to me the meaning of the great square of creation, and that the numbers 3 and 7 are the basis of everything. He advised me not to avoid the Petersburg brothers, but to try to turn them toward the true path of self-knowledge. He also advised me, for myself, to keep a watch over myself, and to that end he gave me a notebook, the one I am now writing in. Petersburg, November 23rd. I am again living with my wife. My mother-in-law came to me in tears and said that Helene was here and that she implored me to hear her. I knew that if I once let myself see her, I should not have the strength to refuse what she wanted. In my perplexity, I reread Joseph Alexeyevitch's letters and recalled my conversations with him. I deduced from it all that I ought not to refuse a supplicant, and that I must bear my cross. But if I forgive her for the sake of doing right, then let our union have only a spiritual aim. I told my wife that I begged her to forget the past, to forgive me whatever wrong I may have done her, and that I had nothing to forgive. It gave me joy to tell her this. I have settled on the upper floor of this big house and am experiencing a happy feeling of regeneration. Let's continue with Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Helene's social success. At that time, the highest society in Petersburg was divided into several circles. The largest of these was the French circle, which supported the alliance with Napoleon. In this group, Helene, as soon as she settled in Petersburg with her husband, took a very prominent place. She was visited by members of the French embassy and many others known for their intellect and polished manners. Helene had been at Erfurt during the famous meeting of the emperors and had brought back connections with the Napoleonic elite. Her success there had been brilliant. Napoleon himself had noticed her in the theater and said of her, "That's a superb animal." Her success as a beautiful and elegant woman did not surprise Pierre, for she had become even handsomer than before. What did surprise him was that in the last 2 years, his wife had gained the reputation of being a charming woman, as witty as she was lovely. The distinguished Prince de Ligny wrote her 8-page letters. To be received in Countess Bezukhova's salon was considered a mark of intellect. Young men read books before attending her evenings, just to have something to say. Secretaries of the embassy and even ambassadors confided diplomatic secrets to her. In a way, Helene was a power. Pierre, who knew she was very stupid, sometimes attended her parties with a strange feeling of perplexity and fear. Politics, poetry, and philosophy were discussed, and his feelings were like those of a magician who expects his trick to be found out at any moment. But whether because stupidity was what was needed to run such a salon, or because those who were deceived enjoyed the deception, her reputation remained intact. Helene could say the emptiest and stupidest things, and everyone would go into raptures, looking for a profound meaning she herself had no idea of. Pierre was the perfect husband for a brilliant society woman. He was that absent-minded, eccentric grand seigneur who was in no one's way. Far from spoiling the high tone of the drawing room, he served as an advantageous background to his elegant wife. During the last 2 years, his absorption in abstract interests and his sincere contempt for everything else had given him an air of unconcern and benevolence that cannot be faked, and it inspired involuntary respect. He entered his wife's drawing room as one enters a theater, equally pleased to see everyone and equally indifferent to them all. Sometimes he would join a conversation and express his views, which were often not in line with the accepted tone of the moment. But the general opinion of the queer husband of the most distinguished woman in Petersburg was so well established that no one took his oddities seriously. Among the many young men who frequented her house, Boris Drubetskoy, who had already achieved great success, was the most intimate friend of the household. Helene spoke of him as her page and treated him like a child. Her smile for him was the same as for everyone, but sometimes that smile made Pierre uncomfortable. Boris behaved toward him with a particularly dignified and sad deference, which also disturbed Pierre. He had suffered so painfully 3 years before from the mortification his wife had caused him that he now protected himself from a repeat, first by not being a husband to her, and second by not allowing himself to suspect anything. No, he told himself, now that she has become a blue-stocking, she has finally renounced her former infatuations. He believed that a blue-stocking could not be carried away by affairs of the heart. Yet, strange to say, Boris's presence in his wife's drawing room, and he was almost always there, had a physical effect on Pierre. It constricted his limbs and destroyed the freedom of his movements. What a strange antipathy, thought Pierre, yet I used to like him very much. In the eyes of the world, Pierre was a great gentleman, the rather blind and absurd husband of a distinguished wife, a clever eccentric who did nothing but harmed nobody and was a first-rate, good-natured fellow. But all this time, a complex and difficult process of internal development was taking place in Pierre's soul, revealing much to him and causing him many spiritual doubts and joys. We move on to Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Pierre's Diary. Pierre went on with his diary, and this is what he wrote in it during that time. November 24th. Got up at 8, read the scriptures, then went to my duties. Returned home for dinner and dined alone. The Countess had many visitors I do not like. In the evening I went down to the Countess and told a funny story, and only remembered that I ought not to have done so when everybody laughed loudly at it. I am going to bed with a happy and tranquil mind. Great God, help me to walk in thy paths, to conquer anger by calmness, to vanquish lust by self-restraint, and to withdraw from worldliness, but not avoid my duties to the state, my family, and my friends. November 27th. I got up late. Brother Urusov came and we talked about worldly vanities. He told me of the Emperor's new projects. I began to criticize them, but remembered my rules and my benefactor's words, that a true Freemason should be a zealous worker for the state when required and a quiet onlooker when not. My tongue is my enemy. Later, we had a preliminary talk about the reception of a new brother. They laid on me the duty of reader. I feel myself weak and unworthy. In the evening, the admission took place. It was Boris Drubetskoy who was admitted. A strange feeling agitated me while I was alone with him in the dark chamber. I caught myself harboring a feeling of hatred toward him, which I vainly tried to overcome. I wanted to save him from evil, but evil thoughts of him did not leave me. It seemed to me that his only object in entering the Brotherhood was to be intimate with members of our lodge. All the time I stood alone with him, it seemed to me that he was smiling contemptuously at my words, and I wished to stab his bare breast with the sword I held to it. I could not be eloquent. Great architect of nature, help me to find the true path out of the labyrinth of lies. After this, 3 pages were left blank in the diary, and then the following was written. I have had a long and instructive talk alone with Brother Vi, who advised me to hold fast by Brother A. Much was revealed to me. Adonai is the name of the Creator of the world. Elohim is the name of the ruler of all. The third name is the name unutterable, which means the all. Talks with Brother Vi strengthen and support me. In his presence, doubt has no place. The distinction between the poor teachings of mundane science and our sacred, all-embracing teaching is clear to me. Human sciences dissect everything to comprehend it, and kill everything to examine it. In the holy science of our order, all is one, all is known in its entirety in life. The Trinity, the 3 elements of matter, are sulfur, mercury, and salt. December 3rd. Awoke late. I wished to meditate, but instead my imagination pictured an occurrence of 4 years ago, when Dolokhov, meeting me in Moscow after our duel, said he hoped I was enjoying perfect peace of mind in spite of my wife's absence. Now I recalled every detail of that meeting, and in my mind gave him the most malevolent and bitter replies. I recollected myself only when I found myself glowing with anger. Afterwards, Boris Drubetskoy came. His coming vexed me from the first, and I said something disagreeable to him. I flared up and said much that was unpleasant and even rude to him. He became silent, and I recollected myself only when it was too late. My God, I cannot get on with him at all. The cause of this is my egotism. O God, grant that in his presence I may rather see my own vileness. After dinner I fell asleep, and as I was drowsing off I clearly heard a voice saying in my left ear, "Thy day." I dreamed that I was walking in the dark and was suddenly surrounded by dogs, but I went on undismayed. Suddenly a smallish dog seized my left thigh with its teeth and would not let go. I began to throttle it with my hands. Scarcely had I torn it off before another, a bigger one, began biting me. I lifted it up, but the higher I lifted it, the bigger and heavier it grew. And suddenly Brother A came and led me to a building. To enter, we had to pass along a narrow plank. I stepped on it, but it bent and gave way, and I began to clamber up a fence. After much effort, I dragged myself up. I looked round and saw Brother A standing on the fence and pointing me to a broad avenue and garden, and in the garden was a large and beautiful building. I woke up. O Lord, great architect of nature, help me to tear from myself these dogs, my passions, and aid me to enter that temple of virtue to a vision of which I attained in my dream. December 7th. I dreamed that Joseph Alexievich was sitting in my house, and that I was very glad. It seemed as if I chattered incessantly with other people and suddenly remembered that this could not please him, and I wished to come close to him and embrace him. But as soon as I drew near, I saw that his face had changed and grown young, and he was quietly telling me something about the teaching of our order, but so softly that I could not hear it. Then it seemed that we were sitting or lying on the floor. He was telling me something, and I began picturing to myself the condition of my inner man. Tears came into my eyes, and I was glad he noticed this. But he looked at me with vexation and jumped up. I felt abashed and asked whether what he had been saying did not concern me, but he did not reply, and then we suddenly found ourselves in my bedroom where there is a double bed. He lay down on the edge of it, and I burned with longing to caress him and lie down too. And he said, "Tell me frankly, what is your chief temptation? I think you know it already." Abashed by this question, I replied that sloth was my chief temptation. He shook his head incredulously, and even more abashed, I said that though I was living with my wife as he advised, I was not living with her as her husband. To this he replied that one should not deprive a wife of one's embraces, and gave me to understand that that was my duty. But I replied that I should be ashamed to do it, and suddenly everything vanished, and I awoke and found in my mind the text from the Gospel. The life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Joseph Alexievich's face had looked young and bright. That day I received a letter from my benefactor in which he wrote about conjugal duties. December 9th. I had a dream from which I awoke with a throbbing heart. I saw that I was in Moscow in my house, and Joseph Alexievich came in. I seemed to know at once that the process of regeneration had already taken place in him, and I rushed to meet him. I embraced him, and he said, "Hast thou noticed that my face is different?" I looked at him and saw that his face was young, but that he had no hair on his head. And suddenly I saw him lying like a dead body. Then he gradually recovered and went with me into my study, carrying a large book of drawings. And in my dream I knew that these drawings represented the love adventures of the soul with its beloved. And on its pages I saw a beautiful representation of a maiden in transparent garments flying up to the clouds. And I seemed to know that this maiden was a representation of the Song of Songs. And looking at those drawings, I dreamed I felt that I was doing wrong, but could not tear myself away from them. Lord, help me. I shall perish of my debauchery if thou utterly desertest me. We now begin Chapter 6. Chapter 6, The Rostovs in Petersburg. The Rostovs' financial situation had not improved during the 2 years they had spent in the country. Although Nicholas Rostov was still serving modestly in an obscure regiment and spending little, the lifestyle at Otradnoy meant that their debts inevitably grew each year. The only solution for the old count was to get an official post, so he had come to Petersburg to find one, and also, as he said, to let the girls enjoy themselves one last time. Soon after they arrived in Petersburg, Berg proposed to the eldest daughter, Vera, and was accepted. In Moscow, the Rostovs had belonged to the best society, but in Petersburg, their circle of acquaintances was mixed and undefined. They were seen as provincials, and people they had entertained in Moscow now looked down on them. Still, they lived hospitably, and a diverse group of people met at their suppers, from country neighbors to impoverished old squires, a maid of honor, Pierre Bezikov, and the son of their district postmaster. Among the men who became frequent visitors were Boris, Pierre, and Berg, who spent whole days at the Rostovs and paid special attention to Vera. Not in vain had Berg shown everyone his right hand, wounded at Austerlitz, and held a sword in his left. He told the story so persistently that everyone believed in his bravery, and he had received 2 decorations. He also managed to distinguish himself in the Finnish War by picking up a piece of a grenade that had killed an aide-de-camp near the commander-in-chief. He related this story so often that everyone believed it was necessary, and he received 2 more decorations. By 1809, he was a captain in the Guards, wore medals, and held several lucrative posts in Petersburg. Though some skeptics smiled when they heard of Berg's merits, he was undeniably a painstaking and brave officer with a brilliant career ahead of him. 4 years earlier, at a Moscow theater, Berg had pointed out Vera Rostova to a German comrade and had said in German, "That girl shall be my wife." From that moment, he had decided to marry her. Now in Petersburg, he decided the time was right to propose. His proposal was at first received with a perplexity that was not flattering to him. It seemed strange that the son of an obscure gentleman should propose to a Countess Rostova, but Berg's chief characteristic was such a naive and good-natured egotism that the Rostovs eventually came to think it would be a good thing, since he himself was so convinced of it. Moreover, their financial affairs were seriously embarrassed, and Vera was 24. Although she was good-looking and sensible, no one had yet proposed to her, so they gave their consent. "You see," Berg said to his comrade, "I have considered it all. I am not marrying for money. I consider that dishonorable, but a wife should bring her share and a husband his. I have my position, she has connections and some means, but above all she is a handsome, estimable girl, and she loves me." Berg blushed and smiled. "And I love her, because her character is sensible and very good. The other sister is quite different, an unpleasant character. But my fiancé, well, you will be coming," he was going to say, "to dine," but changed his mind and said, "to take tea with us," and blew a small round ring of tobacco smoke, perfectly embodying his dream of happiness. After the initial perplexity, a holiday tone of joy took over the family, but it was external and insincere. There was a certain awkwardness, as if they were ashamed of not having loved Vera enough and of being so ready to get her off their hands. The old count felt this most. He would probably have been unable to state the cause of his embarrassment, but it was related to his finances. He did not know how much he had, what his debts amounted to, or what dowry he could give Vera. When his daughters were born, he had assigned each of them an estate, but one had already been sold and the other was mortgaged. Nor had he any money. A few days before the wedding, Berg entered the Count's study and respectfully asked his future father-in-law what Vera's dowry would be. The Count was so disconcerted that he gave the first reply that came into his head. "I like your being businesslike about it. You shall be satisfied." And patting Berg on the shoulder, he tried to end the conversation. But Berg, smiling pleasantly, explained that if he did not know for certain how much Vera would have, he would have to break matters off. "Because, consider, Count, if I allowed myself to marry now without having definite means to maintain my wife, I should be acting badly." The conversation ended with the Count, wishing to be generous, saying that he would give a note of hand for 80,000 rubles. Berg smiled, kissed the Count on the shoulder, and said that he was very grateful, but that it was impossible for him to arrange his new life without receiving 30,000 in ready money. "Or at least 20,000, Count," he added, and then a note of hand for only 60,000. Yes, all right," said the Count hurriedly. "Only excuse me, my dear fellow. I'll give you 20,000 and a note of hand for 80,000 as well. Yes, kiss me." Let's begin Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Natasha and Boris. Natasha was 16, and it was the year 1809. This was the very year she had counted on her fingers with Boris 4 years ago after they had kissed. She had not seen him since. When Boris was mentioned, she spoke of that episode as a childish, long-forgotten matter. But in the secret depths of her soul, she was tormented by the question of whether her engagement to Boris was a joke or a serious, binding promise. Since Boris left Moscow in 1805 to join the army, he had not seen the Rostovs. He had been in Moscow several times and had passed near their country estate, Otradnoy, but he had never visited them. Sometimes Natasha thought that he did not wish to see her. This idea was confirmed by the sad tone in which her elders spoke of him. "Nowadays, old friends are not remembered," the Countess would say when Boris was mentioned. Anna Mikhailovna, Boris's mother, also visited them less frequently. She seemed to hold herself with particular dignity and always spoke rapturously of her son's brilliant career. When the Rostovs came to Petersburg, Boris finally called on them. He drove to their house with some agitation. The memory of Natasha was his most poetic recollection. But he went with the firm intention of letting her and her parents know that the childish relations between them could not be binding. He had a brilliant position in society, thanks to his intimacy with Countess Helene Bezukova, and a brilliant position in the service, thanks to the patronage of an important person. He was already making plans to marry one of the richest heiresses in Petersburg. When he entered the Rostovs' drawing room, Natasha was in her own room. When she heard he had arrived, she almost ran into the drawing room, flushed and beaming with a more than cordial smile. Boris remembered Natasha in a short dress, with dark eyes shining from under her curls and boisterous, childish laughter. He was taken aback when a completely different Natasha entered. His face expressed rapturous astonishment, which pleased her. "Well, do you recognize your little madcap playmate?" asked the Countess. Boris kissed Natasha's hand and said that he was astonished at the change in her. "How handsome you have grown!" "I should think so," replied Natasha's laughing eyes. "And is Papa older?" she asked. Natasha sat down, and without joining the conversation, silently studied her childhood suitor. He felt the weight of her resolute and affectionate scrutiny and glanced at her occasionally. Boris's uniform, spurs, tie, and hairstyle were all perfectly correct and in the latest fashion. Natasha noticed this at once. He sat sideways in an armchair next to the Countess, arranging the clean glove on his left hand and speaking with a refined compression of his lips about the amusements of Petersburg's highest society. He recalled old times in Moscow with mild irony. It was not by accident, Natasha felt, that he mentioned an ambassador's ball he had attended and invitations he had received from important people. All this time, Natasha sat silent, glancing up at him from under her brows. This gaze disturbed and confused Boris more and more. He looked at her more frequently and would break off in the middle of what he was saying. He stayed for only 10 minutes, then rose to leave. The same inquisitive, challenging, and rather mocking eyes still looked at him. After his first visit, Boris told himself that Natasha attracted him as much as ever, but that he must not yield to that feeling. To marry her, a girl with almost no fortune, would ruin his career. To renew their former relations without intending to marry her would be dishonorable. He decided to avoid meeting Natasha, but despite this resolution, he called again a few days later and began visiting often, spending whole days at the Rostovs. He felt that he ought to have an explanation with her and tell her that the old times must be forgotten, that she could not be his wife, that he had no means, and that her parents would never let her marry him. But he failed to do so and felt awkward about it. From day to day, he became more entangled. It seemed to her mother and Sonia that Natasha was in love with Boris as she had been before. She sang him his favorite songs, showed him her album, and did not allow him to allude to the past, letting it be understood how delightful the present was. Every day, he went away in a fog, without having said what he meant to, not knowing what he was doing or how it would all end. He stopped visiting Helene and received reproachful notes from her every day, yet he continued to spend his time with the Rostovs. Let's start Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Natasha's bedtime talks with her mother. One night, the old countess was kneeling on a rug in prayer. She was wearing a nightcap and dressing jacket, her false curls removed, showing a small knob of hair under her white cotton cap. Suddenly, her door creaked and Natasha ran in, also in a dressing jacket, with slippers on her bare feet and her hair in curl papers. The countess, her prayerful mood broken, looked around and frowned. Natasha, seeing her mother in prayer, suddenly checked her rush, half sat down, and unconsciously stuck out her tongue as if scolding herself. Seeing that her mother was still praying, she ran on tiptoe to the bed. She kicked off her slippers and jumped onto the high feather bed with its 5 pillows. She sank into the feathers, rolled over to the wall, and began snuggling under the covers, kicking her feet and laughing almost inaudibly. The countess finished her prayers and came to the bed with a stern face. but seeing that Natasha's head was covered, she smiled in her kind, weak way. Now then, she said. Mama, can we have a talk? Yes, said Natasha. Now just one on your throat and another. That'll do. She seized her mother around the neck and kissed her. Natasha's behavior seemed rough, but she was so sensitive that she always managed to embrace her mother without hurting her or making her feel uncomfortable. Well, what is it tonight? Said the mother, arranging her pillows. She waited until Natasha had settled down beside her, spread out her arms, and assumed a serious expression. These nightly visits were one of the greatest pleasures for both mother and daughter. What is it tonight? But I have to tell you, Natasha put her hand on her mother's mouth. About Boris, I know, she said seriously. That's what I have come about. Don't say it, I know. No, do tell me, and she removed her hand. Tell me, Mama, he's nice? Natasha, you are 16. At your age, I was married. You say Boris is nice. He is very nice, and I love him like a son. But what then? What are you thinking about? You have quite turned his head, I can see that. As she said this, the Countess looked at her daughter. Natasha was lying there, looking straight at one of the mahogany sphinxes carved on the corners of the bedstead. Her face was in profile, and it struck the Countess with its peculiarly serious and concentrated expression. Well, what then? Natasha said. You have quite turned his head, and why? What do you want of him? You know you can't marry him. Why not? Said Natasha, without changing her position. Because he is young, because he is poor, because he is a relation, and because you yourself don't love him. How do you know? I know it is not right, darling. But if I want to, said Natasha. Leave off talking nonsense, said the Countess. But if I want to... Natasha, I am in earnest. Natasha did not let her finish. She drew the Countess's large hand to her and kissed it, first on the back, then on the palm. Then she began kissing each knuckle, whispering, January, February, March, April, May. Speak, Mama. Why don't you say anything? Speak. It won't do, my love, said the Countess, who seemed to have forgotten what she wanted to say as she gazed tenderly at her daughter. Not everyone will understand this friendship from your childhood. To see him so intimate with you may injure you in the eyes of other young men. And above all, it torments him for nothing. He may already have found a suitable and wealthy match, and now he's half crazy. Crazy, repeated Natasha. I'll tell you some things about myself. I had a cousin. I know, Cyril Matveish, but he is old. He was not always old, but this is what I'll do, Natasha. I'll have a talk with Boris. He need not come so often. Why not, if he likes to? Because I know it will end in nothing. How can you know? No, Mama, don't speak to him. What nonsense, said Natasha, as if being deprived of her property. Well, I won't marry, but let him come if he enjoys it and I enjoy it. Natasha smiled and looked at her mother. Not to marry, but just so, she added. How so, my pet? Just so. There's no need for me to marry him, but just so. Just so, repeated the Countess, and shaking all over, she went off into a good-humored, elderly laugh. Don't laugh, stop, cried Natasha. You're shaking the whole bed. You're awfully like me, just such another giggler. Wait. She seized the Countess's hands and kissed a knuckle of the little finger, saying, June, and then on the other hand, July, August. But, Mama, is he very much in love? What do you think? Was anybody ever so much in love with you? And he's very nice, very, very nice. Only not quite my taste. He is so narrow, like the dining-room clock. Don't you understand? Narrow, you know, gray, light gray. What rubbish you're talking, said the Countess. Natasha continued, don't you really understand? Nicholas would understand. Bezahov now is blue, dark blue and red, and he is square. You flirt with him too, said the Countess, laughing. No, he is a Freemason, I have found out. He is fine, dark blue and red. How can I explain it to you? Little Countess, the Count's voice called from behind the door. You're not asleep? Natasha jumped up, snatched her slippers, and ran barefoot to her own room. It was a long time before she could sleep. She kept thinking that no one could understand all that she understood and all that was in her. Sonia? She thought, glancing at the sleeping girl. No, how could she? She's virtuous. She fell in love with Nicholas and doesn't wish to know anything more. Even Mama does not understand. It is wonderful how clever I am and how charming she is, she went on, speaking of herself in the third person, as if some very wise man were saying it of her. There is everything in her. She is unusually intelligent, charming, and then she is pretty, uncommonly pretty, and agile. She swims and rides splendidly, and her voice, one can really say it's a wonderful voice. She hummed a scrap from her favorite opera, threw herself on her bed, and laughed at the pleasant thought that she would immediately fall asleep. She called her maid, Dunyasha, to put out the candle, and before Dunyasha had even left the room, Natasha had already passed into a happier world of dreams. The next day, the Countess called Boris aside and had a talk with him. After that, he ceased coming to the Rostovs. We now begin Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Natasha's First Grand Ball. On December 31st, New Year's Eve of 1809, an old grandee from Catherine the Great's era was giving a ball and a midnight supper. The diplomatic corps and the emperor himself were expected to be there. The grandee's well-known mansion on the English quay glittered with countless lights. Police were stationed at the brightly lit entrance, which was carpeted with red baize. Carriages kept arriving and departing, carrying men in uniforms, stars, and ribbons, and ladies in satin and ermine, who cautiously descended the carriage steps and hurried noiselessly over the carpet. Almost every time a new carriage drove up, a whisper ran through the crowd and caps were taken off. The emperor? No, a minister, a prince, an ambassador, was whispered among the people. One man, better dressed than the rest, seemed to know everyone and named the greatest dignitaries of the day. A third of the visitors had already arrived, but the Rostovs were still hurrying to get dressed. There had been many discussions and preparations for this ball. Many fears that the invitation would not arrive, that the dresses would not be ready, or that something would not be arranged as it should be. Marya Ignatevna Peronskaya, a thin maid of honor at the court of the Dowager Empress, was a friend of the Countess and was guiding the provincial Rostovs in Petersburg high society. She was to accompany them to the ball. They were supposed to call for her at her house at 10 o'clock, but it was already 5 minutes to 10, and the girls were not yet dressed. Natasha was going to her first grand ball. She had been up since 8 that morning in a fever of excitement. All her energy had been focused on ensuring that she, her mother, and Sonia would be as well dressed as possible. The Countess was to wear a claret-colored velvet dress, and the two girls would wear white gauze over pink silk slips, with roses on their bodices and their hair dressed in the Greek style. Everything essential had been done. Feet, hands, and necks were washed, perfumed, and powdered. The open-work silk stockings and white satin shoes were on. The hairdressing was almost finished. Sonia and the Countess were nearly ready, but Natasha, who had been helping everyone else, was behindhand. She was still sitting before a mirror with a dressing jacket over her slender shoulders. "That's not the way, Sonia," cried Natasha, turning her head and clutching at her hair, which the maid had not yet released. "That bow is not right. Come here." Sonia sat down, and Natasha pinned the ribbon on differently. "Allow me, miss. I can't do it like that," said the maid who was holding Natasha's hair. "Oh dear, well then wait, that's right, Sonia." "Aren't you ready? It is nearly 10, came the Countess's voice. Directly, and you, Mama?" "I have only my cap to pin on." "Don't do it without me," called Natasha. "You won't do it right." "But it's already 10. They had decided to be at the ball by 10:30. When her hair was done, Natasha, in her short petticoat and her mother's dressing jacket, ran up to Sonia to scrutinize her, and then to her mother. She fastened on the Countess's cap, kissed her gray hair, and ran back to the maids who were turning up the hem of her skirt. The cause of the delay was Natasha's skirt, which was too long. 2 maids were turning it up, hurriedly biting off the ends of thread. "Whenever will you be ready?" asked the Count, coming to the door. "Peronskaya must be tired of waiting." "It's ready, miss," said one of the maids, holding up the shortened gauze dress and blowing something off it, as if to express its airiness and purity. Natasha began to put on the dress. In a minute, don't come in, Papa," she cried from under the filmy skirt that still covered her face. Sonia slammed the door. A minute later, they let the Count in. He was wearing a blue swallowtail coat, perfumed and pomaded. "Oh, Papa, how nice you look! Charming!" cried Natasha. "Say what you like," exclaimed Sonia, looking at Natasha. "It's still too long." Natasha stepped back to look at herself in the mirror. The dress was too long. "Well, if it's too long, we'll tack it up," said the resolute Dunyasha, taking a needle and setting to work on her knees. At that moment the Countess came in shyly, in her cap and velvet gown. "Ooh, my beauty!" exclaimed the Count. "She looks better than any of you." "Mama, your cap, more to this side," said Natasha, rushing forward. The maids couldn't move fast enough, and a piece of gauze was torn off. "Oh goodness, what has happened? Really, it was not my fault." "Never mind, I'll run it up, it won't show," said Dunyasha. "What a beauty, a very queen," said the nurse as she came to the door. "And Sonia, they are lovely." At 10:15, they finally got into their carriages and started, but they still had to call for Peronskaya. She was quite ready. Despite her age and plainness, she had gone through the same process as the Rostovs, but with less flurry. Her ugly old body was washed, perfumed, and powdered just the same. She praised the Rostovs' dresses, and they praised hers. At 11 o'clock, careful of their hair and gowns, they settled into their carriages and drove off. Natasha had not had a free moment all day, and had not once had time to think about what lay before her. In the damp, crowded carriage, she for the first time vividly imagined what was in store for her at the ball. Brightly lit rooms, music, flowers, dances, the emperor, and all the brilliant young people of Petersburg. The prospect was so splendid that she could hardly believe it would come true, so out of keeping was it with the chill and darkness of the carriage. She only understood what awaited her when she stepped over the red baize at the entrance, took off her fur cloak, and mounted the brightly illuminated stairs between the flowers. Only then did she remember how she must behave at a ball, and tried to assume the majestic air she thought was necessary. But her eyes grew misty. She saw nothing clearly. Her pulse beat 100 to the minute, and the blood throbbed at her heart. She could not assume that pose, which would have made her ridiculous. She moved on, almost fainting from excitement, and trying with all her might to conceal it. And this was the very attitude that suited her best. Before and behind them, other visitors were entering. The mirrors on the landing reflected ladies in white, pale blue, and pink dresses, with diamonds and pearls on their bare necks and arms. Natasha looked in the mirrors and could not distinguish her reflection from the others. All was blended into one brilliant procession. On entering the ballroom, the hum of voices, footsteps, and greetings deafened her, and the light and glitter dazzled her still more. The host and hostess, who had been standing at the door for half an hour, repeating the same words, "Delighted to see you," greeted the Rostovs and Peronskaya in the same way. The two girls in their white dresses, each with a rose in her black hair, curtsied in the same way. But the hostess's eye rested longer on the slim Natasha. She gave her a special smile. Looking at her, she may have recalled the golden, irrecoverable days of her own girlhood and her own first ball. The host also followed Natasha with his eyes and asked the Count which was his daughter. "Charming," said he, kissing the tips of his fingers. In the ballroom, guests crowded at the entrance, awaiting the emperor. The Countess took a position in the front row. Natasha heard and felt that several people were asking about her and looking at her. She realized that those who noticed her liked her, and this helped to calm her. There are some like ourselves and some worse, she thought. Peronskaya pointed out the most important people at the ball. "That is the Dutch ambassador, do you see? That gray-haired man," she said. "Ah, here she is, the Queen of Petersburg, Countess Bezukova," said Peronskaya, indicating Helene, who had just entered. "How lovely! See how the men, young and old, pay court to her. Beautiful and clever, but see, those two, though not good-looking, are even more run after." She pointed to a lady followed by a very plain daughter. "She is a splendid match, a millionairess, and look, here come her suitors." "That is Bezukova's brother, Anatol Kuragin," she said, indicating a handsome officer of the Horse Guards. "He's handsome, isn't he? I hear they will marry him to that rich girl, but your cousin Drubetskoy is also very attentive to her." "Oh yes, that's the French ambassador himself," she replied to an inquiry about Caulaincourt. "Looks as if he were a king. All the same, the French are charming. Ah, here she is. Yes, she is still the most beautiful of them all, our Maria Antonovna. And how simply she is dressed! And that stout one in spectacles is the universal Freemason," she went on, indicating Pierre. "Put him beside his wife, and he looks a regular buffoon." Pierre, swaying his stout body, advanced through the crowd, nodding to right and left as casually as if he were at a fair. He was evidently looking for someone. Natasha looked joyfully at the familiar face of Pierre, the buffoon, and knew he was looking for them, and for her in particular. He had promised to be at the ball and introduce partners to her. But before he reached them, Pierre stopped beside a very handsome dark man of middle height in a white uniform. This man was talking to a tall man wearing stars and a ribbon. Natasha at once recognized the shorter man in the white uniform. It was Bolkonsky. He seemed to her to have grown much younger, happier, and better looking. "There's someone else we know, Bolkonsky. Do you see, Mama?" said Natasha, pointing out Prince Andrew. "You remember, he stayed a night with us at Otradno." "Oh, you know him?" said Peronskaya. "I can't bear him. He is all the rage just now. He's too proud for anything, takes after his father, and he's hand in glove with Speransky, writing some project or other. Just look how he treats the ladies. There's one talking to him and he has turned away. I'd give it to him if he treated me as he does those ladies." Suddenly everyone stirred. The crowd pressed forward and then back. Between the two rows, the emperor entered to the sounds of music that had immediately struck up. He walked in rapidly, bowing to right and left as if anxious to get the first moments of the reception over. The band played a popular polonaise. The emperor passed on to the drawing room, and the crowd rushed for the doors. Then the crowd hastily retired as the emperor reappeared, talking to the hostess. The men began to choose partners and take their places for the polonaise. Everyone moved back, and the emperor came smiling out of the drawing room, leading his hostess by the hand. He was followed by ambassadors, ministers, and various generals, whom Peronskaya diligently named. More than half the ladies already had partners. Natasha felt that she would be left with her mother and Sonia among the women who crowded near the wall, not having been invited to dance. She stood with her slender arms hanging down, her chest rising and falling regularly, and with glittering, frightened eyes gazed straight before her, prepared for the height of joy or misery. She was not concerned about the emperor or any of those great people. She had but one thought. Is it possible no one will ask me? Is it possible that not one of all these men will notice me? They do not even seem to see me, or if they do, they look as if they were saying, "Ah, she's not the one I'm after." No, it's impossible. They must know how I long to dance, how splendidly I dance, and how they would enjoy dancing with me. The strains of the polonaise began to sound like a sad memory to her ears. She wanted to cry. Prince Andrew with a lady passed by, evidently not recognizing them. The handsome Anatole was smilingly talking to a partner on his arm and looked at Natasha as one looks at a wall. Boris passed them twice and each time turned away. Berg and his wife, who were not dancing, came up to them. This family gathering seemed humiliating to Natasha. At last, the emperor stopped and the music ceased. A worried aide-de-camp ran up to the Rostovs, requesting them to stand farther back. From the gallery came the distinct, enticingly rhythmical strains of a waltz. The emperor looked smilingly down the room. A minute passed, but no one had yet begun dancing. An aide-de-camp, the master of ceremonies, went up to Countess Bezukova and asked her to dance. She smilingly raised her hand and laid it on his shoulder. The aide-de-camp, an expert in his art, grasped his partner firmly and started smoothly, gliding around the edge of the circle. The only sound, apart from the music, was the rhythmic click of his spurs. Natasha gazed at them and was ready to cry, because it was not she who was dancing that first turn of the waltz. Prince Andrew, in the white uniform of a cavalry colonel, stood in the front row not far from the Rostovs. He was watching the men who were abashed by the emperor's presence, and the women who were breathlessly longing to be asked to dance. Pierre came up to him and caught him by the arm. "You always dance. I have a protégée, the young Rostova here. Ask her," he said. "Where is she?" asked Bolkonsky. "Excuse me," he added, turning to the baron he was speaking with. "At a ball, one must dance." He stepped forward in the direction Pierre indicated. The despairing, dejected expression on Natasha's face caught his eye. He recognized her, guessed her feelings, saw that it was her first ball, remembered her conversation at the window, and with an expression of pleasure on his face approached Countess Rostova. "Allow me to introduce you to my daughter," said the countess with heightened color. "I have the pleasure of being already acquainted, if the countess remembers me," said Prince Andrew with a low bow, belying Peronskaya's remarks about his rudeness. Approaching Natasha, he held out his arm to grasp her waist before he had even completed his invitation. He asked her to waltz. That tremulous expression on Natasha's face, prepared for either despair or rapture, suddenly brightened into a happy, grateful, childlike smile. "I have long been waiting for you," that frightened, happy little girl seemed to say with her smile as she raised her hand to Prince Andrew's shoulder. They were the second couple to enter the circle. Prince Andrew was one of the best dancers of his day, and Natasha danced exquisitely. Her little feet in their white satin shoes did their work swiftly and lightly, while her face beamed with ecstatic happiness. Her slender, bare arms and neck were not beautiful compared to Helene's, but while Helene seemed hardened by a varnish left by thousands of admiring looks, Natasha was like a girl exposed for the first time, who would have been very ashamed if she had not been assured that this was absolutely necessary. Prince Andrew liked dancing. He wanted to escape the political and clever talk, and he wanted to break up the circle of restraint caused by the emperor's presence. He had chosen Natasha because Pierre had pointed her out and because she was the first pretty girl who caught his eye. But scarcely had he embraced that slender, supple figure and felt her stirring so close to him, smiling so near him, than the wine of her charm rose to his head. He felt himself revived and rejuvenated. After leaving her, he stood breathing deeply and watching the other dancers. After Prince Andrew, Boris came up to ask Natasha for a dance, and then the aide-de-camp who had opened the ball, and several other young men. Flushed and happy, she passed on her extra partners to Sonia and did not stop dancing all evening. She noticed and saw nothing of what occupied everyone else. She did not even see the emperor. She only noticed that he had gone because the ball became livelier after his departure. For one of the merry cotillions before supper, Prince Andrew was again her partner. He reminded her of their first meeting in the Otradnoy Avenue, and how she had been unable to sleep that moonlight night. He told her how he had involuntarily overheard her. Natasha blushed at the recollection and tried to excuse herself, as if there had been something to be ashamed of. Prince Andrew, like all men who have grown up in society, liked meeting someone who was not of the conventional stamp, and such was Natasha, with her surprise, her delight, her shyness, and even her mistakes in speaking French. He behaved with special care and tenderness toward her, talking of the simplest things and admiring her shy grace. In the middle of the cotillion, another dancer chose her. She was tired and panting, but she immediately put her hand gaily on the man's shoulder, smiling at Prince Andrew. Her smile said, "I'd be glad to sit beside you and rest, but you see how they keep asking me, and I'm glad of it. I'm happy and I love everybody, and you and I understand it all." When her partner left her, Natasha ran across the room to choose two ladies for the next figure. "If she goes to her cousin first and then to another lady, she will be my wife," said Prince Andrew to himself, quite to his own surprise as he watched her. She did go first to her cousin. What rubbish sometimes enters one's head, thought Prince Andrew. But what is certain is that that girl is so charming, so original, that she won't be dancing here a month before she will be married. Such as she are rare here. He thought this as Natasha settled herself beside him. When the cotillion was over, the old count came up to the dancers. He invited Prince Andrew to come and see them, and asked his daughter if she was enjoying herself. Natasha only looked up with a smile that said reproachfully, "How can you ask such a question?" I have never enjoyed myself so much before, she said. Prince Andrew noticed how her thin arms rose quickly as if to embrace her father and then instantly dropped again. Natasha was happier than she had ever been in her life. She was at that height of bliss where one becomes completely kind and good and does not believe in the possibility of evil, unhappiness, or sorrow. At that ball, Pierre for the first time felt humiliated by the position his wife occupied in court circles. He was gloomy and absent-minded. A deep furrow ran across his forehead. Standing by a window, he stared over his spectacles, seeing no one. On her way to supper, Natasha passed him. Pierre's gloomy, unhappy look struck her. She stopped in front of him. She wished to help him, to share with him the superabundance of her own happiness. "How delightful it is, Count," said she, "isn't it?" Pierre smiled absent-mindedly, evidently not grasping what she said. "Yes, I am very glad," he said. "How can people be dissatisfied with anything?" thought Natasha, "especially such a capital fellow as Bezukov." In Natasha's eyes, all the people at the ball were good, kind, and splendid people, loving one another. They were all incapable of injuring another, and so they ought all to be happy. We now continue with Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Dinner at Speransky's. The next day Prince Andrew thought of the ball, but his mind did not dwell on it for long. Yes, it was a very brilliant ball, he thought, and then, yes, that little Rostova is very charming. There's something fresh, original, un-Petersburg-like about her that distinguishes her. That was all he thought about the ball. After his morning tea, he set to work. But either from fatigue or lack of sleep, he was ill-disposed for work and could get nothing done. He kept criticizing his own work, as he often did, and was glad when he heard someone coming. The visitor was Bitsky, who served on various committees, frequented all the societies in Petersburg, and was a passionate devotee of the new ideas and of Speransky. He was one of those men who choose their opinions like their clothes, according to the fashion. Hardly had he taken off his hat before he ran into Prince Andrew's room and began talking. He had just heard the details of that morning's sitting of the Council of State, opened by the Emperor, and he spoke of it enthusiastically. The Emperor's speech, he said, had been extraordinary, the kind only constitutional monarchs deliver. The sovereign plainly said that the Council and Senate are estates of the realm, recounted Bitsky. He said that the government must rest not on authority, but on secure bases. The Emperor said that the fiscal system must be reorganized and the accounts published. "Ah yes, today's events mark an epoch, the greatest epoch in our history," he concluded. Prince Andrew listened to the account of the opening of the Council of State, an event he had so impatiently awaited and to which he had attached such importance. He was surprised that now that it had taken place, it did not affect him and even seemed quite insignificant. He listened with quiet irony to Bitsky's enthusiastic account. A very simple thought occurred to him. What does it matter to me or to Bitsky what the Emperor was pleased to say at the council? Can all that make me any happier or better? And this simple reflection suddenly destroyed all the interest Prince Andrew had felt in the impending reforms. He was going to dine that evening at Speransky's with only a few friends. The prospect of that dinner in the intimate circle of the man he so admired had greatly interested him, but now he felt disinclined to go. At the appointed hour, however, he entered the modest house Speransky owned in the Taurida Gardens. In the clean, parqueted dining room, Prince Andrew, who was rather late, found the friendly gathering of Speransky's intimate acquaintances already assembled. There were no ladies present except Speransky's little daughter and her governess. The other guests were Gervais, Magnitsky, and Stolypin. While still in the anteroom, Prince Andrew heard loud voices and a ringing laugh. Someone, it sounded like Speransky, was distinctly ejaculating, "Ha ha ha!" Prince Andrew had never heard Speransky's famous laugh before, and this high-pitched laughter from a statesman made a strange impression on him. He entered the dining room. The whole company was standing at a small table laid with hors d'oeuvres. Speransky, wearing a gray swallowtail coat with a star on his breast, stood at the table with a beaming face. His guests surrounded him. Magnitsky was relating an anecdote, and Speransky was laughing in advance at what he was going to say. When Prince Andrew entered, Magnitsky's words were again crowned by laughter. Still laughing, Speransky held out his soft white hand to Prince Andrew. "Very pleased to see you, Prince," he said. "One moment," he went on, turning to Magnitsky. "We have agreed that this is a dinner for recreation, with not a word about business." And turning back to the narrator, he began to laugh afresh. Prince Andrew looked at the laughing Speransky with astonishment, regret, and disillusionment. It seemed to him that this was not Speransky but someone else. Everything that had formerly appeared mysterious and fascinating in Speransky suddenly became plain and unattractive. At dinner, the conversation did not cease for a moment, and seemed to consist of a book of funny anecdotes. Before one story was finished, someone else was anxious to relate something still funnier. Most of the anecdotes related to people in the state service. It seemed that in this company, the insignificance of those people was so accepted that the only possible attitude toward them was one of good-humored ridicule. Evidently, Speransky liked to rest after his labors and find amusement in a circle of friends. His guests, understanding his wish, tried to enliven him and amuse themselves, but their gaiety seemed to Prince Andrew mirthless and tiresome. Speransky's high-pitched voice struck him unpleasantly, and the incessant laughter grated on him like a false note. Prince Andrew did not laugh and feared he would be a damper on the spirits of the company, but no one noticed his mood. They all seemed very gay. He tried several times to join in the conversation, but his remarks were tossed aside each time like a cork thrown out of the water. There was nothing wrong in what they said. It was witty and might have been funny, but it lacked that something which is the salt of mirth. After dinner, Speransky's daughter and her governess rose. He patted the little girl with his white hand and kissed her, and that gesture, too, seemed unnatural to Prince Andrew. The men remained at the table over their port. In the midst of a conversation about Napoleon's Spanish affairs, which they all approved of, Prince Andrew began to express a contrary opinion. Speransky smiled, and wishing to prevent the conversation from taking an unpleasant turn, told a story that had no connection with the previous one. For a few moments, all were silent. Having sat for some time, Speransky corked a bottle of wine and remarked, "Nowadays good wine rides in a carriage and pair." He passed it to the servant and got up. All rose and went into the drawing room. 2 letters were handed to Speransky, and he took them to his study. As soon as he had left, the general merriment stopped, and the guests began to converse sensibly and quietly with one another. "Now for the recitation," said Speransky on returning from his study. "A wonderful talent," he said to Prince Andrew. Magnitsky immediately assumed a pose and began reciting some humorous verses in French, which he had composed about various well-known Petersburg people. He was interrupted several times by applause. When the verses were finished, Prince Andrew went up to Speransky and took his leave. "Where are you off to so early?" asked Speransky. "I promised to go to a reception." They said no more. Prince Andrew looked closely into those mirror-like impenetrable eyes and felt that it had been ridiculous of him to have expected anything from Speransky or from any of his own activities connected with him. That precise, mirthless laughter rang in Prince Andrew's ears long after he had left the house. When he reached home, Prince Andrew began thinking of his life in Petersburg during those last 4 months as if it were something new. He recalled his exertions and solicitations, and the history of his project of army reform, which had been accepted for consideration but was being quietly passed over because another, very poor one, had already been submitted to the emperor. He thought of the meetings of a committee where every detail of form and procedure was discussed at great length, while the real substance of the business was carefully evaded. He recalled his work on the legal code, painstakingly translating articles of the Roman and French codes into Russian, and he felt ashamed of himself. Then he vividly pictured his estate, Bogusharovo, his occupations in the country, his journey to Ryazan. He remembered the peasants and Drawn, the village elder. Mentally applying to them the personal rights he had divided into paragraphs, he felt astonished that he could have spent so much time on such useless work. We continue with Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Prince Andrew and Natasha. The next day, Prince Andrew called at a few houses he had not visited before. Among them were the Rostovs, with whom he had renewed his acquaintance at the ball. Besides the demands of politeness, he wanted to see that original, eager girl who had left such a pleasant impression on his mind in her own home. Natasha was one of the first to meet him. She was wearing a dark blue house dress, in which Prince Andrew thought she was even prettier than in her ball gown. She and the rest of the Rostov family welcomed him as an old friend, simply and cordially. The whole family, whom he had formerly judged severely, now seemed to him to be excellent, simple, and kindly people. The old count's hospitality was such a pleasant surprise in Petersburg that Prince Andrew could not refuse to stay for dinner. Yes, he thought, they are capital people, who have no idea what a treasure they possess in Natasha. But they are kindly folk and form the best possible setting for this strikingly poetic, charming girl, overflowing with life. In Natasha, Prince Andrew was conscious of a strange world, completely alien to him and full of joys he had never known. It was the same world that had begun to disconcert him in the Otradnoe Avenue and at the window on that moonlit night. But now, this world no longer disconcerted him. It was no longer alien. Having entered it, he found in it a new enjoyment. After dinner, at Prince Andrew's request, Natasha went to the clavichord and began singing. Prince Andrew stood by a window, talking to the ladies and listening to her. In the middle of a phrase, he stopped speaking and suddenly felt tears choking him, something he had thought impossible. He looked at Natasha as she sang, and something new and joyful stirred in his soul. He felt happy and at the same time sad. He had absolutely nothing to weep about, yet he was ready to weep. What about? His former love? The little princess? His disillusionments? His hopes for the future? Yes and no. The chief reason was a sudden, vivid sense of the terrible contrast between something infinitely great and limitless within him and the limited, material something that he and even she was. This contrast both weighed on him and cheered him while she sang. As soon as Natasha finished, she went up to him and asked how he liked her voice. She asked this and then became confused, feeling that she ought not to have asked. He smiled, looking at her, and said he liked her singing as he liked everything she did. Prince Andrew left the Rostovs late in the evening. He went to bed from habit, but soon realized that he could not sleep. He lit his candle and sat up in bed, then got up, then lay down again. He was not at all troubled by his sleeplessness. His soul was as fresh and joyful as if he had stepped out of a stuffy room into the fresh air. It did not enter his head that he was in love with Natasha. He was not thinking about her, but only picturing her to himself. As a result, all of life appeared in a new light. Why do I strive? Why do I toil in this narrow, confined frame, when life, all life with all its joys, is open to me? He said to himself. And for the first time in a very long while, he began making happy plans for the future. He decided that he must attend to his son's education by finding a tutor. Then he ought to retire from the service and go abroad to see England, Switzerland, and Italy. I must use my freedom while I feel so much strength and youth in me, he said to himself. Pierre was right when he said one must believe in the possibility of happiness in order to be happy, and now I do believe in it. Let the dead bury their dead, but while one has life, one must live and be happy, he thought. We now turn to Chapter 12. Chapter 12, The Berg's Evening Party. One morning, Colonel Berg, whom Pierre knew as he knew everyone in Moscow and Petersburg, came to see him. Berg arrived in an immaculate, brand-new uniform, with his hair pomaded and brushed forward over his temples, just as the Emperor Alexander wore his. I have just been to see the Countess, your wife. Unfortunately, she could not grant my request, but I hope, Count, I shall be more fortunate with you, he said with a smile. What is it you wish, Colonel? I am at your service. I have now quite settled in my new rooms, Count, Berg said, convinced that this information could not but be agreeable. And so I wish to arrange just a small party for my own and my wife's friends. I wish to ask the Countess and you to do me the honor of coming to tea and to supper. Only Countess Helene, who considered the society of people like the Bergs beneath her, could be cruel enough to refuse such an invitation. Berg explained so clearly why he wanted to collect a small but select company at his house, why this would give him pleasure, and why, though he grudged spending money on cards or anything harmful, he was prepared to incur some expense for the sake of good society. Pierre could not refuse, and promised to come. "But don't be late, Count, if I may venture to ask. About 10 minutes to 8, please. We shall make up a rubber. Our general is coming. We shall have supper, Count, so you will do me the favor." Contrary to his habit of being late, Pierre arrived at the Bergs' house not at 10, but at 15 minutes to 8. Having prepared everything for the party, the Bergs were ready for their guests. In their new, clean and light study sat Berg and his wife, Vera. Berg, buttoned up in his new uniform, sat beside her explaining that one always should be acquainted with people above one, because only then does one get satisfaction from acquaintances. You can get to know something, you can ask for something. See how I managed from my first promotion, he said, measuring his life not by years but by promotions. My comrades are still nobodies, while I am only waiting for a vacancy to command a regiment and have the happiness to be your husband. He rose and kissed Vera's hand. And how have I obtained all this? Chiefly by knowing how to choose my acquaintances. It goes without saying that one must be conscientious and methodical. Berg smiled with a sense of superiority over a weak woman, reflecting that his dear wife could not understand what it was to be a man. Vera, at the same time, smiled with a sense of superiority over her good husband, who she thought understood life wrongly, as all men did. Berg rose and embraced his wife carefully, so as not to crush her lace collar, for which he had paid a good price. "The only thing is, we mustn't have children too soon," he continued. "Yes," answered Vera. "I don't at all want that. We must live for society." "Princess Yusupova wore one exactly like this," said Berg, pointing to the collar with a happy smile. Just then, Count Bezukhov was announced. Husband and wife glanced at one another, both smiling with self-satisfaction. "This is what comes of knowing how to make acquaintances," thought Berg. "But please don't interrupt me when I am entertaining the guests," said Vera, "because I know what interests each of them." Berg smiled again. "It can't be helped. Men must sometimes have masculine conversation," he said. They received Pierre in their small, new drawing room, where it was impossible to sit down without disturbing its symmetry. So it was quite understandable that Berg, after generously offering to disturb an armchair or the sofa for his guest, left the visitor to settle the question himself. Pierre disturbed the symmetry by moving a chair, and Berg and Vera immediately began their party, interrupting each other in their efforts to entertain him. Vera began talking about the French embassy. Berg interrupted her to touch on the war with Austria, and then on his personal reasons for declining to take part in it. Though the conversation was very incoherent, both husband and wife felt that even with only one guest, their evening had begun very well and was just like every other party. Before long, Boris, Berg's old comrade, arrived. After Boris came a lady with a colonel, then the general himself, then the Rostovs, and the party became exactly like all other evening parties. Berg and Vera could not repress their smiles of satisfaction at the sight of all this movement in their drawing room. Everything was just as it should be, especially the general, who admired the apartment and with parental authority superintended the setting out of the card table. The old people sat with the old, the young with the young, and the hostess at the tea table, on which stood exactly the same kind of cakes in a silver basket as the Panins had at their party. Pierre, as one of the principal guests, had to sit down to play cards with Count Rostov, the general, and the colonel. He happened to be directly facing Natasha and was struck by a curious change that had come over her since the ball. She was silent and not only less pretty than at the ball, but only redeemed from plainness by her look of gentle indifference to everything. "What's the matter with her?" thought Pierre. She was sitting by her sister at the tea table, reluctantly making some reply to Boris, who sat beside her. After playing out a whole suit, Pierre, hearing greetings from someone who had just entered, glanced again at Natasha. "What has happened to her?" he asked himself with still greater surprise. Prince Andrew was standing before her, saying something to her with a look of tender solicitude. She, having raised her head, was looking up at him, flushed and evidently trying to master her rapid breathing. The bright glow of some inner fire that had been suppressed was again alight in her. She was completely transformed and had again become what she had been at the ball. Prince Andrew went up to Pierre, and the latter noticed a new and youthful expression in his friend's face. Pierre changed places several times during the game, but during the whole of the 6 rubbers, he watched Natasha and his friend. Something very important is happening between them, thought Pierre, and a feeling that was both joyful and painful agitated him and made him neglect the game. After 6 rubbers, the general got up and Pierre was released. Natasha was talking with Sonia and Boris, and Vera, with a subtle smile, was saying something to Prince Andrew. Pierre went up to his friend and sat down beside them. Vera, having noticed Prince Andrew's attentions to Natasha, decided that at a real evening party, subtle allusions to tender passion were absolutely necessary. Seizing a moment when Prince Andrew was alone, she began a conversation with him about feelings in general and about her sister. When Pierre went up to them, he noticed that Vera was being carried away by her self-satisfied talk, but that Prince Andrew seemed embarrassed, a thing that rarely happened with him. "What do you think?" Vera was saying with an arch smile. "You are so discerning, Prince. What do you think of Natalie? Could she be constant in her attachments? Could she, like other women," Vera meant herself, "love a man once for all and remain true to him forever? That is what I consider true love. What do you think, Prince?" "I know your sister too little," replied Prince Andrew, with a sarcastic smile under which he wished to hide his embarrassment, "to be able to solve so delicate a question. And then I have noticed that the less attractive a woman is, the more constant she is likely to be." He looked up at Pierre, who was just approaching. "Yes, that is true, Prince. In our days," continued Vera, "a girl has so much freedom that the pleasure of being courted often stifles real feeling in her. And it must be confessed that Natalie is very susceptible." This return to the subject of Natasha caused Prince Andrew to knit his brows with discomfort. He was about to rise, but Vera continued with a still more subtle smile. "I think no one has been more courted than she went on, "but till quite lately she never cared seriously for anyone. Now you know, Count," she said to Pierre, "even our dear cousin Boris, who, between ourselves, was very far gone in the land of tenderness." Prince Andrew frowned and remained silent. "You are friendly with Boris, aren't you?" asked Vera. "Yes, I know him. I expect he has told you of his childish love for Natasha." "Oh, there was childish love?" suddenly asked Prince Andrew, blushing unexpectedly. "Yes, you know, between cousins, intimacy often leads to love. Cousinhood is a dangerous neighborhood. Don't you think so?" "Oh, undoubtedly," said Prince Andrew, and with sudden and unnatural liveliness, he began teasing Pierre about the need to be careful with his 50-year-old Moscow cousins. In the midst of these jesting remarks, he rose, taking Pierre by the arm, and drew him aside. "Well," asked Pierre, seeing his friend's strange animation with surprise and noticing the glance he turned on Natasha as he rose. I must have a talk with you," said Prince Andrew. "You know that pair of women's gloves?" he said, referring to the Masonic gloves given to a newly initiated brother to present to the woman he loved. "Aye, but no, I will talk to you later on." And with a strange light in his eyes, Prince Andrew approached Natasha and sat down beside her. Pierre saw how Prince Andrew asked her something and how she flushed as she replied. But at that moment, Berg came to Pierre and insisted that he should take part in an argument between the general and the colonel on the affairs in Spain. Berg was satisfied and happy. The smile of pleasure never left his face. The party was very successful and quite like other parties he had seen. Everything was similar: the ladies' subtle talk, the cards, the general raising his voice, the samovar, and the tea cakes. Only one thing was lacking: a loud conversation among the men and a dispute about something important and clever. Now the general had begun such a discussion, and so Berg drew Pierre to it. Let us now begin Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The Proposal. The next day Prince Andrew dined with the Rostovs and spent the rest of the day there. Everyone in the house realized it was for Natasha's sake that he came, and he tried to be with her all day. Not only in the soul of the frightened yet happy Natasha, but in the whole house there was a feeling of awe at something important that was about to happen. The Countess looked with sad and serious eyes at Prince Andrew when he talked to Natasha. Sonia was afraid to leave Natasha and afraid of being in the way. Natasha grew pale with expectation when she remained alone with him for a moment. Prince Andrew surprised her by his timidity. She felt that he wanted to say something to her but could not bring himself to do it. In the evening, after Prince Andrew had left, the Countess went up to Natasha and whispered, "Well, what?" "Mama, for heaven's sake, don't ask me anything now. One can't talk about that," said Natasha. But all the same, that night Natasha lay a long time in her mother's bed, gazing straight before her. She told her how he had complimented her, how he told her he was going abroad, asked where they were going for the summer, and then how he had asked her about Boris. "But such a never happened to me before," she said. "Only I feel afraid in his presence. I am always afraid when I'm with him. What does that mean? Does it mean that it's the real thing? Yes? Mama, are you asleep?" "No, my love, I am frightened myself," answered her mother. "Now go." "All the same, I shan't sleep. What silliness to sleep! Mummy, mummy, such a thing never happened to me before," she said, surprised and alarmed at the feeling she was aware of in herself. And could we ever have thought? It seemed to Natasha that she had fallen in love with Prince Andrew from the very first moment she saw him at Otradnoy. It was as if she feared this strange, unexpected happiness of meeting again the very man she had then chosen and finding him not indifferent to her. And it had to happen that he should come specially to Petersburg while we are here, and we should meet at that ball. It is fate. Clearly, it is fate that everything led up to this. Already then, directly I saw him, I felt something peculiar. "What else did he say to you?" asked her mother thoughtfully. "Mama, one need not be ashamed of his being a widower." "Don't, Natasha, pray to God. Marriages are made in heaven," said her mother. "Darling mummy, how I love you, how happy I am," cried Natasha, shedding tears of joy and embracing her mother. At that very time, Prince Andrew was sitting with Pierre, telling him of his love for Natasha and his firm resolve to make her his wife. That day, Countess Helene had a reception at her house. The French ambassador was there, and a foreign prince of the blood who had recently become a frequent visitor, along with many brilliant ladies and gentlemen. Pierre, who had come downstairs, walked through the rooms, striking everyone with his preoccupied, absent-minded, and morose air. Since the ball, he had felt the approach of a fit of nervous depression. Since his wife's intimacy with the royal prince, Pierre had been made a gentleman of the bedchamber, and from that time he had begun to feel oppressed and ashamed in court society. Dark thoughts of the vanity of all things human came to him more often. At the same time, the feeling he had noticed between Natasha and Prince Andrew accentuated his gloom by the contrast between his own position and his friends. He tried to avoid thinking about his wife and about Natasha and Prince Andrew. Again, everything seemed insignificant in comparison with eternity. The question, "for what?" presented itself, and he forced himself to work day and night at Masonic labors, hoping to drive away the evil spirit that threatened him. Toward midnight, he was sitting upstairs in a shabby dressing gown, copying out the original transaction of the Scottish Lodge of Freemasons when someone came in. It was Prince Andrew. "Ah, it's you," said Pierre with a dissatisfied air. "And you see him hard at it." He pointed to his manuscript book with the air of someone escaping the ills of life. Prince Andrew, with a beaming, ecstatic expression of renewed life on his face, paused in front of Pierre. Not noticing his sad look, he smiled at him with the egotism of joy. "Well, dear heart," he said, "I wanted to tell you about it yesterday, and I have come to do so today. I never experienced anything like it before. I am in love, my friend." Suddenly, Pierre heaved a deep sigh and dumped his heavy person down on the sofa beside Prince Andrew. "With Natasha Rostova, yes," he said. "Yes, yes, who else should it be? I should never have believed it, but the feeling is stronger than I. Yesterday I tormented myself and suffered, but I would not exchange even that torment for anything in the world. I have not lived till now. At last I live, but I can't live without her. But can she love me? I am too old for her. Why don't you speak?" "Aye, what did I tell you?" said Pierre suddenly, rising and beginning to pace up and down the room. "I always thought it. That girl is such a treasure. She is a rare girl. My dear friend, I entreat you, don't philosophize, don't doubt. Marry, 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 and I am sure there will not be a happier man than you." "But what of her?" "She loves you." "Don't talk rubbish," said Prince Andrew, smiling and looking into Pierre's eyes. "She does, I know," Pierre cried fiercely. "But do listen," returned Prince Andrew, holding him by the arm. "Do you know the condition I am in? I must talk about it to someone." "Well, go on, I am very glad," said Pierre, and his face really changed. He listened gladly to Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew seemed, and really was, a quite different new man. Where was his spleen, his contempt for life, his disillusionment? Pierre was the only person to whom he made up his mind to speak openly. He told him all that was in his soul. Now he boldly made plans for an extended future. He said he could not sacrifice his own happiness to his father's caprice. He would either make his father consent to the marriage and love her, or he would do without his consent. He marveled at the feeling that had mastered him. "I should not have believed anyone who told me that I was capable of such love," said Prince Andrew. "It is not at all the same feeling that I knew in the past. The whole world is now for me divided into two halves. One half is she, and there all is joy, hope, light. The other half is everything where she is not, and there is all gloom and darkness." "Darkness and gloom," reiterated Pierre. Yes, I understand that. I cannot help loving the light. It is not my fault, and I am very happy. You understand me? I know you are glad for my sake." Yes, Pierre assented, looking at his friend with a touched and sad expression in his eyes. The brighter Prince Andrew's lot appeared to him, the gloomier seemed his own. Now we move on to Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Engagement and the Delay. Prince Andrew needed his father's consent to his marriage, and so he started for the country the next day. His father received his son's news with outward composure but inward wrath. He could not understand how anyone could wish to alter his life or introduce anything new into it when his own life was already ending. "If only they would let me end my days as I want to," the old man thought, "then they might do as they please." With his son, however, he used the diplomacy he reserved for important occasions. Adopting a quiet tone, he discussed the whole matter. First, he said, the marriage was not a brilliant one in terms of birth, wealth, or rank. Second, Prince Andrew was no longer young, and his health was poor, while she was very young. Third, he had a son whom it would be a pity to entrust to a slip of a girl. Fourthly and finally, the father said, looking ironically at his son, "I beg you to put it off for a year. Go abroad, take a cure, find a German tutor for Prince Nicholas. Then, if your love or passion or obstinacy is still as great, marry, and that's my last word on it. Mind, the last." Prince Andrew saw clearly that the old man hoped his feelings or his fiancée's would not stand a year's test, or that he himself would die before then. He decided to conform to his father's wish, to propose and postpone the wedding for a year. 3 weeks after his last evening with the Rostovs, Prince Andrew returned to Petersburg. The day after her talk with her mother, Natasha expected Bolkonsky all day, but he did not come. On the second and third day, it was the same. Pierre did not come either. Natasha, not knowing that Prince Andrew had gone to see his father, could not explain his absence. 3 weeks passed in this way. Natasha had no desire to go out anywhere and wandered from room to room like a shadow. She wept secretly at night. She blushed continually and was irritable. It seemed to her that everyone knew about her disappointment and was laughing at her. Once she came to her mother, tried to say something, and suddenly began to cry. The Countess began to soothe her, but Natasha interrupted. "Leave off, Mama. I don't think and don't want to think about it. He just came and then left off. Her voice trembled, but she recovered and went on quietly. "And I don't at all want to get married, and I am afraid of him. I have now become quite calm. The day after this conversation, Natasha put on an old dress that she knew had the peculiar property of making her cheerful in the mornings. That day she returned to the old way of life she had abandoned since the ball. After her morning tea, she went to the ballroom and began singing her solfeggio. When she had finished, she stood in the middle of the room and sang a musical phrase that particularly pleased her. She listened joyfully to the charm of the notes reverberating, filling the empty room and slowly dying away. All at once she felt cheerful. "What's the good of making so much of it?" she said to herself. Passing a mirror, she glanced into it. "There, that's me. Well, and very nice too. I need nobody." A footman wanted to come in, but she would not let him. That morning she had returned to her favorite mood, love of and delight in herself. "How charming that Natasha is," she said again, speaking as some third collective male person. "Pretty, a good voice, young and in nobody's way if only they leave her in peace." But however much they left her in peace, she could not now be at peace. In the hall the porch door opened and someone asked, "At home?" Then footsteps were heard. Natasha was looking at the mirror but did not see herself. She listened. When she saw herself, her face was pale. It was he. She knew this for certain. Pale and agitated, Natasha ran into the drawing room. "Mama, Bolkonsky has come," she said. "Mama, it is awful, it is unbearable. I don't want to be tormented. What am I to do?" Before the Countess could answer, Prince Andrew entered the room with an agitated and serious face. As soon as he saw Natasha, his face brightened. He kissed the Countess's hand and Natasha's and sat down. "I have not been to see you all this time because I have been at my father's. I had to talk over a very important matter with him. I only got back last night," he said, glancing at Natasha. "I want to have a talk with you, Countess," he added after a moment's pause. The Countess lowered her eyes, sighing deeply. "I am at your disposal," she murmured. Natasha knew that she ought to go away, but was unable to do so. Something gripped her throat, and she stared straight at Prince Andrew with wide-open eyes. "At once, this instant! No, it can't be!" she thought. Again he glanced at her, and that glance convinced her that she was not mistaken. Yes, at once, that very instant, her fate would be decided. "Go, Natasha, I will call you," said the Countess in a whisper. Natasha glanced with frightened, imploring eyes at Prince Andrew and at her mother, and went out. "I have come, Countess, to ask for your daughter's hand," said Prince Andrew. The Countess's face flushed hotly, but she said nothing. "Your offer," she began at last sedately. He remained silent, looking into her eyes. "Your offer is agreeable to us, and I accept your offer. I am glad, and my husband, I hope, but it will depend on her. I will speak to her when I have your consent. Do you give it to me?" said Prince Andrew. "Yes," replied the Countess. She held out her hand to him, and with a mixed feeling of estrangement and tenderness, pressed her lips to his forehead as he stooped to kiss her hand. She wished to love him as a son, but felt that to her he was a stranger and a terrifying man. "I am sure my husband will consent," said the Countess, "but your father—" "My father, to whom I have told my plans, has made it an express condition of his consent that the wedding is not to take place for a year. And I wish to tell you of that," said Prince Andrew. "It is true that Natasha is still young, but so long as that—" "It is unavoidable," said Prince Andrew with a sigh. "I will send her to you," said the Countess, and left the room. "Lord have mercy upon us," she repeated while seeking her daughter. Sonia said that Natasha was in her bedroom. Natasha was sitting on the bed, pale and dry-eyed, gazing at the icons and whispering something as she rapidly crossed herself. Seeing her mother, she jumped up and flew to her. "Well, Mamma, well? Go to him, he is asking for your hand," said the Countess, coldly it seemed to Natasha. Go, said the mother, sadly and reproachfully with a deep sigh as her daughter ran away. Natasha never remembered how she entered the drawing room. When she came in and saw him, she paused. "Is it possible that this stranger has now become everything to me?" she asked herself, and immediately answered, "Yes, everything. He alone is now dearer to me than everything in the world." Prince Andrew came up to her with downcast eyes. "I have loved you from the very first moment I saw you. May I hope?" He looked at her and was struck by the serious, impassioned expression of her face. Her face said, "Why ask? Why doubt what you cannot but know?" Why speak when words cannot express what one feels? She drew near to him and stopped. He took her hand and kissed it. Do you love me? Yes, yes, Natasha murmured as if in vexation. Then she sighed loudly and, catching her breath more and more quickly, began to sob. What is it? What's the matter? Oh, I am so happy, she replied, smiled through her tears, bent closer to him, paused for an instant, as if asking herself whether she might, and then kissed him. Prince Andrew held her hands and looked into her eyes. He did not find in his heart his former love for her. Something in him had suddenly changed. There was no longer the former poetic charm of desire, but there was pity for her feminine and childish weakness, fear at her devotion and trustfulness, and an oppressive yet joyful sense of the duty that now bound him to her forever. The present feeling, though not so bright as the former, was stronger and more serious. Did your mother tell you that it cannot be for a year? Asked Prince Andrew, still looking into her eyes. Is it possible that I, the chit of a girl, as everybody called me, thought Natasha, am now to be the wife and the equal of this strange, dear, clever man whom even my father looks up to? Can it be true that there can be no more playing with life, that now I am grown up? Yes, but what did he ask me? No, she replied, but she had not understood his question. Forgive me, he said, but you are so young, and I have already been through so much in life. I am afraid for you. You do not yet know yourself. Natasha listened with concentrated attention, failing to take in the meaning of his words. Hard as this year which delays my happiness will be, continued Prince Andrew, it will give you time to be sure of yourself. I ask you to make me happy in a year, but you are free. Our engagement shall remain a secret, and should you find that you do not love me, or should you come to love, said Prince Andrew with an unnatural smile. Why do you say that? Natasha interrupted him. You know that from the very day you first came to Otradnoy, I have loved you, she cried, quite convinced that she spoke the truth. In a year, you will learn to know yourself. A whole year, Natasha repeated suddenly, only now realizing that the marriage was to be postponed for a year. But why a year? Why a year? Prince Andrew began to explain the reasons for this delay. Natasha did not hear him. And can it be helped? She asked. Prince Andrew's face expressed the impossibility of altering that decision. It's awful, oh, it's awful, awful! Natasha suddenly cried and again burst into sobs. I shall die waiting a year. It's impossible, it's awful. She looked into her lover's face and saw in it a look of commiseration and perplexity. No, no, I'll do anything, she said, suddenly checking her tears. I am so happy. The father and mother came into the room and gave the betrothed couple their blessing. From that day, Prince Andrew began to frequent the Rostovs' house as Natasha's affianced lover. Now we continue with Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Last Days Together. No betrothal ceremony took place, and Natasha's engagement to Bolkonsky was not announced. Prince Andrew insisted on this. He said that since he was responsible for the delay, he ought to bear the whole burden of it. He had given his word and bound himself forever, but he did not wish to bind Natasha and gave her perfect freedom. If after 6 months she felt that she did not love him, she would have the full right to reject him. Naturally, neither Natasha nor her parents wished to hear of this, but Prince Andrew was firm. He came to the Rostovs every day, but did not behave toward Natasha as an affianced lover. He said you to her, not the familiar thou, and kissed only her hand. After their engagement, quite different, intimate, and natural relations sprang up between them. It was as if they had not known each other until now. Both liked to recall how they had regarded each other when they were still nothing to one another. They felt themselves now quite different beings. Then they were artificial. Now they were natural and sincere. At first, the family felt some constraint with Prince Andrew. He seemed a man from another world, and Natasha proudly assured them all that he only appeared to be different, but was really just like all of them. After a few days, they grew accustomed to him, and he took his part in their usual way of life. He could talk about rural economy with the Count, fashions with the Countess and Natasha, and about albums and fancy work with Sonia. Sometimes the household expressed their wonder at how it had all happened, and at the evident omens there had been of it. In the house, that poetic dullness and quiet reigned which always accompanies the presence of a betrothed couple. Often, when all were sitting together, everyone kept silent. They rarely spoke of their future life. Prince Andrew was afraid and ashamed to speak of it. Natasha shared this feeling. Once she began questioning him about his son. Prince Andrew blushed and said that his son would not live with them. "Why not?" asked Natasha in a frightened tone. "I cannot take him away from his grandfather, and besides—" "How I should have loved him," said Natasha, immediately guessing his thought. "But I know you wish to avoid any pretext for finding fault with us." Sometimes the old count would come up, kiss Prince Andrew, and ask his advice about Petya's education or Nicholas's service. The old countess sighed as she looked at them. When Prince Andrew spoke, Natasha listened to him with pride. When she spoke, she noticed with fear and joy that he gazed attentively at her. She asked herself in perplexity, "What does he look for in me? What if what he seeks in me is not there?" Sometimes she fell into one of her mad, merry moods, and then she particularly loved to hear and see how Prince Andrew laughed. He seldom laughed, but when he did, he abandoned himself entirely to it, and after such a laugh, she always felt nearer to him. Natasha would have been completely happy if the thought of the separation awaiting her had not terrified her, just as the mere thought of it made him turn pale and cold. On the eve of his departure from Petersburg, Prince Andrew brought with him Pierre, who had not been to the Rostovs once since the ball. Pierre seemed disconcerted and embarrassed. He was talking to the Countess, and Natasha sat down beside a little chess table with Sonia, thereby inviting Prince Andrew to come too. He did so. "You have known Bezikov a long time?" he asked. "Do you like him?" "Yes, he's a dear, but very absurd." And as usual when speaking of Pierre, she began to tell anecdotes of his absent-mindedness. "Do you know I have entrusted him with our secret?" Prince Andrew said with sudden seriousness. "I have known him from childhood. He has a heart of gold. I beg you, Natalie, I am going away, and heaven knows what may happen. Whatever trouble may come, I beg you, Mademoiselle Sophie," he said, turning to Sonia, "whatever may happen, to turn to him alone for advice and help. He is a most absent-minded and absurd fellow, but he has a heart of gold." Neither her father, nor her mother, nor Sonia, nor Prince Andrew himself could have foreseen how the separation from her lover would affect Natasha. Flushed and agitated, she went about the house all that day, dry-eyed, occupied with the most trivial matters as if not understanding what awaited her. She did not even cry when, on taking leave, he kissed her hand for the last time. "Don't go," she said in a tone that made him wonder whether he really ought not to stay, a tone he remembered long afterwards. Nor did she cry when he was gone. But for several days she sat in her room, dry-eyed, taking no interest in anything, and only saying now and then, "Oh, why did he go away?" But a fortnight after his departure, to the surprise of those around her, she recovered from her mental sickness just as suddenly and became her old self again, but with a change in her moral outlook, as a child gets up after a long illness with a changed expression of face. Let us begin Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Princess Mary's Letter. During the year after his son's departure, Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky's health and temper became much worse. He grew still more irritable, and Princess Mary generally bore the brunt of his frequent fits of unprovoked anger. He seemed to carefully seek out her tender spots so as to torture her mentally as harshly as possible. Princess Mary had two passions and consequently two joys. Her nephew, little Nicholas, and these were the favorite subjects of the prince's attacks and ridicule. Whatever was spoken of, he would bring it around to the superstitiousness of old maids or the spoiling of children. "You want to make him into an old maid like yourself? A pity. Prince Andrew wants a son and not an old maid," he would say. Or he would joke about village priests and icons in her presence. He continually hurt Princess Mary's feelings, but it cost her no effort to forgive him. Could her father, whom she knew loved her in spite of it all, be unjust? The princess never thought of that proud word, justice. All the complex laws of man centered for her in one clear and simple law, the law of love and self-sacrifice. She had to endure and love, and that she did. During the winter, Prince Andrew had come to Bald Hills and had been gay, gentle, and more affectionate than Princess Mary had known him for a long time. She felt that something had happened to him, but he said nothing to her about his love. Before he left, he had a long talk with his father, and Princess Mary noticed that they were dissatisfied with one another. Soon after Prince Andrew had gone, Princess Mary wrote to her friend Julie Karagina in Petersburg. Julie was at that time in mourning for her brother, who had been killed in Turkey. Sorrow, it seems, is our common lot, my dear, tender friend Julie. Your loss is so terrible that I can only explain it to myself as a special providence of God who, loving you, wishes to try you. Oh, my friend, religion and religion alone can save us from despair. Religion alone can explain why kind and noble beings are called away to God, while cruel and useless persons are left living. The first death I saw, that of my dear sister-in-law, left that impression on me. Just as you ask why your splendid brother had to die, so I asked why that angel Lise had to die. And what do you think, dear friend? 5 years have passed, and already I begin to see clearly why she had to die, and in what way that death was but an expression of the infinite goodness of the Creator. Perhaps she was too angelically innocent to have the strength to perform all a mother's duties. As it is, she has left us, and particularly Prince Andrew, with the purest regrets. But that early and terrible death has had the most beneficent influence on me and on my brother, in spite of all our grief. I write all this to you only to convince you of the gospel truth. Not a single hair of our heads will fall without his will, and his will is governed only by infinite love for us, and so whatever befalls us is for our good. You ask whether we shall spend next winter in Moscow. In spite of my wish to see you, I do not think so. You will be surprised to hear that the reason for this is Buonaparte. My father's health is growing worse. He cannot endure the notion that Buonaparte is negotiating on equal terms with all the sovereigns of Europe. It seems to me that it is chiefly because of his political views that my father is reluctant to go to Moscow, for he foresees the disputes that would be inevitable. In any case, it will be decided very shortly. Our family life goes on in the old way, except for my brother Andrew's absence. He, as I wrote you before, has changed very much. After his sorrow, he only this year quite recovered his spirits. He has again become as I used to know him when a child, kind, affectionate, with that heart of gold. He has realized that life is not over for him, but he has grown physically much weaker. I am anxious about him and glad he is taking this trip abroad, which the doctors recommended. I hope it will cure him. You write that in Petersburg he is spoken of as one of the most active, cultivated, and capable of the young men. Forgive my vanity, but I never doubted it. The good he has done to everybody here is incalculable. I always wonder at the way rumors fly from Petersburg to Moscow, especially such false ones as the report of my brother's betrothal to the little Rostova. I do not think my brother will ever marry again, and certainly not her. First, I know that the grief of his wife's loss has gone too deep in his heart for him ever to give our little angel a stepmother. Secondly, that girl is not the kind of girl who could please Prince Andrew. I do not think he would choose her for a wife, and frankly, I do not wish it, but I am running on too long. Goodbye, my dear friend. May God keep you in his holy and mighty care. My dear friend, Mademoiselle Bourrienne sends you kisses. Mary. We now turn to the final chapter of this book. Chapter 17, The Old Prince's Threat. In the middle of the summer, Princess Mary received an unexpected letter from Prince Andrew in Switzerland. He informed her of his engagement to Natasha Rostova. The whole letter breathed loving rapture for his betrothed and tender affection for his sister. He wrote that he had never loved as he did now, and that only now did he understand what life was. He asked his sister to forgive him for not having told her of his resolve when he had last visited Bald Hills. He had spoken of it to his father, but had not told her for fear she would ask her father to give his consent, irritating him and having to bear the brunt of his displeasure. Besides, he wrote, the matter was not then so definitely settled as it is now. My father then insisted on a delay of a year, and now already 6 months have passed, and my resolution is firmer than ever. If the doctors did not keep me here at the spas, I should be back in Russia. But as it is, I have to postpone my return for 3 months. You know me and my relations with father. I want nothing from him, but to go against his will would destroy half my happiness. I am now writing to him about the same question, and beg you to choose a good moment to hand him the letter and let me know how he looks at the whole matter." After long hesitations, doubts, and prayers, Princess Mary gave the letter to her father. The next day the old prince said to her quietly, "Write and tell your brother to wait till I am dead. It won't be long, I shall soon set him free." The princess was about to reply, but her father would not let her speak, and raising his voice more and more, cried, "Mary, Mary, my boy, a good family, clever people, eh? Rich, eh? Yes, a nice stepmother little Nicholas will have. Write and tell him that he may marry tomorrow if he likes. She will be little Nicholas's stepmother, and I'll marry Bourienne. Ha, ha, ha! He mustn't be without a stepmother either. Only one thing. No more women are wanted in my house. Let him marry and live by himself. Perhaps you will go and live with him too. Go in heaven's name. Go out into the frost, the frost, the frost." After this outburst, the prince did not speak any more about the matter. But his repressed vexation found expression in his treatment of his daughter. To his former pretexts for irony, a fresh one was now added, allusions to stepmothers and kind words to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why shouldn't I marry her?" he asked his daughter. "She'll make a splendid princess." And lately, to her surprise, Princess Mary noticed that her father was really associating more and more with the Frenchwoman. She wrote to Prince Andrew about the reception of his letter, but comforted him with hopes of reconciling their father to the idea. Little Nicholas and his education, her brother Andrew, and religion were Princess Mary's joys and consolations. But besides that, she had a hidden dream and hope that supplied the chief consolation of her life. This hope was given to her by God's folk, the half-witted and other pilgrims who visited her without the prince's knowledge. The longer she lived, the more she wondered at the short-sightedness of men who seek happiness here on earth, toiling, suffering, and harming one another to obtain that impossible, visionary, sinful happiness. Prince Andrew had loved his wife. She died, but he wanted to bind his happiness to another woman. Her father objected because he wanted a more distinguished match for Andrew. And they all struggled and suffered and injured their eternal souls for benefits which endure but for an instant. "How is it that no one realizes this?" thought Princess Mary. "No one except these despised God's folk who wander from place to place, doing no one any harm but praying for all. Higher than that life and truth, there is no life or truth." There was one pilgrim, a quiet little woman of 50 called Theodosia, who for over 30 years had gone about barefoot and worn heavy chains. Princess Mary was particularly fond of her. Once, as Theodosia was talking of her life, the thought that she alone had found the true path suddenly came to Princess Mary with such force that she resolved to become a pilgrim herself. She disclosed this thought only to her confessor, Father Akinfi, who approved of her intention. Princess Mary prepared a pilgrim's complete costume for herself: a coarse smock, base shoes, a rough coat, and a black kerchief. Often, listening to the pilgrim's tales, she was on the point of abandoning everything and running away from home. In her imagination, she already pictured herself by Theodosia's side, walking along the dusty road from one saint's shrine to another, free from envy, earthly love, or desire, reaching at last the place where there is no more sorrow, but eternal joy. "I shall come to a place and pray there," she thought, "and before having time to get used to it, I shall go farther. I will go on till my legs fail, and I'll lie down and die somewhere, and shall at last reach that eternal quiet haven." But afterwards, when she saw her father and especially little Nicholas, her resolve weakened. She wept quietly and felt that she was a sinner who loved her father and little nephew more than God. Book 7, 1810 to 1811. Chapter 1, Nicholas Rostov returns home on leave. There's an old story in the Bible that says before the fall, the first man was blessed with a life of idleness, a life without work. Even now, we humans still love the idea of being idle. But a curse hangs over us, not just because we have to work for our food, but because our very nature makes it impossible for us to be both idle and at ease. An inner voice tells us that it is wrong to do nothing. If a person could find a way to be idle, yet feel they were still doing their duty, they would have found a kind of paradise. This state of required, blameless idleness is the special privilege of one particular class, the military. The main appeal of military service has always been, and will always be, this compulsory and respectable idleness. Nicholas Rostov was experiencing this blissful condition to the fullest. After 1807, he continued to serve in the Pavlograd Regiment. He was now in command of the same squadron that his friend Denisov had once led. Rostov had grown into a hearty, good-natured man. His old friends in Moscow might have thought him a bit rough around the edges, but in the army, he was well-liked and respected by everyone, from his comrades to his superiors. He was truly content with his life. Lately, in 1809, he noticed his mother's letters from home were filled with more and more complaints about their finances. She said their affairs were in a terrible mess, and that it was time for him to come home to cheer up his aging parents. Reading these letters, Nicholas dreaded the idea of being pulled away from his calm and quiet military life, which protected him from all the messy complications of the world. He knew that sooner or later he would have to return to that whirlwind. He would have to deal with straightening out their finances, arguing with stewards, navigating quarrels and schemes, and facing his social obligations. And then there was Sonia's love for him, and the promise he had made to her. It all felt dreadfully difficult and complicated. So, he would reply to his mother with cold, formal letters written in French. They always began with "My dear Mama," and ended with "Your obedient son," and he never said when he might return. In 1810, he received a letter from his parents with news of Natasha's engagement to Prince Andrew Bolkonsky. They told him the wedding was set for a year's time because the old prince, Andrew's father, was making things difficult. This letter upset Nicholas. First, he was sad that Natasha, whom he loved more than anyone else in his family, would be leaving home. Second, from his proud hussar's perspective, he was annoyed that he hadn't been there to show this Bolkonsky fellow that marrying into the Rostov family was a great honor, and that if he truly loved Natasha, he shouldn't need permission from his difficult old father. For a moment, Nicholas thought about asking for leave to see Natasha before she was married. But then came army maneuvers, thoughts of Sonia, and the tangled state of their family affairs, and so he put it off again. But in the spring of that year, he received a letter from his mother, written without his father's knowledge, that finally convinced him to return. She wrote that if he didn't come home and take charge, their entire property would be sold at auction, and they would all be left as beggars. The Count, his father, was too weak and trusted their steward, Mitenka, far too much. He was so good-natured that everyone was taking advantage of him, and things were getting worse by the day. "For God's sake, I implore you, come at once if you do not wish to make me and the whole family wretched," the Countess wrote. This letter finally moved Nicholas. He had the practical common sense to see what needed to be done. The right thing to do was to go home on leave, even if he didn't retire from the service completely. He wasn't sure exactly why he had to go, but after his afternoon nap, he ordered his horse to be saddled. It was Mars, a fierce gray stallion that hadn't been ridden in a long time. When he returned, with the horse covered in sweat, he told Lavrushka, Denisov's old servant who had stayed with him, and his comrades, that he was applying for leave and going home. It was a strange and difficult decision for him. He was desperate to hear from the staff whether he had been promoted to captain, or if he would receive the Order of St. Anne for the last maneuvers. It felt strange to leave without selling his 3 roan horses to the Polish Count Golikovsky, who was trying to buy them for 2,000 rubles. It seemed incomprehensible that the hussars' ball for Mademoiselle Przazdziecka would happen without him. But he knew he had to leave this bright, good world and go somewhere everything was messy and confusing. A week later, his leave was granted. His hussar comrades, not just from his own regiment but from the whole brigade, threw him a farewell dinner. Each man paid 15 rubles, and there were 2 bands and 2 choirs of singers. Rostov danced the trepak with Major Basov. The tipsy officers tossed him in the air, hugged him, and dropped him. The soldiers of his third squadron tossed him as well, shouting, "Hurrah!" Finally, they put him in his sleigh and escorted him all the way to the first post station. For the first half of the journey, from Kremenchug to Kiev, all his thoughts were with his squadron, as is often the case. But once he was more than halfway there, he started to forget about his horses and his quartermaster. Instead, he began to worry about what he would find at Otradno, his family home. Thoughts of home grew stronger the closer he got, as if his feelings followed a law of physics, growing stronger with proximity. At the last post station before Otradno, he gave the driver a 3-ruble tip. When he finally arrived, he ran up the steps of his home, breathless as a young boy. After the initial joy of seeing everyone again, there was that strange feeling of unmet expectation, the sense that everything was exactly the same, which made him wonder why he had hurried so. But soon, Nicholas began to settle back into his old life. His father and mother were much the same, just a little older. The only new thing about them was a certain anxiety and occasional friction that hadn't been there before. Nicholas soon realized it was because of their financial problems. Sonia was now nearly 20. She had stopped growing prettier and was simply what she was, which was more than enough. From the moment Nicholas returned, she radiated happiness and love. The faithful, unchanging love of this girl had a joyful effect on him. Petya and Natasha surprised Nicholas the most. Petya was a big, handsome boy of 13, cheerful, clever, and mischievous, with a voice that was already starting to break. As for Natasha, Nicholas found himself staring and laughing whenever he looked at her for a long time. "You're not the same at all," he said. "How am I uglier?" she asked. "On the contrary," he whispered to her. "But what dignity! You're like a princess." "Yes, yes, yes!" Natasha cried joyfully. She told him all about her romance with Prince Andrew, about his visit to Otradnoy, and showed him his last letter. "Well, are you glad?" Natasha asked. "I am so tranquil and happy now." "Very glad," Nicholas answered. "He is an excellent fellow. And are you very much in love?" "How shall I put it?" replied Natasha. "I was in love with Boris, with my teacher, and with Denisov, but this is quite different. I feel at peace and settled. I know that no better man than he exists, and I am calm and contented now, not at all as I was before." Nicholas told her he didn't approve of postponing the wedding for a whole year. But Natasha argued with him passionately, explaining that it couldn't be any other way. She insisted it would be wrong to enter a family against the father's wishes, and that she herself wanted it this way. "You don't understand at all," she said. Nicholas fell silent and agreed with her. Her brother often looked at her and wondered. She didn't seem at all like a girl in love who was separated from her fiancé. She was calm, even-tempered, and as cheerful as ever. This surprised Nicholas, and even made him feel skeptical about her engagement to Bolkonsky. He couldn't quite believe her fate was sealed, especially since he had never seen her together with Prince Andrew. He always felt that there was something not quite right about this marriage. Why the delay? Why no formal betrothal? He thought. One day he brought it up with his mother and was surprised and a little pleased to find that deep down she also had her doubts about the marriage. "You see, he writes," she said, showing her son a letter from Prince Andrew. She spoke with that subtle grudge a mother often feels about a daughter's future happiness. "He writes that he won't come before December. What can be keeping him? Illness, probably. His health is very delicate. Don't tell Natasha. And don't think anything of her being so cheerful. That's just because she's living through the last days of her girlhood. But I know what she is like every time we get a letter from him. However, God grant that everything turns out well," she always concluded. "He is an excellent man." Now we begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Nicholas settles accounts with Mitenka. After arriving home, Nicholas was at first serious and even a bit gloomy. He was worried about the inevitable need to get involved in the tedious business matters his mother had summoned him for. To get it over with as quickly as possible, on the third day after his arrival, he went to Mitenka's lodge. He was angry and scowling, and he refused to answer anyone's questions about where he was going. He demanded a full account of everything. But what a full account of everything meant, Nicholas knew even less than the frightened and confused Mitenka. The conversation and the review of the accounts didn't last long. The village elder, a peasant representative, and the village clerk were waiting in the passage. They heard with both fear and delight the young count's voice grow louder and louder, roaring and snapping. Then came a stream of terrible insults, one after another. "Robber, ungrateful wretch, I'll hack the dog to pieces. I'm not my father, robbing us," he shouted. Then, with just as much fear and delight, they saw the young count, his face red and his eyes bloodshot, drag Mitenka out by the collar. He kicked and kneed him in the backside with surprising agility, shouting between each blow, "Be off! Never let me see your face here again, you villain." Mitenka tumbled headlong down the 6 steps and fled into the shrubbery. This shrubbery was a well-known hiding place for wrongdoers at Otradnoy. Mitenka himself used to hide there when he came back drunk from town, and many others who were hiding from Mitenka knew of its protective qualities. Mitenka's wife and sisters-in-law peered out with frightened faces from the door of a room where a bright samovar was boiling, and the steward's high bed stood with its patchwork quilt. The young count ignored them completely. Breathing hard, he strode past them with determination and went back into the main house. The countess heard what had happened from the maids almost immediately. She was relieved, thinking that now their affairs would surely improve. But she was also anxious about how this outburst might have affected her son. She tiptoed to his door several times and listened, hearing him light one pipe after another. The next day, the old count took his son aside. With an embarrassed smile, he said, "But you know, my dear boy, it's a pity you got so excited. Mitenka has told me all about it." "I knew it," thought Nicholas. "I should never understand anything in this crazy world." "You were angry that he had not entered those 700 rubles," the count continued. "But they were carried forward, and you did not look at the other page." "Papa, he is a blackguard and a thief. I know he is," Nicholas declared. "And what I have done. But if you like, I won't speak to him again." "No, my dear boy," the count said, feeling embarrassed himself. He knew he had mismanaged his wife's property and had failed his children, but he didn't know how to fix it. "No, I beg you to attend to the business. I am old, No, Papa, forgive me if I have caused you unpleasantness. I understand it all less than you do." Devil take all these peasants, and money matters, and carrying figures from one page to another, Nicholas thought to himself. "I used to understand card games, but this business of carrying forward to another page, I don't understand at all," he said to himself. After that, he stayed out of all business affairs. But one day, the countess called her son to her. She told him that she had a promissory note from Anna Mikhailovna for 2,000 rubles, and she asked him what he thought they should do with it. "This," Nicholas answered. "You say it's up to me. Well, I don't like Anna Mikhailovna and I don't like Boris, but they were our friends and they are poor. So this—" With that, he tore up the note, which made the old countess weep with joy. After that, young Rostov took no further part in any business. Instead, he threw himself with passionate enthusiasm into a new pursuit, the hunt. His father maintained a large and impressive hunting establishment, which was now at Nicholas's disposal. Now we move on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Nicholas decides to go hunting. The weather was turning wintry, and morning frosts hardened the earth, which was still soaked from autumn rains. The green of the winter rye stood out sharply against the brown strips of fields trampled by cattle and the pale yellow stubble of the buckwheat. The wooded ravines and copses, which had been green islands in late August, had now turned into golden and bright red islands surrounded by the green fields. The hares had already begun to change into their winter coats, the fox cubs were leaving their dens, and the young wolves were now bigger than dogs. It was the best time of year for hunting. The hounds of the passionate young sportsman, Nicholas Rostov, were in prime condition. In fact, they were so worn out that the huntsman decided to give them a 3-day rest. Then, on the 16th of September, they would go on a distant expedition to the oak grove, where a litter of wolf cubs remained undisturbed. For a whole day, the hounds stayed at home. The air was frosty and sharp, but toward evening, the sky grew overcast, and a thaw began. On the morning of the 15th, Nicholas, still in his dressing gown, looked out the window and saw a perfect day for hunting. The sky seemed to be melting and sinking to the earth without any wind. The only movement in the air was the gentle dripping of a fine mist. Transparent drops hung from the bare twigs in the garden, falling onto the freshly fallen leaves. The earth in the kitchen garden was wet and black, glistening like poppy seeds, and in the distance it merged with a dull, moist veil of mist. Nicholas stepped out onto the wet and muddy porch. The air smelled of decaying leaves and of dog. Milka, a black-spotted, broad-haunched bitch with large, dark eyes, saw her master and got up. She stretched her hind legs, lay down like a hare, and then suddenly jumped up and licked him right on his nose and mustache. Another borzoi hound, seeing his master from the garden path, arched his back and rushed toward the porch with his tail held high, rubbing against Nicholas's legs. "Oh hoy!" came a voice at that moment. It was the unique call of a huntsman, a sound that combined the deepest bass with the highest tenor. Around the corner came Daniel, the head huntsman and kennel master. He was a gray, wrinkled old man with his hair cut straight across his forehead, in the Ukrainian style. He held a long, bent whip in his hand and had a look of independence and scorn for everything, a look only huntsmen possess. He took off his Circassian cap for his master and looked at him with that same scorn. But it wasn't offensive. Nicholas knew that this Daniel, who disdained everyone else, was still his serf and his huntsman. "Daniel," Nicholas said timidly. The sight of the weather, the hounds, and the huntsman was awakening in him that irresistible passion for the hunt, a passion that makes a man forget all his promises, just as a lover forgets everything in the presence of his mistress. "What orders, Your Excellency?" said the huntsman in his deep bass voice, hoarse from years of shouting. His two flashing black eyes gazed at his silent master. "Can you resist it?" those eyes seemed to ask. "It's a good day, eh? For a hunt and a gallop, eh?" asked Nicholas, scratching Milka behind the ears. Daniel didn't answer, he just winked. "I sent you Varka at dawn to listen," his deep voice boomed after a moment's pause. "He says she's moved them into the Otradno enclosure. They were howling there." This meant that the she-wolf they both knew about had moved with her cubs to the Otradno copse, a small wood about 1.5 miles from the house. "We ought to go, don't you think so?" said Nicholas. "Come to me with Uvarka." "As you please," Daniel replied. "Then put off feeding them," Nicholas instructed. "Yes, sir," said the huntsman. 5 minutes later, Daniel and Uvarka were standing in Nicholas's large study. Even though Daniel wasn't a big man, seeing him in a room felt like seeing a horse or a bear among the furniture of human life. Daniel felt this too. He stood just inside the door, trying to speak softly and not move, for fear of breaking something. He wanted to say what was necessary and get back outside under the open sky. After his questions were answered, and he got Daniel's opinion that the hounds were ready, Nicholas ordered the horses to be saddled. But just as Daniel was about to leave, Natasha burst into the room. She hadn't finished her hair or her dress and was wrapped in her old nurse's large shawl. Petya ran in right behind her. "You are going?" asked Natasha. "I knew you would. Sonia said you wouldn't go, but I knew that today is the sort of day when you couldn't help going." "Yes, we are going," Nicholas replied reluctantly. Today he wanted a serious hunt and didn't want to take Natasha and Petya with him. "We are going, but only for wolves. It would be dull for you." "You know it is my greatest pleasure," said Natasha. "It's not fair. You are going by yourself, having the horses saddled, and you said nothing to us about it." "No barrier bars or Russian's path. We'll go," shouted Petya. "But you can't. Mama said you mustn't," Nicholas said to Natasha. "Yes, I'll go. I shall certainly go," Natasha said decisively. "Daniel, tell them to saddle for us, and Michael must come with my dogs," she added, speaking to the huntsman. Daniel already felt awkward being in a room, but having to deal with a young lady seemed impossible to him. He lowered his eyes and hurried out as if it were none of his business, being careful not to bump into the young lady on his way. Now we proceed to Chapter 4. Chapter 4: The Wolf Hunt begins. The old count had always kept a huge hunting establishment, but now he had handed it all over to his son. On this 15th of September, he was in such good spirits that he decided to go out with the others. An hour later, the whole hunting party was gathered at the porch. Nicholas, with a stern and serious expression that showed there was no time for distractions, walked past Natasha and Petya, who were trying to tell him something. He checked all the details of the hunt, sent a pack of hounds and huntsmen ahead to find the wolf, and mounted his chestnut horse, Donitz. Whistling to his own leash of borzois, he set off across the threshing ground toward the field leading to the Otradnoy wood. The old count's horse, a sorrel gelding named Viflyanka, was led by a groom. The count himself planned to drive in a small trap directly to a spot reserved for him. They had 54 hounds, with 6 hunt attendants and whippers in. Besides the family, there were 8 kennelmen and more than 40 borzois. Including the borzois on leashes belonging to the family members, there were about 130 dogs and 20 horsemen in total. Every dog knew its master and its call. Every man in the hunt knew his job, his place, and what he had to do. As soon as they passed the fence, they spread out quietly and evenly along the road and field leading to the Otradnoy woods, without any noise or conversation. The horses moved across the field as if it were a thick carpet, occasionally splashing through puddles. The misty sky still seemed to be sinking imperceptibly toward the earth. The air was still, warm, and silent. Now and then you could hear the whistle of a huntsman, the snort of a horse, the crack of a whip, or the whine of a stray dog. When they had gone about a mile, 5 more riders with dogs emerged from the mist, approaching the Rostovs. At the front rode a handsome, fresh-looking old man with a large gray mustache. "Good morning, uncle," said Nicholas when the old man drew near. "That's it. Come on. I was sure of it," began Uncle. He was a distant relative of the Rostovs and their neighbor. "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist it, and it's a good thing you're going. That's it. Come on." This was Uncle's favorite phrase. "Take the woods at once, because my man Girchik says the Ilagjans are at Korniki with their hounds. That's it. Come on. They'll snatch the cubs from right under your nose." "That's where I'm going. Shall we join our packs?" asked Nicholas. The hounds were combined into one pack, and Uncle and Nicholas rode on side by side. Natasha, bundled up in shawls that couldn't hide her eager face and shining eyes, galloped up to them. She was followed by Petya, who always stayed close to her, Michael the huntsman, and a groom assigned to look after her. Petya was laughing, whipping and pulling at his horse. Natasha sat easily and confidently on her black Arabian horse, Arabchik, reining him in with a firm hand. Uncle looked disapprovingly at Petya and Natasha. He didn't like mixing frivolity with the serious business of hunting. "Good morning, Uncle. We are going too," shouted Petya. Good morning, but don't go overriding the hounds," said Uncle sternly. "Nicholas, what a fine dog Trunila is. He knew me," said Natasha, referring to her favorite hound. "In the first place, Trunila is not a dog, but a harrier," Nicholas thought to himself, and he looked sternly at his sister, trying to make her feel the distance that should separate them at that moment. Natasha understood. "You mustn't think we'll be in anyone's way, Uncle," she said. "We'll go to our places and won't budge." "A good thing too, little Countess," said Uncle. "Only mind you don't fall off your horse," he added, "because, that's it, come on, you've nothing to hold on to." The Otradnoy woods came into view a few hundred yards away, and the huntsmen were already getting close. After settling with Uncle where to release the hounds, and showing Natasha where to stand, a spot where nothing was likely to run out, Rostov rode around the top of the ravine. "Well, nephew, you're going for a big wolf," said Uncle. "Mind you don't let her slip." "That's as may happen," answered Rostov. "Karai here," he shouted, responding to Uncle's remark by calling to his borzoi. Karai was a shaggy old dog with a drooping jowl, famous for having taken on a big wolf by himself. They all took their places. The old count, knowing his son's passion for the hunt, hurried so as not to be late. The huntsmen had not yet reached their positions when Count Ilya Rostov, cheerful, flushed, and with his cheeks quivering, drove up in his trap with his black horses. He went to the place reserved for him, where a wolf might emerge. He straightened his coat, fastened his hunting knives and horn, and mounted his fine, sleek horse, Viflyanka, which was turning gray just like him. His horses and trap were sent home. Count Ilya Rostov, though not a truly keen sportsman, knew the rules of the hunt well. He rode to the edge of the woods where he was supposed to stand, arranged his reins, settled himself in the saddle, and feeling ready, looked around with a smile. Beside him was Simon Chekmar, his personal attendant, an old horseman who was now a bit stiff in the saddle. Chekmar held 3 formidable wolfhounds on a leash, though they had grown fat like their master and his horse. 2 wise old dogs lay unleashed nearby. 100 paces away stood Mitka, the count's other groom, a daring and keen rider. Before the hunt, following an old custom, the count had drunk a silver cup of mulled brandy, had a snack, and washed it down with half a bottle of his favorite Bordeaux. He was a little flushed from the wine and the drive. His eyes were moist and glittered more than usual. As he sat in his saddle, wrapped in his fur coat, he looked like a child taken out for a special outing. The thin, hollow-cheeked Chekmar, having prepared everything, kept glancing at his master, with whom he had been on the best of terms for 30 years. Understanding his master's mood, he expected a pleasant chat. A third person rode up cautiously through the wood and stopped behind the count. This man was a gray-bearded old man in a woman's cloak, with a tall, peaked cap on his head. He was the buffoon, who went by the woman's name of Nastasia Ivanovna. "Well, Nastasia Ivanovna," whispered the count, winking at him, "if you scare away the beast, Daniel will give it to you." "I know a thing or two myself," said Nastasia Ivanovna. "Hush!" whispered the count and turned to Simon. "Have you seen the young countess?" he asked. "Where is she?" "With young Count Peter by the Zharov rank grass," answered Simon, smiling. "Though she's a lady, she's very fond of hunting." "And you're surprised at the way she rides, Simon, eh?" said the count. "She's as good as many a man." "Of course, it's marvelous, so bold, so easy." "And Nicholas, where is he? By the Lyadov upland, isn't he?" "Yes, sir. He knows where to stand. He understands the matter so well that Daniel and I are often quite astounded," said Simon, knowing just what would please his master. "Rides well, eh? And how well he looks on his horse, eh? A perfect picture. The other day he chased a fox out of the thicket by Zavarzinsk. He leaped over a fearful place. What a sight when they rushed from the woods. The horse worth 1,000 rubles, and the rider beyond all price. Yes, one would have to search far to find another as smart." "To search far," repeated the count, clearly sorry that Simon hadn't said more. "To search far," he said, turning back the skirt of his coat to get his snuff-box. The other day, when he came out from Mass in full uniform, Michael Sidorich— Simon didn't finish. On the still air, he had clearly heard the sound of the hunt, with 2 or 3 hounds giving tongue. He bent his head and listened, shaking a warning finger at his master. "They are on the scent of the cubs," he whispered, "straight to the Lyadov uplands." The count, forgetting the smile on his face, looked into the distance, holding the snuff-box in his hand, but not taking any. After the cry of the hounds came the deep tones of Daniel's hunting horn. The pack joined the first 3 hounds, and they could be heard in full cry, with that special rising note that meant they were after a wolf. The whippers-in stopped urging the hounds on and switched to the cry of ulyulyu. Above all the other sounds rose Daniel's voice. Sometimes a deep bass, sometimes piercingly shrill. His voice seemed to fill the entire wood and carry far out into the open field. After listening silently for a few moments, the count and his attendant were sure that the hounds had split into 2 packs. The sound of the larger pack, crying out eagerly, began to fade in the distance. The other pack rushed through the wood past the count, and with this one, Daniel's voice could be heard calling ulyulyu. The sounds of both packs mingled and then separated again, but both were getting farther away. Simon sighed and bent down to straighten a leash that a young borzoi had tangled. The count sighed too, and noticing the snuff-box in his hand, opened it and took a pinch. "Back!" cried Simon to a borzoi that was pushing forward out of the wood. The count started and dropped his snuff-box. Nastasia Ivanovna dismounted to pick it up. The Count and Simon were watching him. Then, unexpectedly, as often happens, the sound of the hunt suddenly grew closer, as if the hounds in full cry and Daniel shouting "Ulyulyu" were right in front of them. The Count turned and saw on his right Mitka, staring at him with his eyes wide, raising his cap and pointing ahead to the other side. "Look out!" he shouted, his voice showing that he had been waiting a long time to say that word. He let the borzoi slip and galloped toward the Count. The Count and Simon galloped out of the wood and saw, on their left, a wolf. It was moving at a quiet lope, swaying gently from side to side, coming farther to the left toward the very spot where they were standing. The angry borzois whined and, now free of their leash, rushed past the horse's feet toward the wolf. The wolf paused and turned its heavy head toward the dogs with an awkward motion, like a man with a sore throat. Still swaying slightly, it gave a couple of leaps and, with a swish of its tail, disappeared into the edge of the wood. At that very instant, with a cry like a wail, first one hound, then another, and then another, burst out of the wood opposite, and the whole pack rushed across the field to the spot where the wolf had vanished. The hazel bushes parted, and Daniel's chestnut horse appeared, dark with sweat. On its long back sat Daniel, hunched forward, without his cap, his disheveled gray hair hanging over his flushed, perspiring face. "Ulyulyu, Ulyulyu," he cried. When he saw the Count, his eyes flashed like lightning. "Blast you!" he shouted, raising his whip threateningly at the Count. "You've let the wolf go! What kind of sportsman are you?" And as if he couldn't be bothered to say more to the frightened and ashamed Count, he lashed the heaving sides of his sweating horse with all the anger the Count had provoked, and flew off after the hounds. The Count, feeling like a punished schoolboy, looked around, trying to win Simon's sympathy with a smile. But Simon was gone. He was galloping around the bushes as other riders came up from both sides, all trying to head off the wolf. But it vanished into the wood before they could reach it. Let's continue with Chapter 5. Chapter 5, The Wolf is Taken. Nicholas Rostov, meanwhile, remained at his post, waiting for the wolf. He could tell what was happening in the copse by the way the hunt moved closer and then farther away, by the familiar cries of the dogs, and by the rising and falling voices of the huntsmen. He knew there were young and old wolves there, that the hounds had split into two packs, and that somewhere a wolf was being chased, but something had gone wrong. He expected the wolf to come his way at any moment. He imagined thousands of different scenarios, where the wolf would appear, from which direction, and how he would set his dogs on it. Hope alternated with despair. He even prayed to God several times that the wolf would come his way. He prayed with the passionate, shamefaced feeling people have in moments of great excitement over trivial things. "What would it be to thee to do this for me?" he said to God. "I know thou art great, and that it is a sin to ask this of thee, but for God's sake, do let the old wolf come my way. Let Karai spring at it, right in front of Uncle, who is watching from over there, and seize it by the throat in a death grip." 1,000 times during that half hour, Rostov cast eager, restless glances over the edge of the wood. He could see two scraggy oaks rising above the aspen undergrowth, the gully with its water-worn side, and Uncle's cap just visible above a bush on his right. "No, I shan't have such luck," thought Rostov. "Yet what wouldn't it be worth? It is not to be. Everywhere, at cards and in war, I am always unlucky." Memories of Austerlitz and of Dolokhov flashed through his mind. "Just once in my life, to get an old wolf, that's all I want," he thought, straining his eyes and ears, looking left and then right, listening for the slightest change in the dog's cries. He looked to the right again and saw something running toward him across the empty field. "No, it can't be," he thought, taking a deep breath, like a man does when something he has long hoped for is about to happen. The peak of happiness was at hand, and it had arrived so simply, without any warning or fanfare, that Rostov couldn't believe his eyes and doubted it for a second. The wolf ran forward and jumped heavily over a gully in her path. She was an old animal with a gray back and a big, reddish belly. She ran without hurry, clearly thinking that no one saw her. Rostov held his breath and looked around at his borzoi. They stood or lay there, not seeing the wolf, completely unaware of the situation. Old Carey had his head turned and was angrily searching for fleas, baring his yellow teeth and snapping at his hind legs. "Ulyulyu," whispered Rostov, pouting his lips. The borzois jumped up, their leashes clinking, and pricked their ears. Karai finished scratching and, cocking his ears, stood up with his tail quivering, tufts of matted hair hanging from it. "Shall I loose them or not?" Nicholas asked himself as the wolf approached. Suddenly, the wolf's entire expression changed. She shuddered, seeing something she had probably never seen before, human eyes fixed on her. Turning her head slightly toward Rostov, she paused. "Back or forward? No matter forward," the wolf seemed to say to herself, and she moved on without looking back, with a quiet, long, easy yet resolute lope. "Ulyulyu," cried Nicholas, in a voice that was not his own. His good horse, of its own accord, darted downhill, leaping over gullies to cut off the wolf. The borzois flew past him, running even faster. Nicholas didn't hear his own cry, didn't feel himself galloping, didn't see the borzois or the ground beneath him. He saw only the wolf, who increased her speed and bounded on in the same direction. The first dog to get close was Milka, with her black markings and powerful hindquarters. She was gaining on the wolf. Nearer and nearer, now she was ahead of it. But the wolf turned its head to face her, and instead of speeding up as she usually did, Milka suddenly raised her tail and stiffened her forelegs. "Ulyulyu!" shouted Nicholas. The reddish dog Lyubim rushed forward from behind Milka, sprang at the wolf, and seized it by its hindquarters, but immediately jumped aside in terror. The wolf crouched, gnashed her teeth, then rose and bounded forward again. All the borzois followed a couple of feet behind her, not getting any closer. "She'll get away! No, it's impossible!" thought Nicholas, still shouting with a hoarse voice. "Karai, Ulyulyu!" he yelled, looking around for the old borzoi who was now his only hope. Karai, with all the strength his age had left him, stretched himself to the utmost. Watching the wolf, he galloped heavily to the side to intercept it, but it was clear from the wolf's speed and the borzoi's slower pace that Karai had misjudged his angle. Nicholas could already see the wood not far ahead, where the wolf would surely escape. But then he saw hounds and a huntsman galloping toward him, almost straight at the wolf. There was still hope. A long, yellowish young borzoi, one Nicholas didn't know, rushed at the wolf from the front and nearly knocked her over. But the wolf jumped up faster than anyone could have expected, and gnashing her teeth, flew at the yellowish borzoi. The dog let out a piercing yelp and fell to the ground, bleeding from a gash in its side. "Karai, old fellow!" wailed Nicholas. Because of this delay, the old dog was now within 5 paces of the wolf. As if sensing her danger, the wolf turned her eyes on Carey, tucked her tail even further between her legs, and sped up. But at that moment, Nicholas saw something happen to Carey. The borzoi was suddenly on the wolf, and they rolled together down into a gully just in front of them. That instant, when Nicholas saw the wolf struggling in the gully with the dogs, with her gray fur and hind leg visible from under them, and her frightened, choking head with her ears laid back, was the happiest moment of his life. Karai had her by the throat. With his hand on his saddle bow, Nicholas was ready to dismount and stab the wolf. But then she suddenly thrust her head up from the mass of dogs, and her forepaws were on the edge of the gully. She clicked her teeth. Karai no longer had her by the throat, and with a push of her hind legs she leaped out of the gully. She freed herself from the dogs, tucked her tail in again, and ran forward. Karai, his hair bristling and probably bruised, climbed with difficulty out of the gully. "Oh my God, why?" Nicholas cried in despair. Uncle's huntsman was galloping from the other side, cutting across the wolf's path, and his borzois once more stopped the animal. She was trapped again. Nicholas and his attendant, along with Uncle and his huntsman, were all riding around the wolf, crying, "Ulyulyu!" They were shouting and getting ready to dismount each time the wolf crouched, then starting forward again every time she shook herself and moved toward the safety of the wood. At the beginning of this chase, Daniel had heard the shouting and rushed out from the wood. He saw Carey seize the wolf and had checked his horse, thinking the hunt was over. But when he saw that the horseman didn't dismount and the wolf ran for safety, Daniel spurred his chestnut horse, not at the wolf, but straight toward the wood, just as Carrie had done, to cut her off. Because of this, he galloped up to the wolf just as she was stopped for a second time by Uncle's borzoi. Daniel rode up silently, holding a naked dagger in his left hand, and thrashing the sides of his laboring horse with his whip as if it were a flail. Nicholas didn't see or hear Daniel until the chestnut horse panted past him. He heard the fall of a body and saw Daniel lying on the wolf's back among the dogs, trying to grab her by the ears. It was clear to the dogs, the hunters, and the wolf herself that it was all over. The terrified wolf pressed her ears back and tried to rise, but the borzois held her fast. Daniel rose a little, took a step, and with his whole weight, as if lying down to rest, fell on the wolf, seizing her by the ears. Nicholas was about to stab her, but Daniel whispered, "Don't! We'll gag her!" He shifted his position and set his foot on the wolf's neck. A stick was thrust between her jaws, and she was tied with a leash like a bridle. Her legs were bound together, and Daniel rolled her over once or twice. With happy, exhausted faces, they laid the old wolf, still alive, on a shying and snorting horse. Accompanied by the dogs yelping at her, they took her to the meeting place. The hounds had killed 2 of the cubs, and the borzoi had killed 3. The huntsmen gathered with their prizes and their stories, and everyone came to look at the wolf. With her broad head hanging down and the bitten stick between her jaws, she gazed with great, glassy eyes at the crowd of dogs and men surrounding her. When she was touched, she jerked her bound legs and looked at everyone with a wild yet simple expression. Old Count Rostov also rode up and touched the wolf. "Oh, what a formidable one," he said. "A formidable one, eh?" he asked Daniel, who was standing nearby. "Yes, Your Excellency," answered Daniel, quickly taking off his cap. The Count remembered the wolf he had let slip and his run-in with Daniel. "Ah, but you are a crusty fellow, friend," said the Count. For a reply, Daniel gave him a shy, childlike, and gentle smile. Next in Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The Fox Hunt and the Huntsman's Quarrel. The old Count went home, and Natasha and Petya promised to return soon. But since it was still early, the hunt continued. At midday, they sent the hounds into a ravine thick with young trees. Nicholas, standing in a fallow field, could see all his men. In front of him was a field of winter rye, where his own huntsman stood alone in a hollow behind a hazel bush. The hounds had barely been loosed when Nicholas heard one he knew, Voltorn, giving tongue. Other hounds joined in, sometimes pausing, then crying out again. A moment later, he heard a shout from the ravine that a fox had been found. The whole pack, now together, rushed along the ravine toward the rye field and away from Nicholas. He saw the whippers-in their red caps galloping along the edge of the ravine. He even saw the hounds and expected a fox to appear at any moment on the field opposite. The huntsman in the hollow moved and loosed his borzois, and Nicholas saw a strange, short-legged red fox with a beautiful tail running hard across the field. The borzois closed in on it. They drew closer, and the fox began to dodge in sharper and sharper curves, trailing its tail. Suddenly, a strange white borzoi dashed in, followed by a black one, and everything became chaotic. The borzois formed a star-shaped group around the fox. 2 huntsmen galloped up to the dogs, one in a red cap, the other a stranger in a green coat. "What's this?" thought Nicholas. "Where's that huntsman from? He is not Uncle's man." The huntsmen got the fox, but they stayed there for a long time without strapping it to the saddle. Their horses stood nearby, and the dogs were lying down. The huntsmen were waving their arms and doing something to the fox. Then, from that spot, came the sound of a horn, the signal for a fight. "That's Ilagin's huntsman having a row with our Ivan," said Nicholas's groom. Nicholas sent the man to call Natasha and Petya, and he rode slowly to where the whippers-in were gathering the hounds. Several other riders also galloped toward the fight. Nicholas dismounted and, with Natasha and Petya, who had ridden up, stopped near the hounds, waiting to see what would happen. Out of the bushes came the huntsman who had been fighting. He rode toward his young master, with the fox tied to his horse. He was still some distance away when he took off his cap and tried to speak respectfully, but he was pale, breathless, and his face was angry. One of his eyes was black. but he probably didn't even notice. "What has happened?" asked Nicholas. "A likely thing, killing a fox our dogs had hunted, and it was my gray bitch that caught it. Go to law indeed. He snatches at the fox. I gave him one with the fox. Here it is on my saddle. Do you want a taste of this?" said the huntsman, pointing to his dagger, probably imagining he was still talking to his enemy. Nicholas didn't stop to talk to the man. He asked his sister and Petya to wait for him and rode to the spot where the other hunting party, Iligin's party, was. The victorious huntsman rode off to join the others, and there, surrounded by curious sympathizers, he recounted his adventure. The situation was this. Iligin, with whom the Rostovs had a quarrel and a lawsuit, was hunting on land that traditionally belonged to the Rostovs. And now, as if on purpose, he had sent his men into the very woods the Rostovs were hunting and let his man snatch a fox their dogs had chased. Nicholas had never met Iligin, but with his usual tendency to judge harshly, he hated him intensely based on reports of his arrogance and violence. He considered him his bitterest enemy. He rode toward him now, full of angry agitation, firmly grasping his whip and ready to take the most drastic steps to punish his foe. He had just passed a corner of the wood when a stout gentleman in a beaver cap came riding toward him on a handsome black horse, accompanied by 2 hunt servants. Instead of an enemy, Nicholas found in Iligin a dignified and courteous gentleman who was particularly eager to make the young count's acquaintance. Riding up to Nicholas, Iligin raised his beaver cap and said he deeply regretted what had happened. He promised to punish the man who had seized a fox hunted by someone else's dogs. He hoped to get to know the count better and invited him to hunt in his woods. Natasha, afraid that her brother would do something terrible, had followed him in a state of excitement. Seeing the enemies exchanging friendly greetings, she rode up to them. Ilagin lifted his beaver cap even higher to Natasha and said with a pleasant smile that the young countess resembled the goddess Diana in her passion for the hunt, as well as in her beauty, of which he had heard much. To make up for his huntsman's offense, Iligin urged the Rostovs to come to a piece of his land about a mile away, which he usually kept for himself. He said it was swarming with hares. Nicholas agreed, and the hunt, now doubled in size, moved on. The way to Iligin's land was across the fields. The hunt servants fell into line, and the masters rode together. Uncle Rostov and Iligin kept stealthily glancing at one another's dogs, trying not to be noticed, and anxiously looking for rivals to their own borzois. Rostov was particularly struck by the beauty of a small, purebred, red-spotted bitch on Iligin's leash. She was slender, but with muscles like steel, a delicate muzzle, and prominent black eyes. He had heard about the speed of Iligin's borzois, and in that beautiful bitch he saw a rival to his own Milka. In the middle of a serious conversation started by Iligin about the year's harvest, Nicholas pointed to the red-spotted bitch. "A fine little bitch that," he said in a casual tone. "Is she swift?" "That one? Yes, she's a good dog, gets what she's after," answered Iligin indifferently. This was the red-spotted bitch Urza, for which he had traded 3 families of house serfs a year earlier. "So in your parts, too, the harvest is nothing to boast of, Count," he continued. And considering it polite to return the compliment, Ilagin looked at Nicholas's borzoi and picked out Milka, who caught his eye with her broad build. "That black-spotted one of yours is fine, well-shaped," he said. "Yes, she's fast enough," replied Nicholas, and thought, "If only a full-grown hare would cross the field now, I'd show you what kind of borzoi she is." Turning to his groom, he said he would give a ruble to anyone who found a hare. "I don't understand," continued Iligin, "how some sportsmen can be so jealous about game and dogs. For myself, I can tell you, Count, I enjoy riding in company such as this. What could be better?" he said, again raising his cap to Natasha. "But as for counting skins and what one takes, I don't care about that." "Of course not," said Nicholas. "Or being upset because someone else's borzoi and not mine catches something," Iligin went on. "All I care about is to enjoy seeing the chase. Is it not so, Count? For I consider that—" "Atu!" came the long drawn-out cry of one of the borzoi whippers-in who had stopped. He stood on a small hill in the stubble, holding his whip high, and repeated his long cry, "Atu!" This call and the raised whip meant he had seen a sitting hare. "Ah, he has found one, I think," said Illigan casually. "Yes, we must ride up. Shall we both course it?" answered Nicholas. He saw in Urza and Uncle's red Ruge two rivals he had never had a chance to test his own borzois against. "And suppose they outdo my Milka at once," he thought as he rode with Uncle and Iligen toward the hare. "A full-grown one?" asked Ilagin as he approached the whipper-in. Not without some agitation, he looked around and whistled to Urza. "And you, Michael Nikanorovich?" he said, addressing Uncle. Uncle was riding with a sullen expression on his face. "How can I join in? Why, you've given a village for each of your borzois. That's it, come on. Yours are worth thousands. Try yours against one another, you two, and I'll look on." "Rugay, hey, hey," he shouted. "Rugiushka," he added, the diminutive expressing his affection and the hopes he placed on this red borzoi. Natasha saw and felt the agitation the two older men and her brother were trying to hide, and she was excited by it too. The huntsman stood halfway up the hill, holding up his whip. The gentlefolk rode up to him at a walk. The hounds far off on the horizon turned away from the hare, and the whippers-in also moved away. Everyone moved slowly and calmly. "How is it pointing?" asked Nicholas, riding toward the whipper-in. But before the man could reply, the hare, sensing the coming frost, leaped up. The hounds on leash rushed downhill in full cry, and from all sides the unleashed borzois darted after them and the hare. All the riders, who had been moving slowly, shouted, "Stop!" to call in the hounds. Meanwhile, the borzoi whippers-in, with a cry of "Atu!" galloped across the field, setting the borzois on the hare. The calm Iligen, Nicholas, Natasha, and Uncle flew forward, reckless of how they went, seeing only the dogs and the hare, and fearing only to lose sight of the chase for an instant. The hare was a strong and swift one. When he jumped up, he didn't run at once, but pricked his ears, listening to the shouting and trampling from all sides. He took a dozen bounds, not very quickly, letting the dogs gain on him. Finally, having chosen his direction and realizing his danger, he laid back his ears and rushed off. He had been hiding in the stubble, but ahead of him was a field where the ground was soft. The two borzois of the huntsman who had spotted him were the first to pursue, but they hadn't gone far before Iligin's red-spotted Urza passed them. She got within a length of the hare, flew at it with terrible speed, and thinking she had caught it, rolled over like a ball. The hare arched his back and bounded off even faster. From behind Urza rushed the broad-haunched, black-spotted Milka, who began rapidly gaining on the hare. "Milashka, dear," came Nicholas's triumphant cry. It looked as if Milka would pounce on the hare immediately, but she overtook him and flew past. The hare had squatted down. Again the beautiful Urza reached him, but just as she was about to grab him, she paused as if measuring the distance, so as not to make a mistake this time. "Urza, darling!" Ilagin wailed in a voice unlike his own. Urza paid no attention. At the very moment she would have seized her prey, the hare moved and darted along the ridge between the winter rye and the stubble. Again, Urza and Milka were running side by side like a pair of carriage horses, but it was easier for the hare to run on the ridge, and the dogs couldn't overtake him so quickly. Rugayushka, that's it, come on!" came a third voice. Uncle's red borzoi, straining and curving its back, caught up with the first two dogs, pushed ahead of them, and put on a burst of speed close to the hare. He knocked it off the ridge into the rye field, then sped up even more viciously, sinking to his knees in the muddy field. All they could see was how he rolled over with the hare, his back covered in mud. A ring of borzoi surrounded him. A moment later, everyone had gathered around the dogs. Only the delighted uncle dismounted. He cut off a pad from the hare, shaking it so the blood would drip off, and anxiously glanced around, his arms and legs twitching. He spoke without knowing who he was talking to or what he was saying. "That's it! Come on! That's a dog! There, it has beaten them all, the 1,000-ruble ones and the 1-ruble ones. That's it! Come on!" he said, panting and looking angrily around as if he were scolding someone, as if they were all his enemies who had insulted him, and only now had he finally proven himself right. "There are your 1,000-ruble ones. That's it. Come on." "Rugay, here's a pad for you," he said, throwing down the hare's muddy pad. "You've deserved it. That's it. Come on." She'd tired herself out. She'd run it down 3 times by herself, said Nicholas, not listening to anyone. But what is there in running across it like that? Said Ilagin's groom. Once she had missed it, any mongrel could take it, Ilagin was saying at the same time, breathless from his gallop and excitement. Just then, Natasha, without drawing breath, screamed joyously, ecstatically, and so piercingly that it made everyone's ears tingle. With that shriek, she expressed what the others were all trying to say at once. It was so strange that she must have been ashamed of such a wild cry, and everyone else would have been amazed by it at any other time. Uncle himself twisted up the hair and threw it neatly across his horse's back, as if with that gesture he was rebuking everyone. With an air of not wanting to speak to anyone, he mounted his horse and rode off. The others followed, dispirited and shamefaced, and it was a long time before they could regain their usual indifference. For a while, they continued to look at Red Ruge, who, with his arched back spattered with mud, walked just behind Uncle's horse with the serene air of a conqueror. His appearance seemed to say, "Well, I am like any other dog until it's a question of coursing, but when it is, then look out." Much later, when Uncle rode up to Nicholas and began talking to him, Nicholas felt flattered that after what had happened, Uncle would deign to speak to him. We continue now with Chapter 7. Chapter 7, An Evening at Uncle's. Toward evening, Ilagin took his leave of Nicholas. Nicholas realized they were so far from home that he accepted Uncle's offer for the hunting party to spend the night in his small village of Mikhailovna. "And if you put up at my house, that will be even better." "That's it, come on," said Uncle. "You see, it's damp weather, and you could rest, and the little countess could be driven home in a trap." Uncle's offer was accepted. A huntsman was sent to Otradnoy for a trap, while Nicholas rode with Natasha and Petya to Uncle's house. About 5 male house serfs, big and small, rushed out to the front porch to meet their master. A score of women serfs, old and young, along with children, popped out from the back entrance to see the arriving hunters. Natasha's presence, a woman, a lady on horseback, aroused the serfs' curiosity so much that many of them came right up to her, stared at her face, and made comments about her as if she were a marvel on display, not a person who could hear and understand them. "Arinka, look, she sits sideways. See how her skirt dangles, and she's got a little hunting horn," one said. "Goodness gracious, see her knife," said another. "Isn't she a Tartar?" commented a third. "How is it you didn't go head over heels?" asked the boldest of all, addressing Natasha directly. Uncle dismounted at the porch of his little wooden house, which stood in the middle of an overgrown garden. After a glance at his servants, he shouted for the extra people to leave and for all necessary preparations to be made for the guests. The serfs all scattered. Uncle lifted Natasha off her horse and, taking her hand, led her up the rickety wooden steps of the porch. The house, with its bare, unplastered log walls, was not very clean. It didn't seem like the people living in it cared much for spotlessness, but it wasn't noticeably neglected either. The entryway smelled of fresh apples, and wolf and fox skins hung on the walls. Uncle led his visitors through an anteroom into a small hall with a folding table and red chairs, then into a drawing room with a round birchwood table and a sofa. Finally, he took them into his private room, which had a tattered sofa, a worn carpet, and portraits of the famous General Suvorov, of the host's father and mother, and of himself in military uniform. The study smelled strongly of tobacco and dogs. Uncle asked his visitors to sit down and make themselves at home, and then he left the room. Ruge, his back still muddy, came in and lay down on the sofa, cleaning himself with his tongue and teeth. Leading from the study was a passage where you could see a partition with ragged curtains. From behind it came the sound of women's laughter and whispers. Natasha, Nicholas, and Petya took off their wraps and sat down on the sofa. Petya leaned on his elbow and fell asleep at once. Natasha and Nicholas were silent. Their faces were glowing, they were hungry and very cheerful. They looked at each other, and now that the hunt was over, Nicholas no longer felt the need to act superior to his sister. Natasha winked at him, and they both burst into a peal of ringing laughter without any real reason. After a little while, Uncle came back in, wearing a Cossack coat, blue trousers, and small top boots. Natasha felt that this outfit, which she had found surprising and amusing at Otradnoy, was actually just right and no worse than a formal coat. Uncle was also in high spirits and wasn't at all offended by the siblings' laughter. In fact, he joined in. "That's right, young countess. That's it. Come on. I never saw anyone like her," he said, offering Nicholas a long-stemmed pipe and taking down a shorter one for himself. "She's ridden all day like a man and is as fresh as ever." Soon after, the door opened, seemingly by a barefooted girl, and a stout, rosy, good-looking woman of about 40 entered, carrying a large, loaded tray. She had a double chin and full red lips. With a look of hospitable dignity and warmth, she smiled at the visitors and bowed respectfully. Despite her considerable stoutness, which made her chest and stomach protrude, this woman, who was Uncle's housekeeper, walked very lightly. She went to the table, set down the tray, and with her plump white hands deftly arranged bottles, various appetizers, and dishes. When she finished, she stepped aside and stood by the door with a smile on her face. "Here I am she. Now do you understand, Uncle?" Her expression seemed to say to Rostov. How could one not understand? Not only Nicholas, but even Natasha understood the meaning of Uncle's puckered brow and the happy, complacent smile that appeared on his lips when Anisha Fedorovna entered. On the tray was a bottle of herb wine, different kinds of vodka, pickled mushrooms, rye cakes made with buttermilk, honey in the comb, mead, apples, nuts, and sweets made of nuts and honey. Afterwards, she brought a freshly roasted chicken, ham, and preserves made with honey and sugar. All this was the result of Anisya Fedorovna's housekeeping, gathered and prepared by her. Everything smelled and tasted of Anisya Fedorovna herself, a flavor of juiciness, cleanliness, and pleasant smiles. "Take this, little lady countess," she kept saying, offering Natasha one thing after another. Natasha ate everything and thought she had never tasted such wonderful buttermilk cakes, such aromatic jam, such delicious honey and nut sweets, or such a perfect chicken anywhere. Then Anisha Fedorovna left the room. After supper, over cherry brandy, Rostov and Uncle talked of past and future hunts, of Ruge and Iligin's dogs. Natasha sat upright on the sofa and listened with sparkling eyes. She tried several times to wake Petya so he could eat something, but he just muttered incoherently without waking up. Natasha felt so light-hearted and happy in these new surroundings that her only fear was that the trap would come for her too soon. After a short pause, Uncle said, answering a thought that was in his visitors' minds, "This, you see, is how I am finishing my days. Death will come. That's it. Come on. Nothing will remain. Then why harm anyone?" Uncle's face was very expressive and even handsome as he said this. Nicholas couldn't help but remember all the good things he had heard about him from his father and the neighbors. Throughout the province, Uncle had a reputation for being the most honorable and selfless of eccentrics. People called on him to settle family disputes, chose him as an executor, and confided secrets to him. But he always refused public appointments, preferring to spend his autumn and spring in the fields on his horse, sitting at home in winter, and lying in his overgrown garden in summer. "Why don't you enter the service, Uncle?" asked Nicholas. "I did once, but I gave it up. I am not fit for it. That's it, come on. I can't make head or tail of it. That's for you. I haven't brains enough. Now hunting is another matter. That's it, come on. Open the door there," he shouted. "Why have you shut it?" The door at the end of the passage led to the huntsman's room. There was a rapid patter of bare feet, and an unseen hand opened the door, from which came the clear sounds of a balalaika, a Russian stringed instrument. Someone who was clearly a master was playing it. Natasha had been listening to the music for some time, and now went into the passage to hear better. "That's Mitka, my coachman. I got him a good balalaika. I'm fond of it," said Uncle. It was a custom for Mitka to play whenever Uncle returned from the hunt. "How good, really very good," said Nicholas, with a slight, unintentional air of superiority, as if ashamed to admit that he liked the sounds so much. "Very good?" said Natasha reproachfully, noticing her brother's tone. "Not very good, it's simply delicious." Just as Uncle's pickled mushrooms, honey, and cherry brandy had seemed to her the best in the world, so this song, at this moment, seemed to be the peak of musical delight. More, please more, cried Natasha at the door as soon as the balalaika stopped. Mitka tuned up again and recommenced playing a popular tune with trills and variations. Uncle sat listening, smiling slightly with his head on one side. The tune was repeated 100 times. The instrument was retuned several times, but the listeners never grew tired of it and wanted to hear it again and again. Anisya Fedorovna came in and leaned her large frame against the doorpost. "You like listening?" she said to Natasha, with a smile very much like Uncle's. "That's a good player of ours," she added. "He doesn't play that part right," said Uncle suddenly with an energetic gesture. "Here he ought to burst out. That's it, come on. Ought to burst out." "Do you play then?" asked Natasha. Uncle didn't answer, but smiled. "Anisha, go and see if the strings of my guitar are all right. I haven't touched it for a long time. That's it, come on. I've given it up." Anisya Fedorovna willingly went to fetch the guitar. Without looking at anyone, Uncle blew the dust off it, tapped the case with his bony fingers, tuned it, and settled himself in his armchair. He held the guitar with a somewhat theatrical gesture and with a wink at Anisya Fedorovna struck a single pure chord. Then, quietly and smoothly, he began to play a well-known song. The tune, played with precision, began to thrill in the hearts of Nicholas and Natasha, arousing in them the same kind of simple joy that radiated from Anisya Fedorovna. She flushed and, covering her face with her kerchief, went laughing out of the room. Uncle continued to play correctly and carefully, looking with an inspired expression at the spot where Anisya Fedorovna had just stood. Something seemed to be laughing a little on one side of his face under his gray mustaches, especially as the song grew faster. "Lovely, lovely, go on, Uncle, go on," shouted Natasha as soon as he finished. She jumped up and hugged and kissed him. "Nicholas, Nicholas," she said, turning to her brother as if asking him, "What is it that moves me so?" Nicholas was also greatly pleased by Uncle's playing, and Uncle played the piece over again. Anisya Fedorovna's smiling face reappeared in the doorway, and behind hers, other faces appeared too. "Go on, Uncle dear," Natasha wailed in an imploring tone, as if her life depended on it. Uncle rose, and it was as if there were two men in him, one who smiled seriously at the merry fellow, while the merry fellow struck a naive and precise pose for a folk dance. "Now then, niece," he exclaimed, waving to Natasha the hand that had just struck a chord. Natasha threw off her shawl, ran forward to face Uncle, and putting her arms on her hips, also made a motion with her shoulders and struck a pose. Where, how, and when had this young countess, educated by a French governess, absorbed that Russian spirit and manner? One would have thought that French dances would have erased it long ago. But the spirit and the movements were those inimitable, unteachable Russian ones that Uncle had expected of her. As soon as she struck her pose and smiled triumphantly, proudly, and with sly merriment, the fear that had at first seized Nicholas and the others that she might not do it right vanished, and they were already admiring her. She did the dance so perfectly that Anisya Fedorovna, who had immediately handed her the handkerchief she needed, had tears in her eyes, though she laughed as she watched this slim, graceful countess, raised in silks and velvets, who was yet able to understand all that was in Anisya and in every Russian man and woman. "Well, little countess, that's it, come on," cried Uncle with a joyous laugh, having finished the dance. "Well done, niece. Now a fine young fellow must be found as husband for you. That's it, come on." "He's chosen already," said Nicholas, smiling. "Oh," said Uncle in surprise, looking inquiringly at Natasha, who nodded her head with a happy smile. "And such a one," she said. But as soon as she said it, a new train of thoughts arose in her. What did Nicholas's smile mean when he said, "chosen already"? Is he glad of it or not? It's as if he thinks my Bolkonsky would not approve of our fun, but he would understand it all. Where is he now? She thought, and her face suddenly became serious. But this lasted only a second. "Don't dare to think about it," she said to herself, and sat down again smilingly beside Uncle, begging him to play something more. Uncle played another song and a waltz. Then, after a pause, he cleared his throat and sang his favorite hunting song, "As 'twas growing dark last night, fell the snow so soft and light." Uncle sang as peasants sing, with the full and naive conviction that the whole meaning of a song is in the words, and that the tune comes by itself. As a result, the simple tune was extraordinarily good, like the song of a bird. Natasha was in ecstasies over Uncle's singing. She decided to give up learning the harp and to play only the guitar. She asked Uncle for his guitar and at once found the chords of the song. After 9 o'clock, 2 traps and 3 mounted men arrived to fetch Natasha and Petya. The Count and Countess hadn't known where they were and had been very anxious. Petya was carried out like a log and laid in the larger of the 2 traps. Natasha and Nicholas got into the other. Uncle wrapped Natasha up warmly and took leave of her with a new tenderness. He walked with them as far as the bridge, which they couldn't cross, so they had to go around by the ford. He sent huntsmen ahead with lanterns. "Goodbye, dear niece," his voice called out of the darkness. Not the voice Natasha had known before, but the one that had sung that beautiful song. In the village they passed through, there were red lights and a cheerful smell of smoke. "What a darling Uncle is," said Natasha when they were back on the main road. "Yes," returned Nicholas, "you're not cold." "No, I'm quite all right. I feel so comfortable," answered Natasha, almost puzzled by her own feelings. They remained silent for a long time. The night was dark and damp. They couldn't see the horses, but only heard them splashing through the unseen mud. What was passing through that receptive, childlike soul that so eagerly absorbed all the different impressions of life? How did they all find a place in her? But she was very happy. As they neared home, she suddenly started humming the tune of the song Uncle had sung, a tune she had been trying to recall all the way and had at last caught. "Got it," said Nicholas. "What were you thinking about just now, Nicholas?" inquired Natasha. They often asked each other that question. "I," said Nicholas, trying to remember. "Well, you see, first I thought that Ruge, the red hound, was like Uncle, and that if he were a man he would always keep Uncle near him. What a good fellow Uncle is, don't you think so? Well, and you?" "I? Wait a bit, wait. Yes, first I thought that we are driving along and imagining that we are going home, but that heaven knows where we are really going in the darkness, and that we shall arrive and suddenly find that we are not in Otradnoy, but in fairyland. And then I thought, no, nothing else." "I know, I expect you thought of him," said Nicholas, and Natasha could tell he was smiling by the sound of his voice. "No," said Natasha, though she had in reality been thinking about Prince Andrew and how he would have liked Uncle. "And then I was saying to myself all the way, how well Anisha carried herself, how well." And Nicholas heard her spontaneous, happy, ringing laughter. "And do you know," she suddenly said, "I know that I shall never again be as happy and tranquil as I am now." "Rubbish, nonsense, humbug," exclaimed Nicholas, and he thought, "How charming this Natasha of mine is. I have no other friend like her and never shall have. Why should she marry? We might always drive about together." "What a darling this Nicholas of mine is," thought Natasha. "Ah, there are still lights in the drawing room," she said, pointing to the windows of the house that gleamed invitingly in the moist, velvety darkness of the night. Let us now turn to Chapter 8. Chapter 8. His mother urges Nicholas to marry Julie Karagina. Count Ilya Rostov had resigned from his position as Marshal of the Nobility because it was too expensive, but his financial affairs still did not improve. Natasha and Nicholas often noticed their parents talking together anxiously and privately, and they heard talk of selling their ancestral Rostov house and the estate near Moscow. They didn't need to entertain as lavishly as they had when the Count was Marshal, and life at Otradnoy was quieter than before. But the enormous house and its lodges were still full of people, with more than 20 sitting down to dinner every day. These were all their own people who had settled in almost as members of the family, or people who simply had to live in the Count's house. There was Dimmler the musician and his wife, Vogel the dancing master and his family, an old maiden lady named Belova, and many others, like Petya's tutors and the girl's former governess. They all found it more convenient to live in the Count's house than at home. They didn't have as many visitors as before, but the old habits of life, without which the Count and Countess couldn't imagine existing, remained the same. There was still the hunting establishment, which Nicholas had even expanded, the same 50 horses and 15 grooms in the stables, the same expensive presents and dinner parties for the whole district on name days. And there were still the Count's card games of whist and Boston. He would spread out his cards for everyone to see and let his neighbors win hundreds of rubles from him every day. For them, a game of cards with Count Rostov was a very profitable source of income. The Count moved through his affairs as if he were caught in a huge net. He tried not to believe he was entangled, but with every step, he became more and more so. He felt too weak to break the net or to patiently and carefully untangle it. The Countess, with her loving heart, felt that her children were being ruined. She knew it wasn't the Count's fault. He couldn't help being who he was. She also knew that he suffered from the knowledge of his own and his children's ruin, even though he tried to hide it, so she tried to find a way to fix the situation. From her feminine point of view, she saw only one solution. Nicholas had to marry a rich heiress. She felt this was their last hope. If Nicholas refused the match she had found for him, she would have to give up all hope of ever setting things right. This match was with Julie Karagina, the daughter of excellent and virtuous parents. The Rostovs had known her since childhood, and she had recently become a wealthy heiress after the death of her last brother. The Countess had written directly to Julie's mother in Moscow, suggesting a marriage between their children, and had received a favorable answer. Mrs. Karagina had replied that she was agreeable, and that everything now depended on her daughter's feelings. She invited Nicholas to come to Moscow. Several times the Countess, with tears in her eyes, told her son that now that both her daughters were settled, her only wish was to see him married. She said she could rest peacefully in her grave if that were accomplished. Then she would tell him about the splendid girl she knew and try to find out what he thought about marriage. At other times, she would praise Julie to him and advise him to go to Moscow during the holidays to amuse himself. Nicholas guessed what his mother was getting at, and during one of these conversations, he got her to speak frankly. She told him that their only hope of fixing their affairs now lay in his marrying Julie Karagina. "But, Mama, suppose I loved a girl who has no fortune," he asked his mother. "Would you expect me to sacrifice my feelings and my honor for the sake of money?" He didn't realize how cruel his question was. He only wanted to show his noble intentions. "No, you have not understood me," said his mother, not knowing how to defend herself. "You have not understood me, Nikolenka. It is your happiness I wish for," she added, feeling that she was lying and getting tangled up. She began to cry. "Mama, don't cry. Only tell me that you wish it, and you know I will give my life, anything, to put you at ease," said Nicholas. "I would sacrifice anything for you, even my feelings." But the Countess didn't want the question framed like that. She didn't want a sacrifice from her son. She wanted to make a sacrifice for him. "No, you have not understood me. Don't let us talk about it," she replied, wiping away her tears. "Maybe I do love a poor girl," Nicholas said to himself. "Am I to sacrifice my feelings and my honor for money? I wonder how Mama could speak so to me. Because Sonia is poor, I must not love her," he thought. "I must not respond to her faithful, devoted love. Yet I would certainly be happier with her than with some doll like Julie. I can always sacrifice my feelings for my family's welfare," he said to himself, "but I can't force my feelings. If I love Sonia, that feeling is for me stronger and higher than all else." Nicholas did not go to Moscow, and the Countess did not bring up the subject of marriage with him again. She saw with sorrow, and sometimes with anger, the signs of a growing attachment between her son and the portionless Sonia. Though she blamed herself for it, she couldn't stop grumbling at and worrying Sonia. She would often scold her for no reason, addressing her stiffly as "my dear," and using the formal "you" instead of the familiar "thou." The kind-hearted Countess was all the more annoyed with Sonia because the poor, dark-eyed girl was so meek, so kind, so devotedly grateful, and so faithfully in love with Nicholas that there was no reason to find fault with her. Nicholas was spending the last of his leave at home. A fourth letter had arrived from Prince Andrew from Rome. He wrote that he would have been on his way back to Russia long ago, but his wound had unexpectedly reopened in the warm climate, forcing him to delay his return until the new year. Natasha was still just as much in love with her fiancé and found the same comfort in that love. She was still as ready to enjoy all of life's pleasures as before. But at the end of the 4th month of their separation, she began to have fits of depression that she couldn't control. She felt sorry for herself, sorry that she was being wasted, of no use to anyone, while she felt so capable of loving and being loved. Things were not cheerful in the Rostovs' home. Now in Chapter 9, Christmas at Otradne. Christmas came, and except for the formal Mass, the solemn and tiresome Christmas congratulations from neighbors and servants, and the new dresses everyone put on, there were no special festivities. This was despite the calm, freezing weather, the dazzling sunshine by day, and the starlit winter nights, which all seemed to call for a special celebration. On the 3rd day of Christmas week, after the midday dinner, everyone in the house went to different rooms. It was the dullest time of day. Nicholas, who had been visiting neighbors that morning, was asleep on the sitting room sofa. The old count was resting in his study. Sonia sat in the drawing room at the round table, copying a design for embroidery. The countess was playing patience. Nastasia Ivanovna, the buffoon, sat with a sad face at the window with 2 old ladies. Natasha came into the room, went up to Sonia, glanced at what she was doing, and then went to her mother and stood there without speaking. "Why are you wandering about like an outcast?" asked her mother. "What do you want?" "Him, I want him, now, this minute, I want him," said Natasha, her eyes glittering, with no sign of a smile. The countess lifted her head and looked attentively at her daughter. "Don't look at me, Mama, don't look, I shall cry directly." "Sit down with me a little," said the countess. "Mama, I want him. Why should I be wasted like this, Mama?" Her voice broke, tears gushed from her eyes, and she turned quickly to hide them and left the room. She went into the sitting room, stood there thinking for a moment, and then went into the maid's room. There, an old maidservant was scolding a young girl who stood panting, having just run in from the cold. "Stop playing, there's a time for everything," said the old woman. "Let her alone, Kondratevna," said Natasha. "Go, Mavrushka, go." Having freed Mavrushka, Natasha crossed the dancing hall and went to the vestibule. There, an old footman and 2 young ones were playing cards. They stopped and rose as she entered. "What can I do with them?" thought Natasha. "Oh, Nikita, please go. Where can I send him? Yes, go to the yard and fetch a fowl, please, a cock, and you, Misha, bring me some oats." "Just a few oats," said Misha, cheerfully and readily. Go quickly," the old man urged him. "And you, Theodore, get me a piece of chalk." On her way past the butler's pantry, she told them to prepare a samovar, even though it was not at all the time for tea. Foka, the butler, was the most ill-tempered person in the house. Natasha liked to test her power over him. He didn't believe her order and asked if the samovar was really wanted. "Oh dear, what a young lady," said Foka, pretending to frown at Natasha. No one in the house sent people on errands or gave them as much trouble as Natasha did. She couldn't see people just standing around. She had to send them to do something. It was as if she were testing whether any of them would get angry with her, but the serfs obeyed her orders more readily than anyone else's. "What can I do? Where can I go?" she thought, as she walked slowly down the passage. "Nastasia Ivanovna, what sort of children shall I have?" she asked the buffoon who was coming toward her. "Why, fleas, crickets, grasshoppers," answered the buffoon. Oh Lord, it's always the same. Oh, where am I to go? What am I to do with myself?" And tapping her heels, she ran quickly upstairs to see the Vogels, who lived on the upper floor. 2 governesses were sitting with the Vogels at a table with plates of raisins, walnuts, and almonds. They were discussing whether it was cheaper to live in Moscow or Odessa. Natasha sat down, listened to their talk with a serious air, and then got up again. "The island of Madagascar," she said. "Madagascar," she repeated, articulating each syllable distinctly. Not replying to Madame Schoss, who asked her what she was saying, she left the room. Her brother Petya was also upstairs preparing fireworks to let off that night. "Petya, Petya," she called to him. "Carry me downstairs." Petya ran up and offered her his back. She jumped on it, putting her arms around his neck, and he pranced along with her. "No, don't, the island of Madagascar," she said, and jumping off his back, she went downstairs. Having, in a way, reviewed her kingdom and tested her power, making sure that everyone was submissive but that it was all still dull, Natasha went to the ballroom. She picked up her guitar, sat down in a dark corner behind a bookcase, and began to run her fingers over the strings, picking out a tune she remembered from an opera she had seen in Petersburg with Prince Andrew. What she played would have had no meaning for other listeners, but in her imagination, a whole series of memories arose from those sounds. She sat behind the bookcase, her eyes fixed on a streak of light coming from the pantry door, listening to herself and pondering. She was in a mood for thinking about the past. Sonia passed by on her way to the pantry with a glass in her hand. Natasha glanced at her and at the crack in the pantry door, and it seemed to her that she remembered the light falling through that crack once before, and Sonia passing with a glass in her hand. Yes, it was exactly the same, thought Natasha. "Sonia, what is this?" she cried, twanging a thick string. "Oh, you are there," said Sonia with a start. She came closer and listened. "I don't know. A storm?" she guessed timidly, afraid of being wrong. "There!" That's just how she started and just how she came up smiling timidly when all this happened before, thought Natasha. And in just the same way, I thought there was something lacking in her. "No, it's the chorus from the water carrier. Listen!" And Natasha sang the melody so that Sonia could catch it. "Where were you going?" she asked. "To change the water in this glass. I am just finishing the design." "You always find something to do, but I can't," said Natasha. "And where's Nicholas?" "Asleep, I think." "Sonia, go and wake him," said Natasha. "Tell him I want him to come and sing." She sat for a while, wondering what it meant that all this had happened before. Without solving the problem, she again drifted back in her thoughts to the time when she was with him, and he was looking at her with a lover's eyes. "Oh, if only he would come quicker. I am so afraid it will never be, and worst of all, I am growing old. That's the thing. There won't be in me what there is now, but perhaps he'll come today, will come immediately. Perhaps he has come and is sitting in the drawing room. Perhaps he came yesterday and I have forgotten it." She rose, put down the guitar, and went to the drawing room. All the family, tutors, governesses, and guests were already at the tea table. The servants stood around, but Prince Andrew was not there, and life was going on as before. "Ah, here she is," said the old count when he saw Natasha enter. "Well, sit down by me." But Natasha stayed by her mother and glanced around as if looking for something. "Mama," she muttered, "give him to me, give him, Mama, quickly, quickly." And she again had to struggle to hold back her sobs. She sat down at the table and listened to the conversation between the older people and Nicholas, who had also come to the table. My God, the same faces, the same talk, Papa holding his cup and blowing in the same way, thought Natasha, feeling a sense of repulsion for the whole household rising up in her, because they were always the same. After tea, Nicholas, Sonia, and Natasha went to the sitting room, to their favorite corner where their most intimate talks always began. Now we'll hear Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Recollections and a Troika Drive. "Does it ever happen to you," said Natasha to her brother, when they were settled in the sitting room, "does it ever happen to you to feel as if there were nothing more to come, nothing, that everything good is past, and to feel not exactly dull, but sad?" "I should think so," he replied. "I have felt like that when everything was all right and everyone was cheerful. The thought has come into my mind that I was already tired of it all, and that we must all die. Once in the regiment, I had not gone to some merrymaking where there was music, and suddenly I felt so depressed." "Oh yes, I know," Natasha interrupted him. "When I was quite little, that used to be so with me. Do you remember when I was punished once about some plums? You were all dancing, and I sat sobbing in the schoolroom? I shall never forget it. I felt sad and sorry for everyone, for myself, and for everyone. And I was innocent. That was the chief thing, said Natasha. Do you remember? I remember, answered Nicholas. I remember that I came to you afterwards and wanted to comfort you, but I felt ashamed to. We were terribly absurd. I had a funny doll then and wanted to give it to you. Do you remember? And do you remember, Natasha asked with a pensive smile, how once, long, long ago, when we were quite little, Uncle called us into the study. That was in the old house, and it was dark. We went in, and suddenly there stood a Negro, chimed in Nicholas with a smile of delight. Of course I remember. Even now I don't know whether there really was a Negro, or if we only dreamed it or were told about him. He was gray, you remember, and had white teeth, and stood and looked at us, said Natasha. Sonia, do you remember? Asked Nicholas. Yes, I do remember something too, Sonia answered timidly. You know I have asked Papa and Mama about that Negro, said Natasha, and they say there was no Negro at all. But you see, you remember. Of course I do. I remember his teeth as if I had just seen them, said Nicholas. How strange it is. It's as if it were a dream. I like that. And do you remember how we rolled hard-boiled eggs in the ballroom, and suddenly 2 old women began spinning round on the carpet? Was that real or not? Do you remember what fun it was? Yes, and you remember how Papa in his blue overcoat fired a gun in the porch? So they went through their memories, smiling with pleasure. These were not the sad memories of old age, but poetic, youthful ones, those impressions from the most distant past where dreams and reality blend, and they laughed with quiet enjoyment. Sonia, as always, didn't quite keep up with them, even though they shared the same memories. Much of what they remembered had slipped from her mind, and what she did recall didn't evoke the same poetic feeling. She simply enjoyed their pleasure and tried to fit in. She only truly took part when they recalled her first arrival. She told them how afraid she had been of Nicholas because he was wearing a corded jacket, and her nurse had told her that she, too, would be sewn up with cords. And I remember them telling me that you had been born under a cabbage, said Natasha. And I remember that I dared not disbelieve it then, but knew that it was not true, and I felt so uncomfortable. While they were talking, a maid put her head in at the other door. They have brought the cock, miss, she said in a whisper. It isn't wanted, Petya. Tell them to take it away, replied Natasha. In the middle of their talk, Dimmler came in and went up to the harp in the corner. He took off its cloth covering, and the harp gave out a jarring sound. Mr. Dimmler, please play my favorite nocturne by Field, came the old countess's voice from the drawing room. Dimmler struck a chord and, turning to Natasha, Nicholas, and Sonia, remarked, How quiet you young people are. Yes, we're philosophizing, said Natasha, glancing round for a moment before continuing their conversation. They were now discussing dreams. Dimmler began to play. Natasha tiptoed noiselessly to the table, took a candle, carried it out, and returned, seating herself quietly in her former place. It was dark in the room, especially where they were sitting on the sofa, but through the big windows, the silvery light of the full moon fell on the floor. Dimmler finished the piece, but still sat softly, running his fingers over the strings, clearly unsure whether to stop or play something else. Do you know, said Natasha in a whisper, moving closer to Nicholas and Sonia, that when one goes on and on recalling memories, one at last begins to remember what happened before one was in the world. That is metempsychosis, said Sonia, who had always studied well and remembered everything. The Egyptians believe that our souls have lived in animals and will go back into animals again. No, I don't believe we ever were in animals, said Natasha, still in a whisper, though the music had stopped. But I am certain that we were angels somewhere there and have been here, and that is why we remember. May I join you? Said Dimmler, who had come up quietly and sat down by them. If we have been angels, why have we fallen lower? Said Nicholas. No, that can't be. Not lower. Who said we were lower? How do I know what I was before? Natasha replied with conviction. The soul is immortal. Well then, if I shall always live, I must have lived before, lived for a whole eternity. Yes, but it is hard for us to imagine eternity, remarked Dimmler, who had joined them with a gentle smile, but now spoke as quietly and seriously as they did. "Why is it hard to imagine eternity?" said Natasha. "It is now today, and it will be tomorrow and always, and there was yesterday and the day before." "Natasha, now it's your turn. Sing me something," they heard the Countess say. "Why are you sitting there like conspirators?" "Mama, I don't at all want to," replied Natasha, but she rose all the same. None of them, not even the middle-aged Dimmler, wanted to break off their conversation and leave that corner. But Natasha got up, and Nicholas sat down at the clavichord. Standing as usual in the middle of the hall, where the sound was best, Natasha began to sing her mother's favorite song. She had said she didn't want to sing, but it had been a long time since she had sung, and it would be a long time before she sang again as she did that evening. The Count, from his study where he was talking to Mitenka, heard her. Like a schoolboy eager to run out to play, he fumbled his words while giving orders to the steward, and at last stopped. Mitenka stood in front of him, also listening and smiling. Nicholas did not take his eyes off his sister, and breathed in time with her. Sonia, as she listened, thought of the immense difference between herself and her friend, and how impossible it was for her to be as bewitching as her cousin. The old Countess sat with a blissful yet sad smile, tears in her eyes, occasionally shaking her head. She thought of Natasha and of her own youth, and of how there was something unnatural and dreadful in this impending marriage of Natasha and Prince Andrew. Dimmler, who had sat down beside the Countess, listened with his eyes closed. "Ah, Countess," he said at last, "that's a European talent. She has nothing to learn. What softness, tenderness, and strength." "Ah, how afraid I am for her! How afraid I am!" said the Countess, not realizing to whom she was speaking. Her maternal instinct told her that Natasha had too much of something, and that because of this she would not be happy. Before Natasha had finished singing, 14-year-old Petya rushed in excitedly to say that some mummers had arrived. Mummers are people in costumes who visit houses during holidays. Natasha stopped abruptly. "Idiot!" she screamed at her brother. Running to a chair, she threw herself on it, sobbing so violently that she couldn't stop for a long time. "It's nothing, Mama, really it's nothing. Only Petya startled me," she said, trying to smile, but her tears still flowed and sobs still choked her. The mummers, who were some of the house serfs, were dressed up as bears, Turks, innkeepers, and ladies. They were both frightening and funny. Bringing in the cold from outside and a feeling of gaiety, they crowded at first timidly into the anteroom, then pushed into the ballroom. There, shyly at first, and then more and more merrily, they started singing, dancing, and playing Christmas games. The Countess, after identifying them and laughing at their costumes, went into the drawing room. The Count sat in the ballroom, smiling radiantly and applauding. The young people had disappeared. Half an hour later, an old lady in a hooped skirt appeared among the mummers. This was Nicholas. A Turkish girl was Petya. A clown was Dimmler. A hussar was Natasha. And a Circassian was Sonia with a burnt cork mustache and eyebrows. After some surprise, non-recognition, and praise from those who were not dressed up, the young people decided that their costumes were so good that they ought to be shown elsewhere. Nicholas, seeing that the roads were in splendid condition, wanted to take them all for a drive in his troika, a sleigh pulled by 3 horses. He proposed to take about a dozen of the serf mummers with them and drive to Uncle's house. "No, why disturb the old fellow?" said the Countess. "Besides, you wouldn't have room to turn round there. If you must go, go to the Melyukovs." Melyukova was a widow who lived with her family 3 miles from the Rostovs. "That's right, my dear," chimed in the old Count, thoroughly aroused. "I'll dress up at once and go with them. I'll make Pichette open her eyes." But the Countess would not agree to his going. He had had a bad leg for the last few days. It was decided that the Count must not go, but that if Madame Schoss would go with them, the young ladies might go to the Melyukovs. Sonia, usually so timid, more urgently than anyone begged Madame Schoss not to refuse. Sonia's costume was the best of all. Her mustache and eyebrows were extraordinarily becoming. Everyone told her she looked very handsome, and she was in a spirited and energetic mood unusual for her. Some inner voice told her that now or never her fate would be decided, and in her male attire she seemed like a different person. Luisa Ivanovna, Madame Schoss, consented to go, and in half an hour 4 troika sleighs with bells, their runners squeaking over the frozen snow, drove up to the porch. Natasha was foremost in setting a merry holiday tone, which spread from one person to another, growing stronger until it reached its peak, when they all came out into the frost and got into the sleighs, talking, laughing, and shouting. 2 of the troikas were the usual household sleighs. The third was the old Count's, and the fourth was Nicholas's own, with a shaggy black shaft horse. Nicholas, in his old lady's dress over which he had belted his hussar overcoat, stood in the middle of the sleigh holding the reins. It was so light that he could see the moonlight reflected from the metal harness and the eyes of the horses, who looked around in alarm at the noisy party. Natasha, Sonia, Madame Schoss, and 2 maids got into Nicholas's sleigh. Dimmler, his wife, and Petya got into the old Count's, and the rest of the mummers sat in the other 2 sleighs. "You go ahead, Zakhar," shouted Nicholas to his father's coachman, wanting a chance to race past him. The old Count's troika started forward, its runners squeaking as if freezing to the snow, its deep-toned bell clanging. The side horses, pressing against the middle horse, sank into the snow, which glittered like sugar. Nicholas set off, following the first sleigh. Behind him the others moved noisily. At first they drove at a steady trot. While they drove past the garden, the shadows of the bare trees often fell across the road, hiding the moonlight. But as soon as they were past the fence, a snowy plain bathed in moonlight spread out before them, glittering like diamonds. "A hare's track! A lot of tracks!" rang out Natasha's voice through the frost-bound air. "How light it is, Nicholas!" came Sonia's voice. Nicholas glanced round at Sonia and bent down to see her face closer. A completely new, sweet face with black eyebrows and mustaches peeped up at him from her sable furs, so close and yet so distant in the moonlight. That used to be Sonia, he thought, and looked at her closer and smiled. "What is it, Nicholas?" she asked. "Nothing," he said, and turned again to the horses. When they came out onto the beaten highroad, the horses began to pull at the reins and increase their pace. The near side horse broke into a short canter, and the shaft horse swayed from side to side, moving its ears as if asking, "Isn't it time to begin now?" In front, already far ahead, the black horses driven by Zakhar could be clearly seen against the white snow. From that sleigh you could hear the shouts and laughter of the mummers. "Gee up, my darlings!" shouted Nicholas, pulling the reins and flourishing the whip. You could only tell how fast the troika was flying by the keener wind that met them and the jerks from the side horses who pulled harder. Nicholas looked back. With screams and whips, the other sleighs followed. The shaft horse swung steadily, with no thought of slowing down. Nicholas overtook the first sleigh. They were driving downhill and coming out upon a broad track across a meadow near a river. "Where are we?" he thought. "It's the Kosoy meadow, I suppose. But no, this is something new I've never seen before. This isn't the Kosoy meadow, nor the Demkin Hill, and heaven only knows what it is. It is something new and enchanted, well, whatever it may be." And shouting to his horses, he began to pass the first sleigh. Zakhar held back his horses and turned his face, which was already covered with hoarfrost. Nicholas gave his horses the rein, and Zakhar let his horses go. "Now look out, master," he cried. Faster still, the 2 troikas flew side by side. Nicholas began to draw ahead. Zakhar raised one hand with the reins. "No, you won't, master," he shouted. Nicholas put all his horses to a gallop and passed Zakhar. The horses showered fine, dry snow on their faces. Beside them sounded ringing bells, and they caught glimpses of swiftly moving legs and shadows. Again checking his horses, Nicholas looked around him. They were still surrounded by the magic plain bathed in moonlight and spangled with stars. "Zakhar is shouting that I should turn to the left, but why to the left?" thought Nicholas. "Are we getting to the Melyukovs? Is this Melyukovka? Heaven only knows where we are going and what is happening to us, but it is very strange and pleasant." And he looked round in the sleigh. "Look, his mustache and eyelashes are all white," said one of the strange, pretty people, the one with fine eyebrows and mustache. I think this used to be Natasha, thought Nicholas, and that was Madame Schoss, but perhaps it's not, and this Circassian with the mustache I don't know, but I love her. Aren't you cold? He asked. They didn't answer, but began to laugh. Dimmler from the sleigh behind shouted something, but they couldn't make out what he said. Yes, yes, some voices answered, laughing. But here was a fairy forest with black moving shadows, and a glitter of diamonds, and a flight of marble steps, and the silver roofs of fairy buildings, and the shrill yells of some animals. And if this is really Melyukovka, it is still stranger that we drove heaven knows where and have come to Melyukovka, thought Nicholas. It really was Melyukovka, and maids and footmen with merry faces came running out to the porch carrying candles. Who is it? Asked someone. The mummers from the Count's. I know by the horses, replied some voices. Now for Chapter 11. Chapter 11, at Melyukovka. Pelageya Danilovna Melyukova, a broad, energetic woman wearing spectacles, sat in the drawing room with her daughters, trying to keep them entertained. They were quietly dropping melted wax into snow and looking at the shadows the wax figures cast on the wall when they heard new arrivals in the vestibule. Hussars, ladies, witches, clowns, and bears, after clearing their throats and wiping the hoarfrost from their faces, came into the ballroom where candles were hurriedly lit. The clown, Dimmler, and the lady, Nicholas, started a dance. Surrounded by screaming children, the mummers, covering their faces and disguising their voices, bowed to their hostess and arranged themselves around the room. Dear me, there's no recognizing them. And Natasha, see whom she looks like. But her Dimmler, isn't he good? I didn't know him, and how he dances. Dear me, there's a Circassian. Really, how becoming it is to dear Sonia. And who is that? Well, you have cheered us up, different voices were saying. Natasha, a favorite of the young Melyukov girls, disappeared with them into the back rooms. There a cork, dressing gowns, and men's clothes were called for and received from a footman by bare girlish arms from behind a door. 10 minutes later, all the young Melyukovs joined the mummers. Pelageya Danilovna, having given orders to clear the rooms and arrange for refreshments, went about among the mummers without removing her spectacles. She peered into their faces with a suppressed smile, failing to recognize any of them. It wasn't just Dimmler and the Rostovs she failed to recognize. She didn't even recognize her own daughters or her late husband's dressing gowns, which they were wearing. And who is this? She asked her governess, peering into the face of her own daughter dressed as a Kazan Tartar. I suppose it is one of the Rostovs. Well, Mr. Hussar, and what regiment do you serve in? She asked Natasha. Here, hand some fruit jelly to the Turk, she ordered the butler. That's not forbidden by his law. Sometimes as she watched the strange and amusing dances, Pelageya Danilovna would hide her face in her handkerchief, and her whole stout body would shake with irrepressible, kindly laughter. My little Sasha! Look at Sasha! She said. After some Russian country dances, Pelageya Danilovna made the serfs and gentry join in one large circle, and they all played games together. In an hour, all the costumes were crumpled and disordered. The corked eyebrows and mustaches were smeared over perspiring, flushed, and merry faces. Pelageya Danilovna began to recognize the mummers, admiring their clever costumes and how they suited the young ladies. She thanked them all for entertaining her so well. The visitors were invited to supper in the drawing room, and the serfs were served in the ballroom. Now, to tell one's fortune in the empty bathhouse is frightening, said an old maid who lived with the Melyukovs during supper. Why? Said the eldest Melyukov girl. You wouldn't go, it takes courage, the old maid replied. I'll go, said Sonia. Tell what happened to the young lady, said the second Melyukov girl. Well, began the old maid, a young lady once went out, took a cock, laid the table for two, all properly, and sat down. After sitting a while, she suddenly hears someone coming. A sleigh drives up with harness bells. She hears him coming. He comes in, just in the shape of a man, like an officer, comes in and sits down to table with her. Ah, ah, screamed Natasha, rolling her eyes with horror. Yes, and how did he speak? She asked. Yes, like a man. Everything was quite all right, and he began persuading her. She should have kept him talking until the cock crowed, but she got frightened. just got frightened and hid her face in her hands. Then he caught her up. It was lucky the maids ran in just then. "Now, why frighten them?" said Pelageya Danilovna. "Mamma, you used to try your fate yourself," said her daughter. "And how does one do it in a barn?" inquired Sonia. "Well, say you went to the barn now and listened," the old maid explained. "It depends on what you hear. Hammering and knocking, that's bad, but a sound of shifting grain is good, and one sometimes hears that too." "Mamma, tell us what happened to you in the barn," one of the girls asked. Pelageya Danilovna smiled. "Oh, I've forgotten," she replied, "but none of you would go?" "Yes, I will, Pelageya Danilovna, I'll go," said Sonia. "Well, why not if you're not afraid?" "Luisa Ivanovna, may I?" asked Sonia. Whether they were playing games or talking, Nicholas did not leave Sonia's side. He gazed at her with completely new eyes. It seemed to him that it was only today, thanks to that burnt cork mustache, that he had truly come to know her. And indeed, that evening, Sonia was brighter, more animated, and prettier than Nicholas had ever seen her before. "So that's what she is like. What a fool I have been," he thought, gazing at her sparkling eyes and the happy, rapturous smile under her mustache, a smile he had never seen before. "I'm not afraid of anything," said Sonia. "May I go at once?" She got up. They told her where the barn was and how she should stand and listen, and they handed her a fur cloak. She threw this over her head and shoulders and glanced at Nicholas. "What a darling that girl is," he thought. "And what have I been thinking of until now?" Sonia went out into the passage to go to the barn. Nicholas went hastily to the front porch, saying he felt too hot. The crowd had indeed made the house stuffy. Outside, there was the same cold stillness and the same moon, but even brighter than before. The light was so strong and the snow sparkled with so many stars that one didn't even wish to look up at the sky. The real stars went unnoticed. The sky was black and dreary, while the earth was gay. "I am a fool, a fool. What have I been waiting for?" thought Nicholas. He ran out from the porch, went around the corner of the house, and along the path that led to the back porch. He knew Sonia would pass that way. Halfway down the path lay some snow-covered piles of firewood, and a network of shadows from the bare old lime trees fell on the snow in the path. This path led to the barn. The log walls of the barn and its snow-covered roof sparkled in the moonlight, looking as if they were carved from some precious stone. A tree in the garden snapped with the frost, and then all was perfectly silent again. It felt as if he were breathing in not air, but the strength of eternal youth and gladness. From the back porch came the sound of feet descending the steps. The bottom step, covered in snow, gave a ringing creak, and he heard the voice of an old maidservant saying, "Straight, straight, along the path, miss, only don't look back." "I am not afraid," answered Sonia's voice, and along the path toward Nicholas came the crunching, whistling sound of Sonia's feet in her thin shoes. Sonia came along, wrapped in her cloak. She was only a couple of paces away when she saw him, and to her, he was not the Nicholas she had known and always slightly feared. He was in a woman's dress, with tousled hair and a happy smile that was new to Sonia. She ran rapidly toward him. Quite different and yet the same, thought Nicholas, looking at her face, all lit up by the moonlight. He slipped his arms under the cloak that covered her head, embraced her, pressed her to him, and kissed her on the lips that wore a mustache and smelled of burnt cork. Sonia kissed him full on the lips and, freeing her little hands, pressed them to his cheeks. "Sonia! Nicholas!" was all they said. They ran to the barn and then back again, re-entering the house, he by the front porch and she by the back. Now we continue with Chapter 12. Chapter 12, The Drive Home. When they all drove back from Pelageya Danilovna's, Natasha, who always saw and noticed everything, arranged for her and Madame Schoss to go back in the sleigh with Dimmler, while Sonia went with Nicholas and the maids. On the way back, Nicholas drove at a steady pace instead of racing. He kept peering into Sonia's face by that fantastic, all-transforming light, searching beneath the eyebrows and mustache for his former and his present Sonia, from whom he had resolved never to be parted again. He looked and recognized in her both the old and the new Sonia. The smell of burnt cork reminded him of the sensation of her kiss. He inhaled the frosty air with a full chest and, looking at the ground flying beneath him and at the sparkling sky, felt himself again in fairyland. "Sonia, is it well with thee?" he asked from time to time. "Yes," she replied, "and with thee?" When they were halfway home, Nicholas handed the reins to the coachman and ran for a moment to Natasha's sleigh, standing on its side rail. "Natasha," he whispered in French, "do you know I have made up my mind about Sonia?" "Have you told her?" asked Natasha, suddenly beaming with joy. "Oh, how strange you are with that mustache and those eyebrows. Natasha, are you glad?" "I am so glad, so glad. I was beginning to be vexed with you. I did not tell you, but you have been treating her badly. What a heart she has, Nicholas. I am horrid sometimes, but I was ashamed to be happy while Sonia was not," continued Natasha. "Now I am so glad. Well, run back to her." "No, wait a bit. Oh, how funny you look," cried Nicholas, peering into her face and finding in his sister, too, something new, unusual, and bewitchingly tender that he had not seen in her before. "Natasha, it's magical, isn't it?" "Yes," she replied, "you have done splendidly. Had I seen her before as she is now," thought Nicholas, "I should long ago have asked her what to do and have done whatever she told me, and all would have been well." "So you are glad and I have done right?" he asked. "Oh, quite right. I had a quarrel with Mamma some time ago about it. Mamma said she was angling for you. How could she say such a thing? I nearly stormed at Mamma. I will never let anyone say anything bad of Sonia, for there is nothing but good in her." "Then it's all right," said Nicholas, again scrutinizing the expression of his sister's face to see if she was in earnest. Then he jumped down, and his boots scrunching the snow, ran back to his sleigh. The same happy, smiling Circassian, with a mustache and beaming eyes looking up from under a sable hood, was still sitting there, and that Circassian was Sonia, and that Sonia was certainly his future happy and loving wife. When they reached home, and had told their mother how they had spent the evening at the Miliukovs', the girls went to their bedroom. When they had undressed, but without washing off the cork mustaches, they sat for a long time talking about their happiness. They talked of how they would live when they were married, how their husbands would be friends, and how happy they would be. On Natasha's table stood 2 looking glasses, which their maid, Dunyasha, had prepared beforehand for fortune-telling. "Only when will all that be? I am afraid never. It would be too good," said Natasha, rising and going to the looking-glasses. "Sit down, Natasha. Perhaps you'll see him," said Sonia. Natasha lit the candles, one on each side of one of the looking-glasses, and sat down. "I see someone with a mustache," said Natasha, seeing her own face. "You mustn't laugh, miss," said Dunyasha. With Sonia's and the maid's help, Natasha positioned the glass she held correctly opposite the other. Her face assumed a serious expression, and she sat silently. She sat for a long time, looking at the receding line of candles reflected in the glasses, expecting to see a coffin, or him, Prince Andrew, in that last, dim, indistinct square of light. But even though she was ready to take the smallest speck for the image of a man or a coffin, she saw nothing. She began blinking rapidly, and moved away from the looking-glasses. "Why is it others see things and I don't?" she said. "You sit down now, Sonia. You absolutely must, tonight. Do it for me. Today I feel so frightened." Sonia sat down before the glasses, got into the right position, and began to look. "Now Miss Sonia is sure to see something," whispered Dunyasha, "while you do nothing but laugh." Sonia heard this, and Natasha's whisper, "I know she will. She saw something last year." For about 3 minutes all were silent. "Of course she will," whispered Natasha, but did not finish. Suddenly Sonia pushed away the glass she was holding and covered her eyes with her hand. "Oh, Natasha," she cried. "Did you see? Did you? What was it?" exclaimed Natasha, holding up the looking-glass. Sonia had not seen anything. She was just about to blink and get up when she heard Natasha say, "Of course she will." She didn't want to disappoint either Dunyasha or Natasha, but it was hard to sit still. She didn't know how or why the exclamation escaped her when she covered her eyes. "You saw him?" urged Natasha, seizing her hand. "Yes, wait a bit, I saw him," Sonia couldn't help saying, not yet knowing whom Natasha meant by him, Nicholas or Prince Andrew. But why shouldn't I say I saw something? Others do see. Besides, who can tell whether I saw anything or not, flashed through Sonia's mind. Yes, I saw him, she said. How, standing or lying? Natasha asked. No, I saw. At first there was nothing, then I saw him lying down. Andrew lying? Is he ill? Asked Natasha, her frightened eyes fixed on her friend. No, on the contrary. His face was cheerful and he turned to me, Sonia said. And as she was saying this, she herself began to imagine she had really seen what she described. Well, and then, Sonia? After that, I could not make out what there was, something blue and red. Sonia, when will he come back? When shall I see him? Oh God, how afraid I am for him and for myself and about everything, Natasha began. And without replying to Sonia's words of comfort, she got into bed. Long after her candle was out, she lay with her eyes open, motionless, gazing at the moonlight through the frosty window panes. We conclude Book 7 with Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Nicholas returns to his regiment. Soon after the Christmas holidays, Nicholas told his mother of his love for Sonia and his firm decision to marry her. The Countess, who had long noticed what was happening between them and had been expecting this announcement, listened to him in silence. Then she told her son that he might marry whom he pleased, but that neither she nor his father would give their blessing to such a marriage. For the first time, Nicholas felt that his mother was truly displeased with him, and that, despite her love for him, she would not give in. Coldly, without looking at her son, she sent for her husband. When he came, she tried to explain the situation briefly and coldly in her son's presence, but she was unable to control herself and burst into tears of frustration and left the room. The old count began to gently admonish Nicholas and beg him to give up his plan. Nicholas replied that he could not go back on his word. His father, sighing and clearly upset, soon fell silent and went to the Countess. In all his interactions with his son, the Count was always aware of his own guilt for having wasted the family fortune, so he couldn't be angry with Nicholas for refusing to marry an heiress and choosing the dowerless Sonia instead. This time, he was only more keenly aware that if their finances had not been in such a mess, Sonia would have been the best possible wife for Nicholas. He knew that no one but himself, with his steward Matenka and his careless habits, was to blame for their situation. The father and mother did not speak of the matter to their son again. But a few days later, the Countess sent for Sonia. With a cruelty neither of them expected, she accused her niece of trying to trap Nicholas and of being ungrateful. Sonia listened silently with downcast eyes to the Countess's harsh words, not understanding what was being asked of her. She was ready to sacrifice everything for her benefactors. Self-sacrifice was her most cherished ideal, but in this case, she couldn't see what she ought to sacrifice, or for whom. She couldn't help loving the Countess and the whole Rostov family, but she also couldn't help loving Nicholas and knowing that his happiness depended on that love. She remained silent and sad, and did not reply. Nicholas felt the situation was intolerable and went to have an explanation with his mother. First, he begged her to forgive him and Sonia and to consent to their marriage. Then he threatened that if she continued to torment Sonia, he would marry her secretly at once. The Countess, with a coldness her son had never seen in her before, replied that he was of age. She pointed out that Prince Andrew was marrying without his father's consent, and he could do the same, but that she would never receive that intriguer as her daughter. Exploding at the word intriguer, Nicholas raised his voice and told his mother he had never expected her to try to force him to sell his feelings. But if that was the case, he would say for the last time. But he didn't have time to utter the final, decisive word. His mother was awaiting it with terror, a word that would perhaps have remained a cruel memory between them forever. He couldn't say it because Natasha, with a pale and determined face, entered the room from the door where she had been listening. "Nicholas, you are talking nonsense! Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, I tell you!" She almost screamed to drown out his voice. "Mama, darling, it's not at all so. My poor, sweet darling," she said to her mother. who, realizing they had been on the brink of a complete rupture, gazed at her son with terror. But in her stubbornness and anger, she could not and would not give way. "Nicholas, I'll explain to you. Go away!" "Listen, Mama darling," said Natasha. Her words were disjointed, but they achieved her goal. The Countess, sobbing heavily, hid her face on her daughter's breast, while Nicholas rose, clutching his head, and left the room. Natasha set to work to bring about a reconciliation. She succeeded so far that Nicholas received a promise from his mother that Sonia would not be troubled, while he, for his part, promised not to do anything without his parents' knowledge. Firmly resolved to retire from the army after settling his affairs in the regiment and then return to marry Sonia, Nicholas left at the beginning of January to rejoin his regiment. He was serious, sorrowful, and at odds with his parents, but, as it seemed to him, passionately in love. After Nicholas was gone, things in the Rostov household were more depressing than ever, and the Countess fell ill from the emotional strain. Sonia was unhappy about being separated from Nicholas, and even more so because of the hostile tone the Countess now adopted toward her. The Count was more worried than ever by the state of his finances, which demanded decisive action. Their townhouse and their estate near Moscow had to be sold, and for this, they needed to go to Moscow. But the Countess's health forced them to delay their departure from day to day. Natasha had handled the first period of separation from her fiancé lightly and even cheerfully, but now she grew more agitated and impatient every day. The thought that her best days, which she could have spent loving him, were being wasted with no benefit to anyone, tormented her constantly. His letters mostly irritated her. It hurt her to think that while she lived only in the thought of him, he was living a real life, seeing new places and meeting new people that interested him. The more interesting his letters were, the more vexed she felt. Her letters to him, far from giving her any comfort, felt like a tiresome and artificial chore. She couldn't write because she couldn't imagine expressing in a letter even 1,000th part of what she could express with her voice, a smile, or a glance. She wrote him formal, monotonous, and dry letters, to which she attached no importance herself, and her mother would correct her spelling mistakes in the rough drafts. There was still no improvement in the Countess's health, but it was impossible to delay the journey to Moscow any longer. Natasha's wedding trousseau had to be ordered, and the house had to be sold. Moreover, Prince Andrew was expected in Moscow, where his old father, Prince Bolkonsky, was spending the winter, and Natasha felt sure he had already arrived. So the Countess remained in the country, and the Count, taking Sonia and Natasha with him, went to Moscow at the end of January.